Chapter 1. Is he a father by chance or by blood? In the mourning hall of the Fu family, Fu Xingjian has passed away, yet his presence lingers. He can still perceive the living, though they remain oblivious to his existence. In life, he was a fool, deceived by those he believed to be his family. Ironically, even in death, he is condemned for his supposed narrow-mindedness and selfishness, as his suicide has become fodder for gossip and ridicule within their circles. Wandering through his own memorial, Fu Xingjian numbly listens to revelations about his life that he had been blissfully unaware of. His mother, whom he believed to be paralyzed, and his father, whom he thought was in a vegetative state, were merely hired actors in a tragic play. He discovers that he is not the illegitimate child he once thought rather. He is the prince in a tale of substitution. The half-brother he thought he had is, in fact, the fox in this narrative of deceit. What he had assumed was a misfortune being stolen from the Fu family and sent to an orphanage was, in truth, a deliberate act. The fox's mother had swapped the children in the hospital, casting him into the river to fend for himself. "Mommy, is that man in the photo my daddy?" A small, innocent voice captures Fu Xingjian's attention. He turns to look. The woman is tall and elegant, clad in a black suit, her beauty obscured slightly by the veil of her hat, emanating an air of cool detachment. Beside her are two cherubic children, adorably dressed in tailored black suits. Their naturally curly hair and round faces mirror each other perfectly, their bright, sparkling eyes exuding an enchanting charm that even a deceased soul like Fu Xingjian cannot help but admire. However, these little ones are perhaps too young to be calling him father, so casually he instinctively follows them, noting how rare it is for such young children to attend a funeral. Fragile souls easily overwhelmed, unless they are intimately connected. Yet, he does not recognize them. The stunning woman appears indifferent to the children's choice of address, guiding them to pay their respects. The two children, with their earnest expressions, clasp their tiny hands in prayer. After their reverence, the beautiful woman engages with the Fu family members, who seem equally unfamiliar with her. Meanwhile, the children stealthily examine Fu Xingjian's portrait. The girl, in a sweet voice, exclaims, "Brother, Daddy is quite handsome." She then points to her own face, proudly puffing out her little belly. "Do you think I look just as good as Daddy?" The beautiful woman, unaware of the children's intentions, assumes they merely wish to get a closer look at the man in the photograph. After all, this is their first and last glimpse of their father. "We should return home now," she states firmly, leaving no room for dissent. The little girl timidly asks, "Mommy, can I take Daddy's photo home?" She gestures with her small hands, pleading sweetly, "Everyone else has a daddy, but I don't. They laugh at me, saying I'm an unwanted wild child." The boy, less articulate than his sister, nods vigorously in agreement. The beautiful woman suddenly realizes that the children wish to take the portrait of the man from the mourning hall with them, leaving her momentarily speechless. "I cannot allow that, but I shall prepare other photographs of him for you." The man had already departed from this world. Even if one were to reveal the identity of their father, there was no way for anyone to exploit that knowledge. The two children leapt for joy, only to be swiftly silenced by the beautiful woman, who covered their mouths and shot them a warning glance, urging them not to laugh in the mourning hall. The children obediently nodded, their eyes sparkling with excitement. Meanwhile, the somewhat bewildered Fu Xingjian observed the alluring woman in silence. Shouldn't she clarify the misunderstanding regarding the children's father? Did she not realize that the little ones were unaware of the situation? Just as Fu Xingjian instinctively took a step toward them, the celestial pearl concealed within the woman's attire suddenly emitted a blinding golden light. It was only upon encountering this radiant glow that Fu Xingjian realized, goodness, the pain was excruciating. It felt as though his entire being was engulfed in flames, as if he would be reduced to ashes in the next moment. He thought his demise was imminent. Yet, when he reopened his eyes, he found himself still alive. His surroundings had transformed entirely. Upon his second glance, he beheld a stunning figure before him, her long, wavy black hair cascading over a flawless back. In utter shock, his body instinctively recoiled. Fu Xingjian pinched himself hard, gasping in pain. This was not a dream. He had been reborn. Forcing himself to regain composure, he focused on the matter at hand. In his previous life, he had engaged in a one-night encounter with a stranger, muddled in confusion. However, he had acted rather shamelessly by sneaking away afterward. Why'd he fled? Because he had discovered two open boxes filled entirely with money on the table. In his frantic attempt to dress, he had inadvertently tripped over his trousers and fallen to the floor, where he stumbled upon a box of mechanical contraband beneath the bed. Neither possibility suggested that the other party was a person of reputable standing. He suspected she was either the daughter of a crime lord or the woman of a powerful figure in the underworld. Regardless of which, neither was someone he, a mere small-time player, could afford to offend. His memories of the previous night were a complete blank. His mind was an empty void. He had meant to go to room 805 on the 8th floor, yet somehow found himself in the presidential suite on the 39th floor, having inexplicably spent the night with the woman in the room. Terrified of being caught, he feared that he would be silenced before he even had a chance to face justice. Determined to avoid the same fate upon his rebirth, Fu Xingjian gingerly got out of bed, planning to hastily gather his clothes and flee. Ding dong. The lay-flat system is officially online. I am your system steward, little Jean. Fu Xingjian froze as if paralyzed, and then an overwhelming wave of joy seized his heart. The coveted golden finger from the novels of rebirth and time travel. System? I am little Jean, the steward of the lay-flat system, here to help you amass wealth. Host, please accept your new arrival gift. New arrival gift. A 100 square meter space upgradable, a 30-minute rollback one-time use, 2 copy cards one-time use, and 1 plunder card one-time use. Fu Xingjian was taken aback, experiencing a tumult of joy and sorrow. The joy stemmed from the realization that the space was an essential asset for storing luggage during homecomings and travels. However, he quickly reconsidered his thoughts. After a 30-minute rewind, he had a general understanding of its literal implications. He had neither the time nor the inclination to delve into the intricacies of the copying card and the plundering card. Yet, the sorrowful truth remained that living beings could not enter this space. He was still compelled to flee. Time had already been wasted, and he needed to hasten his escape. Beside him, the woman let out a soft murmur, indicating signs of waking. Fu Xingjian's expression shifted dramatically as he hurriedly activated the 30-minute rewind. The surrounding environment seemed to freeze, and by the time he regained his senses, time had reverted to half an hour prior. I could see that moment. His face flushed crimson, as if it could bleed from embarrassment. The arrow was drawn. It had to be released. It was then that he truly beheld a visage sculpted by divine hands, a face of breathtaking beauty. Her half-closed eyes shimmered with the allure of autumn waters, while her crimson lips glistened with a hint of moisture. Such an exquisite beauty rendered Fu Xingjian's countenance pale with shock. The enchanting woman before him was none other than the stunning figure who had come to pay her respects at his wake, accompanied by her twins. A sudden realization struck him, and he grasped her delicate arm with fervor. So, the pair of dragon and phoenix twins were not mistaken in calling him father? Chapter 2. The truth of the matter is heart-wrenching. Under the intense questioning, the other party seemed to remain in a daze. Fu Xingjian sensed that something was amiss. The other person appeared as if they had been drugged. A sense of foreboding washed over him. Could it be that they had both fallen victim to a scheme? In such matters, his gender felt like an original sin. Moreover, he could not clearly recollect what transpired the previous night. Did he flee as he had in his past life? Or did he stay to ascertain the truth? Weighing his options, and armed with newfound abilities, Fu Xingjian resolved not to flee in cowardice as he had before. He chose the latter and faced the peril head-on. Not only did he wish to uncover the truth, but he also did not want to miss the opportunity to embrace fatherhood. After bathing, Fu Xingjian did not rush to exit the bathroom. He sought to comprehend the manual of the lay-flat system within. In his previous life, he had lived a short and laborious existence, toiling endlessly. He was often absent from home, even when the god of wealth visited. Thus, the very name of the lay-flat system resonated with him. Each day, he could draw a lottery, acquiring rewards akin to those found in a novice gift pack. Upon grasping the functions of the duplication card and the plunder card, his joy was palpable. The duplication card, as its name suggests, allows for the replication of all things. Aside from inanimate objects like bank cards and their contents, even intangible abilities could be duplicated. For instance, one could replicate another's intelligence, martial prowess, or knowledge, among other attributes. Naturally, The duplication card has its limitations. Each card may replicate only once, and an individual can only be duplicated once. The plunder card, as implied, allows for the seizure of all things. It serves as an advanced version of the duplication card. The objects and abilities replicated by the duplication card remain unaffected for their original owners. In contrast, the plunder card is far more ruthless. Once something is seized by the plunder card, the individual permanently loses that item or ability. When Fu Xingjian emerged from the bathroom clad in a white robe, he was slightly taken aback. The woman on the bed had awakened, and 4 young men in light-colored suits had entered the room. They were engaged in conversation. Mei Tang's serious expression revealed a hint of dissatisfaction. "Miss, the patriarch's intention is that the second young lady did not act with malice. He has already withheld her allowance for a year as punishment." Shi Wuxiang scoffed. "What does a year's allowance amount to? The moment Shi Wuxia loses her allowance, her benevolent father will surely replenish it. Is the old master aware of this matter?" Mei Tang nodded. "The elder should be informed." He urged that if you disapprove of the match your father has chosen for you, you should prepare a suitor of your own, with the stipulation that you must marry this year. Only through marriage can you claim the inheritance your mother left, including shares. With those shares, the patriarch may think twice before treating the second young lady so lightly. Before she could finish her words, they turned their attention to Fu Xingjian, the man who had unexpectedly appeared. The bathroom was in the adjoining suite, and they were genuinely unaware that he had not yet departed. Under the watchful gaze of several unfriendly men, Fu Xingjian felt a twinge of anxiety, yet he remained undaunted. In the fleeting moments of their encounter, he gleaned a handful of crucial insights. Firstly, the other party required a swift marriage. Secondly, she was neither married nor attached. Suddenly, an idea sparked within him. In his previous life, when the scoundrels of the Fu family sought him out, he was already in his 20s. Before realizing he had been deceived, he willingly supported the burdensome members of the Fu clan, having grown up in an orphanage, acutely aware of the world's harsh realities. He yearned desperately for a family, for his own kin, since this woman was to bear his child. "Let us wed." Mei Tang's expression darkened, displaying the displeasure of a lady offended. "Sir, yesterday's incident was an unfortunate mishap." With that, she gestured for Wu Yi to present him with 2 boxes from the table, offering 1 million in cash as compensation. Fu Xingjian was taken aback. Was this incident not due to his entering the wrong room? After all, how could he mistakenly access the presidential suite's elevator? Moreover, the money on the table was intended as compensation for him. Thus, was he destined to miss out on immense wealth in his past life? The truth of the matter was almost heartbreaking. Noticing his dazed expression, Mei Tang prompted, "Sir, please take it." Regaining his composure, Fu Xingjian declined the money. With the lounging system at his disposal, could he still be in need of funds? "Miss, you cannot simply don your attire and evade responsibility." The expressions of the 4 other men turned icy. How dare this leech assert himself? Wu Yi asserted, "Miss, I shall throw him out." Shi Wuxiang regarded Fu Xingjian with a contemplative gaze, tinged with curiosity and confusion. Possessing the ability to read minds since childhood, he was the first man she encountered whose thoughts remained inscrutable to her. Sensing the impending coercion, Fu Xingjian felt urgency rise within him. "Little Jean, what abilities can I replicate from them? Choose the most formidable." Little Jean enumerated various options for Fu Xingjian to select from. Shi Wuxiang's wisdom, her fortune, her martial prowess, her unique abilities, her exceptional physique, her mental calculation skills, and more. Amid the list, one ability appeared to glitch momentarily, obscuring its clarity. But he paid it no mind. "Stop. Present me with her strongest abilities, so I may choose," he instructed. Little Jean responded. "If we consider 100 as the maximum human standard, Shi Wuxiang's wisdom is rated at 97, her fortune at 96, her martial prowess at 95, her exceptional physique at a perfect 100, with marksmanship at 97, equestrian skills at 93, archery at 97, and fluency in 12 languages, all averaging above 95. Additionally, Shi Wuxiang's bank account." Fu Xingjian felt dizzy upon hearing this. Such overwhelming strength left him speechless. Unbeknownst to him, he posed a question that would only serve to humiliate himself. "What about my abilities?" Xiao Jin, wisdom 60, normal, Fortune 50, slightly below normal. Physique 60, normal. Thick skin 90, Fu Xingjian astonished. Is that all? Shout Jean, puzzled. Is there anything else you are unaware of? Fu Xingjian felt a pang of sadness. While he possessed numerous part-time skills, they were all superficial and lacking depth, a mere half-hearted endeavor. The title of Peerless Miss Truly lived up to its reputation. Given the limitation that each individual could only be replicated once, Fu Xingjian, after careful consideration, chose to replicate the wisdom of the peerless Mississippi. Shout Jean. Replication complete. In communication with Xiao Jin, time stood still. In the blink of an eye, Fu Xingjian's mind entered a state of heightened concentration. Was this a time for deep thought? Hurry up. Wu Yi was already looming nearby, seizing Fu Xingjian's clothing, intent on throwing him out. Despite Fu Xingjian's attempts to resist, he was forcefully subdued by Wu Yi, their strength disparity too great. Fu Xingjian was infuriated. Enraged, Xiao Jin scanned for the strongest combat power present. Xiao Jin, aside from the peerless Miss, Xin Wu has a combat power of 90. Fu Xingjian was unfamiliar with Xin Wu, and simply stated, replicate Xin Wu's combat power. Xiao Jin, replication successful. Chapter 3. The Art of Deception and Strategy. Fu Xingjian instinctively crossed his arms, deftly neutralizing Wu Ye's grappling maneuver while simultaneously seizing his opponent's wrist. With a swift motion, he thrust the base of his palm forcefully against Wu Ye's chin, dislocating it and provoking a mix of shock and fury. Fu Xingjian then executed a sweeping leg kick, striking Wu Ye's calf, and as he stepped back, he ensnared Wu Ye's neck with one arm while gripping his shoulder with the other, forcing him to the ground. He aimed a fierce strike toward Wu Ye's carotid artery. Mei Tang and the others exchanged alarmed glances, their voices rising in unison. Stop. Xin Wu and his companions rushed forward, launching a kick aimed at Fu Xingjian's head just before he could land another blow. Fu Xingjian rolled away in a desperate maneuver, evading Xin Wu's ruthless onslaught. Xu Shuang suppressed her astonishment towards Fu Xingjian and interjected. That's enough. Xin Wu retracted his attack, his gaze fixed intently on Fu Xingjian, demanding, Who are you really? Wu Yi, nearly perishing at Fu Xingjian's hands, wore an expression of rage and disbelief. The ferocity of Fu Xingjian's strikes and his relentless spirit mirrored Xin Wu's own tenacity. Had he not known Xin Wu well, he might have mistaken Fu Xingjian for his protege. Fu Xingjian adjusted his bathrobe and replied, Who I am is contingent upon the young lady. He continued, My intentions towards you are devoid of malice. I merely wish to propose marriage. I am aware that individuals of your status often entertain prenuptial agreements. I harbor no demands or conditions. I only wish to retain the rights to our future children. Having traversed the trials of his previous life, Fu Xingjian now found himself incapable of trusting any woman or the notion of love. In moments of affection, life resembled poetry and distant dreams. In absence of love, it devolved into corpses and law enforcement. He remained oblivious to the circumstances of his demise in his past life, that memory having faded. Yet, the individuals he most suspected were his childhood companion, Qi Qinglu, and the cat in the tail of the cat swapping the prince, Fu Wenjue. Thus, he concluded that while women and love may prove ephemeral, children are undeniably real. After hearing from Xiao Jin about Xu Shuang's exceptional talents, he found himself anticipating the remarkable genetic potential of their offspring. Even though Xu Shuang was profoundly introspective, concealing her emotions, she could not suppress a slight twitch at the corners of her mouth upon hearing Fu Xingjian's words. Setting aside the notion of marriage, Xu Shuang had not contemplated the idea of children for at least the next decade. Wu Yi sneered dismissively, retorting, Do you wish to leverage the emperor to command the lords? You think you are worthy? Fu Xingjian responded, Indeed, I am acutely aware that I am not a match for the young lady in terms of social standing. However, you only perceive my shortcomings while overlooking my strengths. Wu Yi scoffed. What strengths could you possibly possess? Fu Xingjian gestured toward his own visage, stating, There are those with wealth who cannot rival my looks, those with power who cannot match my prowess, and those with both who cannot match my obedience and adaptability. Should I ever cause displeasure to the young lady, she need not consult the calendar to decide my fate. She may handle me as she pleases. If, in the future, the young lady seeks to divorce in pursuit of true love, she possesses the means to simply pack my belongings and take the children with her. Upon hearing him mention children once more, Xu Shuang's expression shifted to one that was both enigmatic and cool, her eyes reflecting an unreachable moonlit distance. What if I choose not to have children? Fu Xingjian felt a tightening in her heart. In her previous life, she had given birth to a child. Surely, this life would not end without one. Xu Shuang noticed the change in Fu Xingjian's expression, her long fingers tapping thoughtfully on her leg as her gaze shifted towards Jiangyu. Jiangyu was slightly taken aback, but proceeded to take out a turtle shell and copper coins for divination. Fu Xingjian looked at him in confusion, wondering why there was a fortune teller here. What if the divination proved unfavorable? In this day and age, was such feudal superstition still practiced? Jiangyu cast a puzzled glance at Fu Xingjian. The divination was auspicious, indicating a fated connection between him and the young lady. Sensing the favorable omen from his expression, Fu Xingjian quickly altered her tone, praising him. You must be exceptional to be working alongside the young lady. You undoubtedly possess genuine talent. Jiangyu shot her an exasperated look and nodded towards Xu Shuang. Xu Shuang pondered briefly before instructing Tang, prepare the prenuptial agreement for him to sign. Meitong's expression shifted slightly as she replied, Young lady, if you wish, you may keep him for amusement without needing to marry. Xu Shuang had her own standards of consideration. Her mind-reading ability had both advantages and disadvantages. It allowed her to discern the true intentions of others, distinguishing between good and evil, enabling her to navigate most situations with confidence and foresight. Yet, it also exposed her to the hidden flaws within others, resulting in a lack of relatives and friends, leaving her vulnerable to the concealed darkness and negativity of those around her for prolonged periods. She declared, let it be him. Fu Xingjian was instantly elated. Xu Shuang's gaze drifted away from him with indifference. Meitong's efficiency left Fu Xingjian astounded. In less than half an hour, the prenuptial agreement was drafted, ready for notarization before they obtained their marriage certificate. As Fu Xingjian skimmed through the other clauses, he noted a stipulation that rendered the marriage void after 3 years, an inconsequential detail, which he quickly dismissed. The primary contention lay in the custody of any potential child. Fu Xingjian argued persuasively, securing an additional clause. Should they have a child, the child would have the right to choose whom to stay with after turning 16. During this period, neither party could obstruct the other's visitation rights, and both retained the right to be informed about all matters concerning the child. Xu Shuang's lips twitched in disbelief as she pressed her forehead in exasperation. Rather than vying for wealth or power, he was fervently fighting for a child that might never exist. She initially assumed he sought to capitalize on a child as potential for elevating his status, yet his focus seemed to suggest otherwise. It appeared to be a pure motive for the child. If it were solely for that reason, given his striking appearance and thick skin, he could easily charm numerous young women into bearing his offspring, even without wealth or influence. This further fueled Xu Shuang's skepticism regarding his intentions. However, for Xu Shuang, he was right beneath her nose. Whatever his motives, she would eventually discern his true thoughts. After signing, Fu Xingjian hurried out of the presidential suite. It was just dawn, the horizon painted with golden hues. As he exited the hotel, he stuffed his hands into his pockets, not bothering to look back. On the very first day of his rebirth, he sought out a wife, marking a promising beginning. Upon the rooftop, the enigmatic Xu Shuang instructed her confidants to carry out tasks. Mei Tang managed the finances, earning the moniker Pai Xiu. Xian Wu oversaw matters of violence, known as Bai Hu. Wu Yu was in charge of intelligence, referred to as Di Ting. Jiang Yu dealt with fortune and misfortune, called Xian Wu. These 4 individuals were not only Xu Shuang's trusted aides, but also her right and left hands. They found it difficult to comprehend why Xu Shuang had taken a liking to this suspicious young man. However, they had no choice but to obey the lady's decision. With her long legs stretched out in an air of languid elegance, Xu Shuang instructed in a calm tone, commence a thorough investigation from the moment of his birth. I want every detail to be crystal clear. Her earlier silence was not born from trust in the other party, but rather from her unwavering confidence in the results she would uncover. Wu Yi accepted the order and promptly set to work. Fu Xingjian remained oblivious to the fact that his secrets were about to be unearthed. He retrieved his phone, which had powered off due to a depleted battery. In his previous life, after charging it, he had found numerous missed calls and messages from Qi Qinglu and the Fu family, inquiring about his absence and delivering documents, and questioning why he had not returned home to prepare a meal, devoid of any genuine concern. Fu Xingjian had been assisting Qi Qinglu by delivering a document to a guest on the 8th floor of the hotel. Unexpectedly, his electric scooter ran out of power during the journey, complicating his ability to hail a cab and causing delays. Upon arriving at the hotel, he felt unwell, vaguely recalling that he had entered the elevator. After that, his memories faded, as though he had experienced a blackout from drinking, despite having consumed not a drop of alcohol. Chapter 4. One should not overindulge dogs. Nor should one be too generous towards humans. Fu Xingjian once trusted his partner so deeply that he preferred to believe his own health was in jeopardy rather than suspect Qi Qinglu. Who could have anticipated that his childhood companion, his girlfriend, would administer such a vile drug to him? It was not only Qi Qinglu, but also the disgraceful actions of the Fu family that had tormented him for years. He could not forgive them. Moreover, the cause of his demise remained shrouded in mystery, a harbinger of death lingering ominously in his heart. He no longer believed that the primary suspects were merely Fu Wenjue and the duplicitous Qi Qinglu. The favoritism shown by the Fu sisters towards Fu Wenjue stemmed not only from over 2 decades of sibling affection, but also from a more pragmatic motive. In a world bustling with avarice, relationships are nurtured only when they prove mutually beneficial. After finishing a cigarette by the roadside, Fu Xingjian calmly proceeded to the hospital for a blood test. The results were not surprising. Traces of a central nervous system drug, a soft illicit substance, lingered in his bloodstream. His gaze darkened as memories of the milk tea Qi Qinglu had given him flashed through his mind. Considering the timeline, apart from that cup of milk tea, he had consumed nothing else. Armed with the blood test results, Fu Xingjian reported the incident to the police. It was only by noon that he returned to his apartment building. Lacking an appetite for a proper meal, he purchased a bottle of cola and gulped it down in one go. The empty bottle crumpled beneath his grip before he tossed it into a trash bin 3 meters away. He glanced up at the 3rd floor. The current residence, a 3-bedroom, 2-living-room apartment, belonged to Fu Wenjue, who had graciously offered him a discounted rate of $2,000 a month. Typically, such apartments rented for $5,000 or more. A sardonic glint crossed Fu Xingjian's eyes. Each month, he transferred the rent to Fu Wenjue, who then paid his classmate. If his suspicions were correct, this apartment was either not Fu Wenjue's classmates, or it belonged to the Fu family, or perhaps even Fu Wenjue himself. Why should he be afforded such a favor? He certainly did not perceive it as a benevolent gesture. It was merely the Fu family's aversion to subpar living conditions. As Fu Xingjian lingered downstairs, he caught sight of his younger brother, Fu Wenjue, pointing at the computer monitor with astonishment. "Eldest brother is back," he exclaimed. Fu Wenhua, the 4th sibling, was taken aback and immediately joined Fu Wenxue, the 3rd sibling, to hastily clear the sumptuous lunch from the table and open the windows and fans to disperse the lingering odors in the air. The elderly couple, who should have been bedridden, quickly turned off the television and rolled off the couch to lie down in bed. Upon entering, Fu Xingjian was met with the residual aroma of the meal that had been prepared. This family was either ill or simply dysfunctional, relying on him to support them, pay the rent, and cover Fu Wenjue's university tuition and living expenses. In less than 2 years, he had nearly depleted the savings he had painstakingly amassed through frugality over the years. He often juggles 7 to 8 part-time jobs daily, arriving home late and leaving early. It is a luxury for him to indulge in a boxed meal, and he rarely treats himself to a meat bun. Steamed buns with old godmother sauce have been his staple for the past 2 years. Last night, the milk tea in Qi Qinglu's hands marked the first time he ever savored such a delight. Typically, he is so frugal that he refrains from purchasing even a bottle of water and instead carries his own cup to malls to fetch clean tap water. Orphaned and without a home, His sole focus is on accumulating wealth, pinching pennies in every aspect of life. He dreams of one day owning a small house, a place to call home. When the Fu family initially sought him out and completed the paternity test, he wept for a long time in solitude. He finally had a family, relatives to cherish. Even if they fell into bankruptcy and misfortune, he would not turn his back on them. He envisioned supporting his parents and providing for his sisters and younger brother. Yet, reality paints a different picture. He pours his heart out to them, but they disdain his sincerity, calling it tainted. The door creaked open, and Fu Wenhua emerged, her face a mask of resentment towards Fu Xingjian for returning home at midday. Disrupting their meal, she launched into an accusation. "Where did you go last night? Didn't Qinglu ask you to deliver something to someone? Why do you mess everything up? You didn't even deliver the items, nor did you greet anyone. Do you have any idea how much trouble you caused?" Fu Xingjian regarded her coldly, his expression unyielding. As she spoke haughtily, once a financial professional, Fu Wenhua had resigned due to a downturn in the economy, choosing to stay home and care for their incapacitated elders alongside Fu Wenxue. However, when the market improved, she convinced the women in the family to lend her intermittent loans totaling 500,000 for stock trading, which ultimately resulted in catastrophic losses. Yet, she berated him for being stingy and selfish, lamenting as if the sky had fallen at the slightest loss, all while being part of the same family and so calculative. With compounding debts and the family's numerous financial needs, he found himself unable to repay anything, resorting instead to quick cash from bars, leveraging his looks to charm and serve drinks. Eventually, she discovered his secret and chastised him for his shamelessness and moral decay, accusing him of being consumed by greed. "I was drugged last night." Fu Wenhua's expression shifted to one of alarm, quickly replaced by skepticism. Who would dare drug a grown man? Fu Xingjian observed her reaction closely, realizing that the Fu family was unaware of the drugging incident and not complicit in it. "My blood tests confirm it." Fu Wenhua's demeanor turned serious, though her irritation lingered. "What filthy place did you go to? Why would anyone target you specifically? Have you crossed someone?" Fu Xingjian's expression remained indifferent, his eyes mocking. "That's none of your concern. I've already reported it." Fu Wenhua was displeased by his attitude and the way he regarded her, sensing a shift from before. Yet, despite his outward composure, something felt amiss, prompting her to exclaim, "What is this attitude of yours?" Fu Xingjian gazed intently at her. "Why do you not inquire if anything happened to me after being drugged? Are there any discomforts? Any lingering effects?" Fu Wenhua was momentarily at a loss for words, forcing herself to maintain her dignity. "You are perfectly fine here. My eyesight is not impaired, nor can I not discern that. What more should I ask? It will be superfluous." A hint of derision flickered in Fu Xingjian's eyes, due to her prestigious education abroad. Fu Wenhua had always held a position of superiority over the less educated Fu Xingjian, basking in his admiration and respect. Now, Fu Xingjian's repeated displays of disrespect provoked a mixture of fury and humiliation in Fu Wenhua, and she raised her hand to strike him. Fu Xingjian effortlessly seized her wrist, causing Fu Wenhua to pale and cry out in pain. Fu Wenxue emerged from the room and, upon witnessing the scene, hurriedly rushed to pull Fu Xingjian away, scolding him. "How could you lay hands on your fourth sister?" Fu Xingjian released her, brushing aside Fu Wenxue's hand with a demeanor that was calm yet indifferent. She initiated the assault. "I merely defended myself," he stated, asserting his position. Fu Wenxue's hand fell to her side, momentarily taken aback by the coldness in Fu Xingjian's expression. Chapter 5. The Dog Bites the Beggar. Even beasts can be cruel in front of Fu Xingjian. Fu Wenxue presented herself as a figure plagued by depression. Having endured the collapse of her family, the misfortune of her parents, and the betrayal of her scoundrel boyfriend and best friend after 6 years of romance, Fu Xingjian treated her with great care, despite her volatile temperament, often erupting over trivial matters. He would patiently soothe her, accompany her, and tolerate her insults and blows. After her outbursts, a simple apology would suffice, and Fu Xingjian never held grudges, often secretly bringing her milk tea to placate her. For Fu Wenxue, a cup of milk tea was a meager indulgence, but it fulfilled her vanity, as she was the only one among her many sisters who received such attention. satisfying her desire for recognition in a household where she felt overshadowed. Thus, in front of Fu Xingjian, Fu Wenxue maintained a certain air of authority, asserting her position. You ought not to demean your fourth sister. A home is a sanctuary of love, not a place of rationality. Apologize to your fourth sister at once. Fu Wenhua was taken aback by Fu Xingjian's audacity, her delicate features flushed with indignation. I do not require your false benevolence, she retorted, storming into her room and slamming the door with a thunderous crash. Fu Wenxue's charming visage was marred by dissatisfaction as she chastised him. Look at what you've done. Your fourth sister is truly angry. Think of a way to make amends. Fu Xingjian paid her no heed, instead turning his attention to tidying up on the balcony. The household comprised 4 rooms, 3 bedrooms plus a converted living room. Father Fu and Mother Fu occupied 1 room alone. The eldest, Fu Wangquan, and the second, Fu Wenwei, were both married and seldom visited, only occasionally returning to see their parents. Fu Wenxue shared a room with Fu Wenhua, while Fu Wenyue resided in the converted living room. Fu Wenjue, a university student, had a separate, larger room for his studies, ostensibly for a peaceful learning environment, despite only returning home once a week. Previously, Fu Xingjian had been easily manipulated into yielding to their whims, but now he had shed that naivety and refused to concede any longer. Why should he pay for their rent, living expenses, and tuition, only to be denied even a room of his own? One should not feed a dog too well, lest it develop a condescending attitude. People should not be treated too kindly, for it might embolden them to take liberties. Fu Wenxue stared in disbelief as Fu Xingjian pried open Fu Wenjue's door, her emotions a tempest of shock and anger. What are you doing? She cried. Fu Xingjian did not lift his gaze, continuing to force the door open and stepping inside. Fu Wenxue widened her eyes in disbelief. Have you lost your mind? This is Wenjue's room, not yours. The door swung open. The room, spacious and oriented south, was furnished with bedding that Fu Wenxue had arranged for them. Fu Xingjian scoffed. It is mine now. Fu Wenxue rushed forward to block the entrance, preventing him from entering Fu Wenjue's room. Fu Xingjian, what on earth are you doing? You cannot barge in without Wenjue's consent. This is an invasion of privacy. Fu Xingjian, with a wry smile, replied, He has privacy, but I do not. You all seem to invade my balcony daily. Fu Wenxue denied the accusation, exclaiming, What nonsense are you spouting? Fu Xingjian scoffed, You all have installed surveillance on the balcony. Yet you dare speak to me about privacy infringement? Fu Wenxue's pupils dilated in shock. How did he know they had set up cameras on the balcony? What nonsense are you spouting? Fu Xingjian had been deceived by them too many times. Fu Wenxue refrained from mentioning privacy, and he had not yet recalled that invisible cameras were installed on the balcony of his residence. He only discovered this in his previous life the following year, when he had brushed it off with some flimsy reason. Reflecting on his past foolishness, Fu Xingjian's gaze turned cold, and his tone grew increasingly hostile. Get lost. Fu Wenxue was taken aback. How dare he tell her to leave? She was infuriated, her face twisting in anger, the suppressed fury surging to her brow. Fu Xingjian, you get out of here. This is Wenjue's room. Fu Xingjian merely smiled slightly, seizing Fu Wenxue by the shoulders and tossing her aside. Fu Wenxue let out a cry of pain as she collided with the wall, a sharp ache piercing her nose, tears streaming down her face. Fu Xingjian did not even spare her a glance, striding into the room to throw out Wenjue's belongings and replace them with his own. Hearing the commotion, Fu Wenhua emerged to find Fu Wenxue sobbing, while Fu Xingjian was already discarding Wenjue's things. Fu Xingjian, stop this at once. Fu Wenhua shouted in anger. Fu Xingjian disregarded her, not only continuing, but also tossing Wenjue's blanket directly at Fu Wenhua's face. Infuriated, Fu Wenhua flung de blanketazide, yelling, Fu Xingjian, get out. I have no brother like you. Finally, Fu Xingjian paused. Fu Wenhua, listen carefully. I pay your rent. I provide your living expenses, not just yours, but also Fu Wenjue's tuition and living costs. If anyone should leave, it should be you. On what grounds do you claim the right to tell me to leave? Is it your thick skin or your utter lack of shame? Fu Wenhua stared at him in disbelief, her body trembling with rage. He had finally lost control. His true nature had been revealed. A person raised in a disadvantaged environment could not possibly be devoid of inherent flaws. The impact of a lower-class upbringing had bred in him a narrow perspective and limited understanding, rendering him ignorant, incapable, and short-sighted. He lacked a broader vision, a sense of contribution, altruism, and gratitude. How infuriating it was that they had trained him for nearly 2 years, believing that soon he would become magnanimous, willing to sacrifice for family, grateful to his kin, and eager to contribute to the family. Little did they know, they had misjudged him. At his core, he remained selfish and unfeeling. With a mocking expression, Fu Wenhua sneered at him. Do you truly believe that if it weren't for Wenjue's classmates, you could afford the rent for this place? Fu Xingjian continued to hurl items outside. 2 years without earning a dime. Yet you, in your 20s, still rely on others for living expenses, and you dare to ridicule me? It's like a dog biting a beggar. Even beasts can be cruel. Fu Wenhua's eyes filled with rage. The immense humiliation made her teeth chatter violently. He was utterly unqualified, lacking education, ability, and worth. He could only manage menial jobs. Such a despicable individual, devoid of even the most basic benefits, dares to mock her as worthless? I am an international student hailing from a prestigious university, earning a sum that you can scarcely imagine. Fu Xingjian derides her, a pig's nose inserted into a scallion. What a pretense! If you possess the capability, why not go out and earn it? Fu Wenhua is filled with an overwhelming desire to crush him, yet she refrains, determined to mold him into a better version of himself. Why would she waste her time acting with him when she could be mingling with those worth millions? The current economic climate is unfavorable, and I lack the capital. However, if you were to grant me 1 million, I would return 2 million within a month. Fu Xingjian doubled over with laughter, recalling how she had previously deceived him in a similar fashion. He stated that the bank would never lend such a sum to someone without a formal job, to which she confidently replied that she would enlist her classmates' assistance. This person, who scrounges for part-time jobs without any benefits, somehow managed to secure a loan of 500,000 from a bank. Now, she is audaciously seeking 1 million, doubling the amount. Is she truly attempting to ensnare him? Fu Wenhua had never before endured such blatant humiliation throughout her life. Her clenched fists were nearly drawing blood. What are you laughing at? Fu Xingjian wiped away his tears of laughter, genuinely amused by the absurdity of the situation. Fu Wenhua found his coarse language and lack of refinement increasingly distasteful and repugnant. If you doubt my abilities, we can draft an agreement. If after 1 month, I cannot provide you with 2 million, I shall owe you that amount. Chapter 6. I have no habit of hitting women. Fu Xingjian wore a carefree smile, akin to a beetle yawning, his tone audacious. In the presence of the Fu family, he seldom displayed such a frivolous demeanor in his past life. He feared their disdain. Before them, he wouldn't dare utter a single curse or colloquial expression. He attempted to emulate Fu Wenjie, thinking that if he could not be a scholar, he could at least be a gentleman. Reflecting on this now, he realized that to them, he was merely a failed imitation. I am not hungry at the moment, so do not try to appease me with empty promises. If you truly possess the capability, do not ask me for money with such a high return rate. Why not earn it yourself? Before Fu Wenhua could speak, Fu Xingjian silenced her. Do not tell me you cannot secure a loan because your family has credit issues. Is it only I who can obtain a loan? The words Fu Wenhua intended to say were preempted by him, igniting her fury and leaving her dizzy with rage. You lack capital, yet expect me to make you money. What a delusion. Fu Xingjian scoffed. Make you money? You should focus on earning a living for yourself first. Starting next month, I will no longer provide you with living expenses. You are all adults, yet you expect me to support you alone. This entire family, aside from me, consists of shameless leeches. Having vented his anger, Fu Xingjian left the room, slamming the door behind him. Fu Wenhua stood amidst the scattered belongings, utterly disheveled and seething with fury. Her fists clenched. Her gaze towards the door was filled with a desire to tear apart the person inside. Fu Wenxue, with a serious expression, remarked, "It seems he has taken something wrong today." Upon mentioning this, Fu Wenhua suddenly recalled Fu Xingjian's earlier claim of being drugged. A complex expression crossed her face. Indeed, he had been drugged, which explained his absence the previous night. He even reported it to the authorities. Fu Wengsu, astonished, inquired, "What substance was used? It cannot be an illicit drug, can it?" Fu Wenhua paused. He seemed more spirited than usual. "I thought nothing was amiss." Fu Wenxue retorted, "He has already laid hands on you and insulted us mercilessly. He does not appear to be untroubled." Fu Wenhua, with a cold expression and smoldering resentment, stated, "Even if he is under the influence of drugs, it reflects his true feelings, which is why he spoke that way." Fu Wenxue, equally incensed, questioned, "What shall we do now?" Fu Wenhua replied curtly, "What can we do? We shall wait until the effects of the drug wear off. Even if there are reasons for his actions, I will not forgive him." Fu Wenxue, perplexed, wondered, "What sort of potent drug is this? Shouldn't we ask him what happened?" Fu Wenhua, now impatient, declared, "The priority is to figure out where to move Wenjue's belongings. If you wish to inquire, go ask him yourself." Fu Wenxue glanced at the firmly shut door, gingerly touching her nose, which still throbbed from the earlier impact, drawing a sharp breath in pain. Wenju should be placed on the balcony for the time being. Once the effects of the medicine have worn off, we can return Wenju's belongings to their rightful place. By noon, Fu Xingjian awoke from his nap, and the clock was nearing 3 o'clock. He ordered takeout for himself, crayfish, barbecued delicacies, and beer. Ever since the Fu family had sought him out, misfortune had plagued him. He had not indulged in such insatiable delights as crayfish, which merely tantalized the taste buds without truly satisfying hunger. When the takeout arrived, Fu Wenxue opened the door and was taken aback by the sight of the food. "Did you deliver to the wrong address? No one in my house consumes such things." For Fu Xingjian, these were extravagant treats, while for Fu Wenxue, they were nothing but the detritus of street vendors. "These are mine," Fu Xingjian asserted, stepping out to retrieve the food from the delivery person, expressing his gratitude. Fu Wenxue disdainfully remarked, "Who knows from which filthy creek these crayfish were dredged up? They could be crawling with dirt. And what about those barbecued beef skewers? Are they even genuine beef or lamb? They could be made from rat or cat meat, for all we know. You have no idea whether these takeout establishments maintain proper hygiene. You spend money only to harm your health." Fu Xingjian ignored her incessant prattle and firmly shut the door. Fu Wenxue's face flushed with anger. She felt her goodwill had been met with ingratitude. "You wretched creature, may you choke on your food." He placed the takeout on the table. "Knock, knock, knock. Fu Xingjian, come out. You cannot eat those odorous dishes in Wenju's room." The knocking persisted, accompanied by her shouts. "Fu Xingjian, I command you to come out and eat. Did you hear me?" His mood thoroughly soured. He opened the door, his expression dark as he retorted, "Get lost." With that, he slammed the door with a resounding thud. Fu Wenxue's face turned crimson with fury as she pounded on the door. "Open up. Let me in. You uncultured brute. Hurry and come out." In a sudden motion, Fu Xingjian flung the door open. Unprepared, Fu Wenxue stumbled forward, crashing into him. Coldly, he addressed her. "Fu Wenxue, do not mistake my tolerance for your shamelessness." She staggered back, regaining her balance, but his words ignited a fierce anger within her, and she retaliated by slapping him. Just as before, she sought to vent her frustrations by attacking him. In the past, Fu Xingjian had refrained from retaliating, allowing her to unleash her wrath. However, this time was different. He seized her wrist, delivering a sharp slap across her face, followed by another with equal force. The sound echoed sharply. Fu Wenxue was momentarily stunned, her mind swirling in a haze. He had actually struck her. He had dared to strike a woman, although she was not favored at home. She had never before endured such a humiliation. With a scream, Fu Wenxue's eyes glistened with rage as she lunged to claw at his face, launching a flurry of punches and kicks in retaliation. Fu Xingjian seized her clawing hand, his expression frigid, his gaze as menacing as a ferocious beast. "In my lexicon, there exists no custom of refraining from striking a woman. Should you persist in your entanglement, do not blame me for my lack of civility." Fu Wenxue thrashed about in a frenzy, her eyes wide with fury. "You are hardly a man. You strike women. You are a wretched creature, less than a beast. Only the most ineffectual of fools would unleash their frustrations upon a woman. If you possess any courage, then kill me. If you do not, you are but a cowardly, low-born wretch, to be adorned with a lifetime of infidelity, to sustain another's offspring. Fu Wenxue's voice resonated loudly enough for all within the vicinity to hear with clarity. Fu Wenxue trembled beneath her covers, shivering with fear. The two paralyzed individuals lying in bed were at a loss, uncertain how to respond. Had something gone awry? Fu Wenhua furrowed her brow. Typically, Fu Wenxue's feigned emotional outbursts, when uncontrolled, were far more offensive than this tirade. Fu Xingjian believed she suffered from depression, losing command of her emotions during episodes. Thus, as long as Fu Wenxue refrained from self-harm, he would never retaliate against her, allowing her to vent her anger. Afterward, no matter how many slaps Fu Xingjian endured, Fu Wenxue would merely lower her head and offer an apology, and the matter would be resolved. They were siblings. After all, could one truly harbor resentment? Yet today, Fu Wenhua felt a pang of unease. Surely, the effects of the medication must have worn off by now. Suddenly, as Fu Wenhua heard the silence where Fu Wenxue's curses had been, her anxiety deepened, prompting her to step outside and investigate. What unfolded before her was enough to make her heart leap in her throat. Fu Wenxue's face had been struck to the point of resembling that of a swollen pig. Chapter 7. Above others, treat them as humans. Below others, treat yourself as human. Fu Wenhua covered her mouth, her face a portrait of shock and incredulity. Was this the handiwork of Fu Xingjian? Once, Fu Wenxue had struck Fu Xingjian on the head, leaving him with 8 stitches at the hospital. Had it not been for his hair concealing the injury, his visage would have been marred. Nevertheless, Fu Xingjian bore no resentment towards Fu Wenxue and even reassured her not to dwell on it. She had previously overlooked this, but now Fu Wenhua was genuinely alarmed. What on earth had those wretches administered to Fu Xingjian? It had been an entire day, and the effects of the drug persisted, rendering him nearly deranged. If he truly lost his mind, how would they explain it to their parents? Stop this at once, Fu Wenhua yelled, wielding a broom in an attempt to strike Fu Xingjian. After 3 futile attempts, Fu Xingjian effortlessly seized the broom, snapping it in 2 before discarding it with ease. Fu Wenhua's fear began to surface as she threatened, Fu Xingjian, if you continue, I will call the police. Fu Xingjian scoffed at her words, unperturbed by the prospect of her reporting him. In his previous life, many incidents he deemed worthy of police involvement were dealt with privately. The family preferred to resolve matters internally, viewing public exposure of family shame as unacceptable. Even without revealing their identities, they posed no risk to their stock prices. Fu Wenxue was pushed in front of Fu Wenhua by Fu Xingjian, who impatiently remarked, don't let her bother me anymore. Don't let her interfere with my meal. Fu Wenhua, suppressing her fury, glanced at the broken broom on the floor and assisted the wailing Fu Wenxue out of Fu Xingjian's room. Once outside, Fu Wenxue erupted into tears, filled with extreme grievance, rage, and bitterness. Fu Wenhua felt a wave of helplessness. They had always commanded Fu Xingjian as if he were a mere dog, and he had complied willingly. Now that Fu Xingjian resisted, they were powerless against him. Leave him be for now. Let him eat, Fu Wenhua suggested. Fu Wenxue nodded, stifling her frustration, vowing that once Fu Xingjian recovered, she would demand an apology, compelling him to kneel and bow his head. There would be no forgiveness otherwise. Meanwhile, inside, Fu Xingjian continued to relish his lobster. His phone rang on the table. A glance revealed the caller ID Red Girlfriend. Kikinglu. Fu Xingjian cast a fleeting glance at the screen before returning to the succulent lobster, dipping the tender tail into the spicy, aromatic sauce and savoring the explosion of flavors, spicy, rich, and utterly delectable. The phone continued to ring incessantly until Qi Qinglu had called 8 times in succession. Next door, Fu Wenxue's phone chimed. Upon seeing it was Qi Qinglu calling, she instinctively felt a twinge of aversion. Fu Xingjian was their brother, and although they had little choice but to accept it, they harbored no fondness for Qi Qinglu, perceiving her ambition as excessive. Their current lack of opposition was merely a means to temper Fu Xingjian through her influence. Fu Wenxue answered the phone, hearing Qi Qinglu's hurried voice on the other end. Sister Xue, Is Fu Xingjian at home? Upon hearing his name, a sharp gasp escaped her lips, and her expression tightened in pain. He is at home. Qi Qinglu let out a sigh of relief. Sister Shui, please tell him that I am looking for him, and that he should answer the call. Fu Wenxue raised an eyebrow, curious about the urgency. What happened? It's nothing serious. But please tell him to answer the phone right away. Sensing the urgency in her tone, Fu Wenxue replied, All right, I will inform him. After accepting Qi Qinglu's gratitude, she hung up and turned off her phone. How could she take the initiative to inform Fu Xingjian that his girlfriend was desperately trying to reach him? With a cold smile, she dismissed the incident and continued to gaze into the mirror. Looking at her swollen and disfigured face, bruised from Fu Xingjian's actions, her heart seethed with anger. She would never forgive him so easily. Meanwhile, Fu Xingjian's phone rang again. Having nearly finished his meal, he tidied up the remnants and went to wash his hands in the bathroom. The 3-bedroom, 2-living room, and 2-bathroom layout meant only Fu Wenjue's master bedroom had an en-suite, while the remaining bathroom was shared. As he splashed water on his face in the bathroom, he couldn't help but smirk ironically. The Fu sisters certainly doted on Fu Wenjue. The raccoon. After several rings, his phone fell silent. Moments later, Fu Wenjue called. Fu Xingjian also chose not to answer this call. Unable to reach him, Fu Wenjue turned to the 4th sister for information. After listening, Fu Wenhua deduced why Fu Wenxue had not helped Qi Qinglu find Fu Xingjian. He had been drugged the previous night and had yet to recover. On the phone, Fu Wenjue's voice was filled with concern. Is 5th brother all right? Has he been to the hospital? What did the doctor say? Fu Wenhua's expression darkened as she recalled Fu Xingjian's sarcastic and ungrateful demeanor after returning home. Wenjue, don't worry. If it were serious, the police would have sent him to the hospital when he reported the incident. That's good to hear. Is 5th brother unable to answer the phone? Xiaoqing has been looking for him. It seems urgent. Unlike Fu Wenxue, Fu Wenhua remained composed. After ending the call, she approached Fu Xingjian's door and said coldly, Qi Qinglu is looking for you urgently. You need to answer her call. Fu Xingjian lay sprawled across his bed, unresponsive. In his previous life, he had risen with the dawn and toiled late into the night, akin to a tireless beast of burden. This time around, even without a system to compel him to rest, he had come to terms with the unpredictability of life. One could never tell when misfortune would strike, just as he had met his end without understanding how. His greatest regret in his former life was not the kindness he had shown the Fu family, who had manipulated him, but rather that he had endured a lifetime of hardship, never enjoying the fruits of his labor. The family he had once cherished turned out to be nothing more than a heap of trash. He regretted it, lamenting that he hadn't treated himself with more kindness during his lifetime. Perhaps this was the reason the system of resignation chose him. Fu Wenhua noticed that Fu Xingjian remained unresponsive, and with a furrowed brow, she retreated to her room, pondering when he might return to normalcy. On the other hand, Qi Qinglu had dialed Fu Xingjian numerous times, yet he did not answer, infuriating her to the extent that she rushed to the Fu residence immediately after class. Being a university student, her tuition and living expenses were naturally covered by her childhood sweetheart, Fu Xingjian. While Qi Qinglu was still in class that afternoon, her instructor summoned her from the classroom. To her utter astonishment, they had come regarding the incident of Fu Xingjian being drugged. Little did she expect that not only had Fu Xingjian failed to deliver the items to the hotel room the previous night, but he also chose to report the incident to the authorities. Now, she found herself embroiled in the situation. The police had come knocking. This left her feeling both embarrassed and humiliated. Fu Wenhua already knew it was Qi Qinglu at the door before she rang the bell. In their efforts to keep Fu Xingjian in the dark, they had not only installed surveillance cameras in the community, but also positioned them at the entrance outside the house, in the living room, and on the balcony. Previously, when Fu Xingjian returned home, Fu Wenhua had not anticipated his arrival at noon, and thus had overlooked the footage until she saw him descending the stairs on the monitor. 4th sister, I'm here to see Xingjian, Qi Qinglu asserted, deliberately adopting a tone of familiarity and ease with Fu Wenhua. Fu Wenhua invited Qi Qinglu inside, noting that he had been behaving oddly since his return. You should have a good talk with him. She paused before continuing. Asked him what exactly happened. It was evident to everyone how well Fu Xingjian treated his girlfriend. Not only did he fund her education and provide her with living expenses, but he also indulged her whims and showed her great tolerance. As Fu Xingjian himself had stated, if he had nothing to offer her, how could she possibly remain with him? Chapter 8. The half-full bucket. Qinglu was perplexed. How could Fu Xingjian still be under the influence of the milk tea he drank last night? It was already past 6 in the evening. A whole day had passed. She bit her lip, wondering if the items she purchased were flawed. After all, they had cost her a considerable sum. As she headed to the balcony to find someone, Fu Wenhua suddenly recalled to remind her that he was not on the balcony, but in Wenju's room. You should speak to him properly, before I inform Wenju. He needs to move out of Wenju's room immediately. Qinglu was astonished. Fu Xingjian had actually occupied the sixth brother's room? This was utterly outrageous. I will have him move out at once. Fu Wenhua nodded. Surely, Fu Xingjian would listen to Qinglu's words. Qinglu did not knock on the door, as she was accustomed to taking the initiative with Fu Xingjian. After all, he never seemed to be angry with her. The door was not locked, allowing Qinglu to easily push it open. Upon entering, her anger flared. The belongings of Fu Wenjue were completely gone, leaving the room desolate, and the air was permeated with the lingering scent of crayfish and barbecued food. Fu Wenjue had a penchant for cleanliness. He would surely detest such overpowering odors. Fifth brother. What on earth is going on? How could you make sixth brother's room so disheveled? How will he be able to stay here when he returns? Qinglu had unconsciously begun to address Fu Xingjian as fifth brother. Fu Xingjian regarded her with indifference. You seem to relish meddling in others' affairs. Is it due to a propensity for gossip or a lack of self-worth? Qinglu stood frozen in disbelief, convinced she had misheard. What did you say? How could Fu Xingjian utter such unkind and harsh words to her? They had grown up together, and she was well aware of how well he treated her. Fu Xingjian scoffed. I advise you to refrain from indulging in idle chatter and consider your own worth. Qinglu was infuriated. Fifth brother, how can you speak to me this way? Fu Xingjian laughed derisively. Your worth is reflected in my demeanor. Her face flushed, tears welling in her eyes. She implored. Fifth brother, have you misunderstood something? Do you really think I would poison your milk tea? Fu Xingjian looked at her, as if she were a fool. I hadn't eaten dinner that night. Apart from your milk tea, I had consumed nothing. Qinglu's heart sank, a mix of shock and anger overwhelming her. He claimed to care for her, yet what man in his right mind would suspect his girlfriend of such a thing? Fifth brother, you have truly disappointed me. I am your girlfriend. Why would I want to harm you? What kind of person do you think I am? Seeing her anger, Fu Xingjian did not rush to placate her, as he had in the past. His expression was calm, almost indifferent. The truth will be revealed when the police investigate. He never anticipated that there existed someone like Qinglu who would drug her boyfriend and send him to another woman's bed. Qinglu was filled with rage, her face reflecting profound sadness from betrayal. Fu Xingjian, you don't believe me? I am your girlfriend, and yet you doubt me? Fu Xingjian gazed at her with an indifferent expression. In their previous life, she had confessed to him that, having grown up together and lacking emotional experience, she had mistakenly equated sibling affection with romantic feelings. She had never truly liked him. She had always viewed him as an older brother, someone to depend on. Seeing his lack of reaction, Qinglu clenched her teeth, tears welling in her eyes. Fine, let the police investigate, she declared defiantly. If they find that I was the one who drug him, I will accept it. I will break up with you. I will go to prison. I will face execution. She continued, if the police determine that I did not do it, then I will still break up with you. Since you doubt me so much, what is the point of us being together? Regardless of the outcome, Qinglu was resolute in her decision to part ways with Fu Xingjian. Qinglu could not believe that Fu Xingjian could remain unaffected. She was acutely aware that they had grown up together, relying on one another. He could not possibly be without her. Fu Xingjian leaned back slightly in his chair, his posture relaxed, his feet stretching out, as if he were surrendering to the situation. Very well, I agree. He was about to marry the mother of his child, and naturally, he would sever ties with his ex-girlfriend cleanly. Qinglu was engulfed by confusion and anger, largely incredulous. What did you say? Fu Xingjian's eyes seemed to be coated with frost, cold and serene like the moonlight outside. I said I agree to the breakup. Qi Qinglu's expression shifted to one of shock and fury, an uncontrollable wave of panic and anger surging within her. You want to break up with me? Is there someone else? A hint of derision flickered in Fu Xingjian's gaze. After she had drugged him and sent him away, he wondered what audacity she had to accuse him of such things. He reminded her, Qi Qinglu, you are the one who is initiating the breakup. Tears streamed down Qi Qinglu's cheeks, her gaze reproachful as she looked at Fu Xingjian, her voice hoarse. You are the one who doesn't believe me first. You are the one who doubts me. In the past, when Qi Qinglu's eyes had welled with tears, Fu Xingjian would feel a pang of sympathy. Now, however, he remained unfazed, as if he were oblivious to the beauty of the woman before him, on the brink of tears. His words were resolute and sincere. Yes, I do not believe you. I suspect you. Qi Qinglu's once vibrant face paled, a bitter smile gracing her lips, an aura of fragility enveloping her, rendering her all the more beautiful. We have known each other for 20 years, and I never imagined you would doubt me over something so unfounded. I truly misjudged you. With that, she bowed her head, large tears rolling down her face, her slender form seeming to sway precariously. Fu Xingjian appeared detached, as if he were a mere bystander, coldly instructing her to leave. The conversation is over. You should go. Qi Qinglu clenched her teeth, her heart racing. She approached Fu Xingjian solely to persuade him to retract the police report. Otherwise, should the investigation proceed, it would undoubtedly uncover something. What she initially believed to be a straightforward matter had now ensnared her, caught in a predicament due to Fu Xingjian's demeanor. At this moment, Qi Qinglu recognized the unsettling nature of Fu Wenhua's earlier remarks. Could it be that the medication she had purchased had adversely affected Fu Xingjian's mind? Or, as Fu Wenhua suggested, was Fu Xingjian's current instability merely a result of the lingering effects of the drugs? Qi Qinglu harbored an intense resentment toward the individual who sold her the medication, having squandered thousands on such worthless pills. Fifth brother. A shadow of distress clouded Qi Qinglu's features as she hesitated, biting her lip, unable to articulate the words that lingered on her tongue. Fu Xingjian, at present, was not inclined to engage in any guessing games. Did you not hear me tell you to leave? The more brusque and unfeeling Fu Xingjian became, the more Qi Qinglu was convinced that he was still under the influence of the medication. Fifth brother, I do not blame you. I understand that what you are saying is not reflective of your true feelings. Do not fear. I shall take you to the hospital to see a doctor immediately. Qi Qinglu urgently sought to pull Fu Xingjian toward the hospital for a checkup. Only when Fu Xingjian returned to his normal state could he heed her words and assist her in overcoming the challenges she currently faced. Chapter 9. His countenance held a semblance of utility for me, serving as mere decoration. Fu Xingjian shook off her grasp, declaring, if you are unwell, seek medical attention. Qi Qinglu was in a state of desperation, her eyes brimming with concern for him. Have you not been drugged? Your speech and actions are far from normal. You are not yourself. Let us go to the hospital and purge the effects of the drug. Fu Xingjian, adopting a tone laden with unutterable complexity, replied, during my blood test at the hospital this morning, the effects of the drug were nearly dissipated. It is impossible for there to be any lingering effects now. Qi Qinglu retorted impulsively, that cannot be true. If you were not drugged, how could you treat me this way? Fu Xingjian began to comprehend her line of reasoning, no longer indulging her whims as he once did. Was he truly acting out of character due to the remnants of the drug? Their argument was abruptly interrupted by the arrival of the police. Fu Wenxue had been beaten so severely that she dared not leave her room. It was Fu Wenhua who opened the door. Upon seeing the two officers, Fu Wenhua was momentarily taken aback, but quickly regained her composure. Fu Xingjian had reported the drugging incident. Fu Wenhua assumed they were there to apprehend Fu Xingjian, but it was not so. The officers were there to arrest Qi Qinglu, taking her to the police station for interrogation. In front of the Fu siblings, Qi Qinglu was handcuffed in silver. I did not drug fifth brother. Fourth sister, I truly did not. Qi Qinglu had previously arranged to deny any agreement between them, knowing that her own misfortune would follow if she confessed. Fu Wenhua stood in astonishment. Officers, are you mistaken? She is my brother's girlfriend. They are childhood sweethearts and have grown up together. She would never harm my brother. The officer glanced at the tearful and aggrieved Qi Qinglu, stating, "We operate on evidence. We will neither wrong an innocent nor let a wrongdoer escape." Fu Wenhua turned to Fu Xingjian, expecting him to intervene or say something. Yet, Fu Xingjian remained a mere bystander, watching as Qi Qinglu was taken away by the police. In his previous life, Fu Xingjian had never reported the incident, leaving him oblivious to Qi Qinglu's fate. Suddenly, Fu Xingjian turned his gaze towards the surveillance camera near the air conditioning unit in the living room, his eyes sharp as if piercing through to the observer behind the camera. Wu Yi, concealed behind the monitor, met Fu Xingjian's gaze, his own eyes deepening with intrigue at the boy's perceptiveness. Within a day, Wu Yi had not only discovered Fu Xingjian's residence, but also uncovered the events that transpired the previous night. A skilled computer expert, Wu Yi had effortlessly gained control over the Fu family surveillance system. It could be said that the events of the day had been witnessed by several through the monitors. Mei Dang continued to persuade, "Miss, let go of the idea of obtaining a marriage certificate. Not only does he have a girlfriend, but he also exhibits tendencies of domestic violence." Initially, he had held a disdain for this suddenly emerged man. After reviewing Fu Xingjian's background, Wu Ye's disdain only deepened. Born in an orphanage, he had merely completed middle school, rendering his understanding and worldview ill-suited for someone of the lady's stature. In the eyes of these individuals, what distinction exists between a junior high school education and illiteracy? How audacious for an illiterate to dare set their sights on a young lady. Such courage, such boldness. Wu Yi, with a hint of jealousy, added, "And his girlfriend." The two hail from the same orphanage, sharing a childhood bond. Yet, in his pursuit of the upper echelons, he not only abandoned his childhood sweetheart, but also sought to imprison her. Such a heartless, unprincipled, and incompetent man, unworthy not just of the young lady, but even of an ordinary woman. Apart from Jianyu, the other three possessed various reasons to oppose the union between the young lady and Fu Xingjian. Jianyu felt somewhat speechless. Clearly, they had unearthed more than this. Yet they chose to distort the truth out of their selfishness. However, Fu Xingjian's circumstances were indeed too dire. So much so that even for the sake of a favorable omen, he found it impossible to utter a single word in his favor, feeling it would be an affront to the young lady. Sure Wu Shuang gazed at Fu Xingjian on the monitor, her phoenix eyes slightly raised, examining him with a casual scrutiny. Upon further investigation, disregarding other factors, just his ability to contend with Wu Yi and spar with Xian Wu, do you really consider him an ordinary person? And what about the sudden emergence of his family? Mei Tang observed that the young lady's resolve had not waned. She licked her lips and softened her tone. "Young lady, there are many men easily manipulable beyond him alone. If Fu Xingjian, a man devoid of any advantage save his looks, were to be wed, the young lady would surely become the object of ridicule among her family." Sure Wu Shuang's pale complexion appeared even more distinguished and aloof beneath the resplendent crystal chandelier. "My promises remain unchanged. No matter how high his education, it cannot surpass mine. No matter how wealthy he is, he cannot match my fortune. No matter how skilled he is, he cannot outfight me. No matter how heartless he may be, he cannot rival my indifference. To me, his face holds some utility. I could simply use it as a decoration." The group exchanged glances, realizing that this man truly seemed destined to enter the young lady's life, oblivious to his own worth. Fu Xingjian suspected that there were others behind the surveillance of the Fu family. Lacking evidence, it was merely an instinct. Rumor has it that a certain faction online enjoys spying on others through their networks and cameras. Though he is a grown man, the sensation of being scrutinized is quite uncomfortable. He did not comprehend why he had never felt this way before. He merely attributed it to his newfound paranoia post-rebirth, believing that no one could be trusted and that everyone should be guarded. Thus, he dismantled all the surveillance cameras in his home. Fu Wenhua glared, filled with fury but unable to voice it. Even concerning Qi Qinglu, Fu Xingjian remained indifferent, allowing her to be captured. Clearly, he was not yet acting normally. One could only hope that after this night, Fu Xingjian would regain his senses. The next morning, the Fu family awaited Fu Xingjian to rise early and prepare breakfast for them. By 8 o'clock, his door had yet to open. Wasn't he supposed to have breakfast ready by 6 every day before heading to work? What on earth was happening today? He hadn't gone to work yesterday. Was he still unwell? He hadn't prepared breakfast for us. I am starving. Now, making a phone call to the restaurant is bound to raise his suspicions. Until noon, Fu Xingjian, who had indulged in an all-night gaming session, finally awoke. He drew the curtains apart, and the sunlight outside was blindingly bright. Fu Xingjian stretched languidly, as he rarely slept until midday unless he was unwell. Although his lack of gaming prowess had left him subject to ridicule akin to that of an elementary school student during last night's play, it did not dampen his spirits. He first checked in with the system, for only upon doing so could he seize the chance to participate in the lottery. Little Jean, host, will you not enter the lottery today? Fu Xingjian was not inclined to praise his dismal luck and decided against participating. He contemplated waiting 10 days to half a month to partake in the lottery all at once, believing that consecutive entries would enhance his chances of winning. As Fu Xingjian exited his room, the three sisters of the Fu family were absent, leaving only the two tools, his father and mother, at home. When Fu Xingjian opened the door, one of the tools adeptly closed his eyes, feigning a vegetative state, while the other, stricken by a stroke and unable to speak, could only regard him with a gentle and affectionate gaze. Fu Xingjian paused. In his previous life, it was such a gaze that had ensnared him, leading the boy who had never known his mother to believe this was the essence of maternal love. Chapter 10. Self-inflicted suffering, retribution for evil in his childhood. Devoid of parental care, he was subjected to bullying, endured hunger, and lived in filth, all without anyone to attend to him or reproach him. He would often linger nearby when he witnessed children being scolded by their parents, contemplating that had he been in their position, he would have certainly refrained from inciting such anger in his mother and father. He would have been obedient, striving to be the exemplary child they desired. Fu Xingjian's cold gaze fixated on the paralyzed Mother Fu, unwavering for an extended period. Mother Fu's expression gradually morphed into one of embarrassment and confusion. What was unfolding? After tormenting Fu Wenxue and Fu Wenhua yesterday, had they now turned their attention to him? Fu Xingjian finally averted his gaze, surveying the state of the room. The simplistic furniture consisted of basic tables and chairs. On the table lay an assortment of health supplements he had purchased for the elderly, along with disposable adult diapers and other miscellaneous items. A floor-standing water dispenser stood at the edge of the table. A sardonic expression crossed Fu Xingjian's face. His temperament would have previously dissuaded him from acquiring a water dispenser. He had never utilized one himself, opting instead to boil tap water for consumption. His ambitions were to earn enough to support Qi Qinglu's university education and to purchase a home that belonged to them. All of this relied solely on him. How could he afford to squander money frivolously? Yet, despite his reservations, he had never voiced a dissenting word about their desire for a water dispenser. He understood that transitioning from a life of affluence to one of frugality was undoubtedly a challenging endeavor. In other rooms, there were no water dispensers, save for the dining area. Yet here, within this room, a water dispenser was singularly present. Was it a hope that the stroke-afflicted Mother Fu would rise to fetch water herself? Or the hope that the comatose Father Fu would somehow manage the same? Within the confines of the room lay two incapacitated elders, both incapable of self-care. Yet astonishingly, there was no foul odor permeating the air. He had once believed that Fu Wenxue and Fu Wenhua were dutifully caring for their parents, secretly competing with each other in their filial piety. If they, as daughters, could be so devoted, he felt an even greater obligation as their son not to fall short. Their meticulous attention to their parents' needs had led him to unconsciously regard them as exemplary daughters and sisters. After all, it is often said that no son can be truly filial in the face of prolonged illness. Even he could not guarantee he would care for his incapacitated parents as well as they seemed to. Today, the trash in the bin remained unemptied. It had been the entire morning, and they had yet to change or cleanse themselves. Fu Xingjian seemed to murmur to himself. Both Father Fu and Mother Fu trembled slightly. Initially, during the recognition phase, they had feigned a loss of control over their bodily functions to create a semblance of realism, prompting Fu Xingjian to clean up after them a few times. However, As Fu Xingjian became increasingly preoccupied with work, he had no time to manage household affairs, thus leaving the responsibilities to Fu Wenxue and her sisters. Once they took over, while Fu Xingjian was away, the two were tasked with cleaning the house, preparing meals, and doing laundry. Just as they hesitated, contemplating whether to feign incontinence to hint at their situation to Fu Xingjian, he heard the sound of the living room door opening. Turning to the water dispenser, he poured water while facing away from the two individuals on the bed, adding a touch of the laxative he had purchased after his blood test at the hospital the previous day into their cups. He then fed each of them half a cup. When the Fu sisters returned, they glanced towards Fu Xingjian's room, uncertain whether he had returned to normal today. To their surprise, Fu Xingjian emerged from his parents' room. Just in time, "You have to change them," he remarked as they had soiled themselves. Fu Wenhua frowned and replied, "Aren't you home? Why don't you change them yourself?" Fu Xingjian coolly lifted his eyelids. "They are under your care." Fu Wenhua retorted with displeasure. "While we are indeed taking care of them, they're not solely our parents. They're also yours, and you share the obligation to tend to them." Leaning casually against the wall, Fu Xingjian responded, "You may consider me an unfilial son." Fu Wenhua's brows knitted tightly as she fixed her sharp gaze upon him. "Like a blade. I don't care whether you are filial or not. Our parents raised you." She faltered mid-sentence, her expression shifting abruptly. She had forgotten that Fu Xingjian had not been raised in their home, and thus owed him no parental gratitude. Instantly, her shoulders slumped, and after a few moments of internal struggle, she calmly said, "You cannot blame our parents for not raising you. No one could have foreseen that you would be taken away and placed in an orphanage. The most heartbroken individuals in this situation are mom and dad. If you hold this against them, it is utterly unwarranted. To take a step back, how far back must you retreat for anyone to hear you?" Fu Wenhua clenched her teeth. "Even if our parents did not nurture you, they gave you life. In the past, these seemingly reasonable yet distorted arguments had always struck a chord with Fu Xingjian. With a half-smile, he replied, "Eating my food, drinking my water, using my belongings, living in my home. What more do you want? What are you hesitating for? Are you waiting for me to show you the way? As your brother, shouldn't you set a good example for me?" Fu Wenxue was taken aback. She had remained silent, yet Fu Xingjian did not spare her either. "That wretched brat." Fu Wenhua gazed deeply at Fu Xingjian, as if trying to see through him. "We are family, yet you calculate everything so meticulously. You have disappointed me greatly." Fu Xingjian leaned languidly against the wall, exuding an air of indifference, his innate pettiness seemingly dissipated. His eyes sparkled with a reckless charm, and at a glance, he appeared strikingly handsome in a devilish way. This unexpected allure left Fu Wenhua, who had never appreciated his looks before, feeling increasingly frustrated, realizing that she must have been blinded by anger moments ago. For a fleeting moment, she found herself thinking that this insufferable brat was indeed quite handsome. He was undeniably insufferable, waiting here to supervise them as they tended to their parents. After sending the drowsy Fu Wenhua back to her room, Fu Wenhua and Fu Wenxue exchanged glances, hoping that the two inside would exercise some discretion and know how to handle the situation. The harsh reality struck them as they opened the door. A foul stench rushed out to greet them. Fu Wenhua and her sister were caught off guard, and a wave of nausea surged forth, causing their faces to turn pale. A revolting sensation rushed up their throats like a rocket. Fu Xingjian watched them intently from the side. They paused for 3 seconds before reluctantly proceeding. Fu Wenhua shot a seething glare at the two individuals lying in the room. How dare they actually bring them out? Father Fu and Mother Fu exchanged bitter smiles, for they too were helpless in this situation. They felt utterly powerless to control it. As Fu Wenhua attempted to close the door, Fu Xingjian blocked it with his foot. "Let me remind you, I have installed surveillance in their room. I can see how you care for them. If you dare to mistreat them behind my back, do not blame me for calling the authorities." Fu Wenhua's eyes widened in disbelief as she questioned him. "Who permitted you to install surveillance in their room? How dare you do this without my consent?" Fu Wenxue too panicked and scolded him sharply. "Do you not realize you are infringing upon our parents' privacy?" His actions meant he could observe the room at any time. How could they continue to conceal things? Surely they would not resort to the repugnant task of changing their parents' soiled linens. She would never stoop to such disgusting behavior. Fu Xingjian smirked sarcastically. Did you consult me before installing surveillance in my room? Fu Wenxue struggled against the nauseating stench in the air, fighting the urge to vomit. Her face flushed with anger. How could he treat her this way? We simply forgot to inform you. It was not intentional. Who told you to stay on the balcony? We did this for safety. It is for your own good. Fu Xingjian, uninterested in a moral debate, retorted, I too am concerned about their well-being at night. I am doing this for their sake. The surveillance is set. If you find it unacceptable, then endure it. Fu Wenhua and her sister were seething with indignation, their chests heaving with barely contained fury. In a fit of rage, Fu Wenhua slammed the door shut with a resounding bang, leaving Fu Xingjian outside. Inside the room, Fu Wenhua searched for the surveillance camera, casting a questioning glance at the two incapacitated individuals. Where had Fu Xingjian hidden the monitoring device? Chapter Undichi, Fu Xingjian. I am truly enraged. Your efforts in procreation are utterly futile. The Fu father and Fu mother dared not utter a word or even stir, fearful that Fu Xingjian had surreptitiously installed surveillance upon entering the room. Fu father was particularly apprehensive, for his employment contract stipulated that any exposure of his identity due to negligence on his part would not only result in the forfeiture of his substantial monthly salary of $50,000, but also entail a hefty compensation for breach of contract to the Fu family. Fu mother communicated with her eyes, uncertain whether Fu Xingjian had indeed set up monitoring devices and oblivious to their potential locations. Fu Wenhua and Fu Wenxue resolved to conduct a meticulous search for the hidden surveillance. Fu Xingjian, knocking at the door, reminded them, eldest daughter, are you going to provide mom and dad with a change of clothes or not? The sisters' faces turned ashen, suspecting that Fu Xingjian was observing them through the concealed cameras within the room. Fu Wenxue, in a state of terror, glanced at Fu Wenhua. Do we really have to provide them with a change? The mask she wore, a remnant of Fu Xingjian's earlier aggression, still clung to her face upon her return, offering some degree of olfactory isolation. It was marginally better than Fu Wenhua's situation, yet still insufficient to quell the turmoil within her. She felt a profound despair. As Fu Wenhua contemplated her impending actions, her fingers trembled imperceptibly, her complexion resembling that of a corpse. Resolve, she thought. Instinctively, she inhaled deeply to bolster her courage, only to be assaulted by the foul stench that threatened to induce retching, tears of revulsion welling in her eyes. Fu Wenxue gaped at her in disbelief. Is it really that dire? Why not just confront him directly? Fu Wenhua offered a cold laugh, her eyes reflecting an icy disdain. Look at him, utterly ineffectual. What does he possess? What skills does he have? Do you honestly believe he can compete with anyone? Who would ever regard him with favor? Whether it be Fu Wenchang from the second household or Fu Wenhua from the third, all outshine Fu Xingjian without question. Were it not for Wenju being an adopted child, they would not have expended such time and energy indulging Fu Xingjian in this charade. If Fu Xingjian persisted in his current wretched state, she would prefer he never returned to the Fu family, lest his presence jeopardize the interests of the first household. At least Wenju enjoyed the affection of their grandmother, possessing advantages of her own. Furthermore, having grown up alongside Wenju, their bond was profound, ensuring that when Wenju assumed leadership, their benefits would not be overlooked. None of these attributes could be matched by an outsider like Fu Xingjian, who relied solely on blood ties. In terms of both pragmatic benefits and personal sentiment, Wenju was infinitely superior to Fu Xingjian in their eyes. Thus, they would never willingly disclose the truths of the Fu family to him, nor would they permit him to reclaim his place easily. Fu Wenxue felt herself on the verge of collapse, regardless of Fu Wenhua's assertions. She could not bring herself to provide the necessary changes for the filth. She was uncertain if she could even manage that for her biological parents, let alone for these two hired individuals. Fu father and Fu mother were, once again, unable to contain themselves, having left behind a mess that had yet to be attended to, only to produce another batch. In a moment of darkness, Fu Wenxue pressed her hand to her forehead, her body swaying precariously. My face aches, my head spins. I need to rest. I'll leave this to you. Fu Wen wasized Fu Wengsu. Ergazifierche. Her expression even more menacing. Do you think I wish for this? Do we have any choices? Half an hour later, the sisters emerged from the room, their spirits waning as if their vitality had been siphoned away. Their eyes were vacant, resembling marionettes devoid of life. Fu Xingjian turned from the balcony to regard them, his eyes shadowed with intense darkness, a smirk playing at the corners of his mouth, tinged with mockery. Is this really just a change of clothes? You appear as though you've traversed through hell, wishing for nothing more than to perish. Your pace is rather slow, isn't it? I intend to install the surveillance you left on the balcony in Mom and Dad's room. What do you think? The crimson hue in Fu Wenhua's eyes deepened, veins on her forehead bulging as she demanded, "You haven't installed the surveillance yet?" Fu Xingjian replied nonchalantly, "I'm not in a hurry." "Are you?" Fu Wengsu, Doningamask, appeared as pale as a ghost, her eyes glaring at Fu Xingjian as if she could incinerate him with her fury. "You're going too far. Are you referring to my installation of surveillance or my failure to do so?" The sisters felt rage bubbling within them, their previous torment now a distant memory. Despite Fu Xingjian's facade of indifference, there was a glimmer of schadenfreude in his amused eyes. They could manipulate Fu Xingjian only when he allowed it. Now that he resisted, they found themselves helplessly furious. First, let's endure this humiliation and shower. Yet neither wished to wash first, both feeling as if they were stained with filth, the most repugnant among them. Fu Wenxue disregarded the unspoken rules, seizing the opportunity while Fu Wenhua was unguarded, and forcefully entered the bathroom to bathe. Fu Wenhua had no choice but to confront Fu Xingjian, her tone imbued with an undeniable authority. "I will use the bathroom in your room." Fu Xingjian's refusal was simple and firm. "No." Fu Wenhua's expression darkened. "Fu Xingjian, are you truly intent on opposing me?" Fu Xingjian, idly toying with his fingertips, crafted an excuse that was both light-hearted and convincing. "Shouldn't you be cleaning up after Mom and Dad now? Besides, I wonder how you manage their care daily, either dawdling or doing a shoddy job. You take advantage of Mom and Dad's inability to speak, bullying them into silence when they suffer." It was usually Fu Xingjian who faced their criticism, yet now he was the one scrutinizing them. One inversion of fate. Fu Wenhua's teeth ground together, the whites of her eyes tinged with a hint of crimson due to her intense emotions. "On what grounds do you say this? If you find our efforts lacking, why don't you demonstrate how it's done?" Fu Xingjian replied lightly. "Just because I can critique the taste of a cup of milk tea does not mean I must know how to prepare it. Are you in kindergarten? Nowadays, elementary school, students no longer speak in such a manner, yet you continue to use that condescending rhetoric?" Fu Wenhua's teeth are on the verge of being shattered by Fu Xingjian's relentless teasing. "I am determined to wash up." She resolved to force her way into the bathroom, convinced that once she disrobed, he would be unable to drag her out against her will. In less than a minute, Fu Wenhua stormed into Fu Xingjian's room and emerged in a frenzy. With a pale countenance, she shouted, "Why is there a snake in your bathroom?" Fu Xingjian replied nonchalantly, "It's my pet." It was evident that she was a victim of double standards. Fu Wenjue's room was off limits, and the bathroom was out of bounds. Yet, his room not only housed surveillance equipment, but also permitted unrestricted access to the bathroom. Thus, he had taken the liberty of placing a remarkably lifelike toy snake on the sink. Real pet snakes require a controlled environment. They cannot be casually kept in a bathroom. By the time she regained her composure, he could very well procure a real pet snake, perhaps even several. Fu Wenhua's expression was one of despair, and she was seething with fury, ready to slap Fu Xingjian once more. She had grown accustomed to such confrontations. However, Fu Xingjian would no longer indulge her. "One does not strike a woman," he declared, "but since you take such pleasure in slapping, I shall accommodate your peculiar penchant." With a swift motion, Fu Xingjian preemptively struck her before she could land her blow. The impact turned Fu Wenhua's face askew. He raised a finger in warning, cautioning her against provoking him to strike a woman. "Under ordinary circumstances, I do not resort to violence against women. Why must you compel me to abandon my gentlemanly demeanor? If one day I transform into a man devoid of grace, morality, and decorum, it will undoubtedly be at your behest. The audacity of his retort ignited a bitter taste of blood in Fu Wenhua's throat as she seethed. Fu Xingjian, I am truly furious. Fu Xingjian's expression remained indifferent. Your anger is futile. Chapter 12. The millionaire's one night. Fu Wenhua watched in disbelief as Fu Xingjian struck her before leaving the room. Reminiscent of a callous abuser in a domestic violence scenario, heartless and cold-blooded. No sooner had Fu Xingjian departed than Fu Wenjue rushed back from school. Fu Wenjue and Fu Wenhua poured out their grievances to him. Fu Wenjue's expression was grave. Was it truly the influence of drugs? He pondered whether Fu Xingjian had uncovered something, or if his true nature was indeed as ruthless as it appeared. Fu Wenxue vehemently denied any other possibility, asserting that it must be the drugs affecting him. Since his return from being drugged, he had been nothing but aggressive and abusive, typically frugal. He had never been one to order takeout, yet just yesterday, he indulged in crayfish and barbecue. Fu Wenhua added that he rarely took sick days, unless incapacitated. He would not forego work, as missing a day could jeopardize some of his part-time jobs. Fu Wenxue interjected, he didn't work yesterday, and he hasn't shown up today either. Fu Wenjue remained uncertain about Fu Xingjian's condition, yet regardless of the circumstances, it seemed advantageous for him. Suddenly, Fu Wenhua recalled, wait, didn't you have classes today? Why are you back? With an expression of resignation, Fu Wenjue explained, Xiao Qing called me, saying she was involved in the incident with Fu Xingjian being drugged and needed me to bail her out at the police station. Fu Wenhua frowned. Although she held little regard for Qi Qinglu, she found it implausible that Qi would drug her own boyfriend. Fu Wenjue shared her sentiment, but upon his arrival at the station, he found the situation complicated. They couldn't secure her release without the intervention of Fifth Brother to drop the charges and minimize the issue. While they deliberated their course of action, Fu Xingjian had already been summoned to the police station. The matters that had remained unclear due to his evasion in a previous life were now about to come to light. At the station, Wan Shenglan had already begun to confess. As a wealthy woman, Wan Shenglan possessed both means and leisure, frequently frequenting the gym. Fu Xingjian, a part-time trainer there, boasted a robust physique and striking features, his taciturn demeanor often misinterpreted as a brooding charm. Wan Shenglan had long been captivated by Fu Xingjian's looks, coveting his youthful, well-defined abs, and had persistently showered him with gifts and affection. Yet, Fu Xingjian remained impervious to her advances, leaving Wan Shenglan feeling humiliated. Consequently, she undertook an investigation into his background and discovered he had a childhood sweetheart, a university student. Undeterred, she sought out his girlfriend. However, Wan Shenglan only admitted to spending 1 million to invite Qi Qinglu's boyfriend, Fu Xingjian, for a meal at a hotel, denying any further involvement. She claimed to have never even met Fu Xingjian the night prior, let alone drugged him. As for whether Fu Xingjian's girlfriend had administered anything to him, she was unaware. Qi Qinglu was also aware that Wan Shenglan had been interrogated, but she did not believe Wan Shenglan would dare reveal the nature of their transaction. Thus, no matter the police's attempts to coerce her, she steadfastly maintained her innocence, exhibiting remarkable composure and selectively divulging certain details. She only acknowledges her acquaintance with Wan Shenglan and admits to having accepted her money, but she denies having sold her boyfriend to her. It was all in retaliation against Wan Shenglan. This is because Wan Shenglan constantly meddles with her boyfriend, showering him with various expensive gifts. This behavior displeases her, and she fears that over time, her boyfriend might genuinely be swayed by this wealthy woman. Thus, she pretended to acquiesce, hoping to test her boyfriend's loyalty when faced with a woman who fancies him in the hotel. Upon hearing the police recount the sequence of events, Fu Xingjian found it difficult to articulate his thoughts. Hesitating before he finally spoke, I indeed did not meet Wan Shenglan the night before last. The police officer scrutinized Fu Xingjian with subtlety. His face was strikingly expressive, exuding an aggressive aura when he appeared aloof. Yet, when his demeanor softened, he transformed completely. Reminiscent of a gentle breeze in the mountains, relaxed, carefree, and bright. It is no wonder that affluent women are willing to lavish their riches upon him. Since he did not meet Wan Shenglan the night before last, where did you go? Fu Xingjian fell silent, uncertain if the young lady would wish to be entangled in his troubles. Given his assumptions regarding her status, she likely would not enjoy dealing with the police. The officer reminded him, "Mr. Fu, if you do not disclose where you were the night before last, where you spent the night, and any witnesses or evidence, it will be challenging for us to investigate this case or establish its nature. No one can guarantee that you were not elsewhere consuming illicit substances that night, which could account for the presence of these prohibited substances in your system." Fu Xingjian inquired, "Have you checked the hotel as surveillance footage?" The officer replied, "We have, but the hotel as surveillance system malfunctioned that day, leaving no records." Fu Xingjian lowered his gaze, sensing he had a grasp of the young lady's stance. "I cannot recall the events of that night. My memory is a blank slate, which is why I went to the hospital for a blood test and reported the incident." The officer expressed regret. "If you remember anything later, do inform us." Fu Xingjian nodded. He wished to part ways. The officer arranged for him to meet her in detention. Upon seeing Fu Xingjian, Qi Qinglu's spirits soared. She knew that once he regained his composure, he would surely come to rescue her from this dreadful place. "What do you want?" She coldly turned away, refusing to look at him. She would not forgive him easily. Fu Xingjian regarded her with a calm gaze. "Did you exchange me for 1 million with Wan Shenglan?" Qi Qinglu's eyes flickered. She lifted her chin defiantly. "So what? Who told her to set her sights on you? I merely intended to swindle her out of her money." "What? Are you feeling sorry for her because I tricked her?" Qi Qinglu instinctively countered with accusations. Fu Xingjian raised an eyebrow. "So you admit to defrauding her of 1 million? Do you realize how many years you could face in prison?" Qi Qinglu's expression turned frantic as she stared at him, bewildered by his unexpected approach. "I did not. I was just trying to scare her. I will return her money." She believed that Wan Shenglan would not dare to pursue the matter of her fraud, for she held recorded evidence that could prove detrimental. If she wished to drag someone down with her, she could certainly achieve that. Fu Xingjian, however, displayed no emotional response to her thoughts. Justice, after all, is often delayed. "Let's break up." Qi Qinglu seemed to misunderstand, exclaiming, "What on earth are you talking about?" Fu Xingjian reiterated, "I wish to end our relationship." Qi Qinglu felt an intense surge of frustration rise within her, impatiently retorting, "I have already stated that I did not administer the drug. Can you please refrain from your unreasonable antics?" Fu Xingjian pressed his fingers to his temples, asking, "Can you not listen to reason?" Qi Qinglu's chest heaved with indignation as she replied, "Do you realize that when you doubt me, regardless of evidence, in your heart, I am already guilty?" Fu Xingjian noted her inability to heed reason, as she continued to speak only her own thoughts. And he cut straight to the point. "We are breaking up." Qi Qinglu felt a sense of suffocation and gritted her teeth. "Fifth brother, do not be so relentless." Fu Xingjian responded, "As long as you know you are in the wrong." Qi Qinglu, unable to contain her anger, retorted, setting this matter aside. "Would Wan Shenglan even seek me out if it weren't for you? Do you not see your own faults?" Fu Xingjian replied, putting aside the facts. "Are you suggesting we discuss slapping?" Qi Qinglu had reached her limit. "Fu Xingjian, if you do not cease this behavior, we will indeed break up. Truly break up. Even if you turn back to plead with me, I will never reconcile." Chapter 13. After breaking up with his ex-girlfriend, he swiftly obtained a marriage certificate with the female CEO. Fu Xingjian raised an eyebrow and smiled nonchalantly. She seemed to have forgotten that he had sought reconciliation before, because it was always her who, in a fit of anger, initiated the breakups. Now, it was he who had called for separation, and having done so, he would never look back. "Very well. I assure you I will not return a plead with you, nor will I seek reconciliation." Qi Qinglu fell into an indescribable fury. "All right, that's what you say. Whoever turns back to seek reconciliation is a dog. A wild dog." The words "wild dog" were spat out with such venom that it was clear she had already identified the subject of her ire. Fu Xingjian chuckled, his gaze laden with an inscrutable meaning as he replied, "Very well, I agree. Whoever turns back, whoever seeks reconciliation, is indeed a dog." With that, Fu Xingjian rose and departed. Qi Qinglu, trembling with rage, ground her teeth behind him. "Fu Xingjian, I loathe you. Fu dog. foolish dog. I await your plea for reconciliation. Fu Xingjian did not turn back, exiting the police station without a glance. As he slightly lifted his head, he keenly noticed a discreet black business vehicle parked diagonally across from the station. When Fu Xingjian looked over, the window rolled down, revealing the exquisite and aloof face of the young lady, her fair skin radiant in the sunlight, flawless as the finest jade. Fu Xingjian's expression momentarily faltered before he regained his composure and strode forward, unfazed. It wasn't that the young lady lacked beauty or was unworthy of his attention. Rather, he had suffered too many disappointments at the hands of women. Though the daughters of the Fu family may not possess the stunning allure of the young lady, they were undeniably beautiful in their own right. Particularly Fu Xingjian, who, with her striking appearance and sheltered upbringing, exuded an innocent purity. When comparing solely on looks, Fu Xingjian and the young lady were equally captivating, one radiating a pure, saintly beauty that evoked compassion, while the other exuded a noble coldness that invoked reverence. Qi Qinglu's appearance, in comparison to the Fu sisters, was not inferior to any except Fu Xingjian. Each of these women was more beautiful than the last, yet they were all adept at deception, manipulation, and moral coercion. Now, he had developed a protective instinct. His first reaction to beautiful women was no longer a surge of hormones, but rather a deep-seated wariness. The only exception to this guardedness seemed to be the young lady who had once borne him twins in a past life. Inside the car, not only was the captivating young lady present, but also Wu Yi and Xin Wu. Xin Wu harbored profound skepticism and vigilance towards Fu Xingjian, sharing a similar skill set. Wu Yi, having never faced Fu Xingjian in combat and having involved the young lady, also held a strong prejudice against him. Once Fu Xingjian entered the vehicle, neither greeted him warmly. Shi Wuxuang confirmed once more that she could not hear any of Fu Xingjian's thoughts. Yet beside him, she felt a long-lost tranquility. Fu Xingjian inquired, "Why is the young lady waiting here for me? If there's something urgent, a simple call would suffice." In an assertive tone, Shi Wuxuang inquired, "Can you drive?" Fu Xingjian nodded, revealing his numerous part-time jobs, which included being a chauffeur. Shi Wuxuang then addressed the others, commanding, "You all may exit the vehicle." Despite Xin Wu's evident disapproval, he, along with the others, complied with Shi Wuxuang's authoritative order. Fu Xingjian took the driver's seat, while Shi Wuxuang remained in the back, exuding an air of unparalleled elegance that surpassed her earlier presence at the hotel in a bathrobe. As she caught sight of Fu Xingjian's gaze through the rearview mirror, her expression turned icy and formidable. Fu Xingjian felt a pang of unease and swiftly inquired, "Where are we headed?" In a nonchalant manner, Shi Wuxuang replied, "To obtain our marriage certificate." Stunned into silence, Fu Xingjian was taken aback by the prospect of an impromptu marriage, hardly believing that the young lady had genuinely acquiesced. It was utterly absurd. When overwhelmed or troubled, Fu Xingjian often sought solace in a cigarette. Though he could forego food and drink, he could not relinquish his smoking habit, as it was his sole means of stress relief. "May I smoke?" he asked. Shi Wuxuang raised an eyebrow, permitting him to smoke but forbidding him to exhale. Feeling slightly helpless, Fu Xingjian opted to engage in conversation instead. After all, they were about to secure a marriage certificate, and she would soon be the mother of his future children. Shi Wuxuang maintained a cool demeanor, her attitude indifferent. Fu Xingjian began to divulge. "I grew up in an orphanage, lacking a house, a car, wealth, education, and a formal job." The admission sounded rather disheartening, especially in the presence of such a beautiful woman, and Fu Xingjian felt the need to preserve his dignity. He continued, "However, I do various part-time jobs. While I may not excel at any of them, I possess a smattering of knowledge across many fields. In the best of years, I have earned up to 80,000 a month and never less than 10,000. Perhaps to her, these figures seemed inconsequential. Yet he stubbornly asserted that he was no less valuable than those with stable jobs and benefits. "I once had a girlfriend I grew up with. I just ended things with her at the police station," Fu Xingjian clarified, wishing to avoid any misunderstandings. "Before I proposed to you at the hotel, I had already recognized the need to sever ties with her, so you need not worry about any lingering connections." Shi Wuxuang raised an eyebrow, surprised by his use of the term proposal. Aside from that, she was somewhat satisfied with his candor, noting that his account aligned closely with what Wu Yi had discovered. The main distinction was that Wu Yi had uncovered Fu Xingjian's deep affection for his childhood sweetheart, whom he had supported through her university years. Let us hope you keep your word. Otherwise, should Wu Yi uncover any discrepancies, he will surely understand the reasons behind the flower's vibrant bloom. In less than half an hour, they arrived at the marriage registration office. Fu Xingjian parked the car and promptly exited, opening the door for the young lady. Shi Wushuang stood approximately 1.7 meters tall, her long legs accentuating her flawless physique. She was neither too plump nor too slender. Fu Xingjian, standing at 1.85 meters, possessed a robust frame that, while not frail, complemented the delicate stature of Shi Wushuang, rendering her almost fragile in comparison. Two individuals entered the marriage registration office together. The pairing of a handsome man and a beautiful woman instantly illuminated the modest space. As they posed for their marriage certificate photo, Fu Xingjian felt his heart race slightly. In his 2 lifetimes, this was his first foray into matrimony. He had always believed that he would only marry Qi Qinglu, but now, another woman stood beside him. Shi Wushuang, perplexed, gazed at him and asked, "Why are you looking at her instead of the camera?" Fu Xingjian solemnly replied, "Thank you." Regardless of the reasons that led her to give birth to twins in their past life, he felt an overwhelming sense of gratitude towards her. Shi Wushuang, confused, wondered what he was thanking her for. Half an hour later, they emerged with their freshly minted marriage certificate. Fu Xingjian had just broken up with his ex-girlfriend and, almost immediately, had secured a marriage certificate with a young lady, becoming a married man, according to their marriage agreement. Shi Wushuang handed him a bank card and a set of villa keys. "This is the key to my villa on Yuhua Road. I will occasionally reside there. You may choose to stay at your own home or at the villa. The bank card contains 1 million. Henceforth, I will ensure that 50,000 is transferred to you each month for your personal expenses. The remaining 50,000 should be used to settle yourself in these next few days. A month from now, I will take you back home." Fu Xingjian felt a complex mix of emotions. He was now a certified gigolo. "As it is my first marriage, I may not fully grasp the procedures. If you require anything of me, please do not hesitate to inform me, and I will exert all my efforts to fulfill your requests." Shi Wushuang, her expression devoid of emotion, replied coolly, "I do not need you to do anything. Just be obedient." They were not true partners in marriage. Rather, they were merely individuals meeting their respective needs. Fu Xingjian understood this arrangement well. He sought children, while she required the marriage as a prerequisite to obtain her shares. Chapter 14. Was it the case that being bitten by a dog in childhood led to the emergence of a submissive demeanor in adulthood? The two parted ways outside the marriage registration office. Shi Wushuang drove away, leaving behind a message for Fu Xingjian that there was a car in the villa's garage from which he could choose one for transportation. Fu Xingjian's expression was complex. He had married a wonderful wife and possessed everything: cars, houses, and wealth. Before he could rely on a laid-back system to find solace, he had already leaned on his wife for comfort. Meanwhile, at the Fu residence, Fu Wenjue and others were waiting for Fu Xingjian's return. They waited until darkness enveloped the sky before he finally arrived. The moment Fu Wenjue laid eyes on Fu Xingjian, a flicker of surprise surged within him. Just one glance revealed that Fu Xingjian was indeed transformed. The children of the Fu family were all quite handsome, even when faced with adversity in their youth. It did not hinder Fu Xingjian from possessing an exceptional appearance and bone structure. However, despite his good looks, Fu Xingjian had previously suffered from fatigue due to late nights and irregular eating habits, which resulted in a lack of vitality and a weary gaze, diminishing his appearance significantly. Now, it was as though he had absorbed some essence, his eyes sparkling with life, and he seemed rejuvenated, shedding the fatigue and the subtle air of modesty that once clung to him. Fu Wenjue unconsciously clenched his jaw, a sense of unease creeping into his heart. "Fifth brother," Fu Wenjue exclaimed with an air of intimacy, "You're back." Fu Xingjian cast a fleeting glance at him, replying with a simple Fu Wenhua frowned, instinctively reprimanding him as usual. "Fu Xingjian, what kind of attitude is that? Didn't you see that Wenjue was greeting you?" Fu Xingjian raised his eyelids. his gaze cold and piercing, sending a chill through Fu Wenhua. She retorted with false bravado, "Why are you staring at me? Am I wrong? Wenjue is worried about you. He specifically returned from school to see you and waited for your arrival with good intentions. And this is how you respond." Fu Wenjue hastily interjected, "Fourth sister. Don't say that about fifth brother. Fifth brother, I heard you were drugged. How are you feeling now? Is there any discomfort? If so, don't hesitate to spend money. We mustn't take chances. I'll accompany you to the hospital." Fu Xingjian, having once been without family, cherished each relative deeply, including his brother Fu Wenjue. He had been told more than once that his biological brother had an improper relationship with his childhood sweetheart. He had never believed it. One was his own brother, and the other was his childhood companion. How could he accept such a notion? Not until he witnessed their intimate interaction at the wake did he start to question everything. "Who told you I was drugged?" Fu Wenjue maintained his composure. "Sister Xiaoqing informed me. She said something had happened to you and that you misunderstood her." Fu Xingjian looked at him with a frosty demeanor. Had they already become entangled? Had Fu Wenjue played a part in the drugging? Fu Wenjue cautiously replied, "Fifth brother, how could Sister Xiaoqing possibly drug you? It's absurd to even consider it." Fu Xingjian wore a smile that seemed ambiguous, and you appear to understand her quite well. Fu Wenjue, perhaps feeling guilty, sensed that there might be hidden meanings in Fu Xingjian's words. "No matter how well I know Sister Xiaoqing, it pales in comparison to the understanding forged from growing up together as childhood friends." Fu Xingjian denied this, asserting that she did not know her well. If she truly understood her, she would not be unaware that on this side, they had not broken up, and she had already had a boyfriend at school. In a past life, he only learned of this when someone approached him. They regarded him as her elder brother, hence the friendly greeting upon their encounter. Fu Wenju, astonished, questioned if there could be some misunderstanding. Given the depth of their feelings, if you do not trust her, she would undoubtedly be heartbroken. After enduring Fu Xingjian's ire for the past few days, Fu Wenhua finally found an opportunity to retaliate. "She's a college student. What are you? You are barely literate. You are simply unworthy of her." Fu Wenjue, with a troubled expression, attempted to mediate. "Fourth sister. Such words cannot be uttered. Fifth brother and sister Xiaoqing have grown up together, sharing a profound bond that cannot be shattered by anyone. Sister Xiaoqing is not that kind of person. There must be some misunderstanding here." Fu Wenhua retorted coldly. Regardless of whether Qi Qinglu's dual affections are a misunderstanding, she is inherently mismatched with Qi Qinglu. Did she not mention her aspirations for graduate studies? As time progresses, their differences will only widen. A breakup is inevitable. Fu Wenhua intended to provoke Fu Xingjian, hoping to drive him to the brink of fury. Fu Xingjian smirked but remarked, "There is no need to wait for the future. I have already broken up with her." The people present were momentarily taken aback, yet it was a fleeting shock. No one took it seriously. Over the past 2 years, Fu Xingjian and Qi Qinglu had quarreled about breaking up multiple times, only for him to ultimately relent and coax her back. Fu Wenhua had once suggested that perhaps Fu Xingjian had been bitten by a dog in his youth, which had led to his current affliction of being a lovesick fool. Fu Wenjue suddenly recognized a crucial point. Isn't Sister Xiaoqing at the police station? Has she already been released? Fu Xingjian replied, "I was notified to visit the police station, and I took the opportunity to end things. Thankfully I did. Otherwise, before I could break up, I would have been married." Fu Wenjue urged, "Fifth brother, at least listen to Sister Xiaoqing's explanation. I truly believe she is not the kind of woman you think she is. You are genuinely mistaken." Fu Xingjian scoffed, "If you think she is so wonderful, I'll gladly give her to you." Fu Wenjue's heart sank at this unexpected remark. His eyes sharpened as they met Fu Xingjian's mocking gaze. A wave of dread washed over him. Had Fu Xingjian not discovered some boyfriend of Qi Qinglu's from school, but rather him? Did Fu Xingjian suspect him and Qi Qinglu? Fu Wenhua, infuriated, blurted out, "What is she? How can such a loose woman be worthy of Wenjue?" In her eyes, Qi Qinglu, regardless of her upbringing, education, or capabilities, was utterly unworthy of Fu Wenjue. The mere comparison of Qi Qinglu to Fu Wenjue, even in jest, lowered Fu Wenjue's stature in her eyes. Fu Xingjian mocked, "What is Fu Wenjue compared to someone who swears brotherhood? In Fu Wenhua's eyes, Qi Qinglu, a mere wild hen, is unworthy of Fu Wenjue. Yet he is even less deserving than that wild hen. It is evident what kind of detritus he is in Fu Wenhua's view. His countenance was steeped in disdain, and his words were laced with cruelty. Your Fu family is already bankrupt. Not only are you devoid of a house, a car, or money, but the old are aging, and the young are mere burdens. You cannot even provide for his tuition and living expenses, yet you dare to peek through the cracks? What an absurdity! Fu Wenhua, stung by his derision and mockery, nearly blurted out a retort, but Fu Wenjue swiftly intervened. Fu Xingjian observed this exchange, a fleeting glint of coldness flickering in his eyes. Unbeknownst to them, they were playing him. Once he discerned their cards, it would be his turn to play them. Fu Wenjue attempted to clarify. Fifth brother, fourth sister did not intend to look down upon Sister Qing. Please do not overthink it. It was then that Fu Wenhua realized the venom behind Fu Xingjian's words. How malicious and cruel they truly were. He even spoke of going to the police station to sever ties with Qi Qinglu. And now, she uttered a single word against Qi Qinglu and was met with a torrent of insults from him. Chapter 15. If you find me displeasing, then perish. What good does your scolding do me? I shall not change. Fu Wenhua's face remained cold, her eyes glinting with a hint of derision. This is precisely my sentiment. I hold a disdain for Qi Qinglu. Even if our family faces bankruptcy, what we lose is merely material wealth. The knowledge, experience, and capabilities we have cultivated over the years are beyond the comprehension of someone like you. Do you truly believe we are dependent on your money to sustain ourselves? Whenever we choose, we can easily earn more than you could in a lifetime. Presently, we merely offer you an opportunity to integrate into our family. Yet you respond with such humiliation. You are akin to a shallow-minded frog at the bottom of a well, utterly useless. A fleeting smile crossed Fu Wenjue's face. The bond between the siblings was far from trivial. It was not something that a worthless individual like Fu Xingjian could easily disrupt. Fifth brother. Fourth sister has become quite forthright since studying abroad, but she certainly means no malice towards you. Please do not take it to heart. Before Fu Wenjue could finish, a fierce glint flashed in Fu Xingjian's eyes, and without warning, he delivered a powerful punch. Did I ask for your opinion? Do I require your explanation? Is your mouth approaching its expiration date? Why the urgency? Fu Wenjue possessed some skills and was significantly more agile than the average person. Yet, despite his efforts to evade, he was struck directly, sending blood gushing from his nose. Fu Wenhua and her sister rushed forward, supporting Fu Wenjue while glaring at Fu Xingjian. Fu Wenjue, unable to contain her anger, exclaimed disdainfully, "Why are you so detestable?" Utterly revolting, Fu Xingjian regarded her with icy indifference. If you find me displeasing, then perish. What good does your scolding do me? I shall not change. His words left the others in shock. Fu Wenjue had suffered from severe depression, often contemplating suicide during her episodes. In her darkest moments, Fu Xingjian had tirelessly embraced her, preventing her self-harm, offering encouragement and comfort. Even after breaking up with the scoundrel who had mistreated Fu Wenjue, Fu Xingjian had gone to great lengths to confront him. Hence, no one expected him to utter such callous and heartless remarks. Fu Wenjue's face turned pale, her eyes reddening as she glared fiercely at Fu Xingjian, her heart racing inexplicably, though she could not discern the reason for her panic. When Fu Wenjue returned, he had heard that Fu Xingjian's violent behavior was a consequence of his medication. He remained cautious, refraining from provoking Fu Xingjian, yet he was still unable to escape a blow. Fifth brother, though I am unsure of my misdeeds. Should you choose to strike me, I bear you no ill will. However, you must not speak to third sister in such a manner. If she were to take a drastic step, you would regret it for the rest of your life. Fu Xingjian's laughter was chillingly nonchalant. Her despair is of no concern to me. It is not I who pushed her. However, it is indeed your concern, for your classmate kindly rent a room for you. Yet your sister tragically perished within it. His once pristine house has been tarnished, rendered a place of malevolence, diminishing its market value and causing the entire building's worth to plummet. How deeply you have harmed others. Fu Wenjue scrutinized every expression and reaction on Fu Xingjian's face with a sense of suspicion. He was certain that the other man was not delusional or under the influence of any substances. Could it be that Fu Xingjian has come to know something? If he were aware of the true state of the Fu family, then his reaction would be understandable. But from where could he have gleaned such knowledge? Fu Wenxue bit her lip, her heart heavy with disappointment as she gazed at Fu Xingjian. Enough. I refuse to perish within these walls. I will not be a burden to you. With tears in her eyes, she retreated to her room. Fu Wenju, disregarding Fu Wenxue's emotional turmoil, tentatively inquired, elder brother. Do you harbor any misconceptions about us? You may voice them. We can clarify. Fu Xingjian's eyes were inscrutable as he posed a rhetorical question. Misunderstanding? Do you believe it to be merely a misunderstanding? Fu Wenjue's gaze faltered slightly. Did he truly know or remain in ignorance? Elder brother, we are all reasonable individuals. Let us discuss matters calmly. Clarity will dispel any misunderstandings. Seeing Fu Wenjue persist in his futile attempts to provoke, Fu Xingjian let out a cold laugh, allowing him to continue his futile endeavors without rushing to unveil the truth. What a change! It would merely result in insincere apologies and a meager repayment of what he had spent, a sum that, in their eyes, would be trivial, akin to charity bestowed upon him, a repugnant gesture, akin to a toad resting upon one's foot, harmless yet nauseating. He sought no insipid apologies, nor did he desire their attempts to disgust him. He yearned for retribution, an eye for an eye. What misunderstanding? He retorted. Fu Wenjue regarded him silently. I believe there exists a misunderstanding between us. You would not have been so heartless towards the third and fourth sisters, nor would you have laid a hand on me. Fu Xingjian's gaze fell upon him, his youthful, bright eyes exuding a pressure that made one's spine stiffen. There was no misunderstanding. He had merely come to a realization. For when one passes, they remain in that state for an eternity. Thus, while alive, one must embrace joy. Fu Wenjue felt bewildered by this cryptic statement, but instinctively chose to believe that Fu Xingjian was unaware of the Fu family's true circumstances. He had painstakingly convinced several sisters to engage with Fu Xingjian under the pretense of testing and instruction. He had no desire to allow Fu Xingjian to easily return to the Fu household. Instead, he endeavored to excel in elite education, striving earnestly to ingratiate himself with the Fu family. His aim was not to restore Fu Xingjian's former identity and status. Meanwhile, Fu Wenhua's expression was complex. Their current parents were mere fabrications, and the Fu siblings had never been exposed to the public eye online. Unless someone from their circle divulged the truth to Fu Xingjian, he would remain oblivious. And how could anyone from their circle possibly interact with someone like Fu Xingjian? With the certainty that Fu Xingjian was not privy to knowledge he ought not to possess, both felt a sense of relief. Long-established habits are difficult to alter in a brief span of time. As Fu Wenhua relaxed, her tone unconsciously shifted to one of command. Today, Wenjue is staying at home. You must tidy up the room and return it to him. Fu Wenjue hesitated, saying, "Fourth sister, let it be. That room can be given to fifth brother. I can sleep anywhere." Fu Wenhua replied matter-of-factly, "You are the younger brother, and he is the elder. It is only natural that he should yield to you. Moreover, you have always been sensitive to changes in your sleeping environment. If you sleep in a different place tonight, you surely will not find rest." Fu Wenjue's tone remained uncertain. "But fifth brother," Fu Wenhua interrupted, "no buts. If you do not sleep well tonight, how can you concentrate in class tomorrow?" After speaking, she glanced towards Fu Xingjian, who had already retreated to his room, leaving behind a resounding slam of the door. "Fourth sister, you shouldn't have said that just now. Fifth brother is surely upset again. I think I should return to stay outside." Fu Wenjue had anticipated this, knowing that such remarks were merely a habitual provocation of the relationship between Fu Xingjian and the sisters of the Fu family. Chapter 16, a single punch shattered his nasal bridge. Fu Wenhua wore a composed expression, harboring a growing resentment towards Fu Xingjian. At present, Fu Xingjian remained oblivious to the fact that Wenju was not his biological brother, yet he treated Wenju with such disdain. If Fu Xingjian were to discover that Wenju was abandoned by his mother to an orphanage, would that not be even more egregious? Fu Wenhua hesitated to reveal the truth to Fu Xingjian. Should they perhaps endure a night on the balcony? Fu Wenju stiffened momentarily. The balcony was so cramped that even turning around posed a challenge. He was not accustomed to such a damp and confined space for rest, unlike Fu Xingjian, who had grown resilient through hardship. Rather than outright refusing, Fu Wenju touched his nose and inhaled sharply. Fu Wenhua, diverted by his action, anxiously inquired, "Do you need to visit the hospital? You bled quite a bit." As the words escaped her lips, a sudden thought crossed her mind. Perhaps Fu Xingjian had shown some restraint while striking them? Otherwise, given the force he had used against Wenju, it was likely that their teeth would have been knocked out. Fu Wenju was surprised not to hear Fu Wenhua curse Fu Xingjian, as she typically expressed her discontent and criticism whenever Fu Xingjian acted poorly. Yet now, she refrained from mentioning his reprehensible behavior. Fu Wenhua gently prodded his swollen nose, causing Fu Wenju to flinch in pain. The sharp ache in his nasal bridge prompted him to declare, "I'll go to the hospital first, then stay near the school." Fu Wenju owned an apartment close to the school, as he usually resided there instead of on campus. "I'll accompany you," Fu Wenhua insisted. Fu Wenju repeatedly objected, not wanting his sister to run around night. He appreciated her thoughtfulness, contrasting sharply with the infuriating Fu Xingjian. To her, Wenju was undoubtedly the best brother. In that moment, Fu Wenhua overlooked the fact that despite Fu Xingjian's previous indulgence towards them, they had always viewed him with disdain. With Fu Wenju as a comparison, they failed to recognize any admirable qualities in Fu Xingjian. His only commendable trait, his ability to endure hardship, was the very thing they held in contempt. If mere endurance could lead to success, then surely the most prosperous individuals would be farmers. If suffering could yield riches, the wealthiest among us would undoubtedly be farmers. Upon arriving at the hospital, Fu Wenju discovered the severity of his injuries. His nose was significantly swollen, and bruising had appeared around his eyelids. The examination revealed a fractured nasal bridge. Internal bleeding had seeped into both his eyelids and the conjunctiva, creating a horrifying appearance as if his eyes had been blinded. Gazing into the mirror at his grotesquely disfigured face, Fu Wenju felt a surge of hatred blossoming within him, wild and rampant like untamed weeds. "Curse you, Fu Xingjian! Just wait." He would ensure that Fu Xingjian faced utter betrayal and despair, stripped of everything he held dear. The following day, Fu Xingjian had clarified his intentions with most of the part-time job groups, announcing that he would no longer be seeking such work. Many had already removed him from their circles. Those with whom he shared a closer relationship privately inquired whether he had come into wealth, questioning why he had ceased working part-time. The proprietor of the fitness class expressed profound regret and sorrow regarding Fu Xingjian's decision to no longer work as a part-time fitness instructor. After Fu Xingjian joined their gym as a coach, his tall and handsome appearance attracted numerous young women and wives who came to sign up, specifically requesting Fu as their trainer. It remains uncertain whether these women will continue to frequent the gym in Fu's absence as a coach. The gym owner repeatedly urged him, stating, "Should you ever wish to resume your role as a fitness instructor, whether part-time or full-time, I am more than willing to negotiate the terms." Fu Xingjian sincerely expressed his gratitude in response. According to their prenuptial agreement, Fu Xingjian is required to accommodate the schedule of the young lady, being at her beck and call. Following the dictates of the laid-back system, he is to assume a passive role, refraining from striving, exerting effort, or enduring hardship. Consequently, Fu Xingjian has resigned from the majority of his part-time positions. Before long, his phone began to ring. "Old Fu, what is going on? Zhang said you're not taking on any more part-time work." The caller was his close friend, Jidan. Fu Xingjian took a deep breath, suppressing the moisture welling in his eyes. "Yidan, do you recall our initial agreement?" Jidan, currently working as an extra, squatted by the curb while on the call. He pondered the question, but given their long acquaintance and numerous agreements, he was unsure which one Fu referred to. With a smile on his voice, Fu Xingjian responded, "In the future, if either of us strikes it rich, one shall feast while the other savors the broth. One will be the pillar, the other the ornament." Jidan abruptly stood up, perplexed. "What do you mean?" Unable to clarify over the phone, Fu Xingjian directly asked, "Where are you? I'll come find you." Ji-Dan replied, "Where else would I be? Still at the usual spot, the film studio?" Fu Xingjian affirmed, "I'll be right over." After hanging up, Ji-Dan's heart raced with unanswered questions. What was old Fu implying? Had he won the lottery? However, Ji-Dan quickly dismissed the thought, recognizing that if Fu Xingjian were truly fortunate, he would not be burdened with such a family. In times of prosperity, when money flowed, they did not seek out Fu Xingjian. Now, in their state of bankruptcy, destitution, and illness, they turned to him. Ji-Dan felt the weight of the situation acutely. Fu Xingjian already had one dependent, and now his life seemed filled with the elderly, sick, and infirm. It struck Ji-Dan as deeply unfortunate. For 2 years, this family, capable of working, had relied solely on Fu Xingjian for support. If this family treated Fu well, it would be one thing, but they had looked down upon him during their 2 visits. Though Ji-Dan himself had little to boast of, lacking education and skills, merely a small-time extra, he resented the fact that they consumed Fu's resources while simultaneously holding him in contempt. It was utterly disgraceful. Upon arriving at the film studio, Fu Xingjian skillfully located Ji-Dan and greeted other acquaintances among the extras. His part-time work included being an extra, and with his looks, he could have easily landed a small role with lines. However, he was unwilling to accept certain unspoken rules of the industry. Some bitterness he can endure, while some he prefers to avoid. It is precisely due to his unblemished integrity in this regard that he has eluded Wu Ye's grasp, ascending to prominence through a fleeting romantic encounter. Before long, the coffee and milk tea that Fu Xingjian had ordered for the crew arrived. He had requested 200 cups, an array of flavors for their selection, ample enough to cater to everyone's taste. Those familiar with him were taken aback. Fu Xingjian's frugality and miserly reputation were well known in the background actor community. Every time he participated in a production, he never missed the opportunity to collect his meal box, often shamelessly packing any extras to take home. They had never seen him consume anything other than plain water, and on scorching summer days, he would even splurge on a bottle of ice cola. "Little Fu, where have you struck gold?" Old Zhang, the leader among the background actors, had often assigned Fu Xingjian to various roles. The coffee and milk tea were from well-known brands, certainly not inexpensive. Ordering such a quantity must have cost several thousand yuan. Fu Xingjian smiled and replied, "No fortune here. Just found it before he could finish." The director erupted in a tirade against Ji-Dan. "I've said it before. These costumes are borrowed from the production. Do you dare to ruin them? Is your brain filled with dung? Can you not comprehend human speech?" Chapter 17. When did his brother become so formidable? This film is set for an overseas release featuring numerous high-end custom pieces. Should counterfeit brands be used, the ensuing legal battles would be relentless. Therefore, the luxurious attire worn by the protagonist is either provided by them or rented from prestigious brands. Ji-Dan's face flushed crimson, and though reprimanded, he dared not utter a word, hastily explaining, "Director Wan, this is not my doing. It was like this when I put it on." Director Wan's expression darkened as he bellowed, "If not you, then who else could it be? Could it possibly be the esteemed Guing Di?" Ji-Dan secretly harbored this thought, for his physique was similar to that of Guing Di, and he was hastily assigned as a stand-in for him. This ensemble was a high-end custom piece from Brand V, predominantly worn by Guing Di. As a mere background actor, Ji-Dan could not afford to offend Guing Di, and he was too terrified to even mention his name, reduced to stammering in cold sweat. Guing Di's assistant approached, casting a disdainful glance at Ji-Dan and arrogantly stating, "Our brother Gu said it was perfectly fine when he wore it." Ji-Dan's breath became labored as he struggled to suppress the rising panic within him. However, he protested, "But I did not cause this. I only wore it for a few minutes." The assistant, growing impatient, interrupted, "What do you mean by that? Are you implying that Brother Gu intentionally damaged it to make things difficult for you?" Ji-Dan's complexion fluctuated between pale and flushed. While he dared not offend Guing Di, he also could not afford the cost of this garment. Fu Xingjian approached, questioning how Guing Di, a person of such stature, could possibly target a mere background actor. Clearly, there was a misunderstanding. Perhaps reviewing the crew's surveillance footage would clarify matters. If it were inconvenient to view the footage, or if it had not captured the incident, or if it happened to be malfunctioning, I have a copy here. As he spoke, Fu Xingjian donned an appropriately apologetic smile. My brother rarely has the chance to wear the protagonist's clothes, and I eagerly recorded a video as a keepsake, fortuitously capturing the moment when the button on the sleeve had already come off. Director Wan scolded, "Who are you? Who permitted you to film here? This is not a place for any Tom, Dick, or Harry. If any filming content were to leak, who would bear the consequences? You or him?" Fu Xingjian silenced Ji Dan, unfazed by the public reprimand, his gaze sharp and unwavering. "I have not shared the video, and I will delete it. However, the pressing issue remains the matter of this high-end custom piece." The director's expression soured. When did a mere background actor have the audacity to critique his crew? "Hand me your phone. Let me see." The irate director nearly snatched the phone from Fu Xingjian's grasp. Yet, instead of viewing the video, he encountered a written message. As the assistant director leaned in to glimpse the situation, the furious director shoved him aside, his gaze fixated on Fu Xingjian, as if attempting to penetrate his thoughts. "Are you showing me the truth?" Fu Xingjian's demeanor relaxed, his tone casual yet assured. "I can guarantee it. You can verify it yourself." After the completion of this film, the White Shadow eventually faced a scandal, embroiled in infidelity during her marriage, which cast a shadow over this otherwise popular movie. Director Wan gazed deeply at her, then turned his attention to the timid Ji Dan, whose pallor remained unchanged. With a scoff, he declared that he had misunderstood the situation. The matter concerning the attire had nothing to do with Ji Dan. To convey his apologies, he resolved to offer the role of Fu Mingyue to Ji Dan. Fu Mingyue, the paragon of all characters in the script, hailed from a prestigious family, possessed beauty rivaling that of Panin, and exhibited a talent as radiant as jade. Despite her impeccable lineage, appearance, and intellect, Fu Mingyue was also driven by a profound sense of righteousness. Forsaking the pleas of foreign research institutions to return home with her scientific achievements. Yet, as fate would have it, how could such perfection exist in this world? Thus, at the age of 28, when she determined to settle in her homeland, she tragically perished in an aviation disaster. Previously, director Wan believed that no one could embody his vision of Fu Mingyue, leading him to abandon the idea of casting anyone for the role, allowing Fu Mingyue to exist solely in the memories of others. The assistant director and screenwriter were taken aback and rushed to intervene. "Director, this cannot be. That is Fu Mingyue. You cannot allow him to portray her simply because his surname is Fu." Van scrutinized Fu Xingjian, inquiring whether he dared to accept the role of Fu Mingyue. He was unsure how this minor background actor had come to know of the White Shadow situation. However, if what he said were true, the director's expression grew solemn. Inquiries needed to be made. Fu Mingyue's scenes were few, yet every moment she graced the screen shone with brilliance. A stellar performance would enhance the film's appeal, while a poor portrayal would invite scorn. The film featured 3 leading actors and 2 leading actresses, and the character of the White Moonlight sought to overshadow these talented individuals in both appearance and performance. Failing to deliver would result in mockery. Yet even such derision was preferable to being met with indifference, to be forgotten entirely. Fu Xingjian was taken aback. He had not anticipated the director would entrust him with such a pivotal role. In his previous life, no one had portrayed Fu Mingyue. It was not that no one had taken on the role, but rather that no one had been seen in a direct capacity, only from behind. According to online rumors, Fu Mingyue was the director's ideal. Thus, when he could not find a suitable actor, the role was shelved. The assistant director gestured for Fu Xingjian to decline hastily. Such an important character was beyond the reach of a mere background actor. Fu Xingjian smiled faintly. The director's regard for him was his source of confidence. Other roles might be overlooked, and even the leading male role might not entice him. In this film, which had achieved great success in his past life, he wished to test himself in the role of Fu Mingyue, the embodiment of the White Moonlight as envisioned by countless netizens. As for the acting skills he lacked, he cast his gaze towards the nearby renowned actor Gu, his eyes darkening with resolve. He remained unaware of why Gu had targeted him, a mere background player. In his previous life, it was this targeting that ultimately led Ji Dan to become entangled with a wealthy patron, resulting in humiliation and a tragic demise, leaving him unrecognizable. Therefore, He would not let Gu escape unscathed. The system's replication and plunder cards, whether through imitation or theft, were governed by a singular condition. The distance between the two parties must not exceed 3 meters. Fu Xingjian approached, remaining within this limit, silently reciting, to seize the acting prowess of the esteemed Gu Yingdi. Xiao Jin remarked, the heist was successful. By the time Gu Yingdi sensed Fu Xingjian's presence, Fu had already halted, having appropriated the other's talent, and turned to depart. Ji Dan followed closely behind, initially believing that Fu Xingjian intended to engage with Gu Yingdi, only to be taken aback when he reversed course midway. Arriving at a secluded corner of the set, Old Zhang and several other supporting actors gathered around, offering their congratulations to Fu Xingjian for securing a role, while reassuring Ji Dan that he was absolved of any suspicion and would not face financial repercussions. They had just been sweating bullets for Ji Dan. It was not that they were unwilling to assist. Rather, the stakes involved a considerable sum in luxury, and they dared not speak up. Nevertheless, having partaken of the generous milk tea, they refrained from exposing the fact that when Fu Xingjian arrived, Ji Dan had already donned his costume and was in the midst of filming without having captured any videos of him on his phone. Thus, no one inquired about Fu Xingjian's video, nor did anyone ask how he had persuaded Director Wan. After a brief exchange of pleasantries, Fu Xingjian took Ji Dan to request a leave of absence from Director Wan, aiming to calm his brother's nerves, assuring him that they would both resume work the following day. Despite Director Wan's notorious temperament and his usual lack of deference to anyone, he glared at Fu Xingjian with a stern countenance. Yet, Fu, possessing an audacious demeanor, cheerfully took the initiative to exchange contact information with Director Wan. As Ji Dan exited alongside Fu Xingjian, he remained in a state of bewilderment, feeling as though he were ensnared in a dream. When had his brother become so adept, so impressively formidable? Chapter 18. In the presence of Ji Dan, Fu Xingjian approached the parking area with an air of nonchalance. Ji Dan noticed him halting in front of sleek Aston Martin Valiant. He had always possessed a fondness for automobiles, though he could not afford them. He was well versed in the intricacies of various luxury cars. He marveled at the silver-black sports car before him, exclaiming, "I wonder whose esteemed vehicle this is," casually parked here instead of in the designated lot. With so many bicycles and electric scooters passing by, it hardly seems prudent to leave it exposed to potential scrapes. Fu Xingjian retrieved the car keys, and before Ji Dan's astonished gaze, he effortlessly entered the vehicle. Ji Dan's mouth fell agape, his eyes widening as he witnessed the luxurious car door swing open. "Goodness, the door of the Valiant has been opened by my brother." Fu Xingjian could not suppress his laughter. "Aren't you coming in?" Ji Dan, still in shock, manually closed his gaping jaw as he climbed into the car. Sitting in the opulent vehicle, which was worth over 30 million, he felt as though he were perched upon a golden brick. This singular moment was likely the only opportunity in his life to experience such luxury. He cautiously examined the interior, curiously touching the seats. "Did you steal this? Or is it rented?" Observing Ji Dan's expression of delight and astonishment, Fu Xingjian recalled the gruesome scene he had encountered earlier, his heart heavy with emotion. "If you truly like it, I shall gift it to you in the future." Ji Dan, not daring to take his words seriously, mused. "Where on earth did you acquire this car? Are you moonlighting as a client?" Fu Xingjian replied, "It's my family's." Ji Dan chuckled, unable to resist a hint of sarcasm. "Your family? Those relatives of yours are as good as useless." Fearing that Fu Xingjian might take offense, he quickly added, "Do tell me, where did this car come from?" Fu Xingjian, unfazed, confirmed, "It genuinely belongs to my family. It's my wife's." Ji Dan's expression turned serious, and he questioned, with evident skepticism, "How can a college student afford such a luxury? Goodness, she wouldn't be cheating on old Fu, would she?" With a calm demeanor, Fu Xingjian replied, "Who told you my wife is her?" This statement left Ji Dan bewildered. Hadn't old Fu been tightly bound to Qi Qinggulv all these years? To save money for a house and ensure that Qi Qinggulv would marry him upon graduation, he had taken on every possible side job for the sake of financial gain. Now, with the added burden of family, it seemed that the promise of buying a house and marrying her right after graduation was no longer feasible. Suppressing his excitement and the urge to laugh, Ji Dan inquired, Did Qi Kinglove kick you to the curb? Fu Xingjian shot him an annoyed glance. I was the one who ended it. Ji Dan scoffed. Who would believe that? You might as well be telling a ghost. Not even a ghost would believe you. As Fu Xingjian drove, he recounted the events of the past few days. Ji Dan's expression darkened, anger blazing in his sincere eyes. To the hospital. Fu Xingjian relished the concern of his good friend. What hospital? It's been days. I'm perfectly fine. You danced fury served. Stop talking nonsense. Do you really think you'd spend money on a thorough examination? Hurry up and go to the hospital. I'll pay for your checkup. If you dare refuse, I swear I'll beat you to a pulp. In order to save money for his childhood sweetheart and her burdensome family. Fu Xingjian was so frugal that he wouldn't even splurge on a meat bun for himself. Who would have thought he could earn 30 to 50,000 a month? Amid the angry shouts of concern, memories of his friend's tragic demise in a past life struck Fu Xingjian like heavy blows to the heart. I'm really fine. If you're worried, I'll go for another checkup. Seeing that Fu Xingjian no longer opposed the idea, Ji Dan began to believe him. Have you really had an examination? Fu Xingjian replied. At that time, I felt as if I was in a daze. I was afraid something might go wrong, so I had a thorough checkup. Ji Dan then shifted his focus to the mention of Fu Xingjian's wife. No matter how he considered it, something felt off. Even if the other party had been schemed against, their unintended union had led to something good. Yet, in the current world, there was little distinction between ending up in the wrong bed and boarding the wrong vehicle. Was it truly necessary to marry because of such a mistake? Unless the wealthy lady was older, lecherous, and attracted to Fu Xingjian's looks and physique. Such occurrences had not been unheard of, but Fu Xingjian had always turned them down in the past. Ji Dan's expression was subtle and complex, hesitating to inquire. How old is she? Fu Xingjian replied, older than me. A flicker of hope in Ji Dan's heart vanished. Indeed, she was an older, wealthy woman. Perhaps not only old, but also plump and unattractive. Pressing further would be impolite. Given the circumstances, Ji Dan could only say, this might not be so bad. At least she's willing to grant you a marriage certificate. But what about Qi Qinglu? Without tuition and living expenses, would she easily let you go? The costs of Qi Qinglu's university education were all covered by Fu Xingjian. In an environment where the average living expense was 2,000 a month, Qi Qinglu had managed to demand 4,000 from Fu Xingjian. Without him as her cash machine, it was unlikely she would be willing to let him go. Regardless of how this marriage came about, you are now a married man. You can't be greedy. Looking at both the bowl and the pot. Am I that kind of person in your eyes? Fu Xingjian asked. Ji Dan's expression grew serious. I'm just giving you a warning. That wealthy lady is not someone to be trifled with. I'm afraid if you go too far, you might not be able to retreat unscathed. A pang of anxiety shot through Fu Xingjian. He had lacked the ability to take revenge for Ji Dan's grievances in the past life. In this life, he would settle the score with those individuals one by one. After saying what needed to be said, Ji Dan could no longer contain himself. Let me drive. Fu Xingjian found a safe spot to pull over, and they switched places. Ji Dan eagerly grasped the steering wheel, careful not to press the accelerator too hard. Damn, he had truly made something of himself. He had actually driven a luxury car worth over 30 million. Fu Xingjian activated the navigation system and drove all the way to the Yuhua Road villa. Ji Dan navigated to the private garage, which housed a plethora of luxury vehicles. He was as delighted as a mouse that had fallen into a rice bin, groping each magnificent car with a sense of mischief. Although he could not afford any of them, he could effortlessly recount their merits, demerits, and approximate market prices. Only after Ji Dan had thoroughly indulged in his delight did Fu Xingjian remind him that aside from the bedrooms and bathrooms, every other area of the villa was under 24-hour surveillance. Ji Dan was not taken aback. With so many luxury cars, how could there not be monitoring? However, he believed that no one would be watching the garage's surveillance feeds. He resolved to be more cautious once he entered the villa, not wanting to bring disgrace to Fu. In reality, when Fu Xingjian first visited the villa and drove away another car, we had already been attentive to this place. Upon Fu Xingjian's return, we had entered his photograph into the surveillance system. The moment Fu appeared in the villa's monitored areas, an alert would be triggered. Thus, Ji Dan's furtive fondling of the cars, akin to a lascivious act, was not only caught by Wu Yi, but also shared with others. who were brought to the monitoring station to witness it. Wu Yi mockingly remarked, "Doesn't it resemble a case of an individual attaining success while elevating those around him? Living in a villa and driving sports cars, he would soon struggle to recognize his own identity." Mei Tang remarked coolly, 3 years from now, when the young lady no longer requires him, she will provide him with a severance package. If he possesses any sense, it would suffice for him to live comfortably for the latter half of his life. However, if during these 3 years Fu Xingjian loses his clarity of thought, believing that by getting closer to the young lady he has elevated himself above others, failing to see reality, his fate is all too predictable. Chapter 19. Revenge must be timely that evening. The two brothers found themselves seated at an excessively long table, a staggering 3 meters apart. Yet, Jidan insisted on indulging in the lavish lifestyle of the wealthy, opting to sit directly opposite Fu Xingjian. Their communication resorted to shouting, while passing dishes required a leg stretch. Wu Yi and his companions observed the restaurant surveillance footage, drawing in others to relish the spectacle. When Shi Wushuang arrived, the group was still oblivious to her presence. "Is this amusing?" Shi Wushuang inquired coolly. The group was taken aback, swiftly turning to stand at attention. "Miss," Shi Wushuang scrutinized the surveillance video. "Is it truly amusing?" Wu Yi, feeling awkward, stammered, "Miss, I—" Shi Wushuang interrupted. "You shall accompany me for dinner tonight." That evening, Wu Yi and his companions found themselves seated at a lavish 8-meter-long, 2-meter-wide table in a grand banquet hall. Each individual was separated by a considerable distance. With every utterance from Shi Wushuang, Wu Yi had a shout to relay her words to the others, and conversely, anyone wishing to speak had to raise their voice, making dining a rather strenuous affair. By the end of the meal, their voices were hoarse. Lu Ye, not only struggling with his voice, but also feeling dazed from the shouting, reflected on the absurdity of the situation. Jiang Yu remarked, "Regardless of your disdain for Fu Xingjian, he is now the husband of the young lady. To belittle him is to belittle her. To mock him is to slap her face." After clearing his throat, he added, "In the future, do not involve me in such matters." Xian Wu and Mei Tang echoed his sentiments, insisting they too should not be contacted again. Wu Yi, feeling disgruntled, rubbed his nose. The following day, Fu Xingjian's biological clock awakened him early, even without an alarm. Upon checking his phone, he noticed several missed calls, all from the Fu siblings, yet he chose to ignore them. Descending to the gym, he exercised for an hour, followed by a half-hour swim. During breakfast, Jidan was notably subdued compared to the previous evening's meal, having exhausted both his legs and voice. Nevertheless, he still refrained from summoning a servant, as it often hindered free conversation. Suddenly, Fu Xingjian's phone rang, the call coming from Fu Wenjue. He answered briefly. Fu Wenjue, nursing a nasal injury, spoke with a pronounced nasal tone. "Fifth brother, something terrible has happened. Xiao Qing is in trouble." Fu Xingjian's expression shifted subtly. Hearing such news early in the morning felt almost fortuitous. He could vaguely speculate what predicament Qi Qinglu had encountered, without evidence regarding the drugging incident. He was unable to clarify his own mysterious absence during that period due to the young lady's affairs. Thus, as long as Qi Qinglu repaid Wan Shenglan the money and Wan Shenglan did not pursue the matter, she would likely be released from the police station soon. However, Fu Xingjian had no intention of allowing Qi Qinglu to escape easily. He shared details of her campus loan with several influencers on Dui, including her name, age, school, and photographs, urging them to tag the school's official account when posting their videos. Qi Qinglu's persona at university was far from that of an orphan. In the eyes of her classmates and friends, she is merely a wealthy young lady, indulging in the finest food, clothing, and beverages. Fu Xingjian provided Qi Qinglu with a monthly allowance of 4,000. Yet, based on the financial assistance he later extended to her in her previous life, it is evident that her monthly expenditures must exceed 10,000. What has transpired? Fu Xingjian leisurely sipped a cup of soy milk. In his previous employment, he rarely had the opportunity to sit down for breakfast, often eating on the go or skipping it altogether. Fu Wenjue, acutely aware of his brother's concern for Qi Qinglu's education, bluntly stated, "Fifth brother, you ought to visit her school. The teachers are seeking her guardian, and she might be expelled." Fu Xingjian replied in astonishment, "I am not her guardian. Taken aback by his response, Fu Wenjue urged, "Fifth brother, please do not sulk. This matter is serious. If you do not go to the school, Xiao Qing may indeed be expelled. Your concern for her should compel you to act." With that, Fu Xingjian abruptly ended the call. Fu Wenjue dialed again, "Fifth brother, can you refrain from being so willful? Is this really the time for your stubbornness?" Fu Xingjian hung up once more. While Jidan was scrolling through his phone, he inadvertently stumbled upon news regarding Qi Qinglu's involvement with campus loans. "Old Fu, do you think this pixelated student named Lu is indeed Qi Qinglu?" Fu Xingjian glanced at the screen, confirming it is her. Jidan's expression shifted. "Are you certain?" Fu Xingjian replied, "Yes." Jidan, momentarily excited, noticed Fu Xingjian's nonchalant demeanor and asked, "Why are you not surprised or concerned?" Fu Xingjian calmly responded, "I orchestrated it." Jidan accidentally spewed soy milk, causing discomfort as he grimaced. "What did you say?" Fu Xingjian regarded the soy milk-stained breakfast with a resigned expression. "I have uncovered her actions. To prevent her from soliciting money from me for loans, I arranged for a scandal to surface." Jidan's demeanor grew serious. He knew Qi Qinglu would not hesitate to pursue high-interest loans from Fu Xingjian. How could a mere student spend such exorbitant amounts? Did you not provide her with a monthly allowance of 4,000? Fu Xingjian, with a hint of sardonic amusement, replied, "The luxury bags, perfumes, and clothing she possesses are not replicas. The latest fruit phone and computer are genuine." Jidan's face darkened as he gritted his teeth. "Well done. She should indeed be made to earn a reputation at school." Fu Xingjian smirked, his expression enigmatic. His intentions extended beyond mere embarrassment for Qi Qinglu. He aimed for her expulsion from the university. The manner in which he elevated her into the institution would be mirrored in her ejection from it. The two of them ventured to the film set that day. Throughout the journey, Jidan shared various superstitions regarding Director Wan's filming practices, hoping that Fu Xingjian would encounter less reprimand upon joining the crew. At Jidan's insistence, Fu Xingjian parked the car in a lot near the film city. Nearby, another vehicle had just discharged a few individuals, and their eyes met momentarily. One of the young assistants by the esteemed actor Gu recognized Fu Xingjian and Jidan, his face reflecting incredulity. How could these two minor extras possibly afford an Aston Martin? Early in the morning, when Gu emerged from his vehicle, he donned a pair of sunglasses and cast a fleeting glance at Fu Xingjian and his companion, scoffing derisively without uttering a word as he brushed past them without acknowledgement. Upon arriving at the film set, Fu Xingjian learned from several extras about the second piece of good news that morning. After Fu Xingjian and Jidan had departed the previous day, it seemed as though Gu had forgotten how to act, repeatedly failing to deliver his lines. Initially, Director Wan had shown some leniency towards Gu, but after the fifth take, he began to unleash a torrent of harsh words. Intrigued, Fu Xingjian inquired, "What exactly did Director Wan say?" Old Zhang whispered. Director Wan questioned whether the esteemed actor was merely a purchased title, claiming that even the extras performed better than him. Upon finishing, Old Zhang chuckled. Director Wan certainly had a way with words. He had uttered a plethora of unflattering remarks, to the point where Gu's face darkened with rage, leading him to walk off the set in a huff. Ultimately, it was Gu's manager who mediated, asserting that Gu was unwell and out of sorts, requesting a day off to recuperate before returning to filming the following day. Chapter 20. What more do you desire, benefactor? I am your benefactor. Fu Xingjian se lips cour les dapoirs. His expression laced with a hint of mockery. He had come to observe the performance of the esteemed Gu Dang today. Fu Xingjian, the director is calling for you, shouted the director's assistant from a distance. Fu Xingjian greeted Lao Zhang before striding over with an air of relaxation, hands tucked into his pockets. Lao Zhang watched Fu Xingjian's commanding figure depart, stroking his chin. Agdort, how do I perceive that your brother possesses the potential for fame? Yidan, accustomed to the myriad nicknames bestowed upon him due to his name, shrugged it off, recalling, did you not assert previously that he lacked the potential for stardom? Lao Zhang narrowed his eyes, noting how Fu Xingjian distinctly stood out in the crowd, exuding an aura of a rising star. This time he has it. Yidan remarked. He never intended to delve into this industry before. This realm is a quintessential arena of fame and fortune, regardless of gender. Those aspiring to ascend and secure quality resources must often make certain sacrifices. The select few who evade this requirement rely solely on their lineage and connections. Even those fortunate individuals who achieve sudden success cannot escape the machinations of capital. They must inevitably offer something in exchange for greater resources and visibility. Given the financial backing of Fu Xingjian's elder sister, should he genuinely wish to enter the entertainment industry, he would certainly have a fighting chance. The question remains whether his sister would permit him to venture into this world, considering she married into the family, which is markedly different from mere indulgence. Unbeknownst to Fu Xingjian, Dan's musings were entirely behind him. Thanks to the milk tea and coffee from the previous day, everyone treated him with courtesy. The makeup artist and stylist busied themselves preparing Fu Xingjian. His hair was styled with greater dimension, his brows sharpened, and adorned with golden-rimmed glasses. Clad in a gray blazer and dark shirt, he resembled an intricately painted landscape, evoking a sense of immersion into an ethereal realm. The makeup artist's expression turned complex. How could such a visage be wasted on a mere extra? A true travesty. As Fu Xingjian draped his coat over his shoulder and sauntered towards Director Wan, he exuded an effortless elegance akin to that of a nobleman. Removing his glasses and resting his hands on the table, he radiated a graceful chill, reminiscent of frost and moonlight. Director Wan, is it acceptable? Beside him, the screenwriter, devoid of yesterday's opposition, gazed at Fu Xingjian with fervor. Yes, absolutely. This is magnificent. Fu Xingjian tilted his head, offering a slight nod to the screenwriter, embodying an innate sense of pride and superiority. The screenwriter's eyes sparkled as she urged Director Wan, hurry, sign the contract. We cannot let him slip away. He is the Fu Mingyue of my dreams. Director Wan was speechless. It was precisely the ease and confidence he observed in Fu Xingjian yesterday that prompted him to suggest an audition. Today, witnessing the transformation, he recognized that his discerning eye remained sharp as ever. Initially, he had contemplated testing a few more scenes before finalizing the decision. Now, however, there was no need for further trials. Should his acting falter, they could simply shoot fewer scenes. After all, he was a figure from memory. Silence could be conveyed through narration. Fu Xingjian successfully signed the contract. The screenwriter adjusted her black-framed glasses and hurried to revise the dialogue, eager to add lines for Fu Mingyue. Upon exiting the signing, Dan pulled him into a corner to witness the esteemed actor Gu being reprimanded. Early in the morning, Gu appeared as if he were still dreaming, delivering his lines with such clumsiness that he repeated a mere 2 sentences 7 or 8 times without success. His performance was even worse than that of a novice. Dan, harboring a poor impression of Gu due to yesterday's events, candidly acknowledged that Gu indeed possessed talent. He was among the few male actors in the entertainment industry who excelled both in looks and acting. I suspect Gu is doing this deliberately, as a form of retaliation against Director Wan's scolding yesterday, Dan remarked. Fu Xingjian raised an eyebrow, pondering the possibility that Gu had suddenly lost his acting ability overnight. Dan chuckled. It was an utterly improbable notion, merely a jest to entertain. While the two whispered to each other, Director Wan was rendered speechless with fury, casting a gaze of utter disdain upon Gu. Change the scene. As Dan had surmised, he too believed that Gu was intentionally performing poorly, as his acting was so disingenuous that it resembled that of a newcomer devoid of any talent. Director Wan shifted to filming scenes with other actors. Gu returned to his trailer, where his manager followed him inside, disapprovingly stating, "You need to know when to stop. He is the director. Have you considered the consequences of your revenge?" Gu's complexion turned pale, and a hint of panic flickered in his otherwise sullen eyes. Everyone assumed he was merely acting, intentionally delivering a subpar performance as a means of retribution against Director Wan. In reality, he had lost his ability to act altogether. The talent and skills he once took pride in seemed to have vanished overnight. No matter how hard he tried, his expressions appeared stiff, his gaze vacant, and even his movements seemed out of sync. His manager warned him, "Do not act out again in the next scene. Otherwise, your reputation for being difficult will spread throughout the directing community." Beads of cold sweat formed on Gu's forehead, his body tensed like a drawn bowstring. "Em unwed. Continuing to shoot will yield nothing fruitful." The manager, dissatisfied, contemplated offering more advice, but noticed the genuine distress etched upon Gu's face, the sweat glistening on his forehead. "Are you really unwell?" Gu nodded. Apart from physical ailment, he could hardly fathom what else could have rendered him incapable of acting so suddenly. With no other recourse, the manager reluctantly approached Director Wan to apologize, expressing the need to take Gu to the hospital. Director Wan's expression dripped with sarcasm as he bluntly warned, "I hope he returns in good health. Otherwise, if he is ill, he should take time to recuperate and not rush back to filming." The manager's expression shifted slightly, grasping the implication of Wan's words. Should Gu return in poor condition, he would no longer be welcome on Wan's set. Just before taking the stage, Fu Xingjian happened to glimpse Gu and his manager hastily departing the production. After his performance, the assistant director, who looked down upon Fu, remarked with a complex expression, "With such acting skills, do you think you could be anything more than an extra?" Director Wan appeared contemplative, seeing a reflection of Gu's shadow in Fu Xingjian. Upon recalling the esteemed actor Gu, Director Wan's emotions plummeted to an icy abyss. During a break, he engaged in a heated dispute with the producer, demanding a replacement. Naturally, the producer was reluctant to acquiesce, citing the considerable investment already made over the past fortnight of filming, and the challenge of finding an actor capable of stepping into Gu's role. Moreover, the backers of Gu, who had invested in this production, would likely withdraw their support should he be replaced. Their argument was loud enough for the crew to overhear, sparking a flurry of private discussions. Whispers circulated that Gu was exhibiting diva behavior, inciting Wan's frustration to the point where he contemplated a mutual downfall with the actor. Fu Xingjian inquired, "Do you believe Gu will be ousted from the production?" Dan shook his head. "It seems unlikely. However, it is probable that Gu and director Wan will not collaborate again in the future." Fu Xingjian, intrigued, proposed a vague. "I bet Gu will be expelled from this production. Should he depart, you must heed my counsel henceforth." Dan, puzzled, asked what kind of wager. Fu Xingjian replied, "If Gu is indeed dismissed, you must comply with my wishes." Dan, embracing himself, jested, "What? Do you intend to find me a wealthy benefactor?" Fu Xingjian's expression shifted dramatically. Dan, having spoken in jest, felt a pang of concern at his reaction. Could it be that Fu had been sponsored, contrary to his assertions of willingness? Fu Xingjian, having regained his composure, retorted, "What benefactor? I am your benefactor." Dan was momentarily taken aback, warmth flooding his heart, as he playfully teased, "Very well, benefactor. When shall you grant me a leading male role?" Fu Xingjian glanced toward the ongoing dispute between Wan and the producer, his eyes clouded with inscrutable intent, and replied soon. Chapter 21. The train runs over the grave. Depravity with smoke. Fu Xingjian spent the entire day mingling on set, and when his phone was bombarded with harassing calls, he simply turned it off. Chi-Ching Liu, desperate to find him, was on the verge of exasperation. "It must be his friend Dan," she exclaimed through gritted teeth. Chi-Ching Liu and Dan had mutual disdain for one another, having blocked each other's contact details, leaving her completely unaware of Dan's whereabouts. As for Fu Xingjian's other acquaintances, Chi-Ching Liu considered herself a university student and felt that she did not belong to the same social circle as Fu Xingjian's friends, nor would she in the future. Thus, there was no need to be acquainted with them, and she had no contact information for them. Consequently, searching for Fu Xingjian felt like an impossible task, akin to finding a needle in a haystack. With no other recourse, Chi-Ching Liu decided to approach the Fu family, hoping they could assist in locating Fu Xingjian, even if they could not find him. She wished for their help in repaying her loan principal and pleading her case at the school. Fu Wenhua regarded Chi-Ching Liu with a peculiar expression, asking, "After knowing him for so many years, don't you have any mutual friends?" Chi-Ching Liu found nothing strange about this. To her, it was entirely normal. "Most of my friends come from my classmates," she explained. His friends are primarily clients or colleagues he met during work. We simply do not share the same social circle. So it is only natural that we do not know each other. Fu Wenhua still found it hard to comprehend. "Doesn't he take you to meet his friends?" Qi Qinglu shrugged, replying, as a student, I have nothing in common with them. There is a generation gap, and we cannot connect. Perhaps Fu Wenhua's incredulous expression was too evident, prompting Qi Qinglu to add, fifth brother is usually very busy. He hardly has time to accompany me to the movies or shopping, let alone attend gatherings with his friends. Before Fu Wenhua could respond, she was interrupted by Fu Wenjue. Fourth sister, the priority now is to find fifth brother. Xiao Qing's guardian and emergency contact is fifth brother. He is best suited to negotiate with the school authorities. Fu Wenhua scoffed. Haven't they broken up? Qi Qinglu's eyes brimmed with tears as she spoke with a tone of grievance. Fourth sister, the incident of fifth brother being drugged has nothing to do with me. Otherwise, I wouldn't have been released by the police. The senior mentioned online is a student council member. I merely wanted to join the student council to gain some experience, which would enhance my resume. That SY approached him, seeking his recommendation for the council. Our relationship is strictly platonic. Someone is intentionally harming me and spreading malicious rumors. Fu Wenhua scoffed. Are you trying to sidestep the issue here? What about the campus loan situation? In an instant, tears streamed down Qi Qinglu's cheeks as she lamented. I have no parents. I have been an orphan since childhood. I envy those with loving families who could always eat well and dress warmly, don beautiful dresses, and have their parents defend them when bullied. I simply had a moment of confusion. Lacking parental love, I longed to treat myself better, to compensate for the suffering I endured in the past. Qi Qinglu wept inconsolably, her voice choked with sobs. This was wrong of me. I should not have lied to Brother Wu, nor should I have succumbed to vanity or the belief that I must possess what others have. Fu Wenjue hurriedly embraced her, offering solace. No, it is not like that. Do not speak of yourself in such terms. Everyone makes mistakes. You will err, I will err, we all will. You merely lacked the guidance of elders, which led you astray. You have not committed a crime, nor have you broken the law. Your transgressions are not beyond redemption. Fu Wenhua observed silently. Were it not for Fu Wenjue's consistent kindness and consideration towards girls since childhood, she might have questioned his feelings for Qi Qinglu. Fu Wenjue implored. Sister, she realizes her mistakes now. We ought to grant her the opportunity for redemption. Fu Wenhua raised an eyebrow at them. If Fu Xingjian is nowhere to be found, how can we manage this situation? Fu Wenjue proposed. Let us first repay her principal with our own funds, demonstrating her intent to amend her ways. This will provide us with leverage in discussions. You should then approach the school authorities as her cousin, striving to minimize any punitive measures they may impose. Qi Qinglu clung tightly to Fu Wenjue's garment, tears of gratitude brimming in her eyes. Fu Wenhua was reluctant to intervene. She had no desire to be associated with a cousin whose reputation was tarnished by vanity. You claim someone has harmed you? Who do you believe that might be? Do you possess any secrets that might be exploited against you? Until this individual is identified, we may resolve one issue only to be confronted with another in due course. Unless we address the root cause, the situation will only worsen. Qi Qinglu was consumed by anxiety, but found herself unable to counter Fu Wenhua's assertions. She had been pondering who might harbor such hatred towards her, who could be orchestrating her downfall. The only suspects she could fathom were those envious women, drawn to her former boyfriends. Yet, she could not voice this suspicion. In matters of romance, women are often more susceptible to judgment. I have always been amiable at school, never offending anyone. Even if there were minor disputes, they would not warrant such severe repercussions. Fu Wenjue furrowed his brow, harboring other doubts, yet felt they were unlikely. Even if Fu Xingjian truly wished to sever ties with Qi Qinglu, their 20-year bond, despite lacking romantic love, was steeped in familial affection and friendship. It could not compel him to drive her to despair. If Fu Xingjian were indeed such a ruthless individual, he would not be so easily swayed by familial ties. Fu Wenhua remarked, that complicates matters considerably. Unless Fu Xingjian returns to clarify your tumultuous romantic entanglements as your fiancé. Qi Qinglu blushed, hesitantly inquiring, what about the campus loan? Fu Wenhua, with a hint of a smile, replied, I have heard of a form of campus loan known as nude loans. Is that your situation? Fu Wenjue, perplexed, thought to himself, I have heard of naked marriage, but what does nude loan entail? Fu Wenhua, using one's own compromising photographs to secure a loan, should one fail to repay. These unsavory images would be disseminated among the lender's relatives, friends, classmates, and teachers. Fu Wenjue's pupils contracted in shock, utterly astounded by such a lending scheme. Qi Qinglu's lips turned pale from biting them, tears cascading down her cheeks like a spring as she sobbed in distress. "No, I didn't. I borrowed using my ID card." Fu Wenhua replied coolly, "At least you have some sense of restraint. The matter of your campus loan has been substantiated, and you cannot deny it. If you wish to resolve this issue, admitting fault is not the optimal course of action." Qi Qinglu looked over in a desperate plea, her eyes silently begging for help. Fu Wenhua continued, "You need to shift the blame, transferring the wrongdoing onto someone else. Even if the act is yours and the money borrowed was for you, what if it was not for your own benefit? In that case, you would have justification." Almost the instant Fu Wenhua finished speaking, Qi Qinglu devised a plan. Shift the blame onto another? Fu Xingjian. Chapter 22. She is devoid of virtue, and he is destined for misfortune. Only Fu Xingjian is willing to assist her willingly. Thus, even without Fu Xingjian's direct intervention, the matter could be resolved. What should I do? Qi Qinglu contemplated this solution, yet it was one she could not voice. Firstly, the individual in question is a relative of Fu Xingjian. Secondly, articulating it would render her appearing callous and selfish. Fu Wenhua stated coldly, "I have already provided you with a solution. Now it remains to be seen whether you can find someone willing to bear the responsibility for you." Qi Qinglu furrowed her brow in sorrow, her expression melancholic and despondent. "Yet I cannot endanger others for my own troubles." Fu Wenjue spoke with a grave demeanor. "I understand your reluctance to implicate others, but your personal information and school details have already been exposed online. Even if the school administration does not take action against you, the information circulating online will make your life at school exceedingly difficult." After speaking, Fu Wenjue poured a glass of water for Qi Qinglu, recognizing that after weeping for so long, her body must be parched. "You come from an orphan background, inherently a vulnerable group, which elicits greater sympathy from the public. If your urgent need for a substantial sum of money is due to your fiancé or other circumstances, the blame for your predicament will largely shift onto your fifth brother. He might endure some injustice in this matter, but choosing the lesser of two evils, the repercussions for you will far outweigh those for him." Fu Wenhua furrowed her brow slightly, but refrained from voicing any objections. Given Fu Xingjian's recent behavior at home, he deserved to be sacrificed by his girlfriend. Qi Qinglu's eyes flickered, her expression wavering. Yet, would this not displease her fifth brother? He harbored such a significant misunderstanding towards her now that he scarcely wished to engage with her. Fu Wenjue replied, "Aside from work obligations, your fifth brother rarely ventures online. He has not attended university and is unaware of the implications of this situation for you." Qi Qinglu nodded, sniffling. Her fifth brother had limited storage on his phone and seldom played games. Apart from work-related applications, he had not downloaded any other commonly used apps. Fu Wenjue reassured her. "Indeed, if your fifth brother were to learn of the extent of this issue's impact on you, he would certainly not disconnect his phone, nor would he ignore you." Qi Qinglu's expression softened, her emotions enveloped in an inexplicable sense of gratitude. "I was almost entirely raised by my fifth brother. He provided for my needs and my education, treating me with such kindness. I should not allow him to misunderstand me, nor should I argue with him and cause him distress." The two, one daring to speak and the other daring to believe, thus shifted the blame onto Fu Xingjian. 2 days later, Fu Xingjian encountered Qi Qinglu's public statements online. As discussed between Qi Qinglu and Fu Wenjue, her mistakes were redirected onto him. In Qi Qinglu's narrative, Fu Xingjian became a lazy, abusive, gambling man. The reason Qi Qinglu resorted to borrowing money, even introducing classmates as clients to the lenders, was solely because she had a thoroughly reprehensible boyfriend. Fu Xingjian gazed coldly at the online comments. The unpredictability of online affairs has manifested once again. I find myself intrigued by the claim that this female university student's boyfriend possesses merely a junior high school education. Could it be that this underachiever, who is both indolent and a habitual gambler, has somehow saved the life of the university student in a previous existence. A man entrenched in gambling is destined for a life of darkness. Thank you. Even if this man is not of good character, it is quite another matter that she resorts to such predatory loans herself. Moreover, she introduces her classmates to this scheme for profit. Is this not the very epitome of ill-gotten gains? This is simply excessive. The internet is rife with opinions, many of which vehemently denounce Fu Xingjian as a scoundrel unworthy of respect. How could a fairy-like wife fail to cherish such a gift? She is truly ungrateful. With regard to the university student, Qi Qinglu, there is a palpable frustration at her lack of ambition. A man so vile he ought to be classified as hazardous waste. And yet she treasures him and advocates for him, clinging to the hope that he will change. Fu Xingjian listened with an impassive expression as Qi Qinglu's interview replayed repeatedly. Without encountering some sordid events, one can never truly discern the depths of depravity in those around them. If she wishes to play, he shall indulge her. For now, he shall let the situation simmer, ensuring she has no opportunity for redemption. Ji Dan, too, came across Qi Qinglu's words online, inciting a furious reaction from him. Wretched woman, Yidan Sidit, his teeth clenched and eyes ablaze. In stark contrast, Fu Xingjian remained composed, grinding his teeth in response. Are you truly unperturbed by her slanderous remarks? Fu Xingjian's demeanor was calm, yet he asserted, I am indeed very angry. However, Ji Dan scrutinized him, sensing he did not appear genuinely agitated. You cannot allow her to defame you like this. Fu Xingjian replied, I possess evidence to turn the tide. You need not worry. How will have you memorize the lines I assigned you? Ji Dan responded, I have memorized them. But why would I waste my time reciting the lines of the leading actor? For the past few days, the leading actor had been absent, and yet Director 1 was growing increasingly irate. If the leading actor failed to show up again today, he would be dismissed. Today, however, the leading actor did appear, yet he feigned ignorance of his craft, provoking 1's blood pressure to soar as he erupted in fury, even berating passing dogs in his rage. Ji Dan speculated that the leading actor might indeed wish to terminate his contract. Otherwise, he would not be so antagonistic towards Director 1. Regardless of whether he opts to leave, the role of the leading male is certainly not destined for this minor actor, who is still far from even the fringes of stardom. Fu Xingjian remarked, when I instruct you to memorize lines, you should do so. It would benefit your proficiency in dialogue. As the two conversed, a new group of individuals arrived on set. The producer accompanied them, while the assistant director nearly bowed in deference. Prominent actors and actresses in the crew, well aware of their status, approached to greet them. Yidan inhaled sharply, lowering his voice. It must be the investors. Fu Xingjian recognized one among them. Was that not his biological father, Fu Buluan, whom he had seen in the morning hall? Perhaps Fu Xingjian's gaze was too piercing and direct, for Fu Buluan turned slightly, sensing the scrutiny. At this moment, Fu Xingjian had already retracted his gaze. According to the knowledge he had acquired from his past life, Fu Buluan was still unaware that his son was not his biological offspring. The truth regarding his true son had been meticulously concealed by the 6 siblings of the Fu family. Ji Dan lamented, do you know who that leading man is? Fu Buluan, the general manager of the Bo E Entertainment Company. I had heard that Guingdi would sign with Bo E once his contract with his former employer expired. I wonder if there is any truth to that. Fu Xingjian pressed his forehead, urging Ji Dan not to wander off, but instead to rehearse his lines. However, Ji Dan, despite being admonished, found himself inadvertently entering the room where the investors and producers convened. Tension filled the air as everyone stood, anxious that Fu Xingjian might recklessly barge in. Fortunately, he merely passed by the room on his way to the restroom. Ji Dan settled back into his seat, chiding himself for his unfounded worries. Surely, old Fu would not lack such composure. Fu Xingjian intended to linger in the restroom for a while, but with Fu Buluan's presence today, he feared he might not have such a favorable opportunity again. After all, his acquaintances among the wealthy were limited, and if the target he sought to replicate turned out to be merely a facade of affluence, with scant funds on their card, it would be quite regrettable to waste a replication card. Xiao Jin, I wish to draw lots. Let me draw continuously. First draw. No prize. You are truly unfortunate. Second draw. No prize. You are utterly pathetic. Third draw. No prize. You are doomed. With 2 draws remaining, Fu Xingjian emerged from the restroom with a dark expression. Not only had he failed to win in all 3 attempts, but he had also endured 3 scoldings. How infuriating. Chapter 23. An overnight fortune. Only 2 chances remain. Fu Xingjian contemplated relocating to a different venue for the lottery draw. He initially thought the restroom, with its stalls, might provide a quieter atmosphere. However, upon reflection, it dawned on him that a restroom is merely a toilet. How could one expect luck to flourish in such a setting? Consequently, Fu Xingjian proceeded to the parking area where he had left his luxury sports car worth millions, reasoning that fortune should not continue to evade him in such a place. Xiao Jin, initiate the draw. On the 4th attempt, a one-time duplicate card. Fu Xingjian's taut nerves finally began to ease. On the 5th attempt, a space-doubling card. Fu Xingjian exhaled in relief, a smile gracing his features. The originally modest 100 square meter space had now expanded to 200 square meters, an enlargement that would prove invaluable in the future. At the very least, he had secured a duplicate card. As Fu Xingjian returned, he fortuitously encountered the investors and producers as they were departing. He silently commended his luck, having narrowly avoided missing them. Having meticulously planned how to duplicate the bank card, Fu Xingjian wasted no time in stating, "Duplicate the funds from the largest bank account under Fu Buluan's name." Duplication successful. Xiao Jin replied, "Suddenly, Fu Xingjian recalled a concern. If my bank card suddenly reflects such a substantial sum, will the bank contact me for an inquiry?" "Host, we will have a legitimate source of income," Xiao Jin assured. "Does that mean my bank account already has funds?" Fu Xingjian inquired. "There remains a process to undergo," Xiao Jin clarified. It wasn't long before Fu Xingjian understood what was meant by a legitimate source of income. His pocket now contained 133 lottery tickets, and that very night, the grand prize was awarded to 136 winners, each receiving a staggering 5 million. Fu Xingjian calculated the total. Good heavens! It amounted to nearly 700 million. He was utterly astounded. Although he was aware that the Fu family was affluent, with wealth flowing abundantly, he also recognized that the elder Fu patriarch was still alive and wielding control over the family. Despite Fu Buluan being the eldest son, there were several other branches within the family. The ultimate heir was uncertain. Even if Fu Buluan were to inherit, the funds in the company account and those in his personal account were distinct entities. The sheer volume of liquid assets was beyond Fu Xingjian's expectations. When duplicating the bank card, he had anticipated a maximum of several tens of millions at best. He never imagined such a fortune awaited him, like being handed a pastry brimming with gold, diamonds, and precious gems. How could there be so much? Surely, he hasn't embezzled it? Xiao Jin elucidated. The duplication of Fu Buluan's bank card encompasses all the funds across his accounts. The private accounts of the gaming and entertainment company are established under the name of the senior executive Fu Buluan, facilitating the handling of specific projects and personal affairs. Fu Xingjian realized it seemed Fu Buluan had recently been engaged in substantial projects. He had indeed stumbled upon an incredible stroke of luck. 3 days later, Fu Xingjian received the immense fortune. No wonder it is said that money instills courage in a man. Fu Xingjian felt as if he were walking on air. With wealth at his disposal, he was no longer constrained in his endeavors. Fu Xingjian expended a substantial sum of 1 million to enlist the services of a prominent online influencer, who subsequently disseminated the extensive history of financial transactions he had made to Qi Qinglu over the years. The situation surrounding Qi Qinglu had garnered significant attention online, with individuals attempting to unearth the identity of her boyfriend. However, among Qi Qinglu's classmates and friends, not a single person was aware of her romantic involvement, let alone the identity of her partner. Thus, while Qi Qinglu's fiancé was being vilified online, no one realized that the individual she referred to as her fiancé was, in fact, Fu Xingjian. Several of Fu Xingjian's close acquaintances were privy to the fact that he was in a relationship, but they were initially oblivious to the fact that this widely discussed female student was Fu Xingjian's girlfriend. They had never considered associating the matter with him. Were Fu Xingjian to be characterized as indolent, it would suggest that there were no diligent individuals in existence. Moreover, when it came to gambling, Fu Xingjian only engaged in card games to entertain clients and never played for his own benefit. Even on the rare occasions he did play, he never wagered any money. As the situation escalated, revealing unedited photographs of Qi Qinglu online, those who were well acquainted with Fu Xingjian began to recognize her. One after another, friends and even clients reached out to him, inquiring about the unfolding drama online. Fu Xingjian, in response, advised them to let the situation unfold for a while longer. Today, the anticipated twist arrived. During a lecture, Qi Qinglu sensed that the gazes of those around her were laden with scrutiny. Her reputation had only just begun to recover. She had not been in contact with Fu Xingjian and felt no urgency. After all, the matter seemed resolved. Fortunately, she had always exercised caution, portraying herself as the daughter of a wealthy family through her actions without ever overtly admitting her family's affluence. Wang Wan, a close dormitory companion of Qi Qinglu, discreetly forwarded a post from the influencer to her beneath the table. Qi Qinglu heard the vibration of her phone, but intended to check it after class. Although she harbored a sense of vanity, she remained devoted to her studies. Time and again, she had requested funds from Fu Xingjian under the pretext of tutoring, with half of the money genuinely allocated to her educational needs. Wang Wan persistently gestured for her to look at her phone immediately. A wave of unease washed over Qi Qinglu as she stealthily glanced at the forwarded post. Upon comprehending its content, she froze, staring blankly at the transaction records displayed, which detailed the money Fu Xingjian had sent her over the years. Wang Wan's message popped up. Is what as stated above true? Upon reading Wang Wan's inquiry, Qi Qinglu trembled, her grip on the phone tightening until her knuckles turned white, an uncontrollable chill surging from her core, rendering her limbs numb. How could he treat her so? Qi Qinglu had never taken Fu Xingjian's threats of breaking up seriously, nor had she believed he would genuinely end their relationship. Each time they quarreled about breaking up, the longest period of silence had lasted 2 months, after which he had always capitulated, apologizing with a gift. As the class concluded, Qi Qinglu hastily gathered her belongings and fled the classroom. Wherever she went, it felt as though eyes were upon her, whispering and pointing in her direction. Qi Qinglu was on the verge of losing her sanity. How could Fu Xingjian treat her this way? She was genuinely furious. This time, she truly intended to break up with him. She no longer wanted him. With reddened eyes filled with resentment, Qi Qinglu returned to her dormitory. The chatter among a few girls ceased abruptly upon her arrival. Qi Qinglu's expression darkened. Those wretches. They had often indulged in her generosity, taking her food, accepting her gifts, and spending her money. Yet now, in her time of distress, they whispered behind her back. Su Li nudged Li Hui, urging her to inquire if the rumors online held any truth. Li Hui then nudged Chen Xia, prompting her to ask, and the girls exchanged glances of reluctance. Ultimately, Su Li cleared her throat and addressed Qi Qinglu. Have you seen the news online? Qi Qinglu's face darkened further. What is it? Su Li Zipli, your fiancé has shared all the money he has transferred to you over the years, claiming that you were raised by him, and that he is an orphan as well. Qi Qinglu clenched her teeth. Do you believe everything you see online? Are you devoid of reason? With that, she stormed out of the dormitory, slamming the door behind her with a resounding thud. An eerie silence enveloped the room for a few moments. Su Li scoffed. I don't know how much of what her boyfriend said is true, but I'm certain that her previous claims were false. She is an orphan yet spends money so extravagantly. I always thought her family was well off. If Qi Qinglu truly gave all her money to her gambling fiancé, where did all this lavish spending originate? It's likely that they chose to remain silent due to Qi Qinglu's usual generosity, not wanting to invite trouble. Chapter 24. She was anxious, extremely anxious. Fu Xingjian was still on set, and Director Wan was thoroughly pleased with him. The role of Fu Mingwei was already remarkably well portrayed, and upon discovering Fu Xingjian's true skill, it felt akin to finding a hidden treasure. However, performing a single scene took a toll on Fu Xingjian. It was during this that he realized just how formidable Xian Wu's skills were, as he nearly injured the stunt coordinator, He possessed both fighting prowess and acting talent. Yet he lacked the restraint to hold back during combat, which made it all too easy for his fellow actors to get hurt, even under his deliberate effort to temper his strength. Consequently, after each scene, Fu Xingjian felt utterly exhausted. With his wealth, why would he toil for such meager earnings? Ji Dan was envious. He now believed old Zhang's words to be true. Old Fu indeed had the makings of a star. He wondered whether the elder sister would provide old Fu with such opportunities. He remarked, "So you truly were accommodating back then." When he first met Fu Xingjian, their relationship was forged through competition. Although Fu Xingjian had won, Ji Dan felt it was due to his own subpar performance. Had they fought again, the outcome might have been different. Reflecting on it, he was grateful he had not sought further conflict, as they had grown to be friends. Fu Xingjian, unabashed, confessed, "I did not hold it against you. Otherwise, you would have been no match for me." Ji Dan harbored no doubts, believing old Fu's character to be commendable, albeit unfortunate in his choice of girlfriend. While they were engaged in light-hearted banter, Fu Xingjian's phone rang. Upon checking, he saw it was a call from Qi Qinglu. Without hesitation, he ended the call. For the past few days, his phone had been on, yet Qi Qinglu had not reached out, nor had she sent a message on WeChat to explain her misleading online statements. He was uncertain whether she relied on their years of companionship or if she was wary of him, fearing that any words she might say could be captured as evidence. Today, the situation had reversed, as Qi Qinglu had called him. After 3 consecutive attempts, Fu Xingjian terminated each call. Qi Qinglu then resorted to WeChat to confront him. Qi Qinglu messaged, "Brother Wu, did you orchestrate those rumors online? Are you aware of the immense trouble these messages have caused me? I know you blame me for what I said online, but I believed our deep bond meant you understood me. If I were not compelled by circumstance, I would not have acted this way. You are my closest confidant, my kin, my future husband, the father of my future children. How could I ever harm you?" Qi Qinglu sent numerous messages, yet Fu Xingjian remained silent, leaving her uncertain if he had even seen them. In frustration, Qi Qinglu ground her teeth, her heart boiling with resentment. "I am vain. I have caused trouble. I am at fault. I had intended to apologize to you in person. But you do not return home, nor do you answer my calls. How am I to apologize? How am I to explain? Have you not always valued my education above all else? I still remember how elated you were when I received my university acceptance letter. You told me not to worry about future tuition and living expenses, assuring me that you would support me for a lifetime. Do you remember?" Qi Qinglu gazed at the multitude of messages she had sent, yet Fu Xingjian remained utterly unresponsive, not even offering a single punctuation mark. Her heart swelled with anxiety and impatience. "Someone is conspiring against me, spreading rumors that I am straddling 2 boats. I have clarified this matter. Sanjia, Sijia, and Wenju all believe me." The implication was clear. His biological siblings had faith in her, and if he did not, the fault lay with him. The situation online has escalated, casting a negative shadow over the school. If I do not speak up, the administration may expel me. You know how hard I worked in high school. I fought tooth and nail to gain admission to this university. I cannot allow a momentary lapse to ruin my entire life. Wu Ge, they do not know who you are. You will not be affected. In a few days, when the heat of the matter dissipates, there will be even less impact. Wu Ge, please do not be so cruel to me. I will cry. I'm already shedding tears. Do you not feel any sorrow for me? Did we not agree to marry upon graduation? Are you truly intent on allowing outsiders to bully me? Fu Xingjian looked at Qi Qinglu's messages with a sardonic gaze. It was evident that she was distressed. The promise of marrying after graduation had originated from him. Yet at that time, Qi Qinglu had not acquiesced. In her previous life, Qi Qinglu failed the entrance exam for graduate school and did not marry him upon graduation. Her reasoning was that she was still young and did not wish to wed so soon. He had certainly noticed her increasingly palpable distance. When she had told him she regarded him merely as an older brother, he had already begun to entertain the thought that this day might come. His feelings for Qi Qinglu were intricate, with familial affection outweighing romantic love. It was only natural for him to hold affection for a beautiful childhood companion. Had Qi Qinglu chosen a man other than Fu Wenjue, had he not perished, he might have willingly played the role of the supportive older brother in marrying her off to another. Ji Dan, observing Fu Xingjian's fixation on his phone, leaned over to take a glance, his frown deepening with each word. This woman certainly had a way with words. Surely, he could not be so easily swayed by her declaration of marriage upon graduation. Fu Xingjian thought to himself, if I were so easily deceived, would I have shared those transaction records online? Dan was taken aback by Fu Xingjian's ruthless decisiveness this time. Though he feared voicing his thoughts might prompt Fu Xingjian a question whether he had gone too far. If it were me, I would demand the return of every penny spent over the years. Fu Xingjian's phone rang once more. This time, it was Fu Wenjue. He hung up and promptly switched off the device. Dan remarked, you do not need to take on any other part-time jobs now. It would be wise to turn off your phone for a few days. Otherwise, they will continue to pester you. Even if you block them, they will still find ways to reach you from other numbers. Better to power down for a few days until things settle. Fu Xingjian offered no rebuttal. He too was inclined to switch off his phone for a few days. On the film set, Director 1 erupted in fury, a mere spark capable of igniting his explosive temper. Dan, feeling disgruntled, remarked, our crew has just lost Emperor Gu, funding has been withdrawn, and now, inexplicably, Empress Bai has also terminated her contract. I've heard that the crew has yet to secure any investment. The producer and director have been quarreling incessantly. Do you think this film will ever be completed? Fu Xingjian responded with unwavering certainty. It will. Dan retorted, what good is that certainty? Fu Xingjian inquired, have you memorized your lines for Emperor Gu? Dan replied quietly, I have memorized them. Fu Xingjian rose from his seat, stating, then that's sufficient. As Dan noticed him preparing to leave, he asked, where are you going? Fu Xingjian waved him off, indicating he should not concern himself. Dan watched helplessly as Fu Xingjian approached the irate Director 1. Juan, currently in a foul mood, merely suppressed his anger upon seeing Fu Xingjian, though his expression remained sour. What brings you here? If you have time, you might as well practice how to control your strength. The person you're acting alongside is bound to be injured one day, he snapped. Fu Xingjian got straight to the point. I heard our crew is in need of funds. Juan felt a wave of annoyance wash over him at the mention of this issue, assuming Fu Xingjian was merely worried about the crew's inability to pay his modest fees. His tone grew increasingly impatient. This matter does not concern you, a mere actor, nor will it diminish your few thousand in remuneration. Fu Xingjian then moved the assistant director's chair aside and took a seat himself. The assistant director, bewildered by the sudden shift, stared in disbelief. What on earth was happening? Chapter 25. The Power of Money. Fu Xingjian. Don't think that just because you've acted in a few scenes before the assistant director could finish his admonition. Fu Xingjian interjected. How much is lacking? The assistant director scoffed. What? Are you suggesting that you'll invest the missing amount? Director 1 glanced at Fu Xingjian, cautiously stating, 10 million. Fu Xingjian, seemingly incredulous, asked, what did you say? Just this little sum? Hadn't he heard that the gaming company had withdrawn a 20 million investment? The reason Guingdi was the leading man was largely due to the substantial backing from the gaming company. Director 1 presumed Fu Xingjian was overwhelmed by the figure, disappointment surging within him. He had lost his senses. Despite Fu Xingjian's commendable acting skills, he had previously been merely a minor extra. His friend was also just a small supporting actor. The assistant director, with a mocking tone, retorted, do you think our crew is some kind of amateur ensemble? Do you think the other actors can be satisfied with just tens of thousands? Let me tell you, Fu Xingjian, a leading actor's remuneration is in the millions. Do you think a production of this scale can be managed with just a few 100,000? Director 1 interjected. All right, I appreciate your good intentions, but this matter is beyond your purview. Your compensation won't be diminished. You may leave now. Fu Xingjian's expression remained unchanged. Before the assistant director could drag him away from the chair, he declared, what is a mere 10 million? The assistant director, flabbergasted, burst into laughter. Are you serious? You're going to invest 10 million? Are you using game tokens or joy beans? If it weren't for the superstition surrounding ghost money, I'd think of locking it away. Director 1 also assumed Fu Xingjian was jesting, but he was not in the mood for humor. Enough of this nonsense. Fu Xingjian, exasperated, thought, did he truly appear so impoverished? Since his immense fortune had arrived, he felt he was becoming increasingly handsome when gazing into mirrors. Just sign the contract, provide your account details, and I will transfer the funds. Director Wan fell silent. The assistant director, still incredulous, said, "You're still acting?" Fu Xingjian replied, "My 20 million won TB in vain. If the gaming company's investment can elevate Gu Yingdi to the lead role, I insist on Ji Dan being the protagonist as well." Director Wan blurted, "That is out of the question." Fu Xingjian countered, "Why not?" Director Wan, both amused and irritated, remarked, "Not to mention that Gu Yingdi comes with his own fan base. His acting skills are not something your friend can compare to. Furthermore, employing a newcomer would delay the entire production process, and the scheduling of other actors would also pose a problem. Who will take responsibility for these losses?" Fu Xingjian, with an unperturbed demeanor, uttered 4 words, 40 million. Director Wan was momentarily taken aback, puzzled by the statement. Fu Xingjian clarified, "Didn't you say that Gu Yingdi brings his own fan base, thus hindering the crew's progress? I will pursue an additional investment of 20 million as compensation for the crew's losses and post-production promotion." Director Wan's expression fluctuated between astonishment and disbelief. "Aren't you just a minor extra? Do you truly possess such funds?" In recent days, Director Wan has been preoccupied with concerns regarding funding withdrawal and casting, neglecting the rumors circulating within the crew. The assistant director, whose demeanor shifted, had indeed heard the whispers. It was said that Fu Xingjian was being financially supported, driving a luxury car worth several tens of millions. Given Fu Xingjian's appearance, it is hardly surprising that he could attract such attention. In their industry, few ambitious individuals remain untainted. However, the assistant director was taken aback by the revelation of Fu Xingjian's benefactor's willingness to spend such a fortune on him. Fu Xingjian, in turn, was astonished that the assistant director would believe him. "If you doubt it, we can sign a contract right now. Once it's signed, I can transfer the funds immediately." Director Wan interjected, "If you truly possess such wealth, why don't you pursue this role yourself?" If Fu Xingjian sought the lead male role, Director Wan could easily have the screenwriter adjust the character dynamics without further deliberation. Fu Xingjian replied, "I am merely dabbling. I wouldn't be able to act seriously." Director Wan stated, "Let me discuss this with the higher-ups. Await my news." Fu Xingjian nodded, acknowledging the response. He returned the assistant director's chair and expressed his gratitude. The assistant director's irritation dissipated, and he cordially suggested Fu Xingjian keep the chair to sit. Fu Xingjian politely declined. Upon returning, Ji Dan chided him for his lack of awareness, asking, "What were you doing with Director Wan? Did you not notice that he was in vacuum? Even dogs steer clear of him." Fu Xingjian replied, "I was negotiating for the lead male role on your behalf." Ji Dan chuckled, "How did you survive? Director Wan must have been in a generous mood to let you return unscathed." It was remarkable that a background actor had recommended another background actor for the lead role without incurring Wan's wrath. Fu Xingjian perceived Ji Dan's jest and chose not to clarify, knowing that Ji Dan would discern the truth in due time. Director Wan had mentioned he would deliberate, and Ji Dan, seeing Fu Xingjian's earnestness, decided to await Wan's favorable news. Director Wan's efficiency surpassed Fu Xingjian's expectations. That very evening, he arranged for Fu Xingjian and Ji Dan to meet at a hotel. Ji Dan felt a mix of surprise and anxiety. Was it customary for minor background actors to engage in such social obligations? When Fu Xingjian arrived in his luxury vehicle, the producer was seen peering out from the window. Upon confirming the car's extravagant worth, he felt reassured. As Fu Xingjian and Ji Dan entered the private room, they found not only Director Wan, but also several others present, of whom they only recognized Wan and producer Liu. Director Wan introduced everyone. Ji Dan's face paled, his heart racing in dread. There were no other actors in attendance. Would they be subjected to some sort of selection process? Fu Xingjian patted Ji Dan's shoulder, urging him to relax. Ji Dan could barely muster a smile, filled with trepidation at the thought of being chosen for a role, particularly in front of a gathering of men. 1,000 thoughts raced through his mind, and he desperately signaled Fu Xingjian to concoct an excuse for their swift departure. Fu Xingjian urged him, "Listen closely." Ji Dan cursed under his breath. wondering what could possibly compel these individuals to speak to mere supporting actors like them. What were they saying? His mind buzzed with confusion. Fu Xingjian had invested 40 million, and he was to be cast as the male lead. Fu Xingjian was concerned that Ji Dan might overthink the situation, potentially leading to inappropriate behavior. They agreed to discuss matters first, finalize the contract, and then proceed to a meal. There was a chorus of dissent regarding Ji Dan taking on the male lead role. Director Wan believed Ji Dan's appearance was acceptable. Although he was a mere extra, he had considerable experience as a stand-in and possessed some acting talent. If his skills were lacking, the director could provide guidance, and Fu Xingjian, being a competent actor himself, could also teach him. The producers, unfamiliar with Ji Dan, were understandably apprehensive. However, after meeting him, they found his appearance satisfactory, with certain angles reminiscent of the esteemed Guingdi. Otherwise, he would not have been selected as Guingdi's stand-in. Once negotiations concluded, both parties signed a contract. Fu Xingjian's investment of 40 million would see Ji Dan in the lead role. The next morning, upon opening his door, Fu Xingjian discovered Ji Dan napping at his doorstep. What act was this? Ji Dan sprang up from the ground, exhilarated, and exclaimed, "Old Fu, quickly tell me, was I dreaming last night? Did I truly dream that you invested 40 million into the production for me to be the male lead?" Fu Xingjian replied, "Check the latest updates in the group chat." The news of Ji Dan's promotion to lead actor had already been shared in the group. Ji Dan's expression turned despondent. In his group, there were only supporting actors. He had never qualified to join the production's group chat. Chapter 26. Get lost. I see you are ungrateful. Just yesterday, a contract was signed, and it is perfectly reasonable for Ji Dan to be absent from the crew group. Fu Xingjian added Ji Dan to the group. Indeed, an announcement regarding the leading male role was made within the group. However, apart from Director Wan's words, no one else spoke up. Ji Dan, disregarding the indifference of the group members, embraced Fu Xingjian and exclaimed exuberantly, "Gold sponsor, daddy sponsor, big sponsor. From now on, I will heed your every command. Whatever you ask of me, I shall comply." In his final statement, Ji Dan strained his voice, blinking exaggeratedly as he twisted and turned, saying, "From now on, this 140 pounds of me belongs to you." Fu Xingjian was taken aback, feeling an involuntary shiver run through him. With evident disdain, he pushed Ji Dan's face away, retorting, "What would I want with your 140 pounds? It's hardly worth anything." Ji Dan protested, "Old Fu, how can you say such a thing? I'm offering myself to you. Get lost. I see you are ungrateful." In the villa, one brother was in high spirits, having enjoyed a restful night and a hearty breakfast, while the other was quite the opposite. The Fu family was in disarray, struggling to reach Fu Xingjian. Just like Qinglu, they were equally indifferent to Fu Xingjian's friends, resulting in a complete lack of contacts after he ceased communication. They found themselves without a single person to inquire about his whereabouts. Qinglu sat weeping in the small living room of the Fu residence, heartbroken and aggrieved. This matter was far from over. The school administration reached out to Fu Xingjian, seeking the truth behind the online incidents. Fu Xingjian, of course, did not shield Qinglu and revealed the truth to the school authorities. Consequently, Qinglu had been expelled. Filled with resentment towards Fu Xingjian, she sobbed, I will never forgive him. I will never speak to him again." Fu Wenju sighed, "Do not be disheartened. This time, fifth brother has indeed gone too far. When he returns, we will ensure he receives a proper lesson. Why must he avoid confrontation? How can misunderstandings be resolved this way?" Fu Wenhua's expression was grave. Their sisterly intuition had proven accurate. Fu Xingjian's limited reasoning and low awareness were difficult to amend. He often resorted to venting his frustrations without considering the consequences. Humans instinctively gravitate towards light and glory. Individuals like Fu Wenhua, who possess a strong sense of self-worth, undoubtedly find Fu Xingjian's impulsive nature, which prioritizes emotions over rationality, to be troublesome and fraught with peril. The Fu family stocks could not withstand his reckless outbursts. Soon, the entire household would sink alongside Fu Xingjian's ill-fated ship. This was a fate Fu Wenhua was determined to avert. Suddenly, Fu Wenxue spoke up, "I know where Fu Xingjian is." Everyone present turned to her in unison. Fu Wenxue, taken aback, asked urgently, "Third sister, Do you know where fifth brother is now? Fu Wenxue replied. He is currently at the film studio. Fu Wenxue suddenly recalled. Did fifth brother have a friend who worked as a background actor in the film city? Fu Wenxue remembered this individual, who had visited their home once but had not returned since. Fu Wenhua inquired, how do you know he is in the film city? Fu Wenxue showed her a post from a friend's circle, revealing it was from Guzhong. Fu Wenhua recognized this Guzhong and, mindful of Qi Qinglu's presence, spoke vaguely. Is he the one from the company who pursued you? Fu Wengsu nodded in affirmation. As Fu Wenhua perused Guzhang's post, her expression darkened. What did he mean by this? Guzhang had shared a photo of Fu Xingjian and Ji Dan emerging from a luxury car, captioned, "Youth is wonderful. One can take shortcuts." Fu Wenxue hesitated to suspect Fu Xingjian's character, yet she revealed their private conversation. Guzhang had explicitly informed Fu Wenxue that this background actor, Fu Xingjian, was being financially supported by a benefactor and was now driving luxury cars worth millions. Even his fellow background actors were rising in status, overshadowing him and taking the lead role in Wan Dao's film crew. Fu Wenhua's face turned a ghastly pale, her teeth grinding in fury. If word got out that the son of the Fu family was selling himself as a gigolo, how would the Fu family's reputation withstand such a blow? I will find this scoundrel right now, Fu Wenjue exclaimed, glancing at her phone, a mix of shock and delight washing over her. This time, Fu Xingjian had truly dug his own grave. He had resorted to living off another. Qi Qinglu was eager to see what content could incite such anger in the Fu siblings, but Fu Wenxue reclaimed the phone. She wished to accompany them to find Fu Xingjian, but was halted by Fu Wenhua. With your current reputation, do you wish to face the public and be pelted with rotten eggs? It's better you stay away. Qi Qinglu, incensed, felt her face turn green. Fu Xingjian was her boyfriend. Why was she being kept in the dark? Unbeknownst to Fu Xingjian, the Fu siblings were on their way. In the film crew, Director Wan was preparing to reshoot scenes for the lead role, and many were eagerly anticipating the spectacle involving Wan and Jidan. Even those who had paid to join the crew would prefer a legitimate lead over a mere stand-in. Had they known from the outset that a background actor would assume the lead role, most esteemed actors would have declined to sign on. Now, dissatisfaction simmered among them. It was as if they were being asked to elevate a background actor's status. Did he truly deserve such recognition? Were it not for director Wan's clout, the esteemed actors might have staged a walkout, even with Wan's influence, while they publicly remained compliant. It was inevitable that Jidan would bear the brunt of their disdain during filming, as the established stars would surely impose their own pressures. Before the scene, Fu Xingjian had already offered Jidan considerable guidance. He possessed talent himself. Otherwise, why would Fu Xingjian promote him instead of pursuing a different career in the entertainment industry? Today, even actors without scenes had gathered on set, aware that they were privy to the spectacle of their brother's misfortune. Old Fu had relied on his elder sister's investment of 40 million to secure the lead role. Jidan was determined to fight for his dignity, even in death. He could not bring shame to old Fu, nor could he allow old Fu to lose face before his elder sister. Under immense pressure, Jidan erupted with a resolve to risk everything. This sentiment perfectly encapsulated the character's mindset. The first male protagonist, facing betrayal, launched a counterattack in a moment of desperation. Director Wan observed the scene and signaled for the take to proceed. Amidst the disdain, ridicule, and anticipation of the onlookers, the scene unfolded seamlessly. Fu Xingjian gave Ji Dan a thumbs up. A sense of relief washed over Ji Dan, his clenched fists igniting a profound ambition within him, fueling an even greater sense of purpose. He yearned for fame. He aspired to shine, with his loyal brother supporting him. How could he dare to falter? Chapter 27. You are not worthy to point fingers at me. If Fu Xingjian were aware of his thoughts, he would undoubtedly deliver a resounding slap to his face. How audacious! He has even sold himself to support him. During the intermission, Jidan was preparing for the next scene. The success of the first act imbued Jidan with immense confidence and motivation. Fu Xingjian was summoned by an extra. The other actors in the crew held a disdain for Fu Xingjian and Jidan, but the extras did not share such sentiments. Firstly, they had already ascended to great heights, belonging to a different echelon. Secondly, Fu Xingjian was indeed generous at present, having benefited from their goodwill. Brother Fu, there are a few people outside claiming to be your family looking for you. Fu Xingjian furrowed his brow slightly, instinctively thinking of Fu Wenxue and the others. How do they find their way here? I'll go take a look. Cats have their paths, and mice have theirs. Just because Fu Xingjian could enter the crew to see Dan did not mean that Fu Wenxue and the others could do the same. They were obstructed at the entrance. Fu Wenhua exclaimed in frustration. We can remain outside, but you must hurry and bring Fu Xingjian out for us. Fu Wenju added, we are indeed Fu Xingjian's family. He hasn't returned home these past few days, and we are worried about him, which is why we came to the crew to find him. Fu Xingjian overheard their conversation as he approached. Fu Wenju spotted him first, fifth brother. Fu Wenhua glared at him with a stormy expression, her gaze sharp as a knife, as if she wished to slice through Fu Xingjian's very being. Fu Wenju tugged at Fu Wenhua's sleeve. Fourth sister, let us speak calmly. At least show fifth brother a bit of respect. Initially, Fu Wenhua managed to restrain herself, but upon hearing this, she could no longer contain her fury, bursting into laughter tinged with anger. Respect him? Has he ever shown us any respect? Has he ever honored our family? He has brought nothing but disgrace upon the Fu family. With his hands in his pockets, Fu Xingjian towered over her. Fu Wenhua, I am not a scapegoat. Do not project your shame upon me. Fu Wenhua erupted in outrage. Fu Xingjian, do you still have any shame left? Fu Xingjian retorted. I have none to spare. I am merely returning your favor. You need it more than I do. As the two began to quarrel, crew members nearby turned their heads, curiously observing the commotion. Fu Wenxue hastily gestured to Fu Wenju. They each took hold of one person to find a suitable place to discuss matters privately. Numerous small restaurants lined the vicinity, and they chose one with a private room, conducive for conversation. Fu Xingjian had no penchant for publicly airing grievances, especially not here in the crew, where one could never tell if there were lurking paparazzi. The four gathered around a table. Fu Wenhua's face was icy as she began with an accusation. Are you being kept by someone as a gigolo? Fu Wenju quickly intervened. Fifth brother. What fourth sister means is, did you break up with Xiao Qing because of other circumstances? Upon hearing this, Fu Wenhua became even more convinced that Fu Xingjian had abandoned Qi Qinglu, believing she had found a reason for his cruelty toward her. Perhaps the revelations about Qi Qinglu were coerced from him by his benefactor. How could he possibly be so ruthless towards Qi Qinglu? If it were indeed the benefactor of Fu Xingjian behind this, everything would make sense. Fu Xingjian splashed the barley tea directly onto Fu Wenju's face, feigning an insincere apology. My apologies, I slipped. Fu Wenhua felt a surge of anger, almost leading to a cerebral hemorrhage. You brought this upon yourself, and you still dare to bully Wenju. Fu Xingjian, you are truly beyond redemption. Fu Wenxue hurriedly took out a tissue to gently wipe Fu Wenju's face. Fu Wenju appeared somewhat saddened. Fourth sister, please do not speak ill of fifth brother. Fu Wenhua retorted angrily. You still defend him. Do you consider him a brother? Does he regard you as a sibling? Such a person possesses the heart of a wolf and the lungs of a dog. A heartless and ungrateful wretch. Fu Wenju, inexplicably splashed with tea, did not show anger. Instead, he empathetically stated, fifth brother must have some misunderstanding towards me. Regardless, we are still brothers, and I shall not take offense. The last sentence was a subtle probe into Fu Xingjian's awareness of the truth. If he knew, how could he refrain from speaking out? If he was aware, why would he demean himself for sustenance? Fu Wenhua felt a headache from the anger, reminding herself that he was the one in the wrong. Even if he had erred, it was not his place to reprimand them. Observing the affectionate exchange between the siblings, Fu Xingjian smirked derisively. The Fu family resembled a logistics company, replete with both lowly and lesser lowly individuals. Fu Wenhua, incensed by his attitude, slammed her hand on the table. Fu Xingjian, what is your attitude? Do you possess even a shred of decorum or shame? Fu Xingjian's expression turned even more frigid. Fu Wenhua, cease your shouting before me. I can train a dog to wag its tail at me. I provide for you, and yet you remain ungrateful. Eating from a bowl, yet cursing me once it is set down. Truly, your arrogance is unparalleled, akin to a toad attempting to strut like a bird. What do you think you are? A fowl or a beast? Fu Wenhua swayed at the harsh words, having been insulted as a toad multiple times. All by the same person. We merely spent a little of your money. Speak it out. We will repay you double. Fu Xingjian readily agreed. Very well. Over the past 2 years, I have spent a total of 210,000 on you. If you desire the accounts, I can provide them. Fu Wenhua laughed in exasperation, mocking Fu Xingjian's short-sightedness. Only 210,000. And you keep accounts. Not only do you keep records, but you also demand repayment. Fu Xingjian nodded. Indeed, just 210,000. You possess nothing, yet expect an orphan like me to support you worthless leeches. Have you ever considered that you are truly despicable? Fu Wenhua's expression darkened. Fu Xingjian. That is enough. Fu Xingjian's cold gaze brimmed with sarcasm. Do not waste words with me. If you wish to engage in equal discourse, at least stand on equal footing. Otherwise, you are unworthy. Fu Wenhua's eyes glinted with fury as she trembled, swiftly transferring 500,000 to Fu Xingjian's account. Fu Xingjian noticed the bank transfer notification. Despite having ample wealth, he could only watch helplessly as he toiled tirelessly to provide for them, consuming meager meals in the process. Their behavior was truly reprehensible. Fu Wenhua regarded him with a cold smile, her tone dripping with arrogance. Has the money arrived? I previously informed you that if I wished to amass wealth, it could be accomplished in an instant. She mockingly inquired, are we now on equal footing? May we interfere in your affairs? Fu Xingjian shook his head, asserting, you did not give birth to me, nor did you raise me. Why do you have to meddle in my life based solely on a thread of blood relation? Where were you when I was bullied in the orphanage? Where were you when I scavenged for scraps, chased by wild dogs? Where were you when I lacked warmth and sustenance during the new year? Where were you when I struggled to pay my tuition? Where were you when I resorted to selling my blood to survive? A fleeting shadow crossed Fu Wenjua's eyes as he addressed his elder brother. We understand that you and Sister Qingla have endured considerable hardship. He offered a bitter smile. However, the suffering you experienced is a matter of fate, not attributable to them. It is not they who caused your tribulations. Fu Wenhua's expression grew even colder. She had long since learned of their past from Qi Qinglu. It was hardly as tragic as Fu Xingjian portrayed. His inability to attend high school was not merely a matter of financial constraints. His combined scores barely exceeded 200. What high school could he possibly enroll in with such results? Each year, the family business had connections with charitable endeavors, and upon discovering Fu Xingjian, they had even visited other orphanages where the children were adequately fed and clothed. And selling blood for survival? Qi Qinglu had even witnessed him secretly drinking milk and eating eggs to nourish himself. Chapter 28. The heartless unraveling of affections. Fu Wenhua, with palpable impatience, declared, enough. You need not indulge in self-pity. Do not presume that your upbringing in an orphanage entitles you to claim that everyone owes you something. None of us bear any guilt, for it was not we who discarded you. If you must blame someone, let it be your own unfortunate fate. However, I advise you to relinquish such bitterness. Harboring resentment is merely a manifestation of inadequate wisdom. Emotions will not facilitate your growth. They will only lead you to lament your circumstances and stray into misguided paths. Fu Xingjian smirked with a hint of sarcasm. Had he heard such words in a past life, they might have stirred feelings of sorrow, but in this existence, he remained unperturbed. Among them could very well lie his murderer. Perhaps they all were complicit in his demise. Thus, whatever they uttered or did would not surprise him, for he had come to understand that some matters are inherently perplexing. Are you attempting to flaunt your advanced education through this lengthy discourse? Does it provide you with a sense of accomplishment? Fu Wenhua expressed her utter disappointment, deeming it futile. I care not for your current emotional turmoil. Certain actions can be taken, while others, once undertaken, render you a lifelong jest. Immediately sever all ties with your benefactor. Fu Xingjian bluntly replied, that is not an option. Fu Wenhua inhaled deeply, exclaiming, Fu Xingjian, have you no sense of shame left? Fu Wenjue interjected, fourth sister, perhaps fifth brother is being coerced? Fu Wenhua retorted mockingly. Flies do not alight upon an unblemished egg. Fu Xingjian coolly responded, if you are the fly, then your words hold sway. Fu Wenhua, incensed to the brink of fury, screamed, Fu Xingjian, do you wish for me to summon our elder sister? Among the sisters, the eldest Fu Wanquan shared the same parents with Fu Xingjian. He had once held the deepest affection for her, heeding her words as if they were maternal guidance. Even if you were to summon a ghost, it would be futile. Fu Wenhua countered, her frustration boiling over. Fu Xingjian, you are a man. Do you possess no dignity? Are you so utterly despicable? Do you not care for your own reputation? Do you have no regard for Qi Qinglu? In a fit of rage, Fu Xingjian struck her with a resounding slap. Fu Wenhua collapsed to the ground, rendered unconscious by the force of the blow. Fu Wenjue, caught off guard, launched a punch towards Fu Xingjian. Having suffered a broken nose at his hands previously, he was determined to teach Fu Xingjian a lesson. Yet, he was aware that such a reaction did not align with his character, and he was obliged to show Fu Xingjian some measure of respect. However, witnessing Fu Xingjian assault Fu Wenhua, he could no longer restrain himself. He was resolved to deliver a proper reprimand. Fu Xingjian, sensing movement behind him, deftly evaded Fu Wenjue's punch, countering with a swift strike of his own, followed by a kick. Fu Wenju, intent on confronting Fu Xingjian, was sent sprawling to the ground with a heavy thud. Fu Wenxue, realizing the gravity of the situation, felt a mix of anxiety and fear. Nevertheless, she rushed to Fu Wenjue's side, extending her arms protectively around him. Beast, cease this at once. Fu Xingjian let out a light laugh. I am a beast. Were you? A great beast? Fu Wenxue, infuriated and humiliated, retorted, you are truly insane. Fu Xingjian replied, I am indeed mad, so when you confront me, tread carefully. With that, he cast a mocking glance at the fallen Fu Wenjue and spat out, coward. Veins bulged on Fu Wenjue's forehead. Being looked down upon by someone he deemed inferior was intolerable. He shoved Fu Wenxue aside, declaring, Sister, do not interfere. Today, I shall teach him a proper lesson. He will kneel before you and Sister C to apologize. Fu Xingjian beckoned with a curled finger. Come, worthless fool. I'll grant you the use of one hand. Fu Wenjue, filled with rage and humiliation, exclaimed, Fifth brother, you have gone too far. Do not blame me for being ungracious. Fu Wenjue, trained since childhood, had only been caught off guard previously. He swiftly launched a counterattack, but Fu Xingjian deftly seized his incoming hand, pivoted, and struck his left arm. Fu Wenjue winced in pain and struggled, but Fu Xingjian released him only to slash towards his throat with his right hand. Fu Wenjue's expression turned to one of horror as he retreated rapidly, his face paling. Each of Fu Xingjian's moves was laced with lethal intent. How could he employ such ruthless techniques? Growing more cautious, Fu Wenjue quickly grasped Fu Xingjian's right arm, unable to move his left hand. Fu Xingjian retaliated with a kick to his abdomen, followed by a fierce chop to Fu Wenjue's neck. The onslaught was swift and brutal. Fu Wenjue's reflexes lagged, and sensing the imminent danger, he rolled away, only to be struck in the lower back, causing his insides to churn and blood to spurt forth. Fu Wenxue screamed, Wenjue, Fu Xingjian, stop this. If you harm him further, I shall throw myself against the wall to end my life. During her depressive episodes, Fu Wenxue often resorted to such threats to manipulate Fu Xingjian. Each time, he found himself compelled to comply. Even when urgent matters called for his attention, he could not abandon the self-destructive Fu Wenxue. Fu Wenhua, a mere woman, was utterly incapable of controlling her. Thus, he would later find himself apologizing and compensating, remaining home to soothe her. Approaching Fu Wenxue, Fu Xingjian, under her terrified gaze, seized her hair and slammed her head against the wall. If she desired to collide with the wall, he would oblige. He struck her 3 times consecutively. Fu Wenxue, bloodied and dazed, collapsed to the ground, her eyes devoid of any emotional fluctuation. In a loveless, broken scenario, Fu Wenjue seized the opportunity to lift a chair and swing it violently at Fu Xingjian's head. With a single punch, Fu Xingjian shattered the chair, retaliating by smashing it into Fu Wenjue's face. Fu Wenjue coughed up blood, mixed with 3 bloody teeth. As he departed, Fu Xingjian wiped the blood from his hands onto Fu Wenjue's body, then straightened his clothes and tidied his hair before leaving. When Fu Wenjue and her companions departed, the shop owner was on the verge of calling the police. However, the group insisted against involving the authorities and compensated the shopkeeper for the losses incurred before taking their leave. As soon as they exited, the shop owner promptly called Fu Xingjian, expertly stating, "Xiao Fu, those fools didn't report it." Yes. Chapter 29. Spending 600 million to foster closeness. Ensuring she eats on time upon returning to the film set, Fu Xingjian found Ji Dan still engrossed in his performance. Naturally endowed with talent, Ji Dan remained remarkably composed and resilient under the immense pressure of his brother's investment in his acting career. What did the ridicule and derision of onlookers matter? Did they possess a brother as devoted as his? Their envy was palpable. They were consumed by jealousy. Observing that Ji Dan was thriving, Fu Xingjian decided to treat the crew to a sumptuous lunch, ordering 300 lavish meals. After exchanging a few words with the assistant director, he took his leave. Today, Ji Dan was not scheduled to shoot, and Fu Xingjian's own scenes were absent from the agenda. Since Ji Dan was excelling, there was no need for him to linger on set. The assistant director's attitude towards Fu Xingjian had shifted. Previously, Fu was merely a minor extra, a small actor. But now he stood as a significant investor, the principal financier of their production. Returning to his villa on Yuhua Road, Fu Xingjian engaged in a series of lottery draws. In 3 attempts, he faced disappointment at first. No prize. You truly have bad luck. On the second and third draws, he received a disposable replication card each time. Thus, he had at least succeeded in 2 out of 3. Fu Xingjian mused, "I have yet to draw a plunder card. Could it be exceedingly rare?" Xiao Jin replied, "Both the rewind time and plunder cards are indeed quite scarce." Fu Xingjian, still unaware of their true rarity, inquired, "What is the maximum duration for rewind time?" Xiao Jin responded, "There is no limit. It accumulates based on the time drawn, and it does not expire." Content with the notion that the rewind time could accumulate indefinitely, Fu Xingjian reflected on how nearly half a month had passed since his rebirth. He opened his phone, gazing at the contact he had added, Shi Wushuang, affectionately labeled as wife, though they had never exchanged words. After a moment's contemplation, he confirmed the label. Lingering on the contact interface, Fu Xingjian was uncertain how to initiate a conversation. Instead, he researched how long it would take for a woman to exhibit pregnancy symptoms. An hour slipped away in his search. He created a memo on his phone, meticulously noting foods beneficial for pregnant women and those harmful to their health. Pregnant women should avoid secondhand smoke. It could harm a child. A question mark hovered over the phrase "quit smoking." Should he really quit? The image of 2 clever, charming children before a morning hall filled his mind, softening his expression. He encircled the words "quit smoking" twice. In his youth, no one had guided him, nor had anyone cautioned him against smoking. Despite being in his 20s, he had nearly a decade of smoking experience. In times of financial strain, he would forego meals to buy cigarettes. When he had the means, he refrained from indulging in premium brands, settling for cheaper options instead. During moments of exhaustion or vexation, a cigarette could dissipate all his worries. Perhaps it's time to quit, he thought. He ought to provide his child with a nurturing environment and serve as a commendable role model. After much deliberation, Fu Xingjian finally sent his first message. "Are you there?" An hour later, Shi Wushuang finally noticed a message sent by Fu Xingjian, her brow slightly furrowing. "What is it?" Fu Xingjian, having finished his lunch, awaited her reply. "Have you had lunch?" Regardless of wealth, one's health remains paramount. Neglecting timely meals is detrimental to the body. If the mother's health falters, the offspring will inevitably suffer. Shi Wushuang frowned. If there is something to discuss, get straight to the point. There is no need for superfluous conversation. Her time was precious, and she would not squander it on trivial social interactions. Fu Xingjian's expression turned grave, realizing that such an attitude was unacceptable. If she discovered her pregnancy and they could hardly converse, let alone engage in prenatal education, would their child not be distant from him? Would he not be starting off on the wrong foot? However, being so blunt with the young lady might elicit a retort like, "Am I doing this for your benefit?" Fu Xingjian felt a headache coming on. For the sake of the child, he needed to foster a good relationship with the mother. Yet, he lacked romantic experience and any knowledge of courtship. His relationship with Qi Qinglu was initiated by her approach, requiring no pursuit on his part. Their interactions mainly involve him transferring money to her, buying gifts, and sending red envelopes during festive seasons, practices she had taught him, claiming that other boyfriends treated their girlfriends similarly. Applying such past experiences to Shi Wushuang would surely be futile. Thus, Fu Xingjian deepened his gaze. I won the lottery. Upon completing her work, Shi Wushuang, recognizing that Fu Xingjian had not caused her any trouble lately, replied with a single punctuation mark. Fu Xingjian continued, I won 680 million in the welfare lottery. Shi Wushuang paused, pressing a number on the landline to summon Wu Yi. After the previous incident of monitoring Fu Xingjian, Wu Yi had ceased his surveillance. Now, he was tasked with verifying whether Fu Xingjian truly had won 680 million. Wu Yi was astonished. Was this something he had claimed himself? Shi Wushuang acquiesced. Wu Yi chuckled ignardly, thinking that this boast was quite grand. If he truly had won 680 million, he would. He stopped himself mid-sentence, changing call him dad to call him brother. Shi Wushuang raised an eyebrow, encouraging him to investigate. Wu Yi want to check. Shi Wushuang continued to observe the screen as Fu Xingjian sent another message. Fu Xingjian stated, I've heard that when men get married, they should hand over their bank cards. Shi Wushuang's expression became intricate, although they were married. The nature of their union was mutually understood. Shortly thereafter, 600 million appeared in her account. Fu Xingjian's bank account had undergone a special upgrade, allowing it to bypass banking limits. Shi Wushuang, with her striking beauty, momentarily froze, gazing at the newfound wealth in her account. The icy demeanor in her eyes softened, giving way to an expression of perplexity. 600 million. Did he truly transfer this sum to her just like that? Fu Xingjian, I invested 40 million in a film and donated another 40 million to several orphanages. Shi Wushuang pursed her lips, pondering if he had entrusted all his wealth to her. Wife, you need not transfer the money to me. Fu Xingjian, it is necessary, but I have one condition. Shi Wushuang's gaze turned indifferent. What condition? Fu Xingjian, you must eat on time. Upon reading this, Shi Wushuang felt as if her chest had been struck by a heavy object. He offers her 600 million, merely to ensure she eats regularly? Fu Xingjian, have you had lunch? After a moment of hesitation, Shi Wushuang replied with 3 words, not yet. Fu Xingjian, go have a meal. After a long pause, Shi Wushuang responded, you have overstepped. On the other end of the phone, Fu Xingjian felt somewhat vexed. Was it truly so difficult to please the young lady? 600 million could not even buy her a pleasant demeanor? Chapter 30. The inescapable flaws of the poor. When Shi Wushuang anticipated that Fu Xingjian would be enraged, Fu Xingjian simply stated, I apologize. Shi Wushuang furrowed her brow slightly, momentarily taken aback, and chose not to respond. She pressed a shortcut key to summon Wu Yi, instructing him to return the 600 million that Fu Xingjian had transferred to her account. Wu Yi's pupils dilated, not out of shock at the money itself, for he had amassed several hundred million over the years. Rather, he was astonished that Fu Xingjian truly possessed 600 million. Did that imply Fu Xingjian had indeed won the lottery, a staggering 680 million? How infuriating! After years of hard work, he found himself overshadowed by Fu Xingjian's overnight fortune. How could he possibly return the money? Moreover, he was not surprised that Fu Xingjian was aware of the young lady's bank account. The account from which Fu Xingjian was sending pocket money belonged to her private funds. Wu Yi speculated. Could it be that he intended to use the 600 million to buy his freedom? The money had already been transferred, and he assumed the young lady must have consented to Fu Xingjian's redemption, thus not incurring any loss. Shi Wushuang let out a cold laugh. Is my marriage worth 600 million? While 600 million is not an insignificant sum, it is merely a trifle for her, setting aside the wealth she would inherit from her father. The shares and funds left to her by her mother before her passing amounted to 3 billion. Wu Yi was left speechless. He had underestimated the situation. The young lady's marriage could not be measured in monetary terms, and certainly not by a mere 600 million. It then dawned on him that the young lady had instructed him to return the 600 million to Fu Xingjian. In his astonishment at Fu Xingjian's sheer luck, he had overlooked the task she had assigned him. Once Wu Yi transferred the 600 million back to Fu Xingjian's account, Fu Xingjian promptly sent the same amount back to Shi Wushuang. Observing the sudden influx of funds in her account, Shi Wushuang frowned slightly. Wu Yi assumed it was Fu Xingjian's ingratitude. After all, the young lady was unparalleled in both her lineage and her talents. What was Fu Xingjian? That he would repeatedly seek to dissolve their marriage? Perhaps we should send Xian Wu to teach him a lesson. So he no longer dares to bring up the subject of divorce, Wu Yi suggested. Shi Wushuang frowned. Who told you he wished to dissolve the marriage? Wu Yi was taken aback. If not for divorce, then what purpose did he have in transferring the money? Shi Wushuang remained silent, a faint blush spreading across her ears. You just want me to eat on time. Wu Yi replied incredulously. Are you saying he transferred 600 million merely to ensure you eat regularly? Is he out of his mind? However, before he could finish his thought, he noticed Shi Wushuang's expression, cold as frost, as she gazed at him. Is it madness to want me to eat on time? Wu Yi hesitated, but, young lady, he harbors ulterior motives. He confidently asserted, that little rascal certainly has an eye for talent. He must be enamored with you. Previously, when Wu Yi had discovered Fu Xingjian was infatuated and had been manipulated by his ex-girlfriend, he had found him foolish. However, now that the object of Fu Xingjian's affections was the young lady, he seemed far less disdainful. In the world of Shi Wushuang, a flicker of emotion danced in his eyes as memories of that joyous day resurfaced. The young man's thick, alluring brows were tinged with desire, his physique lean yet muscular, and his slender waist exuded strength. Suddenly, warmth spread across his cheeks, adding a touch of humanity to Shi Wushuang's otherwise frosty demeanor. He raised his monthly allowance to 1 million. Wu Yi was taken aback. Had he just reported something? Why was the young lady increasing Fu Xingjian's allowance? Young lady, Wu Yi began. Do you have any objections? Shi Wushuang interjected. I have no objections, but Wu Yi hesitated. No objections? Then get to work, Shi Wushuang commanded. Wu Yi's expression was complex. He hoped the young lady wasn't truly being deceived by this young man, for few were the good-hearted among those who rose from humble origins. After leaving the young lady's office, Wu Yi anxiously sought out Mei Tang. Mei Tang was equally surprised by Fu Xingjian's financial fortune and his willingness to part with 600 million so easily. Are you certain he wasn't scheming when a young lady took him away that day? Wu Yi, diligent in his inquiries regarding the young lady, confirmed, I am certain. Before meeting the young lady, Fu Xingjian was merely a fool. He lacks the intellect to scheme against her. Moreover, at his level, he isn't even qualified to target someone of her stature. Shi Wushuang's true identity was not something easily uncovered online. Mei Tang trusted Wu Yi's professional abilities and remarked that if the information he gathered was accurate, they need not concern themselves with him for now. Perhaps they wouldn't even have to wait 3 years before he became irrelevant. With that, Mei Tang expressed disdain for the notion of winning the young lady's favor through monetary means, deeming it a desperate strategy. Wu Yi, realizing this, chuckled in agreement. The young lady was far from the vain, materialistic ex-girlfriend of Fu Xingjian. The fallout from Fu Xingjian's actions inevitably stirred the elder sister, Fu Wenquan, and the second sister, Fu Wenhui. Fu Wenquan, too busy to handle such trivial matters, delegated the responsibility to Fu Wenhui. Upon arriving at the hospital and witnessing the injuries on her younger siblings' faces, Fu Wenhui incredulously inquired, Is it true that Fu Xingjian did this? Fu Wenju, furious and ashamed, retorted, If it wasn't him, then who could it be? Fu Wengsu remained silent, still grappling with the reality that Fu Xingjian not only disregarded her well-being, but also had the audacity to grab her hair and slam her against the wall. He had once been so fearful of her getting hurt, so attentive to her needs. When she was feeling down, he would set aside his work to bring her milk tea to cheer her up. She could not fathom how he had suddenly turned so heartless and cruel. Fu Wenju, filled with guilt and righteous indignation, lamented, Second sister, it is my failure. I lack the ability to protect the third and fourth sisters, allowing them to suffer such humiliation and bullying. Fu Wenhui and Fu Wenquan had spent less time with Fu Xingjian than their other siblings, as they were married off. In terms of emotional closeness, the bond between the younger siblings and Fu Wenhui was undeniably stronger. Her disdain for this long-lost brother had only intensified. Among the sisters, she was the first to suggest simply pretending that the matter of being switched at birth was unknown, opting not to inform their parents. She feared that the current harmonious family dynamic might be disrupted by the sudden emergence of Fu Xingjian. In her view, given Fu Xingjian's limited understanding and capabilities, he would be ill-equipped to handle the unexpected wealth and the vanity and desires that come with suddenly becoming a person of prominence. Thus, she believed there was no need for recognition. The sisters could discreetly look after him, ensuring he would still enjoy a prosperous future. However, Fu Wenquan argued that one cannot hide the truth indefinitely. Rather than risk the day when Fu Xingjian's situation might be exposed by others, it would be wiser for them to secretly guide him. If Fu Xingjian were of average talent, they could cultivate his perspective and vision, instilling in him a sense of gratitude, altruism, and a commitment to the family, thereby transforming the narrow mindset he had developed from childhood. Among the sisters, only Fu Wenquan and Fu Xingjian were full siblings, sharing the same parents. As the eldest sister and the only daughter of the Fu family, holding an executive position in the family business, Fu Wenquan wielded significantly more influence than Fu Wenhui. Now, Fu Wenhui was eager to confront her elder sister, questioning whether she regretted acknowledging Fu Xingjian. Fu Wenhui gently reassured Wenju that this matter did not concern her. It was Fu Xingjian's fault. Those in poverty often resorted to scheming against one another over trivial matters and petty gains, leading to mutual exclusion, deceit, and harm. Having grown up in a lower-class environment, Fu Xingjian could not escape the inherent flaws that often accompany such backgrounds. This was also the reason for her considerable aversion to her younger brother. With teary eyes, Fu Wenju lamented, "But I am a man, and I am unable to protect my two elder sisters in critical moments. I feel utterly useless." The more he berated himself, the more Fu Xingjian's reckless behavior appeared despicable. Fu Wenhui's expression softened. After all, they had watched their brother grow up and felt a closer bond with him. Recognizing his maturity, Fu Xingjian can fight, but do you really find him useful? Fu Wenju was at a loss for words. Second sister, I believe fifth brother may be under the influence of his girlfriend. He wasn't like this before. Please help him. The mention of this triggered an immediate change in Fu Wenhui's demeanor, her expression darkening at the thought of her brother being kept by someone as a trophy. Unable to remain seated, Fu Wenhui declared, "You all recover well. I shall confront him and bring him before you to apologize." Fu Wenju hastily cautioned, "Second sister, fifth brother is quite formidable in a fight." Fu Wenhui, fully aware of the situation, replied, "I have brought people with me. If he refuses to cooperate, I shall break his legs and drag him over to apologize to you." Chapter 31. The Small Temple and the Great Wind. The shallow pool and the many turtles. Fu Wenju's heart soared with joy. The humiliation of being repeatedly beaten by Fu Xingjian had finally found some relief. "Sister, we are family. Please do not harm fifth brother, or else eldest sister will surely be displeased." Their bond of growing up together greatly benefited Fu Wenju, for he was acutely aware of the superficial harmony between his second sister and eldest sister. Thus, he subtly incited a small discord. Fu Wenhui's smile was one of feigned warmth. "I am also his second sister. If he behaves, I shall not treat him poorly. However, should he defy me, I shall have his legs broken." Fu Wenju appeared somewhat reassured. "Sister, do take care. Fifth brother has undergone significant changes lately. It seems he harbors some misunderstandings towards our parents and sisters." Fu Wenhui's expression turned icy. "What misunderstandings? Does he not disdain our parents for being better than? Does he not resent us for consuming his resources? Does he not look down upon our perceived ineptitude?" Fu Wenju's countenance grew awkward. "Yesterday, fourth sister bestowed upon fifth brother 500,000. Perhaps he might consider returning." Fu Wenhui was taken aback. "He actually asked you for money, and you gave it to him?" Fu Wenhui scolded. "He claims that those who depend on him are unworthy to converse with him on equal footing. What should I do if I refuse to give him money? You should have witnessed his pompous and sarcastic demeanor. If you had, you too would have been incensed. At that moment, Fu Wenwei's disdain for Fu Xingjian reached its zenith. After leaving the hospital, she immediately called for 7 or 8 bodyguards to accompany her. With her entourage of bodyguards, Fu Wenhui stormed towards the film studio, having made no prior contact with Fu Xingjian, intending to catch him off guard to prevent his escape. She had resolved that upon encountering Fu Xingjian, there would be no need for explanations. She would simply command that his legs be broken. Coincidentally, Fu Xingjian had his final scene that day. Upon its completion, Director Wan personally presented him with a red envelope. In reputable productions, it was customary to provide a token for characters who met their demise in the narrative. Fu Xingjian accepted the envelope without hesitation. "Would you care to join the crew for a meal?" Director Wan suggested, as tensions among the actors had been palpable since Ji Dan's sudden rise to prominence. However, due to Fu Xingjian's connections as an investor and Director Wan's stature, the others could only suppress their grievances. Thus, Director Wan sought an opportunity to ease the atmosphere, lest the brothers remain marginalized. Fu Xingjian replied indifferently, "No need. Given Ji Dan's current situation, no amount of effort will earn their approval. They will only perceive Ji Dan as a detriment to their status, a liability to the film's success, jeopardizing their interests. In their eyes, even with the backing of a benefactor, I am merely an object, unworthy of their regard. Avoiding offense is sufficient. Should the film underperform upon release, the blame would undoubtedly be placed squarely on Ji Dan's shoulders, carried by Fu Xingjian as well. In certain respects, their sentiments were not entirely unfounded. However, for him, supporting his dear friend was equally valid. Ji Dan possessed the talent and ambition to succeed. They have yet to rise to prominence. Their opinions will not shift simply due to a meal, nor will they forego their scenes for the sake of a banquet. Thus, there is no necessity for Fu Xingjian to squander money on such dinners. Instead, he might better invest that time in treating the extras and crew members to a few rounds of afternoon tea, as at least these individuals would appreciate his kindness. Brother Fu. A crew member hurriedly approached him, whispering that another woman had come looking for him, accompanied by 8 imposing men, giving the impression that she meant no good. Fu Xingjian instinctively raised an eyebrow. The presence of such a retinue suggested it was not Qi Qinglu, but rather Fu Wenwei. "I'll step outside to take a look," he replied. The crew member's expression was complex. Someone in the crew had admitted them, and he suggested that if Fu Xingjian wished to avoid the encounter, he ought to hide. Fu Xingjian's gaze rested on Fu Wenwei, who was already making her way toward him, flanked by her burly bodyguards. Not far away, the agent of the renowned actor Fang's expression was one of discontent. "You already have been overshadowing Ji Dan scenes daily. Why wade into this murky water?" Fang replied coolly, "I haven't done anything wrong. I merely brought this sister looking for her brother into the set. Even if he had done something, he would only consider it a good deed done casually." The agent retorted, "If something goes awry, you will surely bear the blame from Director Wan for bringing her in." Fang's demeanor turned frosty. "My initial intention for joining this film was to vie for the Best Supporting Actor award. Do you believe I still have a chance now? The lead role is merely a stand-in. What more can I hope for? My time is being wasted, as is my schedule." The agent fell silent, acknowledging the uncertainty surrounding the film's prospects. Perhaps it was not entirely hopeless. If the leads faltered, it would not hinder the supporting cast's chances for accolades. Fang silently scoffed. Disregarding Ji Dan, he could not fathom how the departure of the White Shadow Queen from the crew was unrelated to Fu Xingjian. He was unaware of the specifics of how she had offended Fu Xingjian, as she had signed a confidentiality agreement. Once the film was released, he would reckon the accounts. Meanwhile, Fu Wenhui had spotted Fu Xingjian and strode confidently toward him, offering him no chance to react before she attempted to slap him. Fu Xingjian effortlessly swatted her hand away. Enraged, Fu Wenhui retaliated with another strike, which he caught, delivering a sharp slap back to her. The sound echoed. Not only did it shock Fu Wenhui, but it also astonished those around them, including Fang, who could hardly believe that Fu Xingjian would dare to strike a woman in return. As public figures, actors' every action is magnified. Should news of Fu Xingjian hitting someone, especially a woman, surface, his career would be irrevocably tarnished. Female netizens would tear him apart online, while male netizens would hypocritically shame him. Yet, the agent breathed a sigh of relief. Fu Xingjian, despite his handsome visage, lacked composure. Even with a powerful backer, his future seemed bleak. Alleviating her concerns that Feng's actions might provoke retaliation from him in the future. The discerning eyes of the wealthy patrons are ever-changing. Who can foresee when Fu Xingjian might be forsaken? When Fu Xingjian struck, Dan was utterly taken aback. He could never have anticipated that old Fu would lay a hand on his sister. Having risen from humble beginnings, did he not cherish his family above all? In the past, whenever Dan uttered a word against his relatives, old Fu would threaten to sever ties. In an attempt to alleviate the tension, Dan struggled to recognize the woman before him, unsure if she was one of Fu Xingjian's many sisters. Sister, old Fu did not act with intent. He must have become caught up in his role during filming. This was an unfortunate mishap. Surely, you know the kind of person he is. He is so devoted to his family. Regardless of Dan's fervent explanations, Fu Wenhui remained impervious to his words. An overwhelming sense of rage and humiliation enveloped her. She trembled, her face ashen, laughter born of frustration escaping her lips as she repeated, "Good, good, good." Being publicly slapped was a first in her life. Dan's expression turned frantic. "Sister, please remain calm. You must stay composed." Fu Wenhui's icy visage was marred by disdain as she commanded, "Break his legs. Take him away." Chapter 32. The Toad on the Scale. Unaware of its weight, Dan could not quell the fury of Fu Wenhui and could only hastily urge old Fu. "Quickly apologize to your sister. Just say you were wrong. It was unintentional. We are family. She wouldn't truly hold it against you." Before he could finish, those around Fu Wenhui had encircled Fu Xingjian. Fu Xingjian disdainfully glanced at the group, reminding himself that they were in someone else's production. He did not wish to embarrass himself here. While Fu Xingjian was mindful of the setting, Fu Wenhui showed no such consideration. Any grievances from the crew would inevitably be directed at Fu Xingjian. Dan attempted to mediate, wishing to shield Fu Xingjian, or at the very least, to endure the beating alongside his brother. He could not believe that old Fu's sister would truly break his leg. Dan found it implausible that Fu Wenhui could stoop to such cruelty. Yet, Fu Xingjian was acutely aware of Fu Wenhui's potential for such actions. Among the sisters of the Fu family, Fu Wenhui harbored the most dissatisfaction and animosity towards him. As the group advanced, Fu Xingjian swiftly kicked a few away, seized one, and delivered a powerful blow to the back of the opponent's head, forcing him to the ground. He then directed a kick towards the groin of an assailant on his left while delivering a punch to the head of another on his right, simultaneously locking the neck of his captive to shield himself from further attacks. 15 minutes later, all 8 of the individuals Fu Wenhui had brought lay defeated on the ground, writhing in pain. This was Fu Xingjian exercising restraint. Had he unleashed his full strength, they would surely have perished. After all, Fu Xingjian had mastered the lethal techniques of Xian Wu, each move designed to inflict serious harm. Fu Wenhui felt utterly humiliated. These useless individuals. "Fu Xingjian, how dare you strike my people?" Fu Xingjian regarded her with an indifferent expression, his tone laced with mockery. "And who, pray tell, are you?" Fu Wenhui could only perceive his words as a derision of the Fu family's downfall, realizing she was merely a bankrupt heiress now. With this in mind, there was no need for Fu Wenhui to spare Fu Xingjian's dignity. "Fu Xingjian, do you believe that since you found a wealthy patron to support you, I am powerless against you?" Those present could glean from Dan's words that this woman was indeed Fu Xingjian's sister. Previously, there had been whispers suggesting Fu Xingjian was being supported by someone. Now, the sister herself had confirmed this scandalous claim. Dan's face flushed with anger. She was old Fu's elder sister. To speak of him in such a manner before these people was truly venomous and vile. Why do you speak of old Fu in such a way? Fu Wenhui dismissed Dan, her gaze fixed on Fu Xingjian. "I shall ask you once. If I demand you sever ties with your benefactor, will you comply?" Fu Xingjian remained unperturbed, his expression calm as he replied, "I refuse." Fu Wenhui laughed in anger. You truly are shameless. Fu Xingjian retorted, words arise from the heart. The more base the tongue, the more wretched the life. Your existence must be filled with suffering, which explains the harshness of your features and the coarseness of your speech. Fu Wenhui's mind momentarily faltered, and upon regaining her composure, she exclaimed in shock and fury, "You dare insult me? Fu Xingjian, if you cannot hear clearly, when the day comes that you perish, I shall inscribe your name upon a stone. Perhaps then you might take a closer look." In that moment, Fu Wenhui truly grasped the depths of Fu Xingjian's malice and irredeemable nature. Drawing a deep breath, she declared, "Fu Xingjian, I shall ask you one final time. Do you intend to sever ties with your benefactor? Will you return to apologize to Wan Jue and the others, bowing in contrition?" She escalated her tone to one of threat and warning. "Consider your decision carefully. Should you refuse, our paths shall diverge henceforth." Fu Xingjian remained unperturbed, responding simply, "Very well. I refuse." Fu Wenhui fixed her gaze upon Fu Xingjian's face, searching for any semblance of regret or remorse. Yet, her efforts were in vain. It appeared that to Fu Xingjian, they were all dispensable, mere burdens weighing him down. "I hope you do not come to regret this," Fu Wenhui remarked, casting him a resolute glance before turning away. A considerable crowd had gathered to observe, including Wu Yi, sent by the young lady. Fu Xingjian expressed his apologies to director Wan, acknowledging that his personal matters had delayed the filming. Wan's expression was complex. He held a favorable view of Fu Xingjian. In the entertainment industry, few actors possessed his combination of skill and charm, and even fewer could match his height. Fu Xingjian embodied all the advantages of a leading man, and it was evident that with the right resources, he had the potential to achieve stardom. For instance, in private, director Wan had previously encouraged him to audition for a different role, suggesting that Ji Dan take on other characters. This would alleviate the pressure on Ji Dan, lessen the strain on the production, and still afford Fu Xingjian an opportunity to shine. However, Fu Xingjian had declined. Wan suspected that his benefactor was stifling his growth, fearing that if Fu Xingjian gained too much popularity, he might soar beyond their control. "Speak candidly with your family. Perhaps it would be wise to return and issue an apology," Wan advised. Fu Xingjian assured him, "I shall return and clarify matters properly." Upon her return, Fu Wenhui would inevitably confront Fu Wenquan, and it was time to unmask the deceit. Wan cautioned him, in the future, refrain from engaging in such altercations. Although we have signed confidentiality agreements here, one can never be too cautious, as someone might leverage the situation against you. Should it surface online, even if it is not your fault, it could still reflect poorly upon you, potentially jeopardizing the film. Fu Xingjian remained unfazed. "Rest assured, this matter shall not escalate, nor will it affect the film's box office." Fu Wenhui would not allow herself to be publicly humiliated. One, believing that Fu Xingjian's benefactor would intervene, furrowed his brow but chose not to voice further concerns. As Fu Wenhui sought trouble, Wu Yi provided the young lady with a live broadcast. Wu Yi's perception of Fu Xingjian had shifted from negative to positive. The recent confrontation between Fu Xingjian and Fu Wenhui revealed a stark contrast to the accommodating and trusting individual he had previously uncovered within the Fu family. The Fu Xingjian he had discovered was nothing short of foolish. While it is said that fools may find fortune, the truly foolish do not. Wu Yi miss. Fu Xingjian undoubtedly harbors ulterior motives. He would rather sever ties with his family than relinquish his connection with you. Sure, Wu Shuang. Is he the investor behind this production? Wu Yi. I inquired and discovered that he has invested 40 million in the production team, elevating his friend to the leading role. However, the crew harbors considerable dissatisfaction towards them, believing they have tarnished the film. Sure, Wu Shuang. In due course, have Mei Tang assess which awards this film might be suitable for and manage the public relations accordingly. Wu Yi. His input is superfluous. Nevertheless, Fu Xingjian does exhibit remarkable loyalty towards his friends, which is not entirely uncommendable. Old Zhang quietly alerted Fu Xingjian that several unfamiliar individuals had infiltrated the crew. During the altercation between the siblings, one of them was seen filming with a mobile device. Fu Xingjian approached to investigate, and Ji Dan, feeling concerned, followed closely behind. Is it you? Chapter 33. Selling one's principles and soul is not disgraceful. What is truly ignoble is failing to secure a good price. Fu Xingjian was taken aback, astonished to find Wu Yi on set. Ji Dan scrutinized Wu Yi, his face unfamiliar. He must have never encountered him before. Old Fu, do you know him? A friend of yours? Fu Xingjian replied, a subordinate of your sister-in-law. Wu Yi was about to speak but pressed his lips together again. Hey, this fellow has quite the audacity. Who is he calling sister-in-law? Ji Dan immediately straightened up, his demeanor becoming more reserved. Yet his gaze toward Wu Yi bore a hint of caution. Is it common for subordinates of old Fu's sister to be so handsome? It's hard to tell if he is truly a subordinate or merely a kept boy. Regardless, at least old Fu has credentials. Ji Dan enthusiastically shook Wu Yi's hand. Hello, I'm a friend of old Fu, Ji Dan. Not the hen's Ji, nor the egg's Dan, but the Ji of Jin the Dan from Sheng, Dan Jing, Mo Cho. Wu Yi, facing Ji Dan's deliberately warm demeanor, calmly withdrew his hand and nodded with a certain elegance. Hello, my surname is Wu. Nearby, old Zhang subtly stepped back, acknowledging they were not of the same ilk and refraining from intruding. However, he still listened intently. Fu Xingjian refrained from directly asking Wu Yi how he knew he was there, instead inquiring, what brings you here? Wu Yi replied with a smirk. The young lady instructed me to transfer the villa on Yuhua Road and those cars into your name. Upon hearing this, Ji Dan felt a sense of relief. Being referred to as the young lady suggested she was not ancient. If she were in her 40s or 50s, wealthy individuals tend to take good care of themselves, and she would likely appear younger, making it less likely for them to resemble old Fu's mother. Wait, transferring the villa? The luxury cars? Are you referring to all the vehicles in the garage? Wu Yi nodded, indeed. Fu Xingjian finally understood that the 600 million from yesterday was not in vain. There was at last some positive response. Is she eating regularly? He suddenly asked. Wu Yi's eye twitched, recalling that the 600 million was intended to ensure the young lady ate on time. I will remind her to eat regularly. Fu Xingjian added, not just meals. She also needs fruits and milk for nutrition. Wu Yi replied, understood, I will convey that. Fu Xingjian continued, does she drink coffee? Alcohol? Wu Yi smiled thinly, wondering why Fu Xingjian sought to inquire about the young lady's preferences through him. You should ask her yourself. Fu Xingjian was not adept at conversing with women. Apart from handing over his bank card and indulging them, he had no idea how to establish rapport. What he could offer, she clearly did not lack. Even if he lacked finesse, he understood that for an unparalleled wealthy young lady, winning her over with sincerity was far more effective than with money. When does she usually return to the villa? Wu Yi replied, that depends on the young lady's schedule. She has been quite busy recently, and likely will not return to the Yuhua Road villa anytime soon. Fu Xingjian felt a tinge of regret. He was counting the days, knowing it would take a month to determine if she was pregnant. He currently reminds the young lady to rest adequately, eat on time, and avoid excessive alcohol and coffee consumption. However, she likely dismisses his concerns, perceiving him as overly familiar and meddlesome. He can only find ways to draw closer, fostering a more intimate relationship, so that he may naturally advise and care for her. Nearby, old Zhang listens in astonishment. Yuhua Road's villas? That is an upscale residential area. Each villa must be worth several tens of millions, at the very least. Moreover, the luxury cars. In recent days, Fu Xingjian has been seen driving various new models. Are all these extravagant vehicles now owned by Brother Fu? My heavens, how enviable! Tears of envy threatened to spill from his eyes. Is there no wealthy lady willing to pay him a visit? His stomach is weak, and he would gladly indulge in a life of comfort. His entire family would be eager for such a lifestyle. Once Fu Xingjian and Wu Yi depart, old Zhang cannot contain himself and shares the news. I heard it with my own ears. Brother Fu has already completed the transfer of ownership. If you don't believe me, you can inquire with Ji Dan. He heard it clearly as well. These people still look down on Brother Fu for living off others, mocking him for being a kept man. In just half a month, he has garnered investments, a villa, and luxury cars, surely worth 100 million by now. Goodness, Brother Fu has landed in a nest of fortune. My teeth are not in good condition, Yet I too wish to savor some soft food. I wonder if Brother Fu could introduce someone to me. Wang Chong. Those wealthy ladies eat well. They do not indulge in the bland fare you offer. How could they possibly enjoy your pickled vegetables? Laughter erupts among the crowd. As the illustrious actor passes by, he scoffs, derisively stating, "A true man should stand tall and strong. Yet here he is, emulating the vain and materialistic, relying on charm to win favor. How can such a strategy endure?" The atmosphere grows tense, as no one anticipated the illustrious actor would speak, let alone with such a blatant critique of Fu Xingjian's reliance on charm. Jidan had never before mentioned the elder sister of the old Fu family in public, fearing it would embarrass them. However, with Fu Wenwei's recent actions, the matter can no longer remain concealed. While the illustrious actor's words carry some truth, the old Fu family is somewhat distinct, as they possess a marriage certificate. The crowd gasps. A marriage certificate? That changes everything. Old Zhang is astonished. Brother Fu is truly remarkable. The illustrious actor clenches his teeth. A mere kept man, who would believe a patron would marry such a person. His agent fails to intervene in time, and the actor's harsh words have already escaped his lips. Ji Dan's expression darkens. He is unbothered by disdain or pressure, but he cannot tolerate insults directed at old Fu. Dear esteemed actor, why do I sense a whiff of jealousy in your words? Rest assured, you may be a mere plaything, but my old Fu certainly is not. I have seen the marriage certificate myself, so do not project your envy and resentment onto me. The illustrious actor's face turns pale, his gaze filled with venom as he fixates on Ji Dan, wishing he could shatter his skull with a single blow. The agent scolds sharply Ji Dan. Mind your words. The esteemed actor Fong is your senior, and even Fu Xingjian would not dare to speak to him in such a manner. As a friend of Fu Xingjian, I advise you to tread carefully and not hinder his progress. Ji Dan chuckled coldly, stating that as a friend of the esteemed Fu, he advises the great actor Fong to exercise caution in his words and actions. It is unbecoming to disparage others simply because one cannot attain the same fruits of success. The ire in Fong's eyes roiled like a volcano on the brink of eruption. Are you truly proud of a friend who resorts to such disgraceful measures? Ji Dan threw a punch, striking Fong and igniting a fierce altercation. By the time Director One intervened, both parties had to be separated. The look in Fong's eyes was one of pure venom, as if he wished to flay Ji Dan alive. Selling one's principles and soul is not inherently shameful. The true disgrace lies in not fetching a worthy price. Clearly, Fu Xingjian has commanded an astronomical sum, while those unable to do so are evidently consumed by jealousy. Chapter 34. Enduring a breathless moment. A step back is worse than death. Millions in luxurious cars. Millions in villas. Millions in investments. Why should it be so? Reflecting on his arduous journey from a humble actor to the esteemed position of best actor, the hardships he endured are known only to him. What makes him inferior to that fellow, Fu Xingjian? Why has he not encountered a generous and affluent benefactor? In a fit of anger, actor Fong declared, Director One, this film cannot proceed with him. It's merely 40 million. I can invest that. Director Wan's expression darkened. Incidents had repeatedly plagued the crew, casting a shadow of misfortune. Was it an omen that this film was doomed to fail? After completing his household matters, Fu Xingjian was urgently summoned back by Director Wan. Although his role was minor, as an investor, he had stakes in the project, and the troubles affecting the crew also involved those he supported. Who else could be expected to manage the situation? Wu Yi, finding himself at leisure, decided to greet the young lady and join the fray. Upon arriving at the set, Fu Xingjian did not seek a conversation with Ji Dan first, but instead approached Old Zhang to grasp the situation. Old Zhang remarked this time, Xiao Ji is truly not at fault. Actor Fong seems to have lost his mind, speaking in an utterly offensive manner. In this industry, direct confrontations are rare. Most conflicts occur behind the scenes. Despite having been in the circle for so long, there are no known instances of Fong establishing a reputation for either candor or sharp-tongued remarks. If he were truly so impetuous, he would not have attained his current status. To audaciously utter such unpleasant words in public only reflects his disdain for Fu Xingjian and Ji Dan. considering them inconsequential and believing they are powerless against him. Wu Yi, having overheard the conversation, grasped the gist and reported back to the young lady. Shuang, handle this matter. Wu Yi understood. Let them witness the formidable influence of the golden sponsor behind the pretty boy. Shuang. Wu Yi looked at the young lady, bemused, and then burst into laughter. Subsequently, he researched the audacious actor Fong, gathered information on his background, and contacted Mei Tang to resolve the issue. Fu Xingjian was already in discussions with Director Wan. Director Wan expressed, actor Gu and actress Bai have departed. If actor Fong leaves too, even with a confidentiality agreement, my crew's reputation will be tarnished. If we manage to bring in more prominent actors, it would be acceptable. Even if there are speculations, they need not all be negative. However, with one best actor and one best actress departing, the replacements are either a background performer or a lesser-known actor with decent skills, but no fame. If actor Fong were to leave as well, it would not only lead to external speculation about the film's quality and his declining career, but also provoke discontent among the remaining cast members. Fu Xingjian silently scolded. Fong Tong had adeptly exploited Director Wan's psyche, emboldening his reckless behavior. Even if Director Wan truly decided to let Fong Tong go, having lost 2 best actors and 1 best actress shortly after production commenced, the replacements would either be obscure actors or mere stand-ins. The film's prospects would be glaringly evident, and Fong Tong was already contemplating his exit. What does Fong Tong intend to do? Fu Xingjian asked directly. Wan Dao spoke with a hint of discomfort. His demand is for Ji Dan to publicly apologize and invite him to a meal as an act of contrition. Fu Xingjian smirked sarcastically, asserting that his demands extended beyond just Ji Dan. Didn't they? Wan Dao replied, there's also you. Fu Xingjian scoffed, questioning Wan Dao's perspective. Wan Dao sighed, adopting a tone that suggested sincerity. Young Fu, I understand your youthful pride and reluctance to bow your head. However, your identity transcends that of merely an actor. You are an investor. You have plowed 40 million into this venture. And surely you do not wish for that investment to go to waste? One must cultivate a broader perspective and longer vision. Sometimes, enduring a moment of humiliation can lead to a tranquil future. A step back can open up vast horizons. Bowing down could mean earning money. Regrettably, although Fu Xingjian's pockets were currently empty, he possessed a replication card, enabling him to generate wealth at will. However, having been accustomed to poverty, he inherently adhered to a principle of cost-effectiveness, unwilling to frivolously replicate money or abilities, fearing that he might end up disadvantaged if the other party lacks sufficient means or talent. I am not in want of funds. 400 million is a loss I can sustain. Having faced death once, Fu Xingjian exhibited a madness that was incomprehensible to ordinary minds. For him, enduring a moment of suffocation was preferable to retreating, which felt like a death sentence. Wan Dao, frustrated, wondered why this young man could not heed advice. Young Fu, do not act out of spite. Negative emotions will cloud your judgment and communication. Reflect on this matter again. Fu Xingjian's expression remained resolute, leaving no room for negotiation. Wan Dao, there is no need for further contemplation, nor to suggest he leave. If he wishes to depart, ensure he pays the breach of contract penalty. Wan Dao's face darkened. He regretted involving Fu Xingjian in the investment. This young man, having achieved a reversal of fortune, was excessively impetuous, unable to endure any slight. As their argument neared escalation, the producer approached. Upon seeing him, Wan Dao felt as though he had encountered a savior. You came at just the right moment. Please clarify matters with him. In the absence of Fu Xingjian, Wan Dao and the producer frequently clashed. With Fu Xingjian present, however, their relationship flourished harmoniously. The producer cast a complex glance at Fu Xingjian, stating, there is no need for further discussion. I have already instructed the legal team to prepare the termination contract for Fong Tong. Wan Dao was taken aback. Zhang, have you lost your mind? Fong Tong is an acclaimed actor, a star with considerable pull. Should he leave, the crew will be left with only an established actor, well-known yet lacking in current influence. The producer cast another furtive glance at Fu Xingjian. Who exactly was backing this individual? How could he possibly engage the international superstar Liang Shuqing in such a short span? Fang Tong's role will be replaced by Liang Yingdi. Wan Dao, seething with rage, halted in his tracks. Who? The producer replied, Liang Shucheng. Wan Dao exclaimed. ISNT he already booked to shoot a film abroad? He had contemplated inviting this international star before, but at that time, Liang had been committed to another project, leaving no availability. Just as now, with Liang's prominence, it was not impossible to engage other leading actors, yet the timeline was too tight, and he was in dire need of a principal character. Completing the filming within the required time frame was simply unfeasible. The producer's expression grew increasingly nuanced as the Hollywood film, which had been in preparation for over a year, was suddenly postponed. His own project faced a similar delay. Director Wan's demeanor shifted from concern to delight. Are you certain that Director Liang can indeed join the project? The producer turned to Fu Xingjian. This is a question for you to address. Fu Xingjian, still puzzled, responded. Me? The producer, with unwavering conviction, stated, the illustrious actor Liang is someone you have brought in, correct? Fu Xingjian was momentarily taken aback, recalling Wu Yi. Could he be the one orchestrating this? I do not know. I have not asked him to do anything, he replied candidly. The producer scrutinized Fu Xingjian discreetly. His appearance was indeed striking, yet the entertainment industry was replete with handsome men and beautiful women. The fact that Fu Xingjian commanded such protective favor from his financial backers was a testament to his own skill and capability. While the group deliberated over matters concerning actor Liang, actor Fang's agent received a communication from the company. Rather than being merely news, it felt more like a directive. Upon finishing the call, the agent's countenance darkened to an extreme. Noticing the agent's disquiet, actor Fang inquired, "What did the company say?" The agent, feeling a heavy sense of despair, realized they had underestimated Fu Xingjian and had now encountered an insurmountable obstacle. The company's stance was to terminate the contract with the production team, willing to pay any penalties incurred. Actor Fang, though eager to leave the project, felt a sting to his pride at being ousted in such a manner. Was director Wan intent on forcibly protecting that extra? The agent, seeing Fang's continued confusion, clarified. The company insists you publicly apologize to those you have offended before you depart. Actor Fang's expression shifted dramatically, and he rose abruptly. What did you say? The agent replied. Fu Xingjian's affiliations are not to be trifled with. They have exerted pressure on the company. If you do not comply, you may find it exceedingly difficult to regain your standing in the next 3 to 5 years. An actor, regardless of current popularity, could see their value plummet if absent from the screen for even a year or two. Actor Fang's face turned pale, overwhelmed by shock and anger. Who is his financier? Chapter 35. With one's back to the sky, blind to the truth. The agent's expression was hardly more favorable than that of the esteemed actor Fang. Currently, she had only one rising star, Fang Tong. Should he offend someone, she would have to cultivate another talent from scratch. Although I could not ascertain the particulars, it was evident that he was not someone of our humble standing who could afford to offend. Fang, clenching his fists and squinting at the agent, pondered whether the company would truly dare to shelve him if he refrained from apologizing. After all, he was one of the company's prized assets, and he could not fathom that Fu Xingjian's connections held such immense clout. Once one had risen to prominence and amassed wealth, the struggle was not merely for resources but also for pride. It would be exceedingly difficult to swallow this indignation. The agent quickly intervened, urging him not to act recklessly. Do you think I haven't inquired? If it were not absolutely necessary, I would not willingly endure this loss. Fang's face had turned a deep shade of purple from frustration. At that moment, the assistant director arrived to present the contract for termination. Such confrontational matters were never easy for the assistant director, who braced himself for any backlash. To his surprise, Fang signed the document swiftly, without haggling over the penalty fees. Nor did he exhibit the sarcastic demeanor he had anticipated. The agent seized the opportunity to inquire, "Might I ask when Mr. Fu is available? Fang Tong previously had some misunderstandings with him, and we wish to extend our apologies before we depart." The assistant director gazed at Fang in astonishment. Fang, maintaining a stoic silence, tacitly endorsed the agent's words. The assistant director replied, "I'm not certain. but I will inquire and return with an answer." The agent expressed her gratitude. "That will be much appreciated." Internally, the assistant director was astounded. Just moments ago, Fong and his agent had been at odds, adamant about expelling Fu Xingjian and Ji Dan from the production team. The rapid shift in attitude was unexpected, reflecting on the producers and director Wan's stances. The assistant director mentally elevated Fu Xingjian's significance. Goodness. Yet, he remained curious about the formidable figure backing Fu Xingjian. When Ji Dan confronted Fong Tong, he felt no remorse. At worst, he would resign from his leading role. However, he could not bear to witness Fong Tong humiliate his brother. Yet, after director Wan elucidated the current situation within the crew, Ji Dan began to regret his impulsiveness. He should have approached the matter discreetly, avoiding leaving any incriminating evidence. What if old Fu's investment of 40 million truly went a waste? Thus, when Fu Xingjian arrived, Ji Dan hastily declared, "Old Fu, do not concern yourself with my pride. My dignity holds little value. I am willing to apologize and make amends. I will drink as much as necessary." Finally, Ji Dan grit his teeth, the pain gnawing at his gums. "Please do not interfere, if all else fails. I would even bow down to them, for his own sake." Ji Dan would rather die than endure such humiliation. However, director Wan had instilled a sense of fear in him, reminding him that a wealthy person's money does not come easily. They have invested something that demands a return. How could he fathom the sacrifices Fu Xingjian had made behind the scenes to secure this investment? Fu Xingjian felt a warmth in his heart. Compared to the chaotic members of the Fu family, Ji Dan was truly his kin. "Nonsense. Who dares to make you kneel? I shall break their legs." Ji Dan's eyes reddened. "Do not act impulsively. We must prioritize the bigger picture. I am not a person of stature. For 40 million, I can swallow my pride. Besides, I have thick skin. It matters not." Fu Xingjian is trop tightened. Such a remarkable Ji Dan had perished in his previous life due to his unwavering spirit, refusing to yield, ultimately subjected to humiliation until his demise. The matter had been resolved. Fong Tong would depart, and Liang Shucheng would join the cast, so there was no need for concern. The international film Emperor Liang Shucheng? Ji Dan's expression was one of astonishment. Director Wan had previously informed him that once the film Emperor Fong left, there would be no actor of comparable stature to join the production, rendering their project futile, and old Fu's investment would go to waste. Fu Xingjian nodded. "So, I need not apologize?" Ji Dan inquired, a blend of joy and surprise evident in his demeanor. "You were never required to," Fu Xingjian replied, "even without Liang Shucheng joining. He would rather forfeit the 40 million than allow Ji Dan to bow to anyone undeservingly, especially considering Ji Dan had taken the lead for his sake. He had sworn to protect his brother." As they conversed, the deputy director approached to convey the words of the film Emperor Fong. Ji Dan was taken aback. "He wishes to apologize to us?" The deputy director replied. Fong's agent conveyed this message. Fu Xingjian responded, "Tell him that if he wishes to apologize, it must be done publicly. No need for a private dinner. Did he not just pay a hefty penalty for breach of contract? Consider this a means of saving his expenses. Wasn't this precisely what Fong Tong had requested earlier?" Fu Xingjian was merely turning the tables on him. The deputy director was taken aback by Fu Xingjian's firmness. He had effectively driven Fong away and was now poised to deliver another blow. The other party had sent him to inquire, clearly reluctant to apologize publicly, hoping for a private apology that would save face for both sides. After all, he was a film emperor, and they all circulated within the same circle, bound to cross paths. Would it not be prudent to grant him some courtesy? Fu Xingjian's refusal was unwavering. It was not a matter of lacking respect, but rather a necessity to set an example. In director Wan's production, few were mere minor actors. Even if they were not the leading figures, they were prominent in the industry, frequently gracing the screens as popular young stars. These individuals had consistently ostracized Fu Xingjian and Ji Dan. Fu Xingjian was indifferent. Could they truly isolate him? He had the power to isolate them all. Now, when Fu Xingjian treated the crew to afternoon tea, those actors who had previously looked down upon him were notably absent. Feeding dogs was preferable. At least they would wag their tails in gratitude. Regarding Ji Dan, Fu Xingjian refrained from leveraging his status to suppress these individuals from undermining the performance. Jidan also needed to grow. In this high-pressure environment, his progress was rapid. However, some had escalated their antagonism, exhibiting passive resistance during filming. The deputy director felt a chill. He had underestimated Fu Xingjian to win the favor of a powerful figure. How could Fu Xingjian possibly be foolish? The deputy director approached, and while Fong the film emperor did not outwardly express anything, the tension was palpable. As soon as the assistant director departed, the room echoed with the sounds of chaos and the persuasive words of the agent. The following day, the esteemed actor Fong bid farewell to the crew. Before leaving, he publicly extended an apology to Fu Xingjian, expressing his regret for the misunderstandings that had arisen due to certain matters. He assured that their paths would cross again, and when they did, he would invite Mr. Fu for drinks as an act of contrition. His words bore double meanings, laden with implications. Fu Xingjian merely smiled, unfazed by the subtle hints, but gently reminded him that there was another individual to whom he owed an apology. Fong clenched his jaw, his expression rigid. With his agent's prompting, he turned to Jidan and uttered a simple sorry. Those two words encapsulated the utmost extent of his contrition. Jidan, still relatively naive, felt a surge of satisfaction but feigned indifference, though the corners of his mouth betrayed his delight. I can withstand criticism directed at me, but not towards old Fu, he thought to himself. The agent, glancing at his watch, noted that it was time to depart. Fong, feeling a weight lift from his shoulders, exchanged a few pleasantries before hastily exiting. Those present understood all too well that Fong had not only been ousted from the crew, but had also been compelled to bow his head in apology. Those who had previously looked down upon Fu Xingjian were taken aback, pondering the identity of his formidable backing. Following that day, many began to investigate the true nature of Fu Xingjian's influential patron, including Fu Wenquan from the Fu family. Chapter 36. I do not strike arbitrarily. I only target the deserving. The following day, upon Liang Shuqing's entry into the film crew, the previously unsettled atmosphere, exacerbated by Fong Tong's departure, began to stabilize. Even Fong Tong, upon discovering that Liang Shuqing had taken over his role, felt his teeth nearly grinding to dust in frustration. He had anticipated reveling in the ridicule that would ensue after his own exit from the crew. However, with Liang Shuqing now part of the ensemble, would he still witness the film being mocked? Amidst his astonishment, Fong Tong's manager felt a sense of relief for having dissuaded Fong Tong from stubbornly refusing to acknowledge his mistakes. An international superstar like Emperor Liang cannot simply be summoned through monetary means. The fact that he willingly joined the crew to elevate a mere stand-in's status speaks volumes about the formidable backing Fu Xingjian possesses. Not only did Fong Tong's manager gain insight into the situation, but the other actors in the crew, including another esteemed actor who had yet to join due to limited scenes, also recognized the implications. Upon Liang Shuqing's arrival, his approachable demeanor shone through. He did not disdain Jidan, the stand-in lead, and often took the time to mentor Jidan on his craft during downtime. Fu Xingjian breathed a sigh of relief, no longer needing to make frequent trips to the set. Eventually, Fu Wenquan's long-awaited call came through, prompting Fu Xingjian to agree to return home. Unbeknownst to the Fu family, Fu Xingjian had not visited in several days, having dismantled the surveillance cameras installed downstairs. Aware of the monitoring situation, they deemed it inappropriate to continue. During Fu Xingjian's absence, the family initially retained the surveillance in their parents' room to avoid giving him any grounds for complaints about their treatment of the parents. They even pretended to hire a caregiver to attend to the parents. However, as Fu Xingjian's behavior grew increasingly egregious, Fu Wenhua decided to remove the cameras entirely, and the caregiver became merely an on-call service. When Fu Wenquan arrived, not only were the Fu sisters present, but Fu Wenjue was also in attendance. Before Fu Xingjian's return, they had already engaged in considerable debate. Fu Wenwei stated, "Eldest sister, this is not a personal attack against him. Rather, he is akin to a stubborn lump of clay, and it is unnecessary to squander further time on him." Fu Wenhua concurred. Fu Wenjue, though internally elated, maintained a facade of neutrality. After all, he was not a biological member of the Fu family. He implored, second sister, fourth sister, please grant fifth brother a chance for redemption. Fu Wenhui retorted, Wenjue, I appreciate your compassion, but if a situation were to become known within the family, he would be regarded as the sole male heir of the main branch, the pillar of the household. Do you truly believe he is capable of bearing such a burden in his current state? Fu Wenjue responded, fifth brother is still young. We could allow him to continue his studies and learn more under the guidance of our sister and father. Fu Wenhui scoffed. Do you think the other branches will afford him the luxury of time to mature? You may be unaware, but I am not. How many individuals have approached you with ulterior motives over the years, indulging you in frivolities and enticing you toward perilous paths? Had you not possessed a resolute character, who knows what depths you might have descended to under their influence? Do you believe that Fu Xingjian can withstand such temptation? After speaking, she sarcastically lamented, he has already sold himself as a kept man without any significant provocation. If the other branches find out, our family will become a laughingstock. It was evident that Fu Wenhui harbored deep grievances against Fu Xingjian and was unwilling to grant him any further chances. Fu Wenjue felt a sense of amusement within, yet wore a mask of hesitation and sympathy, for after all, the fifth brother was their parents' biological son. Fu Wenhui was infuriated. If their parents discovered that their own son was being kept by someone else, what fury would ensue? Among them, Fu Wenjue was the least inclined to inform their parents of this matter. Fu Wenhui's words struck a chord within him. Perhaps I should heed my elder sister's counsel, Fu Wenjue said helplessly, as all eyes turned to Fu Wenquan. Fu Wenquan had initiated an investigation into the identity of the person who was keeping Fu Xingjian, but thus far, no leads had emerged. The abrupt transformation of Fu Xingjian raised questions. Was it a consequence of being drugged? Or was it due to the woman who was keeping him? She felt the need to meet Fu Xingjian again before drawing any conclusions. When he returns, I shall listen to his explanation. Fu Wenhui felt a surge of discontent, believing that Fu Wenquan's insistence on reclaiming Fu Xingjian stemmed from the fact that they were full siblings. What could Fu Xingjian possibly explain? Did having a justification grant him the right to assault others? Did it absolve him of his responsibilities towards their paralyzed parents while he indulged in the life of a kept man elsewhere? When Fu Xingjian arrived, the five sisters of the Fu family and Fu Wenjue were all present. Each face bore an expression of solemnity, as if they were preparing to interrogate him. Fu Wenquan was busier than the others. The last time she had seen Fu Xingjian was several months prior. Upon this reunion, she noted the profound changes in him, a transformation that seemed to emanate from his very core, giving the impression that he had become an entirely different person. Shall we first visit our parents? Fu Wenquan inquired. A flicker of derision crossed Fu Xingjian's eyes. No need. What is there to see of mere tools? Fu Wenquan felt a twinge of doubt. Regardless of the opinions of others, she believed in Fu Xingjian's regard and concern for their family. Her primary objective was to uncover the reason behind his drastic transformation. Recently, there have been numerous incidents at home. Your sisters claim that you have bullied them and even resorted to violence. Fu Xingjian remained composed, devoid of any trace of shame. I do not curse indiscriminately. I reserve my words for those who deserve it, and I do not strike without cause, targeting only those who merit such treatment. Fu Wenhui laughed in exasperation. Elder sister, do listen to what he has to say. Even now, he speaks with such filth in his mouth, showing us no respect whatsoever. Truly, he possesses no sense of upbringing. Fu Xingjian retorted, everyone has two sides. The side you perceive in me reflects what you deserve. Fu Wenhui was incensed, her fury compelling her to lash out at Fu Xingjian, only to be restrained by Fu Wenhua and Fu Wenxue. The current Fu Xingjian would not indulge them. Should they dare to strike, he would retaliate with even greater force, showing no semblance of the decorum expected of a man, nor any mercy when it came to striking a woman. Seeing the atmosphere between them become increasingly tense, Fu Wenquan decided to broach another subject. Had you been kept by someone? Fu Xingjian did not deny it, conceding that it was indeed the case. Fu Wenquan suppressed his disappointment, stating, I believe you're not that kind of person. Have you encountered some troubles? Fu Xingjian replied, that night, I was drugged by Qi Qinglu, and that is how I ended up in this situation. A flicker of concern crossed Fu Wenjue's eyes. He did not wish for Fu Xingjian to possess any valid reason to gain their forgiveness. Fifth brother, you misunderstood Sister Qing. If she truly had drugged you, the police would not have let her go. If you do not trust our words, or Sister Qing's, surely you must have faith in the police investigation? Fu Xingjian looked at him directly and asked, did you sleep with Qi Qinglu? Fu Wenjue was taken aback, exclaiming, Fifth brother, how could you say such a thing? I have always regarded Sister Qing as a sister-in-law. At that moment, Fu Wenhui harbored an intense disdain for Fu Xingjian. She glared at him with contempt, saying, you lack any sense of shame and yet choose to besmirch Wenjue. We are well aware of Wenjue's character. Even if your girlfriend were to throw herself at him, he would not spare her glance. What is Qi Qinglu? What worth does she hold? Wenjue's fiancée is none other than the eldest daughter of the He family. He Sui. In terms of background, appearance, and grace, He Sui far surpasses Qi Qinglu by a considerable margin. Chapter 37. The tortoise in the pool and the soft-shelled turtle in the pond are the same kind. Fu Wenjue felt deeply aggrieved. Fifth brother, I have my own fiancée. I assure you, there is no relationship between me and Sister Xiaoqing. My concern for her stems solely from the fact that she is your girlfriend, your childhood sweetheart. Fu Wenjuan's expression was one of disappointment. How can you think this way? Wenjue, when you are absent, Wenjue has always defended you. He has never spoken a single word against you. She exclaimed angrily. You cannot think of him in such a manner. Fu Xingjian, you are insulting his character. Fu Xingjian recalled that Fu Wenjue had once saved Fu Wenjuan's life during their childhood. The bond of saving a life, coupled with the affection of growing up together, rendered their blood relation inconsequential. Fu Xingjian's indifferent demeanor finally infuriated Fu Wenquan, who lost her patience. Apologize to Wenjue. Fu Xingjian retorted, I will not. Fu Wenquan's countenance darkened, her solemnity instilling a palpable sense of intimidation, causing others to instinctively fall silent. Are you truly willing to sever ties with the family? With a mocking smile, Fu Xingjian replied, do I have any connection with you? No sooner had he spoken than a knock echoed from the door. Fu Wenxue prepared to answer it, but Fu Xingjian stood up first to open the door. The doorbell, ignored by everyone except Fu Xingjian, was merely a signal of a visitor from the neighborhood or property management. Upon opening the door, it was no surprise that the visitors were indeed the police. Ordinarily, few would come knocking, and the family seldom interacted with their neighbors. They never engaged with the property management regarding utilities or services. All such matters fell under Fu Xingjian's purview. Wasn't the Fu family the ones engaging in deception? He would send them to the detention center to reflect on their misdeeds. Excitedly, Fu Xingjian exclaimed, Brother Xia, I've been waiting for you for a long time. Everyone is here, not a single one is missing. They are all inside. Hurry and arrest them. The members of the Fu family within the house were left bewildered. They understood each word, yet the meaning eluded them. What did he mean by not a single one is missing? Who were they to arrest? As the officers entered, the Fu siblings, led by Fu Wenquan, stood up in unison. Having lived for 30 years, Fu Wenquan found herself confronting such a situation for the first time, prompting her to question, Fu Xingjian, what is the meaning of this? Fu Xingjian remained silent as the leading officer, Brother Xia, spoke. You have been reported for impersonating blood relatives in a fraudulent scheme. We ask you to accompany us for clarification. Fu Wenquan looked at Fu Xingjian in shock, her expression darkening. Did you make the report? Fu Xingjian turned to Brother Xia, complaining, Brother Xia, look, she dares to threaten me right in front of you. Though still young, Fu Xingjian had navigated through life's challenges and had met few prominent figures. However, he was familiar with many people. The officer before him, Brother Xia, was someone he had met during a part-time job where he was once deceived. In those days, when Fu Xingjian was still a mere child, he had yet to reach adulthood. After enduring a week of hardship, he found himself in distress and reported the incident, then sat on the curb, shedding tears. It was then that Officer Xia, moved by his plight and noticing he had gone a day without food, purchased for him a pancake roll. Fu Xingjian, believing that the police station would offer him some convenience, took the liberty of acquiring the officer's contact information. Grateful for the kindness of the pancake roll, he made it a point to approach him each year during festive times, exchanging pleasantries without spending a dime. effectively forging a connection with a brother in the police force. Officer Xiao's expression grew more severe as he addressed a female colleague, instructing her to voice her concerns at the police station. Over the years, fraud cases had proliferated predominantly in the realm of telecommunication scams. However, incidents like the one Fu Xingjian encountered involving a family perpetrating scams in person were indeed rare. The audacity of these individuals to exploit Fu, an orphan, while burdening him with two incapacitated parents, two unemployed sisters, a sister of limited intelligence, and younger brother who required support for university, was truly appalling. It was as if they had sought out a blood bag to drain. Fu Wenquan could hardly fathom that Fu Xingjian would confront her in such a manner. Fu Xingjian, you must clarify our relationship. Was our paternity test merely a scrap of paper? Fu Xingjian's gaze turned piercing, a shadow cast over his face as he retorted. How dare you question the legitimacy of the paternity test you fabricated? A frost descended upon Fu Wenquan's radiant visage as she shot back. Who told you that the paternity test was false? In response, Fu Xingjian produced two paternity test documents from his bag and flung them at her face. The impact stung her, but the more painful realization was Fu Xingjian's demeanor. Clenching her fists tightly, she struggled to contain her voice. You are being outrageous. How bold of you. Fu Xingjian shot back. Fu Wenquan remained unmoved, while Fu Wenhui and the others picked up the papers scattered on the floor. As they gathered to examine the documents, their expressions shifted dramatically. It was a paternity test, specifically between Fu Xingjian and the Fu father and Fu mother. They were taken aback, never anticipating that Fu Xingjian would pursue a second paternity test, especially with those two tools in the house. They were not even members of the Fu family. Hence the results Fu Xingjian obtained could not possibly affirm any familial ties. Fu Wenhui handed the documents to Fu Wenquan, who furrowed her brow, feeling a surge of helplessness, anger, and frustration. Meanwhile, seizing the opportunity as the Fu family scrutinized the paternity test, Fu Xingjian discreetly collected the mobile phones left on the table, under the pretense of fetching water for the officers. He did not overlook the bags of Fu Wenquan and Fu Wenhui either. He could not possibly rummage through their bags for their phones. Thus, he collected them all together. The officers who had proceeded to inspect the house brought out the two incapacitated tools. Initially, they merely aimed to test whether these two could indeed refrain from speech, but to their astonishment, after exchanging a few words, the two supposed invalids sat up on their own. They are merely laborers, although their salaries are not insignificant. Becoming a fraudster for such a reason entails a different price altogether. Fu Xingjian observed the two elderly individuals as they emerged from the house with an air of ease, his expression shifting to one of derision and disdain, as if he had already concluded that these individuals were nothing but deceivers, criminals of the highest order. For the first time in her life, Fu Wenquan found herself rendered speechless by indignation. And it was also the first instance in which she was accused of fraud and taken to the police station. The Fu family yearned to clarify the situation, to elucidate the sequence of events. Xiaochong interjected, "There is no need for discussion here. We shall address everything at the station." He then commanded the officers to escort them away. Fu Wenquan felt her throat constrict with anger, her breath coming in short gasps. "I am not a criminal. I refuse to wear these." She adamantly resisted the handcuffs. The eldest daughter of the Fu family would not be subjected to such indignities. Xiaochong's demeanor was grave. There was no room for negotiation. With the paternity test from Fu Xingjian in hand and the information he had obtained about these individuals, which turned out to be fraudulent, his resolve only strengthened. The thought that young Fu had been deceived by these fraudsters for 2 years, losing over 200,000 in the process, compelled Xiaochong to insist that each of them be handcuffed. Fu Wenquan had come to address a matter of familial shame, without the presence of assistants or secretaries, not even a secretary to accompany her. Fu Wenhui found herself in a similar predicament. They could only reach out to their lawyers independently. "I want to contact my lawyer." Xiaochong assured her that he would not infringe upon her legal rights. Once at the police station, she would have the opportunity to make the call. With a piercing gaze, Fu Wenquan declared, "You have no evidence and no right to detain us." I will wait here for my lawyer. Before she could finish her sentence, Xiaochang had already ordered his subordinates to take them away. Fu Xingjian, as the aggrieved party, naturally accompanied them to the police station, albeit in his luxury vehicle. Meanwhile, the members of the Fu family were indignantly handcuffed and escorted into the police car. Chapter 38. Visiting the grave and burning paper offerings. Fooling the spirits? Before boarding the vehicle, Fu Xingjian pulled out his phone to capture the moment, taking photographs that would serve as a memento. Each individual was portrayed in close-up, adorned with silver handcuffs. Fu Wenhua, consumed by rage, exclaimed, "Fu Xingjian, I will kill you." In response, Fu Xingjian snapped a series of 10 rapid shots of her contorted and furious visage. The sound of the camera shutter echoed, click, click. Fu Wenhua felt her blood surge to her head, and even as the police restrained her, she yearned to tear this scoundrel apart. The others shielded their faces with their handcuffed hands, determined to prevent Fu Xingjian from capturing their identities. The Fu family, known for their pride and disdain for others, found themselves in a rare state of utter fury and humiliation, wishing for a chasm to open and swallow them whole, all thanks to this despicable brat before them. Xiaochang sensed Fu Xingjian's inner turmoil. When this young man had reunited with his family, he had spoken for an entire night, and Xiaochang could feel his elation as an outsider. Little did he know, they were nothing but a den of frauds. Xiaochang deliberately slowed his pace, allowing Fu Xingjian to take his photographs before feigning seriousness as he admonished. "Enough. Be a little more honest." Obediently, Fu Xingjian put away his phone, declaring, "We are law-abiding citizens, listening to the police, good sirs." Just before Fu Wenquan entered the vehicle, she cast a piercing glance at Fu Xingjian. If looks could inflict harm, Fu Xingjian would have certainly found himself with 2 gaping holes. Immediately, he pointed at her. "Officer." She threatened me with her gaze. The policeman escorting Fu Wenquan frowned and forcefully shoved her into the police car. Her expression darkened like a storm cloud, a metallic taste of iron seeping into her throat. As the police vehicle departed, Fu Xingjian continued to regale the nearby residents with tales of their fraudulent enterprise. An orphan, bereft of parents and relatives, Fu Xingjian's plight was already pitiable enough, yet he found himself ensnared by a gang of deceitful swindlers. Not to mention, Fu Xingjian rose with the dawn and toiled late into the night, laboring tirelessly to support his family. As for the Fu family, Fu Xingjian remained blissfully unaware that they indulged in a life of comfort and luxury behind his back. However, the observant neighbors were not blind. The retired ladies in the vicinity were keenly aware of the situation. Once the information coalesced, they understood precisely what was unfolding in Fu Xingjian's household. What a disgraceful lot. I always wondered why they received such lavish food deliveries. My son mentioned that these weren't just any small eateries. They were meals from upscale hotels. I once encountered several women from that household. Each was adorned in exquisite garments, exuding an air of superiority, looking down on others as if we were mere strays unworthy of their notice. I reside directly across from them. My door is equipped with surveillance, and you cannot fathom the extent of young Fu's struggles. He works himself to the bone every day, and my heart aches for him. There is also a lunatic residing below them, smashing dishes and creating chaos. Everything must wait for him to return home to manage. I am the one from upstairs. My mother mentioned that once, when she went out to throw away the trash, she saw his face all swollen, with blood drawn from around his eyes. What do you call this? Have you not realized who the female university student that caused the recent uproar online is? Good heavens! Do not tell me that the female student is Xiao Fu's girlfriend. Indeed, she is Xiao Fu's girlfriend. I happened upon them together last year. But that is not the crux of the matter. The essential point is that while I was walking my dog outside the community, I saw Xiao Fu's girlfriend in an embrace with the man who was apprehended today. Goodness, has Xiao Fu unearthed the ancestral graves of a family of swindlers? Even if the city has no village entrance, the keen observation and gossiping skills of the aunts and uncles are not inferior to those of the elderly. Before the members of the Fu family even arrived at the police station, the reputation of the swindlers had already begun to spread. Upon reaching the police station, Fu Wenquan maintained a formidable demeanor. They would not answer any questions without the presence of a lawyer. The issue was that when they were taken away, each one of them was indignant and unwilling to cooperate with the police. One individual, who could not part with their phone, was so focused on retrieving it that they failed to find it in time and were forcibly taken away as a result. Consequently, when those taken to the police station were asked to surrender their phones for temporary safekeeping, they realized that no one had brought their phones along. All their contact information was stored in their phones. The numbers they remembered were precisely those that could not be easily dialed, such as the numbers of Fu's father and mother, the home landline, and the numbers from Fu Wenquan and Fu Wenhui's in-laws. These numbers were not easily dialed. Once they did, the matter concerning Fu Xingjian would be impossible to conceal from the family. If the in-laws were to find out, they would surely revel in the misfortune of the Fu family. Therefore, they placed their hopes on the police allowing them to return to retrieve their phones, or at the very least, assisting them in obtaining their phones. However, the notion of returning to retrieve them was out of the question. Xia Chong inquired of his subordinates, suspecting that the suspects' phones likely contained the evidence they needed, so if the phones were left in the house, they would undoubtedly be taken back. One officer scratched his head and remarked, "Captain Xia, we did not find their phones. We all thought the phones were on them." Xia Chong's expression darkened. It seemed evident that these individuals' phones must have concealed crucial evidence, which is why they collectively hid them. How did they manage to conceal them right under his nose? Xia Chong ordered a thorough search. After Fu Wenquan was searched, the group seemed to suffer a profound humiliation. Each one accused the officers of conducting an illegal search, claiming it constituted a violation of their rights. They threatened to sue those who searched them. Whether or not they would sue was secondary. The pressing issue was that their phones were indeed not on them. Using the phone numbers provided by Fu Xingjian, calls were made one by one. All met with a response of being out of service. Even the location tracking yielded no results. Xia Chong demanded, "Where have you hidden your phones?" Fu Wenquan was amused by their accusations and replied with patience, "We have not concealed our phones, nor is there any need to do so. The phone is currently at Fu Xingjian's residence. Regarding the matter of fraud, I acknowledge that those parents are imposters. However, we are indeed Fu Xingjian's siblings, and I'm willing to undergo another paternity test." Xia Chong, momentarily following her lead, inquired further, why resort to using false parents to deceive Fu Xingjian? Fu Wenquan now regretted her earlier choices. Perhaps she should have heeded Fu Wenhui's advice and not clung to the notion of blood ties in her quest to reclaim familial bonds. This situation is intricate, belonging to the private affairs of our family, and I maintain the right to remain silent. Xia Chong forcefully struck the table, asserting, "Madame Fu, your actions now pertain to fraud, which is far from a mere family matter. We, the police, have an obligation to hold you accountable." Chapter 39. I do not acknowledge such relatives. I'm allergic to scoundrels. Fu Wenquan trembled with rage, feeling truly humiliated, like a tiger fallen into the plains. "Bullied by dogs. Is there no mobile phone with us? Surely you must have searched?" Xia Chong replied, "I have instructed someone to return and conduct another search. The mobile phone is not at your residence." Meanwhile, Fu Wenhui, being interrogated separately, exclaimed, "Impossible. If the phone is not here, it must have been taken by Fu Xingjian. No one else had the opportunity or motive." She protested, accusing us of fraud when we have returned all the money Fu Xingjian lent us over the past 2 years. My sister's transfer records can attest to that. Fu Wenhui now felt fortunate that Fu Xingjian had been shallow enough to demand money from them. Otherwise, the truth might never have surfaced. Yet, she did not wish for Fu Xingjian to discover the truth about the Fu family's affluent status. She hoped that this incapable and unlikable younger brother would not return home. According to Fu Wenhui's testimony, Fu Wenhui corroborated, "Indeed, I transferred 500,000 to Fu Xingjian as compensation for his support over these 2 years. However, when questioned, Fu Xingjian denied their claims, stating, "I have not received any compensation." Both parties spoke with unwavering conviction, leaving only the bank transaction records to scrutinize. The transaction records from that day had been erased by Xiao Jin. Not only was it impossible to trace Fu Wenhui's transfer records, but even Wu Ye's efforts would yield no results. Xia Chong confirmed that the two sisters were indeed being dishonest and obstructing judicial proceedings. Fu Wenjue speculated that Fu Wenhui had not genuinely transferred money to Fu Xingjian, suggesting it was merely a ploy to incite animosity against him. At present, he could only push towards establishing a paternity test. Comrades of the public security, we truly have not deceived fifth brother. We are indeed his relatives. The officer retorted, the paternity test has already been conducted. Is it not too presumptuous of you to speak thus? Fu Wenjue was at a loss for words. While they were indeed impostors, they claimed to be genuine. We can undergo another paternity test. If the result remains unchanged, I will admit it and disclose everything. He thought that as long as the paternity test proved that Fu Xingjian and the Fu sisters were indeed siblings, this matter would be a family affair. Xia Chong then approached Fu Xingjian to inquire if he would be willing to undergo another paternity test with them. Fu Xingjian agreed to the test with Fu Wenjue. However, Fu Wenjue panicked, realizing he was not a biological member of the Fu family. He insisted that the test be conducted only between Fu Xingjian and his sisters. Seeing the change in his demeanor, Xia Chong insisted he participate in the paternity test. Reluctantly, Fu Wenjue had to acknowledge that he was an adopted son of the Fu family, not a biological one. Fu Xingjian scoffed, "You expect me, who struggled to afford education, to support my younger brother's university studies? If such a person were my family, I would rather perish than acknowledge them." He resolutely refused to undergo the paternity test with the Fu sisters, maintaining that they were frauds. The next day, as Xia Chong continued his interrogation, he sensed something amiss. This case was indeed not a typical fraud case. After thorough examination, it was revealed that the clothing and jewelry belonging to the Fu family sisters were indeed authentic, not mere replicas, accumulating to a value exceeding $1 million. Therefore, the narrative that these individuals sought to defraud Fu Xingjian of a small fortune has become untenable. Following a night in detention, Fu Wenquan and her companions found their patience exhausted. Perhaps they had never imagined they would spend a night in custody. Fu Wenquan reached out to her family, a call that left Fu Buin and Xue Feng utterly astonished. Their son, raised for 23 years, was not their biological child, and the real son had already been located. The couple was blindsided by the revelation that their children had concealed such a monumental truth from them. They had believed their 3 daughters were abroad, yet they were, in fact, living with their biological son, who had been mistakenly swapped at birth. The conversation was brief. Fu Wenquan implored her family to secure a lawyer to facilitate their release. Fu Buin, grasping the implied meaning in his eldest daughter's words, quickly deduced why their children had hidden such a significant matter. It appeared that their biological son was not an exemplary individual, but rather quite mediocre. Setting aside his disappointment and agitation, Fu Buin instructed his secretary to arrange for his private lawyer to visit the police station and secure their release. His team acted with remarkable efficiency. Lawyer Yin arrived promptly at the police station and swiftly grasped the situation. Within 5 hours, he skillfully navigated the legal loopholes and successfully extricated them from custody. When Fu Xingjian learned of these developments from Xia Chong, the Fu family had already departed the police station. Xia Chong confronted him, demanding honesty about the whereabouts of the sisters' phones and bags. Fu Xingjian feigned innocence, asserting that he did not possess them. If he did, would they still be unable to track their location? Xia Chong's expression was complicated. The tracking devices within the sisters' phones were not ordinary, and even if the phones were destroyed, the tracking mechanism remained intact, despite having the opportunity to hide or discard them. The Fu siblings' phones had seemingly vanished without a trace. Little Fu, aside from that false pair of parents, Fu Wenjue is an adopted son. The others may indeed be your true kin. Xia Chong's hypothesis was accurate, yet Fu Xingjian refused to accept it. He had inquired with Xiao Jin about the possibility of replicating or usurping another's lineage to replace the bloodline of the Fu family within his own body. He no longer wished to be associated with the Fu family, intent on exacting revenge for the deceptions and torment he endured in his past life. He sought to uncover those who wished for his demise and avenge his suffering. Once he avenged himself, he wished for a complete severance of ties with the Fu family. Xia Ge, let us not speak of such ominous matters. I have already been unfortunate enough to be an orphan. If I were to encounter such relatives, that would be a true misfortune, he lamented. Xiaochong detected the disdain in his tone and cautioned him. They wish to resolve this case swiftly, and your withdrawal of charges will be essential. They will undoubtedly seek you out. Fu Xingjian, I am aware that, regardless of whether they are indeed fraudsters, the money I have expended over the past 2 years is undeniably real, and I shall relentlessly pursue compensation. Xiaochong, with a hint of unease, cautioned, they are not in want of money. Their motivations lie not in financial gain, but in targeting individuals. Exercise caution, and should anything arise, do not hesitate to seek my assistance. Fu Xingjian felt a warmth akin to a heater ablaze in the depths of winter enveloping his heart. Meanwhile, Fu Wenquan and the others were directly escorted back to the Fu family home. No one broached the subject of Fu Xingjian, nor did they mention bringing him home to meet their parents. Their recent encounters with the Public Security Bureau had truly infuriated them. On the way, Fu Wenhui was the first to voice her stance, declaring, I do not care what you all think. I am resolutely opposed to our family acknowledging Fu Xingjian. Fu Wenhua echoed her sentiments. I too oppose it. Fu Wenxue, however, timidly interjected, I believe he thinks we are fraudsters, which is why he has treated us so harshly. Was he not kind to us before? She had suffered the worst among her sisters, bearing visible injuries on her head. Yet, she genuinely felt that Fu Xingjian's actions were somewhat justifiable. Anyone who discovers that the parents they have cared for over the past 2 years are imposters, and that the siblings they have nurtured are deceivers, would find it intolerable and seek retribution. Fu Wenhui, in exasperation, pressed her forehead with force, exclaiming, I see your mind has been muddled by his blows. Regardless of the reasons, the outcome has already been wrought. Fu Wenhui had never held a fondness for Fu Xingjian, and her opposition to acknowledging him as family now provided her with a legitimate rationale to despise him. If my in-laws or friends would learn that not only had I been assaulted these past few days, but also imprisoned as a fraudster, they would surely find it laughable. Chapter 40. Fear not being used, but rather being useless. Although Fu Wenquan remained silent throughout, she was incensed by Fu Xingjian's decision to report them, resulting in her siblings being detained. Moreover, Fu Xingjian's other intolerable actions left her resolute against their parents' request for her to bring him back. Upon returning to the Fu family villa, the evening had already descended. Fu Buluan and Xue Fong had been anxiously awaiting their return. As Fu Wenquan and the others entered, the couple, relieved to see exactly 6 of them, took solace in the fact that the troublesome child had not accompanied them. Fu Buluan had already dismissed the excess servants from the villa, leaving only their immediate family. What on earth was happening? Fu Wenquan then recounted the entire incident. However, out of consideration for their shared parentage, she refrained from mentioning Fu Xingjian's scandalous affair with a wealthy woman. Yet, Fu Wenhui, her half-sister, did not share her discretion. She disclosed how Fu Xingjian had callously ended his long-standing relationship with his childhood sweetheart to become a kept man. Dad, Mom, it is not that we intentionally concealed this from you. It is just that he is too shameful to present to you. Compared to Wenjue, he is in an entirely different realm. If he merely lacked capability and talent, it would be one thing, but his character is equally deplorable. Look at how he assaulted Wenxue. And Wenjue, he had his nose broken by that man. And look at us. We were sent to the detention center by him. I have never experienced a more humiliating moment in my life. As she spoke, Fu Wenhui, overwhelmed with emotion, wiped her eyes, her eyelids reddening. Unable to hold back, Fu Wenxue attempted to explain, asserting that his breakup with his girlfriend was likely a misunderstanding, and that he believed they were deceivers. Fu Wenhui shot her a resentful glare, quickly retorting, no matter the reason, we have been together for 2 years. As siblings, why can't we communicate properly? I have the utmost disdain for men who strike women. What kind of decent man resorts to violence against a woman? Fu Buan had prepared himself for the possibility that his biological son might not excel, yet he was still taken aback by the reality that unveiled itself. Did he truly remain unaware of the family dynamics? Fu Wenhui, relieved, remarked, "Thank goodness we did not inform him. Otherwise, how could we have seen his true nature?" She then, mindful of Xue Fong being Fu Xingjian's biological mother, added, "Mom, it is not that I dislike him. It is simply that he pales in comparison to Wenjue, whom we have watched grow up." Now that grandma adores Wenjue, could Fu Xingjian ever measure up? It would only lead to embarrassment and ridicule. On the surface, it appeared she lamented Fu Xingjian's lack of favor with the matriarch. Yet it subtly alluded to the old master's sentiments towards the first branch of the family. Within their generation, only Wenjue was the sole son. He had always been diligent, excelling in his studies and mastering various skills with ease, accumulating accolades that the family could scarcely contain. Not only that, but the circle of friends that Wenjue mingles with consists of heirs from other prominent families, whose perspectives and experiences far surpass those of Fu Xingjian, who merely dabbles in part-time endeavors. Furthermore, Wenjue has garnered the special affection of the matriarch, which gives her a considerable advantage amidst the power struggles among the various branches of the family. Consequently, upon reaching this juncture, Fu Wenhui was particularly enraged and vexed. If she had heeded her advice earlier, the current predicament could have been avoided. Xue Fang, regaining her composure, instinctively gazed at Wenjue, reflecting on how the son she had painstakingly nurtured now seemed estranged from her. With reddened eyes, Fu Wenchao knelt before Xue Fang, pleading, "Mom, please don't reject me. I do not care who my biological parents are. To me, you are my true mother, and Dad is my real father. You are the only parents I have." Emulating the affectionate antics of his childhood, Fu Wenchao embraced Xue Fang, asserting, "If you cast me out, I would rather perish in this home. I was born into this family, and I shall remain a spirit of this household in death." Xue Fang's heart, heavy with sorrow, was momentarily shattered by Fu Wenchao's melodramatic declarations. She held him tightly and exclaimed, "What nonsense are you uttering? I raised you. How could you not be my son? No one can alter the fact that you are my child." Tears streamed down Xue Fang's face, for regardless of biological ties, she only acknowledged Fu Wenchao as her son. The mother and son clung to each other, weeping inconsolably. In that moment, Xue Fang made a resolute decision. Fu Wenchao, as her late-born son and the sole heir of the main branch, had over the years bestowed upon her far more than mere familial bonds. He had also brought numerous additional benefits. The combination of affection and interest was sufficient to overshadow the existence of a biological son, whom she had never encountered and whose reputed character was questionable at best. Fu Buoluan, as a man, remained much more rational. What truly transpired regarding the child swap? When Xue Fang gave birth, although it was a month premature, the household was devoid of capable individuals to manage the situation, leading to some confusion. However, that did not imply that her child could be easily exchanged right under the noses of the servants and bodyguards. Fu Wenhui turned to her elder sister, asserting that this matter needed to be addressed by her, as she was the one who had uncovered the truth. Fu Wenquan, maintaining her composure, stated, "The individual responsible for the exchange was the daughter of the housekeeper, Qin. As for the reasons behind it, father should be well aware." Fu Buoluan's expression instantly became awkward. Given his affluent and influential status, he was accustomed to the attention of women. It was rare for him to stray into such complications. However, under the circumstances at that time, he had been inebriated and, in a fog of confusion, had inadvertently slept with Qin Ru, who had come to visit the housekeeper and deliver a hangover remedy. Fu Buoluan became agitated, pondering, could it be that Wenjue is? He remembered that they shared the same blood type. Fu Wenquan shattered Fu Buoluan's fantasies, declaring, "He is not." Fu Buoluan, filled with disappointment, questioned, "Then why did she switch the children? I had already compensated her generously at the time." Fu Wenquan lowered her gaze, her eyes flickering, revealing that she had previously been engaged to someone, and without the means to conduct an amniocentesis for paternity testing, she had no choice but to end the relationship. In a fit of rage, she acted impulsively and sent Fu Xingjian to the orphanage as an act of retribution. Xue Fang, seething with anger, demanded to know her whereabouts. Fu Wenquan replied, "Mother, she married abroad long ago and has not returned in years." Xue Fang gritted her teeth, consumed by a desire to inflict endless torment upon that woman. If it were not for her, would her own son have grown up beside her, straying from the right path? Fu Wenjie silently clenched his jaw, harboring resentment towards Fu Wenquan for revealing the deeds of his birth mother. Now, As the progeny of the instigator, he lost the guise of a fellow victim. Would his parents, especially his mother, still treat him as they once did? In truth, Fu Wenquan had concealed the most harrowing truth. At that time, Qinru had not merely sent Fu Xingjian to the orphanage. She had intended to take his life. The fact that Fu Xingjian ended up in the orphanage was purely a stroke of luck, a testament to his resilience. Fu Wenquan did not believe that such a significant matter would escape her father's scrutiny. If she could uncover it, surely her father could as well. Chapter 41. He awaited the morrow, eager to witness the decline of the Fu family stock. That evening, Fu Buluan and Xue Fong found themselves unable to embrace slumber. The revelation that their son, whom they had nurtured for over 20 years, was not of their blood left Xue Fong inconsolable in her tears. In contrast, Fu Buluan maintained a semblance of calm. He believed that emotional outbursts were a sign of weakness. While their emotional responses diverged, the outcome converged on a singular agreement. They would keep this matter concealed. For the time being, they chose to withhold the truth from the elder and matriarch, as well as from Fu Xingjian's family. Fu Buluan envisioned a time when he would wield true authority, acquire shares, and eventually see off the elder, at which point he would reclaim his biological son. The lack of ambition in his true son was inconsequential. As long as he could produce a grandson, he would nurture him. As for Fu Wenjiu, he too was cherished. After all, for over 2 decades, Fu Wenjiu had been his only son, a source of pride, and therefore, he could not sever his emotional ties. He would not cast Fu Wenjiu aside. The past would remain unchanged, but family shares would no longer include him. Henceforth, they would simply regard it as having added a daughter to the family. Xue Fong understood whom Fu Buluan referred to, yet discontent brewed within her. Why should her son be treated as if he were a daughter? Why should the son she painstakingly raised receive nothing? Why should her extraordinarily dutiful and considerate son fare worse than the one outside who had gained so much? Yet, her grievances found no outlet. For that other son, who fell short in every aspect, was her biological child. It was the one she resented and even loathed, who bore the blood of the Fu family. In a moment of despair, Xue Fong could no longer uphold the dignity and poise expected of a lady. She broke down in tears. "Oh, my son, my Wenjiu." As her cries resonated with sorrow and fury, Fu Buluan let out a long sigh. Alas, their plans were destined to amount to naught. The previous day, the scene of the police escorting members of the Fu family from their community was not merely documented by Fu Xingjian. Numerous neighbors captured the incident, and videos proliferated across platforms such as Douyin. Initially, the dissemination was limited until someone within the Fu family circle recognized Fu Wenjiu in the footage. The number of those aware of the situation grew, albeit still on a small scale. Before long, the public relations department of the Fu Group's crisis management system detected the unfavorable sentiment and swiftly quelled the emerging narrative. To contend with capital, one requires the right time, place, and people. Otherwise, success remains elusive. However, exceptions do exist. Fu Xingjian currently possessed 2 duplicate cards. Ordinarily, he refrained from utilizing these cards except in emergencies, wary of appearing to deem the other unworthy. Xiao Jin had informed him that Wu Yi was among the top 3 hackers in the nation. Wu Yi was indeed worthy of Fu Xingjian's frugality in deploying a duplicate card. After midnight, Fu Xingjian selected several prominent social media influencers to disseminate the video of the Fu siblings' arrest across various platforms. In this instance, the appealing visages of the Fu siblings played a pivotal role. Scammers and fraudsters are all too common. However, such remarkable beauty is indeed a rare sight. In the late hours of the night, even the laborers of the landlord must take a respite. After the fermentation of events during the nocturnal hours, the true nature of several fraudsters from the Fu family has finally permeated the entire internet. Influencers across major platforms have reaped the rewards of their posts and videos, experiencing a surge in followers and engagement. Yet, they find themselves perplexed, for these were not their original posts or videos. It was only when the unmasked subjects in the videos were recognized and linked to the Fu family that the implications became apparent. Both the gaming entertainment company and the Fu Group found themselves embroiled in the controversy. In response, both parties enacted emergency public relations strategies. urgently contacting these influencers to delete their posts and videos. Failure to comply would result in the full force of their legal departments. Some timid influencers, sensing the gravity of the situation, hastily deleted their posts upon realizing the financial connections involved. However, the posts proved impossible to erase. The bolder influencers, hoping to retain their audience, only acted after receiving a second warning. The outcome remained unchanged. Deletion was unattainable. Even when the Fu legal team reached out to the platform, the post could not be removed. Consequently, the Fu siblings achieved unprecedented notoriety online. Were they not the esteemed children of the Fu family? How did they become entangled with fraudsters? What truth is there on the internet? Most of it is likely mere fabrication. There is video evidence. Uncle Hat is in the footage, dared to fabricate, born into wealth, yet reduced to thievery. My grandparents reside in that very neighborhood. I am unaware of any esteemed heirs, but the individuals in the video are indeed fraudsters. They exploited an orphan for 2 years, while that poor soul worked tirelessly to support them. They are indeed the children of Fu Xingjian, the general manager of the gaming entertainment company. Goodness, could this be yet another frivolous game among the wealthy? Would it not be better to ski abroad, skydive, or bungee jump, rather than torment an orphan? How foolish to engage in such antics. Check out the videos on Douyin. It's not just what the poster claims. Some revelations are utterly repulsive. This sibling trio is more despicable than the last. A family of scoundrels. I am part of the community group from the neighborhood where their incident occurred. Although I was not at home, I witnessed numerous photos and videos from various angles in the group. Could the gentleman upstairs spare a moment to converse? I too wish to join the group. To the one above, might I also have a word? We wish to join in the gossip. The Fu siblings, having misplaced their phones, were unable to promptly grasp the unfolding situation online. Those who knew them were unable to make contact, speculating whether they remained in custody. It was only when Fu Xingjian received a phone call from the company in the morning that he became aware of the grave situation. His children had become notorious. With no time to reprimand them, Fu Xingjian hurried to the office. Xue Feng, witnessing the deluge of fraudulent claims online, grew anxious and quickly summoned Fu Wenquan and her siblings to strategize their response. Fu Wenquan and his companions discovered that a video of their arrest from 2 days prior had been widely circulated online via Xue Feng's phone. Their faces were not blurred. Instead, they were labeled as fraudsters and scammers. The situation had taken an unexpected turn, leaving Fu Wenjue pale and shaken. Was the purpose of fifth brother taking our pictures a means of retribution? When they were apprehended, Fu Xingjian had not refrained from adding insult to injury by filming and photographing them. Xue Feng's expression shifted. Was it he who captured those images and videos? Was he the one who disseminated them online? Damn it, fifth brother deliberately took our photos and videos, Fu Yujue lamented, his face a mask of despair. How could he face his classmates and friends at school now? Xue Feng seethed with rage. What exactly did this little wretch intend to do? Fu Wenhui gazed at her unflattering photos circulating online, incensed to the point of nearly spitting blood. How could she explain this to her in-laws? Sister, this is all your fault. I warned you not to acknowledge him. I said it repeatedly. Providing covert support was sufficient. We could have waited until everything was settled at home before claiming him back. Look at the mess we're in now. How will I explain this when I return? Fu Wenquan maintained a composed demeanor, aware that her position in the company made her acutely conscious of the stakes involved, not merely their reputations, but the imperative to quell public sentiment and prevent their predicament from adversely affecting the stock price of the Fu family enterprise. As Fu Wenquan feared, Fu Xingjian contacted the public relations department to exert every effort to halt the further dissemination of the videos and photographs online. It remained uncertain how many legal notices had been dispatched. Fu Xingjian endured a sleepless night, requesting coffee to sustain him. The coffee in the villa, brewed from machine ground beans, was unpalatable to him. He preferred the taste of freshly brewed coffee. He managed to consume only 2 cups of coffee, 2 cans of Red Bull, and 2 cups of milk tea, allowing the day to pass in this manner. He awaited the morrow to witness how far Fu stocks would plummet. Chapter 42. Provoking him is akin to stepping into a pile of excrement, both foul and inescapable. The members of the Fu family continued to shift blame amongst themselves. Fu Wenhui exclaimed in frustration. Wenhua, if you had compensated him earlier, he wouldn't have reported it to the police, nor would he have shared this online. Fu Wenhua felt utterly bewildered and wronged. Second sister, I truly gave him the money. He even acknowledged it. Fu Wenhui retorted, you gave him the money. And the bank transaction won't be traceable? The police won't find it? Fu Wenhua expressed her doubts. I noticed that Fu Xingjian seemed quite familiar with that officer. Could he be behind this? If this money could be traced, there wouldn't be such a thing as fraud. Fu Wenhui countered. Can a mere police officer compel the bank to fabricate transaction records? Fu Wenhua was rendered speechless. Fu Xingjian lacked such capability, and so did that officer. Is it possible that I simply failed to transfer the money? Fu Wenhui, witnessing her sister's confusion, was struck with irritation. Fu Wenxue, observing the videos and photos online, noted that many were captured from various angles and numerous bystanders were filming. It was uncertain if he was the one who posted them. Fu Wenhui questioned, do those bystanders possess the ability to disseminate our photos and videos across the internet? Fu Wenxue retorted defiantly, he lacks that capability. Fu Wenhui shot back. How can he not? Have you forgotten that he now has a benefactor? Fu Wenxue's expression shifted, leaving her at a loss for words. Unable to contain her curiosity, Fu Wenhua checked online again. What was going on? Why hadn't their father suppressed those videos and photos yet? Fu Wenhui turned to Fu Wenquan, eldest sister. Who is the benefactor supporting Fu Xingjian? Which family? Fu Wenquan shook her head, admitting her inability to uncover that information. If it truly was Fu Xingjian's benefactor behind this, they undoubtedly possessed the means to withstand the Fu family's influence. The question remained whether their father could uncover anything on his end. Fu Wenhui, unable to remain idle, declared, if this is not resolved, I cannot face my in-laws. I will confront him. Fu Wenhua chimed in, I will go too. Fu Wenxue followed suit. The sisters arrived at the apartment they had previously rented, having left without taking anything, phones, bags, or keys. Their knocking roused the neighbors, who captured a segment of the surveillance footage from their door and shared it in a small group chat. Everyone, take a look at these women wearing masks, hats, and sunglasses. Are they those con artists? Damn, do they dare return? Wait, how could they be released so quickly? Haven't you seen online? They are daughters of wealthy families, not fraudsters. Do con artists necessarily seek money? I believe they are after the kidneys of young Fu. I wonder if he has rare blood. Suddenly, a crowd of onlookers began to gather around the building. The Fu sisters thought their disguises were quite effective. After knocking for quite some time, Fu Wenhui found no one answered. He likely doesn't reside here anymore. Perhaps he has already moved out? Fu Wengsu suggested. Fu Wenhui utilized a spare device at home to make a call for unlocking a door. Little did she know that the locksmith would arrive alongside Uncle Hat. The residents of the Chaoyang community had alerted the authorities. These female swindlers were utterly brazen. Wealth was no excuse for their audacity. Not only did they dare to return, but they also summoned a locksmith to assist them in gaining entry. Being apprehended by Uncle Hat once more was something Fu Wenhui and her companions had never anticipated. Fu Wenhua promptly clarified, we previously resided here and left without taking anything. We have come to retrieve our belongings. Immediately, a concerned neighbor retorted, they are nothing but frauds. Even if there were items left behind, why couldn't they simply contact Xiao Fu to reclaim them? Another neighbor chimed in, all of your possessions have already been handed over to Uncle Hat. Yet another neighbor urged, Uncle Hat, you must not let them escape. Xiao Fu once mentioned that they had installed surveillance cameras in every corner of the house, even in his living quarters. I suspect they have returned to execute the same deceitful tactics and install cameras in Xiao Fu's residence once more. Fu Wenhua was infuriated by the meddlesome comments of these impoverished individuals, insisting, we are here to collect our belongings, not to install any cameras. The police interjected. Please accompany us. We can assist you in retrieving your items. Fu Xingjian was tagged in the community group and discovered that numerous videos shared within the group featured Fu Wenhui and her companions being apprehended by the police once again. Since they had presented themselves so conveniently, it would be a waste not to capitalize on the situation. Fu Xingjian promptly shared the images and videos emerging from the scene online. A chilling thought. Why did the wealthy female swindlers stealthily return? The wealthy young lady disguised herself as a male relative and lay in wait for 2 years. The reason is shocking revelations. The affluent young lady craved affection so desperately that she acknowledged a false brother, as well as a fake father and mother. Numerous posts were concocted by Fu Xingjian himself, as he effortlessly penned these narratives, producing thousands of words within an hour. Fu Buoluan was tirelessly occupied at the company, still grappling with the morning's video, when his daughters provided him with new footage in the afternoon. This conspiracy theory had expanded significantly, escalating the situation further. The Fu family stock plummeted dramatically, evaporating over 3 billion within a single day. Fu Buoluan faced a relentless scolding from the elder Mr. Fu over the phone and was ordered to bring the entire family to the ancestral home to clarify matters. Upon returning home, Fu Wenhui and her companions had already returned from Uncle Hat's custody. They had seen the news online regarding the Fu family's stock crashing and nearly 4 billion being lost. Finally realizing the gravity of their misstep, Fu Buoluan's face darkened severely, and without hesitation, he delivered a stinging slap to Fu Wenquan. "Is this how you, as the eldest sister, conduct yourself? Why, at this moment, would you allow them to embarrass us further?" Xue Fang was taken aback by Fu Buoluan's fury. Her heart filled with concern for her daughter. She turned to Fu Wenjue, silently urging him to speak up in defense. However, Fu Wenjue kept his head bowed, pretending not to notice, while inwardly resenting Xue Fang, realizing that being non-biological made no difference in their relationship. At this moment, he is struggling to preserve his own identity. How could she possibly expect him to step forward and plead for mercy? Is his life not of any significance? Chapter 43. Cornering the dog, Fu Wenjue remained silent, prompting Xue Fang to speak up. "Borlin, this is not the time for anger. Tonight, the old master wishes to see our family. The priority now is how to explain this matter. What should we say about Wenjue? Once we voice it, Fu Xingjian will undoubtedly recognize it. If we remain silent, how can we suppress the absurd conspiracy theories circulating outside?" A wave of anxiety surged within Fu Wenjue. He did not wish for Fu Xingjian to return. Even if Fu Xingjian was inept, lacking ability and talent, he was still fortunate enough to be born into privilege. No matter how exceptional he might be, without the bloodline of the Fu family, he would forever be denied tangible benefits. Should his true identity be revealed, with his biological mother having exchanged him for a child of the Fu family, he would lose everything. Perhaps even his fiancée. Fu Borlin's expression darkened. He had made a decision before returning home. The Bowie Entertainment Company was backed by the Fu Group, with the old master nominally as chairman, while Fu Borlin managed the operations as the general manager. The other branches of the family remained under the watchful eye of the old master, and only Fu Borlin had the opportunity to establish his own household, which incited envy among his relatives. Now that Fu Borlin faced adversity, the second branch was eager to take advantage of his misfortune. From a standpoint of self-interest, Fu Xingjian not only failed to bring him any benefits, but also inflicted significant losses upon the Fu family, amounting to several hundred million. And this was merely the beginning. Considering the risks, should Fu Xingjian's origins be unveiled, he would be confronted with the embarrassment of his own inadequacies in personal cultivation and family governance, as well as the awkward reality of having no successors. Evaluating his capabilities, Fu Xingjian, with dubious character and no redeeming qualities, replacing the son Fu Borlin had nurtured for over 20 years, would yield nothing but harm. In a single day, the Fu family's ancestral home had evaporated billions, leading to discontent among the other branches. The second brother was the first to voice his grievances. "Eldest brother, what is going on with Wenquan and the others? Why are they engaging in such deceit? Preying on orphans? Have you seen the scandalous rumors circulating outside?" The third brother smirked like a cunning fox. "Eldest brother, while you are busy with work, you must also attend to the education of the younger generation. Education is not merely about reading and obtaining degrees." The fourth brother shouted, "I don't care about anything else. 4 billion has vanished in a day. Who is responsible for this? The errors of the eldest brother's household cannot be shouldered by the rest of us." Fu Borlin's countenance darkened, after years of suppressing his younger brothers. He found himself in an unprecedentedly dire situation, all thanks to the outside miscreants. I will take responsibility for this matter. The losses will be borne by our branch. Xuefeng gasped in shock. Borlin, how can this be acceptable? The second brother exclaimed. Eldest brother is truly magnanimous. Sister-in-law, you must keep pace with your husband, lest you fall behind. The third brother added, I have faith in the character of my eldest brother. The fourth brother remarked, this is more like it, otherwise. I shall not let this matter rest. Xuefeng attempted to voice her opposition, but was silenced by a fierce glare from Fu Borlin. His appointment at Boyi has reached its deadline. Had it not been for this incident, he could have comfortably retained his position as the general manager of Boyi. However, if he fails to resolve this matter to the satisfaction of others, he risks losing Boyi altogether. Among the subsidiaries of the Fu Group, none rivals Boyi in profitability and performance, accounting for half of the group's net profit. As long as Fu Buluan maintains control over Boyi, he is assured of being the foremost figure in the elder's presence before the old man steps down. Moreover, compared to the numerous veterans in the group, Fu Buluan reigns supreme at Boyi, akin to a local emperor. Father, I need to discuss this matter with you privately. Fu Buluan expressed. Fu Laosi and the others wished to listen in, but were dismissed by the elder. Had Fu Buluan not offered to bear the losses from this incident, those individuals would not have departed so easily. Following the elder into the study, Fu Buluan carefully recounted the situation regarding Fu Xingjian, whom he referred to as his illegitimate son from outside. Fu Laosi squinted. You have 4 illegitimate daughters at home. Why do they need to make such a fuss and even concoct a false set of parents? A wave of anxiety gripped Fu Buluan, realizing the elder was well informed. There is a distinction between sons and daughters, and given their close ties with Wenjue, he feared that another addition might lead to her being mistreated. Fu Laozi's snorted derisively. An illegitimate son raised outside is fortunate to be acknowledged. How dare he bully Wenjue? Even though illegitimate children have inheritance rights under the law, not every illegitimate child inherits substantial wealth. Fu Buluan sighed. Father, his mother abandoned him, leaving the child at an orphanage. He has grown up improperly and is beyond redemption. Fu Laosi furrowed his brow. I do not lack for grandchildren. One more or less does not matter. However, my eldest son S-line is thin. I had intended to inquire further, but my curiosity has waned. Was this incident orchestrated by him? Does he possess such capability? Fu Buluan could only divulge that Fu Xingjian was being supported by someone else, coupled with those who revel in our misfortunes. Fu Laozi's expression darkened. Absurd. What a disgrace. What kind of decorum is this? The ire was directed at Fu Xingjian, yet Fu Buluan too felt a loss of face. His impression of this yet-to-be acknowledged biological son diminishing further. Fu Laozi seethed with anger, utterly repulsed by this grandson he had yet to recognize. I have warned you repeatedly. Indulging in women is one thing, but do not carelessly bring children into the world. Yet you refuse to heed my advice. Fu Buluan lowered his head, conceding, Father, that was in my youth when I lacked understanding. My desire for a son clouded my judgment. Reflecting on Wenjue, Fu Laozi noted that his eldest son had not caused any further scandals involving illegitimate children, and his anger subsided somewhat. How do you plan to handle the online uproar? Fu Buluan had prepared his thoughts prior to coming and articulated them clearly. Fu Laozi's demeanor finally softened, despite his eldest son's indiscretions with women. He possessed the best skills and capabilities among his siblings. The directors have expressed considerable discontent regarding this incident. Even if I speak on your behalf, you must demonstrate your ability to resolve this issue through decisive action. Fu Buluan made a series of assurances to placate the elder gentleman. Upon departing from his presence, the matriarch summoned someone over. Her expression bore discontent, yet she refrained from mentioning the company matters. I heard from Xuefeng that you have another illegitimate child. Fu Buluan appeared visibly uncomfortable, replying, Mother, this is certainly the last one. The matriarch pointed at him, stating, I do not care how many illegitimate children you have. You must not allow Wenju to be bullied. After offering yet another assurance, Fu Buluan left the old residence. The following day, Director Wan faced a calamity. Damn it, they're using our production team as a diversion. Director Wan erupted in fury. Chapter 44. The benefits of rebirth. Don't miss out. Upon awakening, the illustrious name of director Wan ascended to the pinnacle of trending topics. The renowned director Wan has now become the eunuch of the royal family, referred to as Little Wan. The illustrious Gu, after 8 years in the industry, has been supplanted in the leading role by a stand-in. The fair beauty has been replaced by a minor actress. The Emperor Fong stands up for Gu, but is compelled to apologize and kneel. The once vibrant media company, Game of Opinions, subtly issued a statement to clarify the current online rumors. The so-called orphan is in fact the illegitimate child of the Fu family, lost in the world. The conspiracy theories circulating online lack any substantiation, being mere fabrications, should the rumors persist. The legal department of Game of Opinions will take action. This announcement, released in the dead of night, attracted little attention, overshadowed by other trending topics. With 2 male leads and 1 female lead embroiled in the scandal, their fervent fans surged onto various platforms, waging fierce battles. Were there still notions of fairness in this world, when even the luminaries of film yielded to the royalty? Or the ordinary folk, left without recourse? Just a day prior, the internet was awash with posts and videos celebrating the Fu family's young heir. Now, the digital landscape was inundated with posts depicting director Wan as a pawn of capital, reduced to the status of a eunuch. Yet, Little Wan could only seethe with impotent fury. Though he had garnered some fame in the entertainment realm, what was that against the might of capital? Clear-eyed observers could readily discern the Fu family's maneuvering to shift public scrutiny. Summon young Fu at once. Director Wan felt a glimmer of hope and urged his assistant to seek help. The only entities capable of standing against capital were either the authorities or capital itself. The producer, fraught with anxiety, found himself at a loss for effective solutions to the dire predicament. The departure of the 2 leading men and the leading lady from the set was a reality. The rise of extras was also true. Certain reasons were far too sensitive for public disclosure, such as the infidelity of the white actress post-marriage, the discord between Gu and director Wan, and the conflicts between Fong and the production investors. Even if these truths were revealed, they would merely stoke the flames of current discourse, inadvertently aiding the Fu family. What advantage would summoning him bring? Could his allies truly contend with the Fu family? Director Wan gazed at his comment section, inundated with shouts for him to be Little Wan. He nearly ground his teeth in frustration. He was the primary investor of the production. He should have authority over all. How could Director Wan not realize that bringing Fu Xingjian would be of little consequence? Yet, failing to summon him was tantamount to certain doom. Fu Xingjian drove his Ferrari to the set, testing the single-handed driving technique touted by netizens along the way, and found it quite agreeable. In stark contrast to Fu Xingjian's commanding presence, both Director Wan and the producer exuded an air of impending doom, their hair and attire reflecting their despair. Director Wan, Producer Xia, have you had breakfast? Fu Xingjian inquired. Producer Xia forced a smile. Young Fu, this is hardly the time for meals. Have you seen the happenings online? Fu Xingjian replied. Man is iron, and rice is steel. One meal missed leads to discomfort, especially breakfast. The saying goes, the plan of the day lies in the morning. I have arranged for someone to bring it over. We shall dine together and converse as we eat. The breakfast includes local delicacies such as fried dough sticks, pot stickers, and soybean milk. Director Xie and Director Wan found the food unpalatable, watching as Fu Xingjian devoured a substantial portion of the meal. Fortunately, Fu Xingjian had completed his role. Otherwise, Director Wan would have been concerned about Fu Xingjian gaining weight, rendering him unsuitable for the big screen. What are your thoughts on the situation online? Currently, Gu Zhangfang and his fans are boycotting our film. Xia asked eagerly once Fu finished eating. Fu Xingjian wiped the corner of his mouth and replied nonchalantly, what does their boycott matter? Will their protests stop you from filming? Director Xia expressed concern, but the box office. Fu Xingjian retorted, the box office reflects the film's quality, not the opinions of these fans. True talent withstands the test of fire. I have immense faith in Director Wan. I, as an investor, am not anxious. Why should you be? In his previous life, this film performed remarkably well, winning numerous awards, and the scandal involving the white-haired actress had been minimized through the production team's efforts. He had recently viewed clips of Ji Dan's performance, and, in his estimation, Ji Dan was inherently suited for the role an actor, exhibiting more nuance than the esteemed Gu Yingdi. Even if a film is poorly received, its inherent strength mitigates significant issues. Once the troubles surrounding the Fu family subside, Fu Xingjian would revive discussions about the leading actors, generating further buzz on hot topics. The trending discussions purchased by the Fu family merely served to preheat anticipation for the film. Director Wan himself lacked confidence in the project, not anticipating Fu Xingjian's unwavering belief in him. This realization stirred a rush of adrenaline in director Wan, instilling him with newfound confidence. "Do you truly believe this situation has no impact on us?" Fu Xingjian asserted. "I believe our film will win awards." Director Wan, exhilarated, asked, "Oh, how do you know I intend to submit it for competition? What awards do you think we will win?" Fu Xingjian replied earnestly, "Based on my judgment, 5 best awards are within reach." Director Wan, elated, exclaimed, "You certainly have the audacity to dream." Fu Xingjian mocked, "Director Wan, you underestimate yourself. Your vision is far too narrow." Amused yet irked, Director Wan felt a peculiar pleasure from Fu Xingjian's teasing. "Very well, let's wager. If this film does not secure 5 best awards, you owe me a favor. At that time, even if I assign you a role as a eunuch, you cannot refuse." Having spent time together, Director Wan had come to understand Fu Xingjian's desire to portray noble and impressive characters. Fu Xingjian confidently replied, "Agreed. If I win, you shall work for me for 10 years. I have heard that your contract with the company is nearing its end." Fu Xingjian intended to establish a company, signing actors and directors to create films for profit. After all, he remembered many blockbuster dramas and films that grossed billions from his previous life. He intended to seize those opportunities in this new existence. Fu Xingjian's serious demeanor astonished director Wan, who pondered whether he genuinely believed the film would win 5 best awards, especially since he had even inquired about the nearing expiration of director Wan's contract. Although director Wan is quite renowned in the film industry, he has yet to produce a film that has garnered 5 prestigious awards. In this moment, he is indeed feeling a bit bashful, as he never dared to imagine such an outcome. Witnessing the trust placed in him by others ignites a profound passion within him. "Very well, I accept." Thus, director Wan has committed himself for a decade. Producer Xie, standing nearby, is at a loss for words, as the crew's predicament remains unresolved. There is uncertainty about whether other investors might withdraw their funding as a result. The two of them have, however, managed to invigorate each other with enthusiasm. "Gentlemen, we shall address future matters in due course. What shall we do now? Perhaps we should quell the trending topic?" Fu Xingjian speculated, "If you suppress it, will they refrain from purchasing trending topics? Can you truly compete with their influence? Moreover, they have more in store. This is merely the beginning." The current fervor cannot silence the public opinion surrounding the Fu family. If you respond, it may inadvertently benefit the Fu family, potentially alleviating their subsequent actions. Producer Xie wore a troubled expression. "So, we should disregard everything?" Fu Xingjian's gaze became inscrutable. "Sometimes, inaction is more prudent. Contact Emperor Gu and convey that the crew does not endorse the rumors circulating online." The typically diplomatic producer, Xie, nearly uttered a curse, questioning the necessity of such a move. These individuals are not paragons of virtue. The confidentiality agreements prohibit them from disclosing any internal matters related to the crew, yet they can certainly soothe fans and clarify the situation if they choose. It is evident that they intend to exploit this incident to manipulate and solidify their fan base. Chapter 45. This time, the host is fortunate Fu Xingjian sought to evade being scapegoated in the future. Producer Xie, while pondering Fu's youth, after all, there is a saying that youth lacks experience, could not help but feel a peculiar confidence in Fu's demeanor, which suggested that he was indeed correct in his assertions. By afternoon, Fu Xingjian's words swiftly manifested into reality. The scandalous photographs of Bai Ying, the illustrious Bai Meiren, emerged, leaving her utterly humiliated. The embarrassing footage of Gu Yingdi's performance, riddled with awkwardness and stilted expressions, surfaced as well. How could one dare to call him a film emperor? Additionally, videos depicting Fang Yingdi's clandestine rendezvous with his benefactor were leaked, showcasing a sycophantic demeanor starkly contrasting with his usual stoic fade. The internet erupted into a frenzy, a veritable tempest of outrage. The once ridiculed director, Xiao Wanzi, now found himself elevated in status, becoming the esteemed chief steward of the imperial court, albeit still retaining his original title of eunuch. Director Wan, caught in a whirlwind of emotions, could only laugh and weep at his newfound title. Now, one could comprehend the implications of Xiao Fu's words. Had it not been for his foresight, Gu Zhangfang and his associates might have mistakenly believed that these scandals were orchestrated by them, especially since Marin's infidelity was a tactic used by the crew to dissuade her, and the video of Gu Yingdi was filmed within the confines of the set. Fang Yingdi's departure was similarly coerced by the production team, rendering their motives transparent. It was not fear of retaliation that held them back, but rather the understanding that these individuals were lucrative assets in the hands of capital. To offend them would mean to antagonize the financial powers behind them. It was hardly worthwhile to incur their wrath for misdeeds not committed by oneself. Producer Xie, begrudgingly, acknowledged Fu's capabilities. It was no wonder he could charm others into gifting luxurious cars and villas. Meanwhile, Director Wan's smile faded slightly. Who willingly chooses to be a kept man unless absolutely necessary? Director Wan had also viewed the video of the Fu family's young master. Despite the sun hat and mask concealing the boy's features, he recognized Fu Xingjian as the largest investor in their production. Having inquired about Fu's background from Jidan, he surmised that the Fu family was intent on humiliating this illegitimate child. Had Fu not been driven to desperation by his family, he would never have resorted to becoming a kept man. Director Wan found himself genuinely empathetic towards Fu Xingjian, albeit feeling helpless against the vastness of the Fu family. CF Fatty, let us refrain from discussing his status as a kept man in the future. He is unlike those others. CF Fatty, bemused, retorted with mockery, do you truly consider him a friend? Just because he claimed your film could secure 5 awards? Who in this world takes such words seriously? Director Wan shot him an indignant glare. If I were Guanzhong, he would be Bao Shuyan. What can a man steeped in the stench of copper possibly understand? CF Fatty, intrigued, chose not to continue his jests. The filming proceeded as usual. Fu Xingjian lounged in his private swimming pool, the azure sky reflecting in the crystalline waters. The poolside was adorned with an array of fruits and beverages, prepared by the household staff at his behest. Having never experienced the luxurious life of the affluent, he relished every comfort he could manage. As anticipated, the Fu family produced a few scapegoats to weather the storm, thereby diminishing their public scrutiny. Fu Xingjian was acutely aware of his inability to contend with the vastness of the Fu enterprise. However, he delighted in the prospect of causing them inconvenience and extracting a piece of their flesh. Yet, witnessing the resilience of Fu stock prices left him somewhat dissatisfied, prompting him to engage in a rather pleasurable diversion, a lottery. He accumulated 8 chances to draw. The results unfolded as follows. First draw, no prize. You are utterly useless. Second draw, no prize. You are truly inept. Third draw, 1 duplication card. Fourth draw, 1 duplication card. Fifth draw, time rewind of 1 second. Sixth draw, time rewind of 3 seconds. Seventh draw, no prize. You are of no use. Eighth draw, time rewind of 1 minute. Little Gold remarked this time the host was quite fortunate, managing to draw several time rewinds. Fu Xingjian was at a loss for words, having only secured a total of 64 seconds of rewind time. However, based on Little Gold's demeanor, it appeared that rewind time was relatively rarer than other items. He recalled the 30 minutes of rewind time from the novice gift pack, which he had swiftly exhausted. While it was not without value, he pondered how long it would take to accumulate those 30 minutes again. Currently, he possessed 3 duplication cards within the system. Should he venture into business, he would undoubtedly require the acumen for management and finance. Fu Xingjian stroked his chin thoughtfully, contemplating suitable candidates for this duplicable skill. Suddenly, his phone rang. Upon checking, he discovered it was a call from Fu and Quan. Her phone had been stored in his space, and she must have recently reinstated her number. After answering, Fu Wenquan requested a meeting, and upon inquiring about the location, he was surprised to learn it was at the Fu family villa. "All right, please send me the time and address separately," he replied, a glint of mischief flashing in his eyes. After the call, Fu Wenhui remarked sarcastically, "What are you all worried about? Are you afraid he won't come? He previously dared to disdain us because he was unaware of our family's true standing. Now that he knows our father is Fu Bowen of Bo Imedia, he will undoubtedly come seeking us, even if we do not reach out." Fu Wenjia silently concurred with Fu Wenhui's sentiments, yet countered, "Second sister, do not speak so recklessly. Fifth brother is not one to covet wealth over character." Fu Wenhui replied with unwavering certainty, "Just wait and see. Once he visits our villa, his true nature will be revealed." Fu Wenquan interjected, "Since father has decided to acknowledge him, let us not be overly harsh in our treatment." Fu Wenhui retorted, "Eldest sister, do not be too protective of him. If it weren't for him, our family wouldn't have suffered billions in losses, and father wouldn't have been humiliated in front of several uncles. Moreover, his current status is merely that of an illegitimate son, a child born outside of wedlock. If you show him favoritism, treating him better than you do Wenju, it would undoubtedly raise suspicions." Fu Wenquan furrowed her brow. "How could I possibly treat him better than Wenju?" Fu Wenhui retorted, "Who knows whether you might show bias? After all, he's your biological brother, one you are so determined to locate. Regardless of your thoughts, in my eyes, Wenju is my true brother. Should you ever mistreat Wenju for his sake, I shall stand up for him." Fu Wenquan reprimanded her. "This is becoming increasingly absurd." Turning to Wenju, she reassured, "Wenju, rest assured, even if the family were to acknowledge him, he will never usurp your identity and status." Fu Wenhui chimed in, "Indeed, he is merely an illegitimate son at present." Wenju felt elated within, though he hesitated to voice his thoughts, as if reluctant to be so harsh. Yet he ultimately... Fu Wenhui interrupted him coldly, "There is no yet. He has caused such a calamity. It is already a stroke of luck for our father to accept him back. What further privileges does he expect? That is utterly impossible." Fu Wenquan shook her head, offering no rebuttal, as she lowered her gaze to send the address and time to Fu Xingjian. Upon receiving the message, Fu Xingjian wore an expression that was both amused and enigmatic. How coincidental that the Fu family villa is also situated on Yuhua Road. The villa where Fu Xingjian currently resides is merely a 20-minute walk from the Fu family villa. In this villa district, taxis are scarce. They usually travel by car and have yet to encounter one. Chapter 46. Do not wait for me to slap you across the face before you realize to silence yourself prior to visiting the Fu family. Fu Xingjian made certain preparations and stored them away. Given his impressions of the Fu family, who could predict the underhanded tactics they might employ against him? At the appointed hour, except for Fu Buin, who was still of the company, the others awaited Fu Xingjian's return for dinner. It was Fu Wenquan's suggestion, as discussing matters over a meal often facilitates smoother communication. Xuefeng glanced toward the grand clock in the living room. It was already 7 o'clock. Why hasn't he arrived yet? Wenquan, did you not set the time correctly? Fu Wenquan checked his watch, noting it was already 10 minutes past 7. Perhaps he is caught in traffic. Fu Wenhui scoffed. If he feared traffic, he should have left earlier. He has no sense of time whatsoever. Meanwhile, Fu Xingjian, oblivious to the family's criticisms regarding his poor time management, had just set out. After finishing his meal, he intended to stroll casually to their residence. He arrived at the Fu household at 7:30, while the family was already dining. Waiting for 10 minutes was reasonable. After all, they could not starve just because he was delayed. Fu Xingjian hardly warranted such consideration, especially since he himself was notorious for his lack of punctuality. Fu Wenquan's expression bore a hint of dissatisfaction. Yet considering it was Fu Xingjian's first visit, he refrained from pursuing the matter further. Was there indeed traffic? He inquired. "Chenma, please bring another set of utensils." Fu Wenquan instructed. Fu Xingjian cast a glance at the table laden with seafood, which he was allergic to. "No need. I have already eaten," he replied. Fu Wenjue expressed surprise. No wonder fifth brother is late. He must have been eating elsewhere. Fu Wenhui slammed her chopsticks onto the table and questioned him sharply. Were you not aware that we were waiting for you to dine? Did you deliberately finish your meal before coming? Fu Xingjian was unyielding, retorting, women should refrain from raising their voices. Men should speak less nonsense. Fu Wenhui stood up, glaring at him. You arrived late without any sense of time, and yet you still argue? Fu Xingjian scoffed. Even justice can arrive late. Well, my tardiness. Fu Wenhui esse dit clenched. What kind of attitude is that? Is it wrong for us to have summoned you? Fu Xingjian countered with sarcasm. You called for me, not the other way around. Do not speak to me with such an air of superiority as if I owe you something. It is you who deceive, you who commit fraud, you who act like rogues. Do not wait until I deliver a slap across your face for you to realize the need to be silent. Xue Feng, unable to contain herself, exclaimed, You are being outrageous. Observing the escalating scene, Fu and Quan knew they could no longer continue their meal and signaled for Chen Ma to clear the table. In the small living room, Fu Wenquan addressed Fu Xingjian. You have seen the news online, have you not? You truly are a child of the Fu family. A cold, thin smile curled at the corners of Fu Xingjian's mouth. This is your public relations scheme. What does it have to do with me? Everyone was taken aback. Fu Wenquan, with a serious expression, remarked, Do you not believe me? The paternity test I provided earlier is not a fabrication. Fu Wenhui, with a mocking gaze, retorted, Have you considered your own identity? Is there any necessity for our family to deceive an orphan like you? Fu Xingjian's dark eyes were filled with scornful sarcasm. Had he not been aware of his own lineage, he might have been deceived by these despicable individuals. Despite being a legitimate child, they insisted on labeling him a bastardy, all while wearing a condescending facade. Your family is so keen on claiming children. Is it that your father lacks procreative ability? He chuckled darkly, understanding that while he could not satisfy everyone in the Fu family, he certainly possessed the talent to displease them all. Fu Wenhui, infuriated, pointed at him and shouted, You scoundrel, keep your tongue in check. Fu Xingjian replied, If a child is poorly raised, the fault lies with the father. You may chastise me. It remains my fault. Fu Wenhui, utterly enraged, retorted, Do not overstep your bounds. You are so brazen. To which Fu Xingjian replied, I may lack shame, but seems you possess none either. Trembling with fury, Fu Wenhui glared at Fu Xingjian with venomous disdain. Fu Wenquan, visibly displeased, interjected, Fu Xingjian, I understand your grievances regarding our previous deception. However, she is still your elder sister. You must not treat her with such disrespect. It reflects poorly on your upbringing. Fu Xingjian, curious, posed a question. Throughout history, those who dine on another's bounty must heed their benefactor's countenance. Pray tell, which of these do you occupy? By what right do you stand before me, pointing fingers? Fu Wenhui, seething with rage, exclaimed, How dare you even mention that? If it were not for you, would our family stock have plummeted by 400 million? Do you comprehend the magnitude of 400 million? A sum you could scarcely dream of in your lifetime. Fu Xingjian replied, unperturbed, I am well aware. In monetary terms, it could construct a grand tomb for you. Fu Wenhui, driven to madness, shouted, Silence. I have never encountered a more detestable person than you. Fu Xingjian coolly responded, Your disdain for me is of no consequence. Your approval cannot elevate my existence. At this point, Xue Feng, observing the exchange, noted that while Fu Xingjian had yet to resort to violence as they claimed, his behavior was undeniably lacking in decorum, rude, and exceedingly bitter. Enough. They are your sisters, your kin, not your adversaries, nor your enemies. Displaying your discontent openly, speaking with barbed words, lacking manners, refinement, and upbringing towards your own family is unacceptable. Fu Xingjian gazed deeply at her, his biological mother, who, at that moment, regarded him with a look akin to that reserved for refuse. Chapter 47. The early death of my father, the short-lived life of my mother, and the dilapidated home with a mocking gaze, he scrutinized Xue Feng with an utter lack of respect, even provokingly, my relatives? You, who feign concern while secretly deriding my family. Xue Feng's eyes widened in disbelief. How dared he be so audacious and disrespectful before her? You are outrageous. Fu Xingjian feigned indifference, continuing to address her previous remarks. Do you expect my emotions to be displayed on my face? Am I to be compared to the Mona Lisa? As for upbringing, I indeed possess none, for I am merely an orphan, with a father who died young, a mother who lived but a brief time, and a home that is in shambles. The early death of my father? The short-lived life of my mother? Xue Fong felt a wave of dizziness. Was he cursing her? Fu Wenjue rushed to comfort her mother, angrily rebuking Fu Xingjian, fifth brother. You dare to curse our parents. I shall never forgive you again. Xue Fong clutched Fu Wenjue's hand tightly, as though she had found salvation. This is my son. This is truly my son. Get out. Xue Fong bellowed, her fury directed at this wretched offspring, this beast. She refused to acknowledge him. She absolutely would not. Fu Xingjian, with a tone of derision, remarked, You claim I lack upbringing, that I am uncultured. Do you wealthy people truly possess refinement? I thought you summoned me here to apologize for 2 years of deceit, expecting me to be your servant. But instead, I find you looking down upon me, as if I were a beggar, or hurling insults at me, as if I should take pride in being your illegitimate child. I scoff. What decent family would take pride in having a mother who is a mistress and a father who strays, producing a bastard? Xue Fong's complexion turned ashen, and darkness enveloped her. She fainted instantly. Mother, what is happening? Fu Wenju cried, inalarm. Fu Wenquan hurriedly instructed Fu Wenjue to take Xue Fong to her room, while she called for a private doctor to come home. The Fu household was in disarray, and Fu Xingjian fell out of place, preparing to leave. Yet, Fu Wenquan prevented his departure. Today's invitation for Fu Xingjian was not solely for his recognition as part of the Fu family. There was a more pressing matter at hand. Now, the entire internet was aware of the Fu family's new illegitimate child. Although Fu Xingjian wore a mask in the online videos, obscuring his face, it would not be difficult for those with intent to uncover his identity, as the community he resided in had already been revealed. Once they found Fu Xingjian, discovering the details of his being supported by someone would not be far behind. The scandal of an illegitimate child was already a source of shame for the Fu family. Should it come to light that this illegitimate child was a kept man, the Fu family would indeed become a laughingstock. Chunma, please take Fu Xingjian to the guest room to rest, Fu Wenquan instructed. Fu Xingjian offered no resistance, following Chunma upstairs to the guest room. Fu Wenhui, witnessing this, scoffed dismissively. He talks so grandly, yet here he is still staying. He claims to disdain being an illegitimate child. She found his actions far more telling than his words. Fu Wenquan warned her, let tonight pass without incident. We should all take a moment to cool our heads. Tomorrow, it will be best for you to speak less. He is quite reckless, capable of uttering any words, and if provoked, he might resort to violence. Why would you choose to provoke him? Fu Wenhui is unwilling to yield. The more despicable he is, the more he ought to be properly dealt with and taught a lesson. Should we disregard him until he brings disgrace upon our family in public? Fu Wenquan pondered that she could not control Fu Xingjian either. It seemed he was still troubled by the deception we had inflicted upon him. Perhaps we should first lower our heads and smooth over his temper before addressing the matter further. Fu Wenhui retorted, Did he apologize after striking me in public? Without waiting for Fu Wenquan to respond, she turned and returned to her room. Fu Wenquan felt a headache coming on, her dissatisfaction with Fu Xingjian deepening. If he were still obedient as he once was, none of this would have happened. Meanwhile, the resentful Fu Xingjian had followed Aunt Shun to the guest room at the far corner of the second floor. Aunt Shun was affiliated with Xue Fong, but was unaware of Fu Wenjue's true heritage. Naturally, she did not know that Fu Xingjian was Xue Fong's biological son. She regarded him as the illegitimate child of an outside mistress, maintaining a distant and indifferent demeanor. This is the Fu family. Since you are here, you must adhere to the family's rules, she warned before departing. Fu Xingjian had already brought shame upon the Fu family. There was no need to further insult their servants. Once the door was closed, Fu Xingjian retrieved a computer from his space. This computer was specially configured after replicating Wu Ye's hacking techniques. In a matter of moments, he connected to the Fu family's network, and despite the firewall they had established, it proved inadequate against his skills. Within 10 minutes, he had successfully breached their defenses. To his surprise, he discovered numerous surveillance cameras scattered throughout the Fu estate. No wonder Fu Wenquan and the others were so keen on installing cameras in their rental properties. It seemed to be a family tradition. Fu Xingjian accessed the surveillance footage and gleaned a rough layout of the villa. Typically, private areas such as bedrooms and bathrooms lack cameras. However, one room inexplicably had one installed. This piqued his interest. Fu Xingjian clicked to enlarge the footage from that particular room. The lavish desk and bookcase were complemented by an antique shelf, a wine cabinet, and a leather sofa. Fu Xingjian maneuvered the camera to survey the room, which was most likely Fu Buluan's study. Generally, surveillance videos are automatically stored for a month. Fu Xingjian retrieved the most recent footage and opted for double speed, keenly observing the events in the study. 20 minutes later, he discovered a clue he had been seeking. In the video, Fu Buluan lifted the carpet from beneath the desk. The camera angle obscured his actions, but soon, the bookcase and antique shelf parted to reveal a door of uncertain material. Fu Buluan approached, entered a password, and stepped inside. The moment he entered, the door closed automatically, preventing the camera from capturing any further details. Fu Xingjian stroked his chin, contemplating the secrets that must lie within such a confidential space. Moments ago, by observing a few gestures from Fu Buluan, Fu Xingjian had roughly deciphered the numerical combination. Subsequently, he redirected the surveillance to the kitchen, eavesdropping on the hushed gossip among the kitchen staff who expressed their disdain and contempt for him, the newly acknowledged illegitimate child. Their scornful remarks regarding the incident that had caused Xue Fong to faint were particularly egregious. They believed that should he be formally recognized as the illegitimate son, the amiable and upstanding young master, Fu Wenjue, would likely face undue hardship. Today, this illegitimate child arrives, and the master wants to be home tonight. He must care nothing for this child. Over the years, the master has brought home 4 illegitimate daughters. Which lady could endure what Our Lady has? In her youth, the lady was a somewhat renowned actress, having married into a prominent family. After giving birth to a single daughter, she has been unable to conceive since. After listening for a while, Fu Xingjian finally gleaned from their chatter that Fu Buluan would not be returning home that evening. Chapter 48. Clear out his study. Clear out his secret room. Upon awakening, Xue Fong discovered that Fu Xingjian had not left and was still residing in the house, which darkened her expression considerably. Fu Wenju, standing nearby, spoke softly to soothe her. Mother, 5th brother is likely going through a rebellious phase. In time, he will come to understand just how wonderful you are, and he too will appreciate and respect you like our sisters do. Xue Fong replied with a frosty demeanor. I do not expect him to be filial, nor do I anticipate any great respect from him. I merely wish he would refrain from making me so furious that I faint, and I would be eternally grateful. Fu Wenju felt a surge of satisfaction within, realizing that her 2 years of effort had not been in vain. After comforting Xue Fong, she greeted her other sisters and decided to have a serious conversation with Fu Xingjian to counsel him. Fu Wenquan looked on with a sense of contentment, unable to suppress the thought that it would have been wonderful if Wenju were indeed their father's biological child. Fu Xingjian, having observed Fu Wenju ascend the stairs via the surveillance cameras, prepared himself as she approached the guest room. Before Fu Wenju could knock, Fu Xingjian had already stowed away his computer and other belongings in a concealed space. Knock, knock. 5th brother, it's me. Fu Xingjian opened the door and inquired. What do you want? Fu Wenju asked. May I come and talk? Fu Xingjian stepped aside, allowing her entry into the room. Fu Wenju settled onto the sofa and assured him, Mother has awakened. You need not worry. Fu Xingjian retorted, I am not worried. Fu Wenju tentatively stated, 5th brother, you truly are the biological son of the Fu family. This is not a deception from eldest sister and the others. With a sardonic tone, Fu Xingjian replied, Have you not noticed how many times you have deceived me? A bankrupt family, a paralyzed mother, a comatose father, an eldest sister who cannot bear children, a second sister trapped in her circumstances, a sister with depression, an unemployed sister, and a false brother. Even Fu Wenyu, this sister, is actually older than I. As he recounted the disarray of the Fu family, He concluded that none of them had spoken a single truth. Fu Wenju felt a wave of discomfort and said, "Fifth brother, do not dwell on such minutiae." Fu Xingjian interjected, "Please refrain from standing there with your unsolicited advice. You are not the one deceived, so you need not concern yourself with the details." But Fu Wenju began, only to be cut off by Fu Xingjian's cold laughter. "I will not acknowledge the identity of an illegitimate child. If you dare utter another word about it, I shall slap you so hard you will find yourself pressed against the wall, unable to peel away." Though Fu Wenju was reprimanded, she felt no anger. In fact, she hoped Fu Xingjian would persist in denying his identity as a son of the Fu family. "Fifth brother, father is not home tonight due to work commitments. It does not mean he cares less for you or that he dislikes you." Fu Xingjian maintained a stoic expression and ordered, "Leave." Having stirred the pot and gleaned what she could, Fu Wenju felt it wise to depart before incurring his wrath, leaving in a hasty retreat. In the dead of night, Fu Xingjian severed the Fu family's internet connection and cautiously ventured out, making his way to the third floor with utmost stealth, successfully reaching the study. Without a key, he remained undeterred. Having once worked part-time for a locksmith, he possessed a master key stored in his secret space. With a decisive click, the door swung open, its sound piercing the stillness of the night. However, as no one but Fu Bulan resided on the third floor, the noise went unnoticed. Upon entering the study, Fu Xingjian refrained from turning on the lights. Instead, he retrieved a small flashlight, purchased online for a mere 10 yuan from a space. Under the cover of night, he began to collect everything within the study into the space. The sofa, the coffee table, collected. The desk and chairs, the antique shelf, collected. The wine cabinet, the bookcase, collected. The ancient paintings adorning the walls, the carpet beneath his feet, collected. Then came the secret room, which Fu Xingjian held in particular regard. Observing the numerical lock closely, he recalled the movements of Fu Bulan from the surveillance footage and entered 9 digits. Click. The lock was released. Fu Xingjian exclaimed, "Open sesame." As the door to the secret room swung open, the lights within illuminated the space. Approximately 100 square meters in size, the room featured custom wooden shelves housing an array of antique books and paintings. There were also tables and chairs. But the most striking object that caught Fu Xingjian's eye was a 1-meter-tall, gold-gray safe. 8 of them. Damn, a clear sign of wealth. There was no time to pry open the safes. He would simply collect them. Unfamiliar blue and white porcelain vases, a floor vase towering over him. Though Fu Wenjian had not read extensively nor encountered many antiques, he was no fool. Items worthy of being stored in Fu Bulan's secret room could not be mere trinkets bought for 100 yuan online. A plethora of scrolls, calligraphy, ancient texts, inkstones. Collect, collect, collect. Everything must be collected. Fu Xingjian treated all equally, ensuring each item received its due attention. If it weren't for the shelves being fixed and embedded within the walls, he wouldn't have spared even those. In a quarter of an hour, Fu Xingjian efficiently concluded his endeavors within the secret room. Exiting the study, he returned to the second floor, still feeling exhilarated. Firstly, space was limited, and he might not have the opportunity to double it again, so he needed to reserve some for other important items. Secondly, the treasures and valuable possessions of the Fu family should now reside within his space. With a light heart before sleep, Fu Xingjian decided to forgive his family for the night, planning to settle scores the following day. The next day, Fu Xingjian was roused by the commotion emanating from the Fu residence. Fu Bulan had returned that morning to find a great surprise awaiting him. His study was empty, completely empty, not to mention the large furnishings such as desks, chairs, and sofas. Even the carpet had been lifted away. Fu Bulan thought to himself, who possessed the audacity to relocate his study to another room? Why did he not suspect theft? What kind of thief would take even the cumbersome items like tables and carpets? Upon inquiry, he discovered that no one had dared to rearrange his study. Who would? A sense of foreboding washed over Fu Bulan as he rushed to the secret room. His blood pressure surged. His vision darkened. His body swayed precariously. Who had emptied his study? Who had stripped his secret room bare? Who was responsible? Fu Bulan's eyes blazed with fury as he pointed at the desolate, utterly empty room. You all were at home. Are you all deaf? How could you not hear such a significant commotion? Xue Fong stood in shock, pale-faced, exclaiming, How? How is this possible? When did this happen? Fu Wenju urged, Dad. Check the surveillance. The family scrambled to investigate the footage. Since yesterday, I have been examining the surveillance footage all the way back to a week ago, yet there are no anomalies to be found. Fu Buluan has been preoccupied these past few days with matters concerning the company's stock price and public opinion, and indeed has not returned to the study. There is something amiss with the surveillance. It is undoubtedly flawed. Just a few days ago, he visited the study, and everything was in order. Moreover, with so many items, it is impossible for just one or two individuals to remove them. This is the third floor. Even if one were to use the elevator, there would be some noise. Fu Wenjue's eyes darted. What a coincidence! As soon as fifth brother returned, calamity struck the household. Xue Fong's face turned icy. It was not that she believed these items were pilfered by Fu Xingjian. He simply lacks the capability. However, on the very first night that Fu Xingjian stayed at the house, such a significant incident occurred. Xue Fong began to suspect whether his fate was somehow at odds with that of the household. Chapter 49. The Unruly Son. Kneel before your father. Fu Buluan was already aware last night that Fu Xingjian had taken up residence at home, and he also learned that Fu Xingjian had caused Xue Fong to faint from anger. This was truly outrageous and utterly reprehensible. Where is he? Fu Buluan surveyed the room. Wenju and several daughters were present, yet Fu Xingjian was conspicuously absent. Before Fu Wenquan could speak, Fu Wenjue hastily remarked, Fifth brother might still be asleep. I shall go wake him. Fu Buluan's expression darkened even further. It was already 8 o'clock. How could this scoundrel still be in bed? As Fu Wenjue ascended to the second floor in search of Fu Xingjian, he found that Fu Xingjian had already ventured into the kitchen in pursuit of breakfast. The foundation of a successful day lies in the morning, and breakfast is of paramount importance. In his previous life, due to erratic meals, his stomach had never been robust, which later led to severe complications, including a significant episode of gastric bleeding. Without social security or health insurance, a single hospital stay had cost him a considerable sum. When Fu Wenju arrived, he discovered Fu Xingjian already seated at the dining table, relishing his breakfast, pot stickers, shrimp dumplings, soup dumplings, and congee. Fu Xingjian savored each bite with an evident passion for the food before him. Indeed, it must be said, the pastry chef of the Fu family possessed remarkable skills. Fifth brother, how can you be eating at a time like this? Fu Wenjue did not descend the stairs, but opted for the small elevator instead. Fu Xingjian, thoroughly absorbed in his meal, paid him no mind. Seeing his indifference, Fu Wenjue assumed he was unaware of the dire situation at home. Do you not realize there has been a grave incident? Fu Xingjian replied, What does your family's troubles have to do with me? As Fu Buluan and the others exited the elevator, they overheard Fu Xingjian's cold and dismissive remark, which only served to deepen the icy demeanor on their serious faces. Fifth brother, why do you speak so? This is also your home. Having finished his meal, Fu Xingjian retorted, I am an orphan. I am not some illegitimate child, nor am I the shameless lover of someone else's mother. Xue Fong nearly fainted upon hearing this. Additionally, Fu Xingjian's words simultaneously offended all the daughters of the Fu family, except for Fu Wenquan. Fu Wenju chacol dinwardi ati Fu Xingjian's foolishness, knowing that such behavior would only lead to his own alienation. Fifth brother, you must not say such things. One's birth is not a matter of choice. Fu Xingjian sardonically replied, Such a background is inherently tainted with original sin. Whether one was legitimate or illegitimate did not concern Fu Xingjian, having endured hardship throughout his life. His moral standards were not so lofty. Survival came first, followed by the quality of life. When survival was not guaranteed, morality held little significance. Thus, the thoughts of Fu family sisters were not entirely misplaced. In this world, absolute right and wrong did not exist. Only different perspectives and positions did. Fu Wenhui and the others displayed discomfort at Fu Xingjian's words, yet they could not speak openly in front of Xue Fong. As a legitimate child, Fu Wenquan harbored a natural disdain for illegitimate offspring. However, Fu Wenhui and the others were different. They'd been raised alongside their mother and share a closer bond with her. Fu Buluan, suppressing his fury, thought to himself, Do you know who I am? Fu Xingjian replied. Fu Buluan, general manager of Boy Media. Fu Buluan's eyes were cold and profound, gazing at Fu Xingjian as if he were merely an impure object. I am your biological father. A sudden thought struck Fu Wenquan, and an unsettling feeling arose within her. Indeed, Fu Xingjian chuckled. Is Mr. Fu having issues with his fertility? Why else would he be claiming children left and right? Fu Wenquan pursed her lips, recognizing this man possessed a remarkable talent for courting death. Fu Buluan clenched his jaw, ready to deliver a slap that would remind him who the father was and who the son was. Fu Wenquan swiftly seized her father's wrist, exclaiming, Dad, there have been too many misunderstandings between us and him. It's only natural that he doesn't believe us. She feared that if her father struck, Fu Xingjian might retaliate with a couple of slaps and a kick. Fu Buluan, infuriated to the point of laughter, retorted, Does the Fu family need to deceive you? What do you possess that I would want to deceive you about? Fu Xingjian looked at him as if he were a fool. Are you suffering from dementia? Your several children have deceived me for 2 years. They've made me toil like a beast for 2 years. I did not come to your family to partake in some farcical ancestral recognition game. Fu Wenquan recalled what Fu Xingjian had said yesterday. He believed they had sought him out to apologize. We can certainly offer apologies. However, the truth about you being my brother is something we have not deceived you about, nor do we have any reason to. Fu Xingjian dismissed her words. Who knows if someone in your family is suffering from kidney disease or uremia? Oh, perhaps someone has leukemia. After all, your family has panda blood, and so do I. Upon hearing him curse her family, Fu Wenquan's expression soured as she replied, You are a son of the Fu family. Can blood types really differ? Fu Xingjian retorted, Whether I am or not is another matter entirely. Fu Wenquan responded, A paternity test can be conducted at any time. Fu Xingjian scoffed, I don't believe it. What test can't the wealthy afford? Fu Wenquan was left speechless in her frustration. At that moment, Fu Buluan was unconcerned with his thoughts or actions, stating, The items in my study are missing. Does that have anything to do with you? Fu Xingjian sneered. You're accusing me of theft? That must be your true motive for summoning me, right? He angrily turned the tables, perceiving them as viewing him as unruly, unwilling to comply with their expectations, and unwilling to publicly acknowledge himself as the illegitimate son of the Fu family. Thus, they devised such a trap to coerce him into submission. To everyone's astonishment, he suddenly swung a punch at Fu Buluan, knocking him to the ground. Amidst the gasps of the crowd, Fu Buluan fell heavily, the blow contorting his aging face. As darkness clouded Fu Buluan's vision and his mind momentarily blanked, he could not comprehend what had happened until he was helped up, spitting out a bloodied tooth. Only then did he realize he had been struck by his very own son. At this moment, Fu Wenquan did not rush to aid her father. Instead, she blocked Fu Xingjian's path, insisting, You have truly lost your mind. Are you even human? How could you hit Dad? Fu Xingjian pushed her aside, curtly replying, Stop trying to play the relative. Do you believe I am oblivious to your intentions? You seek to entangle me in your affairs. Firstly, to suppress external opinions and conceal your malicious intentions. Secondly, the world perceives me as your illegitimate child, and you wish to shield your family's reputation from the disgrace of my dependence. Fu Wenquan is plagued by a severe headache, while Fu Xingjian possesses his own distinct logic and perspective. Alarmingly, his reasoning is coherent. Were I not one of the parties involved, I might have been persuaded by his words. Observing their guilt-ridden unease, Fu Xingjian audaciously warned them, I caution you, do not attempt to pin your misdeeds on me. I am an orphan. My parents have perished. Thus, I fear not your threats. In stark contrast, Fu Buluan and Xue Fong, his biological parents, are not only alive but thriving. Yet, Fu Xingjian incessantly claims his parents are deceased, portraying himself as an orphan. Fu Buluan is indeed a person of considerable resilience. However, on this day, he endured the humiliation of his study being ransacked, suffered the loss of a tooth at the hands of his own son, and was cursed by that same son to meet an early demise. In an instant, darkness enveloped Fu Buluan, and he collapsed, lifeless. Chapter 50. Unexpected fortune arrives overnight after taking advantage of the situation and cursing old Bai. Fu Xingjian swiftly left, Upon returning to the villa, he entered his room and proceeded to overwrite the surveillance footage. Had the young lady not transferred ownership of the villa to him, he would have purchased a home elsewhere. In his previous life, he had longed for a place to call home, a property of his own. He believed his ability to earn was sufficient. Yet he lamented that he had never managed to acquire a house due to the incompetence of the Fu family. Now that the villa was in his name, he felt no immediate urgency to seek another residence. After waiting through the night, Fu Xingjian finally set his sights on the safes. He retrieved 8 electronic safes from his storage. Although he did not know the password, he had encountered similar safes during his part-time work. These safes possessed an emergency opening mechanism. Once he connected the safes to a power source, he carefully examined them, discovering a concealed button. After twisting it, the electronic password panel revealed a layer of locks. Although he lacked the emergency key, he was equipped with a specialized toolkit for opening various locks. Within half an hour, he successfully opened the first safe. To his astonishment, the sight of gleaming gold nearly blinded him. The safe was filled with gold bars, hundreds of them. Despite having dealt with billions, the money in his bank account felt intangible, mere digits on a screen, in stark contrast to the dazzling gold before him. Even though he knew they could not be counterfeit, he bit into one to verify its authenticity. Each bar weighed 150 grams, and after meticulous counting, he realized there were over 1,000 gold bars. While their worth paled in comparison to other treasures, totaling only several hundred thousand, Fu Xingjian had a fondness for gold. Perhaps because, as some might say, the impoverished cherish it for its enduring value. However, a sense of unease lingered in his mind, though he could not pinpoint the cause. He moved on to the other safes. With newfound experience, he opened the second safe in mere minutes. Inside were 2 bags of diamonds and several exquisitely crafted boxes that exuded luxury. Upon opening 2 of the boxes, he found them filled with diamonds. A cursory examination revealed their exceptional quality, with one weighing over 200 carats and another exceeding 100, without even considering the value of the smaller bags of diamonds. These 2 large stones alone were worth billions. The value of diamonds escalates exponentially with carat weight. The other boxes contained various jade pieces, but Fu Xingjian's knowledge was limited. He recognized diamonds easily, yet the vibrant red and golden gemstones before him were foreign to him. He could only venture a guess that the deep green might be imperial jade, and the white jade perhaps sheep-fat jade. Each of these treasures would far surpass the worth of gold. Nonetheless, apart from the 2 magnificent diamonds, Fu Xingjian's heart remained loyal to gold. The third safe held an assortment of documents, which Fu Xingjian could not be bothered to examine. He resolved to study them later when time permitted. In the fourth safe, various strands of beads were stored. Fu Xingjian retrieved a string of 108 ancient amber prayer beads. He recalled having seen a news article in his previous life about a similar string fetching astronomical prices at an auction. Unfamiliar with the specifics, he selected a beautiful Z bead adorned with multiple eyes. Fu Xingjian had once met a wealthy individual at the gym who had a penchant for wearing Z beads, claiming they could ward off evil and ensure safety. However, acquiring authentic Z beads is no simple feat. Wealth alone does not guarantee access to high-quality specimens. One must possess connections and rely on experts to navigate the intricate process of verification to ensure the beads are genuine and of superior quality. The fifth safe contained a plethora of documents, which he skimmed over. The sixth safe held dozens of property certificates. These certificates were of no use to him, as he had no intention of transferring ownership. As he flipped through them, he noted they were from all corners of the country, even from abroad. Reflecting on his previous life, where he had scrimped and saved in hopes of purchasing a modest home, he was filled with frustration. It was yet another day of resentment towards the affluent. The seventh safe was filled with raw gemstones. The final safe, however, held only a thin document. Was this the sole item contained within? The significance of this document was immediately apparent. Upon opening it, Fu Xingjian found the first page adorned with a single image, a torch. As he continued to peruse the pages, he focused intently, yet he could not comprehend the contents. The entire document was written in English. With only a middle school education, he was familiar with basic phrases: hello, goodbye, good morning, good evening, thank you, sorry, Fu Xingjian lamented that he needed to venture out more, forge friendships, and acquire some talent. His intuition hinted at the document's considerable importance, prompting him to set it aside carefully. Meanwhile, as he cataloged his newfound empire at home, the atmosphere at the Fu household was far less pleasant. The Fu family, who preferred to avoid dealings with Uncle Hat, found themselves in his presence nonetheless. Distracted by his anger, Uncle Fu Buluan had momentarily set aside his grievances with Fu Xingjian. Presently, his most pressing dilemma was that his study had been completely ransacked. The hidden room had been stripped bare as well. When Fu Wenquan and others saw that Uncle Hat was actually Xia Chong, Fu Wenhui bluntly remarked, "Is there no one left in your department? Why were you dispatched here?" Xia Chong was not only responsible for forcibly handcuffing them and taking them to the police station, but was also in cahoots with Fu Xingjian. Xia Chong replied, "I have been ordered to handle this case. If you have any objections, you may address them to my superiors. I will leave immediately upon receiving further orders." Fu Buluan's inquiries echoed in the background, and Fu Wenhui dared not intervene further. After initial discussions, Xia Chong spent an hour reviewing the villa surveillance footage and gathering useful leads from the residents. Ultimately, it was determined that this incident resembled a locked-room murder turned burglary. As a prominent taxpayer in the city, Fu Buluan would receive preferential treatment, and the authorities mandated that the case be resolved within a month, with the recovery of the Fu family's lost possessions as the primary objective. Xia Chong did not come of his own accord. Rather, he was thrust into this position due to a lack of support from behind the scenes. Solving such a case is part of his duty and would count towards his performance metrics. Conversely, should he fail to crack it, Xia Chong will endure several years of cold treatment, languishing in obscurity. In the living room, Fu Wenhui's family sat uneasily as Uncle Hat ambled about their home, their irritation mounting. In hushed tones, one remarked, "I doubt he possesses the capability to uncover any leads. Previously, he colluded with Fu Xingjian to label us as fraudsters and had us apprehended. It would be better to let him go and replace him with someone truly competent." Fu Wenquan responded, "Let us first observe what he has to say." Xia Chong had thoroughly surveyed the villa and now approached the living room to gather information from Uncle Fu. Based on the clues at hand, there were no evident signs of forced entry on the gate, front door, or study door locks. The password lock on the study's secret chamber would automatically lock after 3 failed attempts, yet there were no indications that it had been locked out. This suggests that the intruder either learned your password from elsewhere or is someone intimately familiar with you. If the motive were purely financial, the riches within the secret chamber would have sufficed for the intruder to leave. However, the individual went so far as to move large pieces of furniture from the study, disregarding the inherent difficulties of such an undertaking. This indicates that the case is more complex than mere theft. I surmise it is an act of retaliatory burglary. Mr. Fu, might you reflect on whether you have offended anyone recently or had any conflicts with others? Chapter 51. You need not explain. My wife is also a green tea. I understand. Fu Buluan's eyes were shrouded in darkness. Had he offended someone recently? Due to recent public opinion issues online, he had pushed a few scapegoats forward to take the blame. Indeed, he had antagonized the powerful entities behind those individuals. If the losses were merely of ordinary possessions, Fu Buluan would have simply accepted his fate, swallowing his grievances like a man. However, he had lost diamonds worth billions, antiques valued in the hundreds of millions, and an entry card from the enigmatic Eye of Heaven cult. The former drained his resources completely, while the latter could drive him to the brink of rage and despair. Members of the Eye of Heaven cult predominantly hailed from the world's elite financial circles, making the cult immensely powerful and exceedingly difficult to infiltrate. To gain entry, one must possess extraordinary wealth, status, or influence. These are merely the basic prerequisites. Moreover, an existing member's recommendation and a rite of initiation are required. Fu Buluan had sacrificed his youngest daughter, Fu Wenhui, to obtain the entry card, thereby becoming a disciple of the cult. Should he lose this card, he would need to make another sacrifice to reclaim it. Recently, there had been some tumultuous discussions online. Fu Buluan had spoken of it. Xia Chong then realized that the recent scandals involving several leading actors and actresses had Fu Buluan's involvement behind them. Fu Buluan narrowed his eyes, contemplating the involvement of his illegitimate son, Fu Xingjian's lover. Between the financier and the lover, Fu Buoluan opted for the term lover. Fu Wenyue, agitated, immediately came to Fu Xingjian's defense. Dad, that can't be true. Although fifth brother was home last night, I assure you, he has nothing to do with this. How could he possibly conspire with outsiders to do such a thing? Fu Buoluan turned his gaze to Xia Chong. I have heard you are acquainted with my youngest son? Xia Chong did not deny it. If you're referring to Fu Xingjian, I have indeed known him for several years. Fu Buoluan's gaze deepened. It seems you are well acquainted with him. Do you know who his lover is? Xia Chong replied, Mr. Fu, your words seem rather excessive. Fu Xingjian is not married. Thus, referring to his girlfriend as a lover is inappropriate. Fu Wenyue once again interjected in support of Fu Buoluan. Officer Xia, please do not blame my father. This unfortunate incident is entirely fifth brother's fault. He has recently broken up with his childhood sweetheart, and now he is relying on others. Xia Chong's expression darkened. Fu Buoluan continued, It appears Officer Xia is still unaware. It is indeed a misfortune for our family. Since you are familiar with him, I would appreciate it if you could counsel him to mend his ways. Xia Chong replied, I am not well informed on this matter, but I will inquire further. Fu Buoluan pressed, Do you believe it possible for him to collude with others to orchestrate such actions? It is not that I am overly suspicious, but the coincidences weigh heavily on my mind. Xia Chong responded, Firstly, I am not privy to Fu Xingjian's connections with your family, as he has not mentioned any such matters to me. Secondly, aside from Mr. Fu himself, few venture into his study. Thus, you remain uncertain about the exact timing of the theft from the study, whether it occurred yesterday, the day before, or even earlier. Moreover, as I previously mentioned, the only individuals who could possibly know of Mr. Fu's secret chamber and deduce its password would be those intimately familiar with him. Do you believe that Fu Xingjian is aware of the concealed room in your study? Or do you think he has gleaned insights into your habits, allowing him to speculate on the password you might have established? Fu Buoluan fell silent, pressing his forehead in contemplation. He had inadvertently been led to suspicion by a few words from Wenju, and in truth, Fu Xingjian's guilt was relatively minimal. Yet, as Xue Feng remarked, his fortune appeared to clash with that of the household, potentially jeopardizing the family's financial well-being. Before he could reclaim his fortunes, he was on the brink of losing everything. Fu Wenjue harbored a silent resentment towards that insufferable Uncle Hat, who was unwaveringly partial to Fu Xingjian. Officer Xia, I truly appreciate your efforts in clearing my brother's name. He is fortunate to have a friend like you. Xia Chong responded, Are you suggesting that I am a friend of Fu Xingjian and that my deductions favor him? Fu Wenjue shook his head in alarm, hastily clarifying, No, that is not my intention. I genuinely admire my brother for having a friend like you. Xia Chong looked at him with unspoken complexity. You need not explain. I understand. My wife is also a green tea type. Fu Wenju exclaimed, What? You have completely misunderstood. Fu Wenquan interjected, Officer Xia, is that how you should speak? Xia Chong replied, Which part? Fu Wenquan retorted, You just implied that my brother is a green tea type. Xia Chong clarified, I did not. I said my wife is also a green tea type. Fu Wenquan countered, Doesn't that imply my brother is as well? Xia Chong stated, If the shoe fits. That is not my concern. Fu Wenquan was exasperated. No wonder you and Fu Xingjian are friends. I hope, Officer Xia, that your personal biases do not hinder the progress of the investigation. Xia Chong frowned, assuring, Rest assured, we will exert every effort to solve this case. After gathering the clues, Xia Chong departed. Once outside the Fu family villa, he contacted Fu Xingjian from the police car. Xiago, where are you? Shall we have lunch together? Xiao Fu, at home, where shall we meet? Xiago, where are you residing now? Xiao Fu, Yuhua Road. Xiago. Xiao Fu, what is wrong, Xiago? Xiago, in a villa district? Xiao Fu, yes. Xiago, I am currently on Yuhua Road. Xiao Fu, come into my house. Xiago, wait for me to finish work. Xia Chong visited the property management office, checking the surveillance footage from recent days, but found nothing conclusive. However, it was now time to leave work. Xiago, I'm off. Please send me the exact address. Fu Xingjian provided the specific location. Xia Chong had already seen off his colleagues, and upon reviewing the address, realized it was only a 10-minute drive from his current position. So close? His professional skepticism flared up. It seemed no one at the Fu residence had mentioned how near Fu Xingjian lived. Upon arriving at the destination, Xia Chong spotted Fu Xingjian waiting at the door, his previously stern expression softening. Why was he waiting outside? Fu Xingjian placed his arm around Xia Chong's shoulder and laughed heartily. I was afraid that Brother Xia would hesitate to enter such a grand villa. Worried you might think you've come to the wrong place. Xia Chong replied, last time, when I saw you driving that luxury car, you claimed it belonged to a friend. Is this villa also a friend's? Fu Xingjian responded, with so many people around last time, I had to keep a low profile. Xia Chong inquired, can you speak freely now? With a sense of pride, Fu Xingjian declared, the car is mine, and the house is mine as well. Xia Chong's expression turned complex. Where did you acquire all this? Fu Xingjian replied, it was a gift from my wife. Xia Chong's face darkened. Where did you get a wife? Fu Xingjian suggested, shall we head inside and discuss over lunch? I've arranged a meal for you. Xia Chong was forcibly pulled in by Fu Xingjian. The dining room was larger than Xia Chong's entire home, and the crystal chandelier seemed to equate to several years of Xia Chong's salary. Once the dishes were served, Fu Xingjian refrained from preparing any alcoholic beverages, knowing Xia Chong had work in the afternoon. He dismissed everyone else in the villa, leaving just the two of them. Xia Chong urged, now, tell me the truth. What is going on? Fu Xingjian began recounting the incident involving the drugging, having simplified many details. Initially, he had reported the incident at the nearest police station in the area where it occurred. Xia Chong was unaware of any of this. At that moment, Fu Xingjian had not considered Xia Chong at all, as Xia Chong had also perished during a duty assignment, and it had not crossed his mind. Chapter 52. If I were still that orphan, would they dare? Xia Chong, perplexed by the situation, pointed at him, exasperated yet amused. You report a case without seeking my assistance? Fu Xingjian, seeking a justification, felt embarrassed at the time. How could I face you? He retorted, did I not come directly to the police station to find you last time I reported? Xia Chong scoffed, at that time, you certainly did not come clean, did you? Fu Xingjian chuckled awkwardly. You can't deceive Uncle Lao Mao. When it comes to drugging, I may be thick-skinned and shameless, but my wife values her dignity. He continued, honestly, I was completely out of it. I cannot recall how I ended up in bed with my wife. Xia Chong inquired, are you certain it truly pertains to your previous partner? Fu Xingjian opened his phone and pulled up posts regarding Qi Qinglu online for Xia Chong to peruse. Xia Chong, seldom venturing into the depths of the internet, found it a chaotic realm. At times, he felt the urge to detain those individuals and educate them in a confinement facility. Upon reviewing the online content about Qi Qinglu, encompassing both her statements and Fu Xingjian's rebuttals, he absorbed it all. Having known each other for a considerable time, Xia Chong, though merely 12 years senior to Fu Xingjian, had witnessed his evolution from a naive victim of salary scams to a savvy side hustler adept at generating income. Those familiar with Fu Xingjian understood the insincerity behind Qi Qinglu's words. Initially discontent with Fu Xingjian's hasty marriage, Xia Chong now found himself at a loss for reprimands or objections. She doesn't reside here? He queried. Fu Xingjian replied, she is busy, often flitting around the globe, spending most of her time abroad. Xia Chong suggested, when she returns, let's share a meal. Fu Xingjian nonchalantly deferred. If she has the time, I will certainly arrange it. His priorities lay solely with his children, using financial means to foster connections, all for their sake. The longevity of this marriage remained uncertain, yet friendships were deemed unnecessary. Will you not hold a wedding? Xia Chong asked. Fu Xingjian responded, I have no family. Whether or not to hold one is inconsequential. Can a grown man truly feel aggrieved? We have already obtained a marriage certificate. Upon hearing that they had indeed registered their marriage, Xia Chong felt a modicum of relief. Being married meant they were a legitimate couple, no longer merely referred to as lovers by the Fu family. Reflecting on the disdain and contempt expressed by the Fu family towards Fu Xingjian, Xia Chong furrowed his brow. What is your current standing with the Fu family? Fu Xingjian lamented, they summoned me yesterday, and I thought they wished to apologize, perhaps to persuade me to withdraw the case at the police station. To my surprise, they greeted me with mockery, as if I were eagerly seeking to be their illegitimate child. He expressed his disdain. Their entire family looks down on me. Even the help in their household regards me with contempt. He gestured dramatically. This is how they perceive me. Xia Chong, taken aback, questioned, "Do you not consider a paternity test? What if?" Fu Xingjian interrupted, "Xiago, do you see how well I'm living now? This villa has already been transferred to my name by my wife. In the garage, there are 8 luxury vehicles, the most expensive one worth several millions, all transferred to my name. Additionally, my wife generously provides me with a monthly allowance of 1 million. Most importantly, her genes are remarkable. She is a polymath, a genius. Undoubtedly, our 2 future offspring will be exceptionally gifted." Just the thought of it fills Fu Xingjian with overwhelming joy. Xia Chong, residing at home and dining at the cafeteria, only receives a meager allowance of 100 per month due to his abstinence from smoking and drinking. Fu Xingjian gleefully remarks, "Why should I acknowledge them? Although the online speculations are rather ominous, what if they are indeed after my kidneys and bone marrow?" Xia Chong has also encountered numerous such analyses online, presented with logical reasoning, and he grimaced, "Do they dare?" Fu Xingjian retorted, "If I were still that orphan, do you think they would dare?" He cannot recall the details of his demise, and who knows if all his organs were intact before his body was cremated. Xia Chong advised, "If you choose not to acknowledge them, you need not accept any paternity test conducted without your consent." Fu Xingjian asserted, "I certainly will not acknowledge them. You have no idea. When I went there yesterday, they even attempted to assault me." The Fu family exclaimed, "The family door. It's snowing in June." Xia Chong, infuriated, questioned, "They dared to attempt to harm you?" Fu Xingjian replied, "What are they incapable of? It seems there was an incident in their study today, and they are blaming it on me. I suspect they aim to tarnish my reputation and intimidate me into withdrawing my case. Coupled with their online maneuvers, they might even manage to inflate their plummeting stock prices by several billion." Having known Fu Xingjian for quite some time, Xia Chong understands that this young man values familial bonds and harbors a longing for affection. The more one lacks, the more fervently they desire it. Especially the regrets from one's childhood can linger for a lifetime. Thus, he had contemplated persuading Fu Xingjian to reconnect once he calmed down. However, that thought has completely dissipated. This family is truly despicable, bullying Fu Xingjian even before any acknowledgement. One can only imagine the torment he would endure should he formally recognize them. The Fu family, who have been on the receiving end of Fu Xingjian's wrath, who is truly victimizing whom? The Fu family, on the brink of financial ruin, who is really causing the turmoil? Their study was indeed robbed, with estimated losses in the tens of millions. A flicker of light glinted in Fu Xingjian's eyes. Tens of millions in losses? When billions are at stake, they dare to claim a mere tens of millions. It is utterly laughable. They cannot even disclose the true extent of their losses. Xia Chong is also aware of the nature of the wealthy. I suspect the losses are far greater, despite the Fu family's affluent reputation not being prominently displayed. The public is only aware of their venture, media, and are largely unaware of the Fu group. In reality, the truly wealthy often remain concealed from the average person. Much like the illustrious lists of the rich, the genuinely affluent tend to pay to have their names removed from such rankings. High-profile, rich individuals seldom meet favorable fates. Fu Xingjian pounded his thigh and exclaimed, "Surely, they wouldn't dare to claim that I am responsible, would they?" Xia Chong did not refute. Indeed, they had harbored such suspicions, living in such proximity to their residence. Surely they must be aware. Otherwise, they would not have neglected to mention this point of doubt. Fu Xingjian remarked, "I, for one, have not spoken of it." Xia Chong inquired, "Would you mind if I strolled about your home after dinner?" Fu Xingjian, at a loss for words, replied, "Xiago, are you investigating me?" Xia Chong felt a twinge of discomfort, clearing his throat. "If they discover you reside nearby, it is only a matter of time." Fu Xingjian conceded, "Very well. Who can deny you, my elder brother? I shall refrain from asking for a search warrant. Feel free to look around." Xia Chong sighed, "You ought to watch fewer dramas. A few hats have such things in hand." After their meal, Fu Xingjian guided Xia Chong on a tour of the villa, including the underground garage. "Xiago, would you like to choose a car? I could gift you one." Xia Chong felt a surge of delight. for this signified that Fu Xingjian genuinely regarded him as an elder brother. I might acquire a vehicle for you, and shortly thereafter, you would be able to escort me inside. Fu Xingjian felt awkward. It would be one thing to dissuade him, as he could financially support him and his family. However, if it came to escorting him inside, the situation would escalate considerably. Is it really so outrageous? We are brothers by different mothers. What harm is there in gifting you a car? After all, I invested 40 million to elevate Ji Dan to the leading role. Xia Chong patted his shoulder. Your kindness is duly noted, brother. When departing, Xia Chong declined Fu Xingjian's offer to drive him home, intending instead to ride Fu Xingjian's small electric scooter. As he exited the hospital, Fu Xingjian bid him farewell. At that moment, Fu Wenhui happened to drive by, her gaze fixed upon them. What brings them here? Chapter 53. From ignorance to being soaked in knowledge, Fu Wenhui paused at the roadside, discreetly capturing the scene on her phone. After Xia Chong rode away on his electric scooter, Fu Xingjian glanced subtly in the direction of Fu Wenhui's car before entering the courtyard. Fu Wenhui snapped a few more photos of Fu Xingjian's villa. Damn it, he actually lives here. With a grim expression, Fu Wenhui stared at the pictures she had taken and sent them to the Fu family group chat. Fu Wenquan, where did you take these photos? Fu Wenhui, where else? Right in our villa district. He lives here. Fu Wenjua, does that woman who supports Fifth Brother live near us? Fu Wenhui, I'm going to check with the property management about this household. Perhaps the owner is someone we know. The property management in high-end residential areas often provides exceptional service, frequently organizing gatherings such as golf outings and swimming parties, where many residents are acquainted with one another. With a press of the accelerator, Fu Wenhui sped off to the property management office. Meanwhile, after entering his home, Fu Xingjian powered on his computer, effortlessly accessing the surveillance footage for the villa district. Enlarging the view, he spotted Fu Wenhui from the front window of her car. So it was her. He also noted Fu Wenhui heading toward the property management office and could surmise her intentions. However, Fu Xingjian remained unconcerned. The theft case in the Fu family study would likely remain unresolved for a lifetime, which was for the best, alleviating the need for him to concoct other schemes to extricate Xia from the situation. Fu Wenhui discovered the identity of the villa's owner through the property management office. Astonishingly, it was Fu Xingjian, a villa worth tens of millions, and the owner was Fu Xingjian, who was the previous owner. The property management was in a difficult position. Miss Fu, I can only tell you that her surname is Sure. I cannot disclose anything further. With little information gleaned, Fu Wenhui returned home in frustration. That afternoon, Xia Chong faced a complaint and was subsequently reassigned from the Fu family study theft case. He had been intrigued by the challenge of the case and had hoped to participate. However, he found himself forced into it when he wished to abstain and pushed out when he wished to engage. Xia, the Fu family likely knows you live nearby and may cause you trouble. Be cautious and call me if you encounter any issues. Little Fu, I'm not afraid of them, Xia. Can you help me adopt a few police dogs? Xia, how many? Little Fu, 4 or 5 would be ideal. Xia, at most 2. Little Fu, thank you, Xia. You truly are like a brother to me. Xia, the paperwork will take a few days. Little Fu, no problem. After their arrangement, Fu Xingjian took a stroll outside. He realized that his talents felt rather insubstantial, prompting him to message a professor with whom he had previously worked as a body model, inquiring if there were any part-time opportunities available. Fortunately, the professor had a need in that regard but assumed Fu Xingjian had ceased pursuing part-time work and had not reached out to him. Professor Liu is a distinguished faculty member in the Department of Painting at Tsinghua University's School of Fine Arts, renowned for its rich cultural atmosphere. The university serves as a fertile ground for him to cultivate his talents. After enduring 3 hours in a fixed posture, Fu Xingjian earned an additional 2,000 yuan. Upon the conclusion of class, he deftly evaded the advances of female students and approached Professor Liu for a conversation, inquiring about professors proficient in foreign languages. He harbored concerns that the information he might gather could be misleading. Intrigued, Professor Liu wondered what had prompted his inquiry. Fu Xingjian casually fabricated an excuse to deflect her curiosity. His performance in his part-time role pleased Professor Liu, and his character was commendable. He refrained from frivolously flirting with her young female students, opting instead for discretion. As a result, Professor Liu did not press further, but proceeded to introduce him to several professors in the foreign languages department. Among them was Professor Ma, who was fluent in 3 languages, and Professor Qiao, who mastered 5. Both had extensive experience abroad over the past 2 decades. Fu Xingjian chose the latter. However, he did not overlook the opportunity to engage with Professor Liu, who had previously contributed to the design of the Olympic mascot. Though he was uncertain of the extent of her prowess, he recognized it was undoubtedly impressive. Xiao Jin, replicate Professor Liu's painting skills. Xiao Jin, replication successful. After expressing his gratitude, Fu Xingjian departed. He did not select a specific location, opting instead for a nearby restroom stall. Inside, he connected his computer to the internet and effortlessly breached the campus firewall, delving into the surveillance domain of the Foreign Languages Department. Following the leads provided by Professor Liu, the surveillance scope gradually narrowed until he finally spotted Professor Qiao. Fu Xingjian pedaled over on his bike as Professor Qiao descended from the office building en route to class. Fu Xingjian awaited at the foot of the building, mentally calculating the distance. 5 meters, 4 meters, 3 meters. Success. Xiao Jin, copy Professor Qiao's foreign language proficiency. Xiao Jin, replication successful. Emerging from Tsinghua University, Fu Xingjian felt imbued with an air of scholarly refinement, as though he had been steeped in knowledge. By the time he returned home, night had fallen. The Fu sisters had been waiting at his residence for several hours. Upon his arrival, Fu Wenhui immediately launched into a tirade, questioning why he hadn't tea hidden away. I thought you wouldn't return until midnight. Having been absent all afternoon, Fu Wenhui suspected that Fu Xingjian had intentionally avoided home to evade Summer's intrusion. Perplexed, Fu Xingjian retorted, "This is my home. What is there to hide from? I haven't even asked what you are doing here." With a sharp tone, Fu Wenhui accused him. "Why do you never mention that you also reside in this villa district? Is the theft of items from the study connected to you? Are Dada's belongings hidden with you?" Fu Wenhui added, "Fifth brother, if this matter is truly related to you, just confess. We are family. Our parents would not pursue it further." Fu Xingjian shot back, "You dare to slander me in my presence without considering whether I am easily intimidated?" Fu Wenhui, fifth brother, the incident of the study being robbed has caused quite a stir. Father is genuinely furious, and you. Before he could finish his sentence, Fu Wenhui was horrified to see Fu Xingjian striding towards him. In an instant, he was seized by Fu Xingjian and thrown over his shoulder, crashing down onto the ground. The impact jolted his back violently, causing his internal organs to feel as though they had been displaced, and his face contorted in agony. Fu Wenhui, enraged, shouted with threats woven into her words, "Fu Xingjian, do not overstep your bounds. If we were to go to the police, you wouldn't be standing here conversing with us in such a manner." Fu Wenhui was helped to his feet, his complexion pale as he gazed at Fu Xingjian, concealing the resentment and malice hidden in his eyes. He struggled to utter, "Fifth brother, the study is equipped with surveillance cameras. But there was an issue with the footage at that time. However, once the video is restored, we will be able to ascertain what transpired in the study." Fu Xingjian, in Fu Wenjui's eyes, was uneducated and lacked experience. Perhaps a bit of intimidation would compel him to divulge the truth. Chapter 54. Are you well on the surface? Behind the scenes, not so much. Fu Xingjian listen to Fu Wenjui's insidious scum. Fu Wenjui, regardless of the time, you have always been incapable of rising to the occasion. Fu Wenhui, seeing his utter lack of remorse, was incensed. Fu Xingjian, her face resembled a frozen landscape as she warned, "Wenjui's good intentions have been met with your ingratitude. You are utterly unworthy of his concern for you." Fu Xingjian laughed heartily, mocking, "Good intentions? Are you painting eyebrows on the backside? What a grandiose face you have." Fu Wenhui, filled with rage, retorted, "Do not mistake our leniency for your license to act with impunity. Should this escalate to the police station, do you think your little acquaintance in law enforcement can save you? He has already been removed from this case. Without his protection, do you truly believe you can evade the consequences?" Fu Xingjian pointed towards the door, declaring, "I'm offering you a chance right now. Leave my house at once and report me to the police. You frighten me to death. I am terrified. I shall be imprisoned. I will face execution. His devilishly handsome face uttered the most shameless words. Fu Wenhui nearly fell backward from his outrageousness. Conversing with this man was enough to drive anyone to madness. Fu Xingjian, do not remain obstinate. Impatiently, Fu Xingjian replied. Wasn't it you who intended to report me to the police? What are you still doing here? Are you showcasing your mother? Fu Wenhui was reduced to tears from his insults. You despicable wretch. You are truly skilled in the art of insult. As the eldest sister, Fu Wenquan felt compelled to intervene. Xingjian, we have waited for you for hours to discuss how to resolve this issue, not to create further conflicts. Fu Xingjian lounged nonchalantly on the single sofa, his demeanor suggestive of superiority, as though he were looking down upon them. From the very beginning, they had lost the battle of wills. He overshadowed them all. If you wish to negotiate, then adjust your attitude accordingly. I'm not a die house. I will not tolerate your various expressions. Fu Wenquan recognized that employing past attitudes towards him was futile. His audacity to strike their father indicated he truly did not regard himself as a member of the Fu family. Thus, Fu Wenquan had no choice but to acquiesce to his demands. Very well, we shall adjust our attitude. Fu Xingjian taunted. Adjusting your attitude is not merely a matter of words. Fu Wenquan, suppressing his frustration, asked, what do you want? Fu Xingjian replied, first an apology. Fu Wenquan responded, agreed. Fu Wenhui interrupted, eldest sister. What about us being struck? Shouldn't he apologize as well? Fu Xingjian retorted, you were struck because you deceived me. You brought this upon yourselves. Fu Wenquan quickly intervened, instructing Fu Wenhui in English, with his temperament. If we do not comply, how can we hope to negotiate? If the matter concerning Father S. study truly involves collusion, how can we recover Father S. belongings without persuading him? Fu Wenhui recalled that Fu Xingjian had graduated from middle school without any knowledge of foreign languages, yet he was able to speak in English. What if the items in Father S. study were unrelated to him? Wouldn't that mean we had lowered ourselves for nothing? Fu Wenquan remarked. Do you truly believe that a wealthy benefactor would casually gift a small lover a villa and car worth over 100 million? He may be handsome, but there are plenty of individuals with similar looks in the entertainment and modeling industries. What makes him so special? Fu Wenhui replied, sister, you do have a point. The small celebrities I once supported cost only a few million. Fu Wenhui interjected, are you suggesting that his benefactor is buying him off to get into father's study? While everyone stood against Fu Xingjian, Fu Wenjue kindly defended him, maintaining his own persona. Surely not. Officer Xiao mentioned that even if he wished to collaborate, he wouldn't know about the hidden room in Father S. study. Fu Wenhui insisted. The Xiao family is in cahoots with him. Besides, the home surveillance has been tampered with. Who knows if father let something slip at home? Fu Wenjue countered, fifth brother only stayed one night. Does he have the capability to move such large furniture? Fu Wenhui responded, his lack of ability does not imply that his benefactor lacks it. If the benefactor had no power or capability, would they dare to act against our family? Would they have the audacity? Fu Wenquan interrupted their debate, stating, he currently perceives us as con artists exploiting him, so he certainly won't share the truth with us. You should lower your heads and apologize first. Once everything is resolved, we could discuss how to reprimand him. If we fail to guide him properly, it could lead to significant troubles in the future. Fu Wenhui said, sister, you finally see his true nature. However, if he is indeed involved in this matter, a great disaster has already unfolded. Fu Wenquan asserted, this is why I urge you to apologize to him. Whether you like it or not, just pretend, and do it convincingly. The few of them passionately debated in English before Fu Xingjian, who remained impassive as they discussed ways to deceive and manipulate him. Fu Wenquan stated as the eldest sister, I acknowledge that I have not handled your matters appropriately, leading to numerous misunderstandings and conflicts between us. I apologize to you here. Fu Xingjian, dissatisfied, questioned. Is that all you have to say? Fu Wenquan gritted her teeth and stood up, saying, I apologize. We previously concealed part of the truth from you, causing you distress. With that, she bowed to Fu Xingjian. Fu Wenhui exclaimed, sister, do we really have to bow? Does this little wretch deserve it? Fu Wenhui added, sister, are you elevating him too much? After all, we are still his sisters. Fu Xingjian regarded the others with a sardonic smile, waiting for their apologies. Not receiving Fu Xingjian's forgiveness, Fu Wenquan signaled for the others to step forward and apologize. Fu Wenquan said, "Wenhui, as the second sister, you go first." Fu Wenhui, feeling immensely stifled, rose to her feet. "I should not have concealed those matters from you. I sincerely apologize." The latter part of her statement was uttered through clenched teeth. Yet, Fu Xingjian remained unsatisfied, his gaze fixed upon her, compelling her to bow in submission. Fu Wenhui's eyes reddened with indignation. The grievances she had endured throughout her life paled in comparison to the humiliation she faced before Fu Xingjian. In due time, she vowed to confront him properly. When it was Fu Wenquan's turn, she alone among the group harbored a belief that Fu Xingjian was not implicated in the incident of the stolen books from the study. However, as her sisters voiced their suspicions, and given her lack of favor within the household, she felt compelled to acquiesce. "I am truly sorry for deceiving you." Fu Wenxu stated, bowing deeply. Fu Xingjian's gaze remained profound. He had invested the most thought and care into her well-being. Following the family's bankruptcy and her abandonment by a scoundrel, she exhibited signs of self-harm and suicidal tendencies. He attentively nurtured her emotional state, demonstrating through tangible actions that if that man did not treat her with the same regard, then he was unworthy of her sorrow, let alone her life. Chapter 55. Have you been toying with us all along? The absurdity lies in the fact that everything was a fade. He had been completely deceived. He once believed he had witnessed the malice of humanity, yet before the Fu family, he remained unaware that there are always greater heights to scale. Fu Xingjian coldly brushed past her, showing no reaction to her apology. Disappointment and desolation flickered in Fu Wenquan's eyes. His demeanor towards her was so distant and frigid. It was now Fu Wenquan's turn. Fu Wenquan exhaled a breath of pent-up frustration, anticipating that when Fu Xingjian eventually learned of his true identity as a member of the Fu family, he would only regret even more for the way he treated them now. Fu Wenquan steadied herself mentally, bowing swiftly. "I am sorry." The three simple words escaped her lips with great difficulty. It was as if she were forcing them out through gritted teeth, clearly unwilling and compelled to utter them. Fu Xingjian did not expect genuine remorse from them. In his past life, he had perished while they expressed no regret. Could he truly hope for sincere apologies this time? Fu Wenquan did not hesitate to deeply bow to Fu Xingjian, her eyes brimming with heartfelt affection. "Fifth brother, I was wrong. I should not have concealed so much from you. Regardless of whether you forgive me or not, you will always be my fifth brother." Fu Wenquan and the others gazed at her with expressions of relief. If only Fu Xingjian could exhibit the same thoughtfulness and loyalty as Fu Wenquan. Fu Wenquan inquired, "Now that we have all apologized, can you find it in your heart to forgive us?" Fu Xingjian replied, "I asked you to apologize, but I never stated that I would forgive you." Fu Wenhui, inflamed with indignation, retorted, "Are you playing with us?" Fu Xingjian derisively remarked, "Just because you apologize, does that obligate me to forgive?" Fu Wenquan intervened to prevent Fu Wenhui from speaking further, recognizing that their futile quarrel would resolve nothing. She gazed deeply into Fu Xingjian's eyes. "What would you have us do to earn your forgiveness?" Fu Xingjian countered, "Do you think merely stating my desires would compel you to comply?" Fu Wenquan insisted, "Just tell us if we could achieve it. We would go to great lengths to do so." Fu Xingjian did not express belief in her grand declarations, asserting, "Unless you endure the same suffering as I did, your apologies hold no weight." Fu Wenquan struggled to comprehend his words. "How can we possibly be like you?" Fu Xingjian's eyes betrayed a sinister intent. "For 2 years, I have obeyed your every command without interest. You must likewise adhere to my wishes for 2 years. Only through shared suffering can your apologies be deemed sincere." Fu Wenhui found this utterly ludicrous. Who did Fu Xingjian think he was, to demand their obedience? "We have already apologized. What more do you want from us?" Fu Xingjian replied, "If apologies were truly effective, why would we need the police? Why would we need the law?" Fu Wenhui angrily challenged him. "Then why demand our apologies at all?" Fu Xingjian retorted, "Is your upbringing such that you believe wrongdoings require no apologies?" Seeing them on the brink of yet another meaningless argument that hindered the resolution of the matter, Fu Wenquan felt compelled to interject once more. This is a challenging situation, for we have never harbored malice towards you from the very beginning. You are currently filled with misunderstandings towards us, and our relationship is far from equitable. She incisively articulated the crux of the issue, highlighting the inequities present. We regard you as a brother, yet you perceive us as deceivers. Unless you are willing to undergo a paternity test with us, should the evidence affirm that you indeed belong to the Fu family, we could resolve all our conflicts and misconceptions. Once you come to trust our words, we shall acquiesce to your demands. Fu Wenwei's expression shifted. Elder sister, you may have lost your senses, but do not drag us down with you. Why should I comply with him? Who does he think he is? He has brought such misfortune upon his family. What audacity does he possess to act so arrogantly? Fu Wenquan remarked. His current demeanor towards us is rooted in the belief that we are frauds, not that we are his kin. He, having grown up in an orphanage, has experienced a profound lack of affection and security in his childhood. As soon as he recognizes us as his relatives, his attitude towards us will revert to what it once was. Moreover, due to the misunderstandings he harbored during this time and the pain he has inflicted upon us, he will feel guilt and remorse. At that juncture, he will only double his efforts to compromise with us and compensate for the grievances we have endured. In a sense, this outcome subtly aligns with the original intentions of her sisters to manipulate Fu Xingjian. Fu Wenhui and the others fell silent, contemplating the possibility presented by Fu Wenquan. Humanity is inherently contradictory. When Fu Xingjian once respected and adored them, they were quick to scrutinize his flaws. Now that Fu Xingjian no longer regards them as family, they're able to recognize his virtues more clearly. Fu Wenjue's eyes flickered with uncertainty. He hoped fervently that Fu Xingjian would not consent to the paternity test. He then queried in English, what if fifth brother's matters are unrelated to the study? Or even if they are related, what if fifth brother is unwilling or afraid to reveal the truth? Should we not first inquire with fifth brother regarding this matter? Fu Wenwei responded, Wenjue has a point. What if he has no connection to our father? Will we not be exerting ourselves in vain? Fu Wenquan interjected, how could it be in vain? At the very least, it would clarify our misunderstandings and he could return home. Fu Wenhui scoffed, I doubt our parents genuinely wish to accept him back now. He has not even been acknowledged as part of the family, yet he has already brought such substantial losses. Mother even mentioned that his fate clashes with ours. What if, upon his acceptance, he continues to bring misfortune to our family? Fu Wenquan countered, what age are we in to still believe in such superstitions regarding fate? Fu Wenhui shot back, you are welcome to remove the statue of Guangong that our father venerates daily. Fu Wenquan shot her an exasperated glare. Fu Xingjian, tapping his fingers against the sofa, maintained a composed demeanor as he listened to their whispered conversation in his presence. Are you finished speaking? He inquired in English. In the next moment, the room fell into stunned silence. Each individual gazed at Fu Xingjian in disbelief. How could Fu Xingjian speak English? Fu Wenquan felt a flutter of anxiety in his heart, yet he clung to a glimmer of hope, unwilling to believe that Fu Xingjian possessed such an ability. Perhaps he could merely utter a few simple phrases, spoken solely for the sake of showing off. It was inconceivable that he could comprehend the entirety of their conversation. Fu Wenquan attempted to inquire in English, can you understand what we are saying? This query transcended mere casual conversation. If Fu Xingjian could indeed comprehend it, it would imply that he had understood everything they had just said. With a look of amusement, Fu Xingjian responded to her in English, his fluency and eloquence surpassing that of Fu Wenquan. Do you think I cannot understand? Fu Wenquan was instantly taken aback, his face blanching as though he had stepped into a dye house. The expressions of those around him mirrored a tumult of emotions, shame and anger intertwined. They glared at Fu Xingjian, indignantly questioning, have you been toying with us the entire time? Are we merely the subjects of your amusement? Fu Wenjue felt fortunate for not having uttered anything overly offensive. His complexion returned to normal the quickest. His curiosity piqued. He regarded Fu Xingjian with a scrutinizing gaze. Brother, when did your English become so proficient? We had no inkling. How could someone who barely completed 9 years of compulsory education possess such remarkable spoken and auditory skills? He found it even harder to accept that Fu Xingjian's spoken English was superior to that of everyone present. How could this be possible? Chapter 56. One can divorce before remarrying, earning billions in the process. Fu Xingjian mockingly inquired, "Have you ever considered asking?" In their eyes, he was nothing but a failure. They did not bother to investigate the monthly salary of recent university graduates. Instead, they criticized his education and lamented the fact that he lacked a formal job and social security. Conversely, when it came to Fu Wenjue, a university student working part-time and earning a few hundred yuan, they would praise him lavishly. It is the true nature of these individuals to seek flaws in an orphan with nothing, while highlighting the merits of those with everything but virtue. Fu Xingjian understood English, which meant he had overheard every disparaging remark they had made. Enraged and embarrassed, the group felt that Fu Xingjian had deliberately sought to expose them to ridicule. How could he be so despicable? Even Fu Wenquan found it difficult to maintain her composure after having made unkind remarks moments earlier. Now, in the presence of Fu Xingjian, her confidence waned. Fu Wenhui, in a state of desperation, retorted, "You are indeed insidious. This is your true nature, isn't it?" Fu Xingjian scolded, "Let's not mock one another. We are all in the same boat." Fearing further conflict, Fu Wenquan sought to diffuse the situation, saying, "Since you have heard us, you are aware we have not deceived you. You are indeed a member of the Fu family. If you doubt us, you may conduct a paternity test. If you do not trust us, your little police friend can assist you. We will cooperate by providing our hair and blood." Fu Xingjian replied, "Whether or not to conduct a paternity test is of little consequence. Being a member of the Fu family is not what matters. What is significant are my conditions. Will you agree or not?" Fu Wenquan turned to the others and asked in Japanese, "What do you think?" Fu Wenhui and the others speculated that while Fu Xingjian's English was commendable, he surely could not know Japanese. After all, he was merely a middle school student. How could he possibly be proficient in both languages? Fu Wenhui firmly rejected the proposal, exclaiming, "I disagree. What if he asked me to commit heinous acts?" Fu Wenhua also expressed her reluctance. Who knows what he might compel me to do? Fu Wenxue hesitated, saying, "I might agree." The others turned their attention to Fu Wenxue. Fu Wenquan inquired, "You agree? Aren't you afraid he will torment you?" Fu Wenhui could hardly believe it. "Can you not see how malicious he is?" Fu Wenju, unwilling to consent, cautioned, "Third sister, remember that fifth brother has harmed you before. What if he does so again?" Fu Wenhui's reluctance intensified. She too had been a victim of Fu Xingjian's violence. What if he continued to unleash his wrath upon her? Could one truly expect a man who abused women to suddenly exhibit noble character? Yet, Fu Wenxue clung to a glimmer of hope, wishing that Fu Xingjian would treat her as he once did. "I believe he won't go too far. If he truly understood, he should realize that we are indeed his sisters, his family." Fu Wenhui felt utterly foolish. Did you not see his disbelief? He clearly seeks to retaliate against us. Fu Wenxue replied, "Wenhui, perhaps we have been somewhat excessive towards him from the beginning?" Fu Wenhui laughed in anger. "Have you perhaps developed Stockholm Syndrome after being beaten by him?" Fu Wenxue retorted angrily, "If we do not comply, he shall never forgive us. Without his forgiveness, how shall we uncover the matter regarding Dad's study?" Fu Wenhui's gaze sharpened as she fixed her eyes on him, declaring, "I refuse to believe we cannot uncover his slightest trace. He resides so close by, and the furniture from Dad's study may well be hidden within his villa. Once we locate those pieces, he shall have no choice but to speak." Fu Wenxue questioned, "But what if we cannot find them?" Even if they are certain Fu Xingjian cannot comprehend their words, they instinctively refrained from uttering anything particularly harsh after that recent debacle. The group fell into another quarrel. Fu Wenquan interrupted them. "Will your arguing resolve the issue?" Fu Wenhui retorted sharply, "If not, then what do you propose?" Fu Wenquan was dissatisfied with her tone. Yet it was not the time for reprimands. They needed to find a solution that would satisfy him and be acceptable to them as well. Fu Wenhui countered, "Is there even such a solution?" Fu Wenquan turned to Fu Xingjian, stating, "We can agree to your terms, but you must refrain from hitting or verbally abusing us. And we will not engage in anything immoral, illegal, or inhumane." Fu Xingjian, with a sardonic smile, replied, So, you're agreeing then? Fu Wenquan glanced at the others, noting their grim expressions, yet they did not object. If you can abide by what I have stated, we can agree. Fu Xingjian cryptically responded, All right, no problem. Fu Wenquan felt a surge of joy within. Shall we proceed with our discussion now? Fu Xingjian did not counter, leaning slightly as he relaxed. What do you wish to discuss? Fu Wenquan's expression turned serious. Is the matter of Dad's study connected to you? She feared that Fu Xingjian might hesitate to reveal the truth out of concern for inciting their father's anger, which could ultimately hinder their cause. As long as you speak the truth, I assure you, I will prevent Dad from pursuing this matter with you. Fu Xingjian found amusement in her naivety. Why had he once perceived them as lofty, intelligent, and capable? It now appeared that she was indeed naive and foolish. Did she truly believe he would divulge his thoughts, considering him a fool? Did she think her assurances were of great value, worth billions? I do not comprehend why you believe the theft of your family's study pertains to me, but I can assure you, it does not. Fu Wenquan gazed deeply at him. Xiao Wu, I hope you understand that you and we are one. When one flourishes, all flourish, and when one perishes, all perish. If Fu Xingjian denied their unity, it would suggest he was unwilling to reveal the truth. To admit it, that was out of the question. He scoffed, flipping the table. Am I giving you face? Have you deluded yourself into thinking you can indiscriminately cast aspersions upon me? Fu Wenquan's expression darkened. Very well, since you claim it has nothing to do with you. I shall temporarily take you at your word. Now, tell me, who is the woman keeping you? Fu Xingjian replied, my wife. Fu Wenhui frowned. Fu Xingjian, what my sister is asking is who your benefactor is. Stop concealing the truth. You may deceive the first day of the month, but can you deceive the 15th? Fu Wenquan said, since I have managed to secure an opportunity for us to converse calmly, and you have agreed, I hope we can both be candid. In terms of effective communication, Fu Wenquan surpassed Fu Wenhui by more than just a little. Fu Xingjian insisted. I have already stated that my wife is the one supporting me. Fu Wenhui laughed, Inanju. Can you not have a shred of dignity? What do you mean my wife? You are merely a plaything in her care. Fu Xingjian's gaze held a hint of malice. If you cannot restrain your tongue, perhaps I should silence it for you? Fu Wenhui was momentarily taken aback, feeling a flicker of fear. What mischief could this little beast not engage in? If you have the ability to act, then why fear my words? She retorted bravely. Fu Wenquan interjected. This leads me to my second point. Our parents are exceedingly angered by your self-degradation and the fact that you're being supported by someone else. For the sake of our family's honor, I hope you can sever this inappropriate financial relationship. Fu Xingjian asked, sever it? We're already married. Are you suggesting that I divorce her? Fu Wenquan did not believe that he would truly marry Fu Xingjian, dismissing it as a superficial attempt to save face. Indeed, marriage could always lead to divorce. With a mocking expression, Fu Xingjian countered, we are married. She gifted me a villa, 8 luxury cars, worth over 100 million. Fu Wenquan frowned, sensing something amiss. Return everything. Fu Xingjian laughed, deriding her. The possessions of others are mere trifles to you, allowing you to speak so lightly. I can divorce her and return the villa and cars, but how will your family compensate for my losses? Fu Wenquan responded immediately, if you're in need of funds. I can assist you, but you must relinquish this improper financial relationship. Fu Xingjian spoke plainly about money. I do not require much, 200 million. I have worked hard to find such a wonderful wife. If you insist on a divorce, my emotional damages should amount to at least 100 billion. It was evident that Fu Wenquan aimed to exploit the situation, and even if she were willing to pay such a sum, he could simply divorce, remarry, and profit 100 billion in the process. Chapter 57. Her first discovery of her brother's excellence, Fu Wenhui, could not help but exclaim, 100 billion? Have you lost your mind over money? Have you become blinded by it? Fu Wenquan realized that Fu Xingjian had likely never contemplated severing ties with his current benefactor. Otherwise, he would not have proposed such an astronomical sum. She cautioned him, Xiao Wu, if this matter leaks, you will become a laughingstock in the community. Fu Xingjian retorted, what community? Whose community? Fu Wenquan, unable to contain her frustration, replied, you cannot avoid returning home forever. Fu Xingjian, with a hint of sarcasm, replied, so, It's not that you fear I will be the joke. Rather, you're concerned that our family will be the subject of ridicule because of me, just as they lamented my death with little sorrow, but instead complained about how I made them a laughingstock. Fu Wenwei interjected in Japanese, "Sister, he's like a piece of rotten clay that cannot be molded." She added, "We might as well publicly acknowledge our mistake." Fu Wenjuang, exasperated, shot back, "Do you want everyone to think our family is composed of fools? In this age of advanced technology, after 2 years of living under the same roof, you still have not discerned his origins?" Furthermore, she coldly added, "Father has already acknowledged his identity online. If we do not solidify this fact, how can we account for it externally? Do we admit that we intended to exploit his rare blood type, or confess that we sought to take his kidneys?" Fu Wenjuang unleashed her pent-up irritation towards Fu Wenwei. Fu Wenhui, momentarily at a loss for words, felt defeated and frustrated. So what can we do now? He is as stubborn and unpleasant as a stone in a latrine. Fu Wenjuang concluded, "Let us leave it at that for now. Once our relationship becomes more amicable, we can persuade him properly. If all else fails, we shall refrain from bringing him home, introducing him to others, or taking him back to the old residence until we uncover the identity of the person supporting him." Fu Wenjuang held firm in her belief that keeping an eye on Fu Xingjian would eventually lead them to the woman in question. Fu Wenhui, harboring malicious speculations, wondered if the benefactor was an older woman. Fu Wenju, hesitantly speaking in Japanese, added, "I have heard that older men are quite fond of younger ones like Brother Wu." At this point, Fu Xingjian kicked Fu Wenju off the sofa. As Fu Wenhui opened her mouth to scold him, Fu Xingjian directly admonished in Japanese, "This is not a society that rewards the despicable. I advise you to restrain yourself." Fu Wenhui had a plethora of words on the tip of her tongue, but they rolled around without finding their way out. Internally, she could not help but curse, "Damn it, how can he even speak Japanese?" The group was left in stunned silence. Fu Wenju struggled to catch his breath after the kick. Upon hearing Fu Xingjian curse him in Japanese, he realized he had been foolishly kicked for no reason. What left him even more flabbergasted was Fu Xingjian's remarkable command of the language. It was even better than his own. Had he not known Fu Xingjian's background, he would have thought him to be a native of Sakura country. And now, he was proficient in both English and Japanese. All of it was beyond his comprehension. A profound unease settled in Fu Wenju's heart. Was Fu Xingjian truly the fool he had perceived over the past 2 years? The repeated social faux pas had utterly eroded Fu Wenjuan's confidence, rendering further conversation impossible. Yet, the fact that Fu Xingjian could exhibit excellence brought her some solace. As her younger brother, if he were to falter, it would also reflect poorly on her. "Your command of English and Japanese is impressive. Why have you never mentioned it before?" Fu Wenju noted that his elder sister refrained from reprimanding Fu Xingjian and instead adopted a gentler demeanor, which made him feel uneasy. Not only his sister, but others too regarded Fu Xingjian with a renewed gaze, distinct from before. Fu Wenju had clenched his teeth, a flicker of resentment crossing his lowered eyelids. It was merely a mastery of English and Japanese. Wasn't he also capable? In all other respects, Fu Xingjian could not hold a candle to him. Fu Xingjian reiterated, "You never asked." Fu Wenquan extended an olive branch, but Fu Xingjian did not take it. Now that matters had reached this juncture, Fu Wenquan had no choice but to lead the others back. Before departing, Fu Wenhui hesitated to speak in English or Japanese, opting instead for French. It was the last of the 3 foreign languages she knew, and her proficiency was the weakest, allowing for only rudimentary communication. "Sister, are we truly leaving like this? Are we really here to apologize to him? Must we endure 2 more years of servitude?" After waiting for several hours, was this truly the outcome they had anticipated? Fu Wenquan was fluent in 4 languages, including French. What more could be said? Fu Wenhui proposed, "As the evening is drawing near, why don't we stay for dinner? We could indulge in a bit of wine and spend the night at his place, perhaps even catch a glimpse of the wife he mentioned." They could discreetly inspect whether his villa housed any of their father's study furniture during the night. Fu Wenhui believed her plan was a twofold success. Fu Wenjue, who only spoke English and Japanese, could not comprehend French. He was aware that both his 3rd and 4th sisters also lacked understanding. Yet, he couldn't shake the feeling that Fu Xingjian somehow understood. As panic surged within Fu Wenjue, his intuition proved correct. Fu Xingjian sarcastically addressed Fu Wenhui in French. You have indeed reached the pinnacle of causing others distress. At that moment, Fu Wenquan was genuinely taken aback. You can speak French? Fu Wenhui gazed at the Fu Xingjian in shock. Damn it, his French is superior to mine. But you graduated middle school, didn't you? Are you deceiving us? Fu Xingjian dismissed the inquiry with a nonchalant demeanor. So what if I graduated middle school? Does it hinder my ability to master several foreign languages? Fu Wenhui was incensed. She had truly been outsmarted by this insufferable brat. Fu Wenjue gritted his teeth. You're insufferable. Fu Wenquan regarded Fu Xingjian with a peculiar gaze, as though he were meeting him anew. Having overheard Fu Wenhui's scheme, Fu Xingjian rendered them unable to maintain their composure, and they followed Fu Wenquan, leaving in a state of embarrassment. Fu Wenxue was the last to leave. As she stepped outside, she turned a glance at Fu Xingjian. Under the shimmering crystal chandelier, Fu Xingjian's figure appeared particularly tall and handsome. She stood there in a daze, realizing for the first time that her younger brother was, in fact, quite remarkable. Chapter 58. A blow to the face. Offending someone. As Fu Wenjue turned around, he noticed Fu Wenxue lingering behind. Third sister. Fu Wenxue regained her senses and replied, I'm here. She cast another glance at Fu Xingjian, her heart yearning for him to utter a few words to her. Yet, Fu Xingjian did not spare her even a glance. A tide of grievance surged within Fu Wenxue, accompanied by an unsettling feeling that weighed heavily on her heart. Fu Wenjue, with a solemn gaze, inquired, Third sister, what troubles you? Fu Wenxue shook her head. I am fine. Fu Wenjue insisted, the evening air is chilly. Allow me to lend you my coat. Fu Wenxue was reminded of the previous winter when she had insisted Fu Xingjian accompany her to the cinema during his work hours. Upon their exit, Fu Xingjian had draped his coat over her shoulders. Although she felt neglected at home, she relished a sense of fulfillment, importance, and care in Fu Xingjian's presence that she lacked elsewhere. Noticing her indifferent expression, which lacked the joy and warmth she once displayed, Fu Wenjue felt a pang of disappointment. He turned his gaze towards the villa, determination brewing within him. Fu Xingjian's focus appeared distant from the Fu family. Nearly a month had passed since the eldest daughter had mentioned introducing him to the elders, providing him with funds to procure suitable attire. The following day, Fu Xingjian searched online and decided to visit the luxury brand mall situated in the Gemini building. To be candid, he had seldom ventured into such establishments. On one occasion, he had accompanied Qi Qinglu to shop, where she had set her sights on a bag priced at $67,000, even after discounts. He grit his teeth, ultimately refraining from buying it, which led to a month-long Cold War between them. From that moment, Fu Xingjian realized that this place and his world existed in parallel realms. He felt utterly out of place, just as his wallet seemed incompatible with the surroundings. Returning now, the atmosphere felt distinctly different. Money was a man's confidence and courage. The sales associates at luxury brands possessed an uncanny ability to discern a customer's financial aura at a mere glance. Fu Xingjian entered the renowned luxury brand VJ, where a handful of customers wandered within. The elegantly dressed saleswomen in black uniforms were not busy, engaged in hushed conversations at the counter. Upon his entrance, their initial interest was piqued by his handsome appearance, but their discerning eyes quickly noted that he was clad in ordinary streetwear. As sales staff at a luxury brand, their income hinged on commissions, leading them to regard customers lacking in perceived value with indifference. Su Yan, a sales associate known for her striking beauty, was a well-recognized figure in the area. Everyone knew that VJ boasted a saleswoman whose allure surpassed that of many celebrities. VJ primarily catered to men, especially successful ones. And when Fu Xingjian arrived, Su Yan was being harassed by a wealthy young man. Spotting Fu Xingjian, she hurried over, feigning the need to attend to another customer in a bid to extricate herself from Qin Lang's advances. Greetings. May I inquire what this gentleman wishes to purchase? I am at your service to provide a detailed introduction and assist in selecting the most suitable option for you. Fu Xingjian merely cast a fleeting glance at Su Yan before averting his gaze, contemplating the combinations available. The VJ store boasts an extensive range of inner and outer garments, and should the selection be commendable, he would find no need to explore other establishments. Su Yan's expression revealed her surprise. The gentleman had only briefly acknowledged her, seemingly indifferent to her beauty. Little did she know that the women surrounding Fu Xingjian were all strikingly attractive, with a grace and eloquence far beyond that of an ordinary sales associate. "Please follow me," she said. "We have recently introduced a new line of suits designed by an Italian designer, all handcrafted." Fu Xingjian followed her, but was inadvertently jostled by Qin Lang. He had not noticed the interaction between Su Yan and Qin Lang earlier, and assumed it was unintentional, instinctively muttering an apology. Su Yan felt a pang of disappointment. Where was his assertiveness? How was it that he, the one who had been bumped into, was the first to apologize? Qin Lang perceived the gentleman's tact, but, after a moment, grew irritable as he observed that Fu Xingjian continued to trail after Su Yan, his expression darkening in disdain. Qin Lang hailed from an illustrious background, yet harbored significant personal issues, exhibiting a pronounced tendency towards aggression. Su Yan even suspected he might be suffering from a form of mania. She had no desire to find herself unwittingly in peril, hence her habitual avoidance of him. Once again, Fu Xingjian was jostled by Qin Lang, this time accompanied by two of his lackeys, who sought to impose themselves on Fu Xingjian, compelling him to retreat. Fu Xingjian, unfazed by such individuals, chose not to question their motives and, without hesitation, retaliated with a decisive blow, subsequently ejecting them from the store. As Su Yan sensed the situation escalating, she rushed to intervene, but her efforts were in vain. No one paid her any heed. Once the ruffians were unceremoniously tossed out by Fu Xingjian, she turned pale and exclaimed, "You are finished. Do you have any idea who he is?" Confronted with such foolishness, Fu Xingjian's mood soured further, particularly as he suspected this foolishness was instigated by the very woman before him. Could it be that he was somehow related to her? Su Yan, incensed, retorted, "Why do you bite the hand that feeds you? Can't you recognize a kind heart?" Fu Xingjian, unyielding, replied, "Mind your own business and focus on your duties. Do not entangle yourself with such unsavory characters." Suddenly, Fu Xingjian recalled a rumor he had heard from Qi Qinglu in his previous life. At VJ, it seemed that from the store manager to the sales associates, many were kept by wealthy patrons. Qi Qinglu had once worked part-time at this store, and the manager had apparently attempted to ensnare her as well. However, she had misinterpreted the manager's intentions, believing she was merely engaged in a parental conversation. She had boasted about being a good girl, claiming she never strayed and held no fondness for the scent of wealth, thus crafting a persona of moral superiority. It was only after a month that she learned the true nature of VJ from a neighboring sales associate. At that moment, Fu Xingjian felt a strong urge to leave. How had he overlooked such a matter upon entering? Now that he had engaged in a confrontation, would departing now not suggest that he feared his adversaries? Su Yan was rendered speechless, as the young man before her spoke with an air of condescension that belied his youth. Her own beauty, which she held in high regard, seemed to him utterly inconsequential. The attendant nearby quickly approached to caution her. "Su Yan, you ought to make him leave at once. If he doesn't, Master Qin will surely come along and cause you trouble, as well as trouble for our establishment." The Twin Towers belong to the Qin family. The Qin lineage has been passed down for 3 generations, and Qin Lang is the sole heir. Throughout his life, Qin Lang has likely only faced the wrath of Fu Xingjian. Chapter 59. The lottery draw in a state of agitation. Su Yan felt a twinge of fear. "You weren't too harsh on him, were you?" Fu Xingjian, oblivious to the other person's identity, would not truly harm anyone, even an ordinary individual. He merely employed some tactics to induce a bit of pain and discomfort. What was his background? Su Yan gestured toward the ground. This building and the one next door belonged to his grandfather. Moreover, his family has maintained a lineage of only one heir for 3 generations. Noticing her hesitation, Fu Xingjian inquired, "Is there more?" With a bite of her red lip, Su Yan cast a sorrowful glance at him. "I suspect he may have some psychological issues. His previous girlfriends have suffered severe injuries at his hands." Working as a sales associate at VJ's, Su Yan aspired to catch a wealthy husband. She considered herself distinct from her colleagues, She was neither married nor involved with anyone. Her own beauty was an asset, and she yearned for a prosperous partner. Unfortunately, she had caught the eye of Qin Lang. She had inquired about Qin Lang's past, learning that his last girlfriend was a renowned actress from the Treasure Island, a gentle, intellectual woman with a youthful voice. Yet, she too fell victim to Qin Lang's wrath, suffering a miscarriage as a result. To escape him, she chose to abandon her career here and return to her homeland to pursue opportunities. Suyin did not believe she could be luckier than that actress. Even as she sought a wealthy husband, she was unwilling to put herself in perilous situations. You should leave quickly, she urged, fearing that Qin Lang might cause trouble for Fu Xingjian or that Fu Xingjian's violent tendencies might implicate her. Fu Xingjian, however, was in no rush to depart. The other party was no longer inclined to assist him in selecting garments. He decided to choose for himself. Having mastered Professor Liu's painting techniques, he had inadvertently acquired a modicum of artistic sensibility, making the selection of clothing rather effortless. This one, this one, this one, this one. I want them all. Just get my size. I wear size 44 shoes. Avoid pointed toes and pick out 2 pairs for me. In a matter of minutes, Fu Xingjian assembled 4 outfits and 2 pairs of shoes for himself. Su Yin and her colleagues were left bewildered. They looked again at Fu Xingjian's attire, unable to discern its origins. Could it be that they had been unaware of such fashion? In truth, the garments he wore were not from a street vendor, but rather bespoke creations. Su Yin glanced at his worn leather shoes and cautioned, "Are you sure? This is a luxury brand store, and you haven't even glanced at the prices." She began to wonder if he mistook their establishment for a wholesale market. Fu Xingjian produced a card and tossed it toward her. Startled, Su Yin fumbled to catch the card. Upon closer inspection of this distinctive bank card, her eyes widened in shock. Fu Xingjian's previous bank account had boasted over 600 million in savings, prompting the bank to issue him a top-tier private bank card. As a luxury brand sales associate, Su Yin had seldom encountered such cards, though she had seen one in Qin Lang's possession. Realizing her earlier misjudgment, Su Yin now suspected that Fu Xingjian's attire was indeed not mere street fare, but rather bespoke craftsmanship. As for why he wore old leather shoes, they were polished to a brilliant shine. Perhaps he simply preferred the comfort that well-worn shoes offered. After all, old shoes are indeed less burdensome on the feet. "Allow me to assist him," the sales assistant nearby noticed and attempted to attract the customer's attention. Su Yin immediately regained her focus and tightened her grip on her bank card. "Miao Jia, you go about your business. You needn't to assist me." Miao Jia forced a smile, her eyes tinged with jealousy. "Xiao Su, that man just had an altercation with Qin Xiao. If you serve him and Qin Xiao finds out, it could reflect poorly on you." The commission from this single transaction with Fu Xingjian could sustain Su Yin without another sale for an entire month. She had no intention of letting it slip away. "As an employee of VJ, serving customers is my fundamental duty." Miao Jie gritted her teeth, her jealousy causing her to fidget anxiously. This was the first client she had discovered. Yet, she had been overly confident in her judgment, failing to realize that he was a hidden, affluent individual. Today, she had lost out on billions. Su Yin meticulously calculated the costs for Fu Xingjian, discovering that his taste was impeccable, selecting not just classic styles, but also those that perfectly matched his aura. "Sir, your choices are truly remarkable. Every piece selected is among our most popular." Fu Xingjian frowned in disapproval. "Versatile styles." To him, versatile equated to cheap. When ordinary individuals share similar attire, it is an embarrassment for the less fortunate. For the affluent, however, it is an awkward situation for both parties. Coincidence with one outfit might be bearable, but having multiple matching ensembles was unacceptable. He felt it necessary to consider the dignity of the young lady. Suyan instantly realized Hermistip. It was rare to encounter someone of such affluence as him, as most customers purchased singular items, making the likelihood of wardrobe malfunctions minimal. Fu Xingjian refrained from further comments, waiting for her to package the items. "Sir, with a total expenditure exceeding 300,000, we offer complimentary delivery services. If you'd like, please provide your address and phone number." Su Yin spoke gently. Fu Xingjian, engrossed in his phone, did not lift his head as he responded disinterestedly, "No need." Su Yin bit her luscious red lip, realizing he was exceedingly blunt. Despite her subtle hints, he remained utterly unresponsive. She hurried to the restroom to refine her makeup, enhancing her appearance, and spritzed a hint of perfume on her wrist, dabbing some behind her ears. "Sir, you have spent 800,000 at our store and have automatically been upgraded to VIP status. Please provide your contact details so that we may notify you of new arrivals." Su Yin said softly. Fu Xingjian replied, "No need. He might not return to this establishment." Su Yin grew anxious. Why was he not adhering to the expected script? "Sir, you just had an altercation with Qin Xiao on my behalf. Why not allow me to treat you to a cup of coffee?" This was the first time Su Yin had proactively engaged a customer since joining VJ. The treatment he received, which even Qin Lang could not attain, was effortlessly granted to Fu Xingjian. Who could resist such a strikingly handsome young man? Equipped not only with a top-tier bespoke bank card, but also the audacity to confront Qin Lang? After confronting Qin Lang, one can still leisurely continue shopping without a hint of fear regarding potential retaliation. What does this signify? It indicates that the adversary possesses a background that rivals that of Qin Lang, perhaps even a more formidable one. A young man equipped with both exceptional software and hardware. If Su Yin were to let her shyness hinder her from taking the initiative and, in doing so, miss the opportunity, what would that render her as a woman? With some men, one can employ a strategy of feigned indifference. With others, one may adopt an attitude of lofty pride. Yet, in the presence of certain men, such tactics prove futile. Should she refrain from taking the initiative, she shall find no opportunity. At this moment, Fu Xingjian became aware that the other party had their sights set on him. He cast a discerning glance at Su Yin. In terms of appearance, she paled in comparison to the Fu family's several daughters, let alone the esteemed eldest daughter. In terms of physique, she fell short of the eldest daughter's height, bust, skin quality, and even the condition of her hair. Without further ado, he gathered a collection of gift bags and departed. Su Yin followed him to the door, her expression laden with sorrow. After all, men are not to be trusted. Oafish brutes. It appeared that Fu Xingjian, striding away, had not actually left the Gemini building. Qin Lang had been assaulted on the Qin family's territory. Fu Xingjian could not easily exit the Gemini building. He was escorted to the 98th floor, where he found himself surrounded by a dozen burly bodyguards standing at the periphery. On the sofa sat an elderly gentleman with white hair, alongside none other than Qin Lang, whom he had recently dealt with. Fu Xingjian remarked, "Xiao Jin, the lottery has all been drawn." Chapter 60. The plunder of bloodline beneath the watchful eyes of a dozen onlookers. Fu Xingjian commenced his lottery draw. Even during his shopping spree at the VJ store, he pondered how he would respond should the Qin family act unreasonably. What if they decided to retaliate against him with great severity? First draw, 1 copy card. Second draw, 1 plunder card. Third draw, 1 space doubling card. Fourth draw, 1 copy card. Fifth draw, 1 space doubling card. Throughout several draws, Fu Xingjian found himself on the receiving end of scorn on almost every occasion. Yet, astonishingly, in this instance, he emerged victorious in all his attempts. Now, he possessed 3 copy cards, replenishing the 2 he had utilized, and in addition, he acquired a rare plunder card, coupled with 2 space doubling cards. His originally 200 square meters of space had expanded to an impressive 1,600 square meters after 2 successful doublings. A glimmer of surprise flickered in Fu Xingjian's eyes. Observing this unusual reaction, the elder Qin, who had been watching him closely, felt a twinge of astonishment. Did Fu Xingjian truly remain oblivious to the fact that he was contending with his grandson? Qin Lang had suffered a setback, originally intending to handle Fu Xingjian himself. However, the incident at the Gemini building could not possibly remain concealed from the elder. It had taken no more than half an hour for the elder Qin to arrive from home. Upon viewing the surveillance footage of Fu Xingjian engaging in conflict, he chose not to intervene immediately, but rather allowed him to continue his shopping. Only after Fu Xingjian had completed his purchases did the elder summon him for a discussion. The pain in Qin Lang's body had yet to dissipate as he glared at the perpetrator, his eyes ablaze with fury. "Grandfather, this is the one who is attempting to steal my girlfriend and has even assaulted me," the elder Qin inquired, Did you hear what my grandson just said? Fu Xingjian strode confidently toward the pair and took a seat on the sofa before them, responding, "Indeed, I did." The bodyguard who had escorted him, caught off guard by Fu Xingjian's ease of compliance, allowed him to settle in without resistance. It was only when the bodyguard regained his wits that he attempted to intervene. Fu Xingjian remarked, "Elder, surely I am permitted to sit?" The elder Qin appreciated courageous young men, yet he held little fondness for those who harmed his grandson. Nevertheless, he raised a hand to halt the bodyguard's advance. "Young man, you possess quite a bit of audacity, daring to covet my grandson's girlfriend and to strike him as well." Fu Xingjian paused, looking at Qin Lang. "Am I stealing your girlfriend? Who is she, pray tell?" Fury surged within Qin Lang, his gaze filled with malice. "Are you attempting to quibble? Do you now lack the courage to admit it?" Fu Xingjian replied resolutely, "I am married. I do not entertain mistresses." In his view, maintaining a mistress was tantamount to providing another man with a wife. Qin Lang disregarded whether Fu Xingjian was married or not. There were plenty of married men who strayed. His eyes glinted with menace as he spat venomously. "Spare me your excuses. You dare to steal my woman and lay hands on me. Today, you shall not leave unscathed. You must leave me something as a memento." Fu Xingjian leaned back on the sofa, arms crossed, exclaiming, "What manner of speech is this?" As anger surged within Qin Lang, his gaze turned sinister, fixating on the man before him with the venomous intent of a viper. His words, sharp and scathing, suggested that perhaps it would be prudent to preserve his tongue as a reminder of his audacity. Meanwhile, the seemingly benevolent old Master Qin was engaged in the art of tea brewing with a purple clay teapot. "Bring her in," Qin Lang commanded. Moments later, Sister Miao, whom Fu Xingjian had encountered at the VJ brand store, was ushered into the room. She appeared somewhat anxious, her eyes darting nervously upon realizing Fu Xingjian's presence, before quickly diverting her gaze. "She can attest that you were pursuing my girlfriend, Su Yan," Qin Lang declared, ostensibly addressing Fu Xingjian, yet his true audience was the elder. Only with the old master's support could he confront this tumultuous situation with confidence. Fu Xingjian recalled the name on the name tag of the sales associate who had packaged his items. It was indeed Su Yan. This revelation left him perplexed. Why would Su Yan, if truly Qin Lang's girlfriend, seek to entangle herself with him? Should Qin Lang be the type to tolerate infidelity, he would certainly resort to drastic measures. "I admit I struck you, and you deserved it," he stated firmly. "However, my acquaintance with Miss Su is new. She's a sales associate, and I am merely a customer. Our paths do not cross beyond this context." Qin Lang turned his icy gaze upon Sister Miao. Under the weight of his stare, stammered, "This gentleman, in an effort to win Su Yan's favor, purchased goods worth 800,000, treating our store as if it were a wholesale market." Qin Lang cast a scornful look at Fu Xingjian. "You profess no interest in her, yet you intervene on my behalf? You claim disinterest, yet you spend such a fortune to curry her favor?" Fu Xingjian found himself bewildered by Qin Lang's convoluted reasoning. "My expenditures are my own concern. I did not gift her anything, so how does that equate to try to please her?" Sister Miao interjected, unable to contain herself. "You purchased so much that her commission is in the tens of thousands." Fu Xingjian countered, "From the moment I entered, she was the one to attend to me. I am the customer. She is the sales associate, fulfilling her professional duties. I struck you because you repeatedly provoked me. Your audacity is beyond reason." Seeing Fu Xingjian's continued attempts at justification, Qin Lang signaled to Sister Miao. Her gaze faltered, avoiding Fu Xingjian, yet her words flowed unceasingly. "Sir, you cannot deny it. You are clearly enamored with Su Yan's beauty, which is why you assaulted young Master Qin, striving to impress her." A fleeting glimmer of ruthlessness flickered in Qin Lang's eyes. "Grandfather, I believe he will not relent until he faces the consequences." The old Master Qin's countenance darkened. The earlier benevolence had been but a fade. With only one grandson to cherish, any affront or humiliation directed towards him was an affront to the elder's very essence. "Bring him." Fu Xingjian interjected, "Wait." Qin Lang sneered, "Your pleas for mercy come too late." Fu Xingjian turned to the elder. "Sir, as I understand it, Qin Lang is your grandson whom you brought back over 20 years ago?" The old Master Qin's son had eloped with Qin Lang's mother. And when the elder finally learned of their whereabouts, tragedy had struck. His son and daughter-in-law perished in a car accident, leaving him with but a single grandson. These messages were acquired by Fu Xingjian through Xiao Jin's reminder, contacting Wu Yehua to purchase for 100,000. Did you never contemplate the possibility that he is not your biological grandson? Qin Lang erupted into laughter, gasping for breath, resembling someone experiencing a fit of madness. Fool! Do you think my grandfather would not have conducted a paternity test before bringing me back? Fu Xingjian gazed at him with an inscrutable expression, suggesting that perhaps he ought to inquire whether his grandfather had performed a paternity test at that time. Qin Lang, still bearing a smile, urged grandfather, "Please tell him whether you conducted a paternity test for me back then." The elder Qin's murky eyes revealed a hint of profundity as he recounted. "I personally investigated this matter. My son and Qin Lang's mother had one child. His only son had passed away, leaving him heartbroken. Upon learning that his son had left him a grandson, who miraculously survived the car accident, he was overwhelmed with joy and had no time to doubt his lineage. However, it is true that he never conducted a paternity test for Qin Lang." Fu Xingjian regarded Qin Lang with a gaze that was both mocking and amused, whispering, "To seize Qin Lang's bloodline." Xiao Jin added, "The plunder was successful." Chapter 61. Seeking benevolence leads to benevolence. Seeking death leads to death. It is not a grandfather-grandson relationship. A chill suddenly coursed down Qin Lang's spine, awakening him to a sense of trepidation, as though he had fallen into a cunning trap. How audacious! Who would dare to scheme against him? His grandfather. This individual even seeks to sow discord between us. It is utterly laughable. He must be blissfully unaware of how strikingly similar my appearance is to that of my father. Old Master Qin nodded, never having contemplated a paternity test, largely due to the resemblance between Qin Lang and his son as he matured, despite the fact that the grandfather had not pursued such a test over the years. Qin Lang remained exceptionally confident and arrogant. "Young man, present your evidence, and perhaps I shall spare you. But if you cannot substantiate your claims and continue to speak recklessly, I shall be even less inclined to show you mercy." He was unperturbed by Fu Xingjian's potential machinations. True gold fears no fire. Old Master Qin was displeased with Fu Xingjian for bringing up his poignant memories. Regardless of Fu Xingjian's motivations, he had once again touched upon Old Master Qin's sore spot. Initially, he intended to shield his grandson at a crucial moment, perhaps delivering a lesson, but now he felt disinclined to intervene. Yet Fu Xingjian had not merely spoken of the old man's grievances. He had struck a nerve, provoking the old man's ire. "Old Master, Qin Lang is not your biological grandson." Old Master Qin seethed with indignation, closing his eyes in a facade of indifference. Observing this, Qin Lang erupted into laughter, reveling in his self-satisfaction. "Young man, I am the beloved grandson raised by my grandfather. Many affluent and powerful families publicly nurture their legitimate offspring while covertly supporting their illegitimate children. Individuals like me, who are sole heirs with deceased parents and no siblings, are exceedingly rare and the envy of many. The bond we have forged over more than 2 decades cannot be so easily undermined by mere words." He relished the thought of Fu Xingjian's impotent frustration as he sought to provoke envy and resentment in others. Fu Xingjian, however, remained unperturbed by his taunts. "If what I say is true, you shall allow me to leave and refrain from causing me further trouble. If I am lying, I submit myself to Qin Lang's judgment. Should he demand my tongue, I shall willingly offer a hand in exchange." Seeing Fu Xingjian's obstinacy and his audacious attempt to fracture his bond with his grandfather, Qin Lang was not angered, but rather exhilarated. He took delight in delivering a stinging rebuke to such stubbornness. "If I do not take your tongue, I shall claim your hands." Fu Xingjian acknowledged this, yet it was insufficient. "Old Master, what say you?" Old Master Qin abruptly opened his eyes. "What proof do you possess?" Fu Xingjian replied, "The evidence is readily available. All that is required is for you to undergo a paternity test. Unless you both fear the possibility of my claims being true, preferring the ignorance of a fool to the clarity of understanding." Fu Xingjian's provocation was transparent. Both Old Master Qin and Qin Lang could see through his tactics. Even if a paternity test were to be conducted, old Master Qin would never consent to it in the presence of Fu Xingjian, nor would he allow outsiders to learn of the Qin family's lack of heirs, which might incite turmoil within the conglomerate. However, Qin Lang's perspective diverged significantly from that of old Master Qin. He was eager to demonstrate to everyone that, despite being a wastrel and not the exemplary heir in others' eyes, he was indeed the chosen one, the sole heir of the Qin family. Grandfather, although I am certain that I am my parents' son and undoubtedly your grandson, you have not conducted a paternity test for me. Why not seize this opportunity for us, grandfather and grandson, to undergo a paternity test? Old Master Qin replied, "Are you doubting your lineage based on a few of his words?" Qin Lang insisted, "Grandfather, you are mistaken. I am not doubting, but rather seeking to prove that I am indeed my parents' biological son and your true grandson." With Qin Lang's earnest plea as a natural catalyst, old Master Qin acquiesced to the paternity test. Typically, results from such tests can be obtained within 3 to 7 days. But given that old Master Qin owned a private hospital, the results could be delivered the very next day. On that day, Qin Lang, eager to witness Fu Xingjian's disappointed expression, brought him to the Qin residence and confined him to a guest room. Though unable to leave and lacking food and drink, he did not endure any real hardship. After ensuring there were no surveillance cameras in the room, Fu Xingjian locked the door and retrieved his computer. He conducted a remote check on his home and, finding no issues, breached the Qin family's firewall. Unlike the Fu family, the Qin residence had few surveillance installations. Apart from the entrance and the yard, there were scant areas under watch. Fu Xingjian traced the network to locate several computers within the Qin household, connecting to Qin Lang's device. Upon accessing Qin Lang's computer, he discovered numerous video files in several folders. Upon opening them, he was met with intimate recordings featuring Qin Lang himself. TSK. Judging by the angles and perspectives, they were evidently captured by hidden cameras. Disgusting. While one should respect personal preferences, such surreptitious filming is beneath contempt. In one video, Fu Xingjian recognized the woman as the island celebrity mentioned by Su Yan. He promptly deleted the files and proceeded to format Qin Lang's computer, erasing all traces and restoring it to factory settings. His technical prowess surpassed that of Qin Lang, rendering any recovery impossible. Once completed, Fu Xingjian found himself hungry. He had a considerable stock of food and beverages stored, including some KFC, which he happily indulged in with a cold cola. Qin Lang, having spent the earlier part of the night reveling, returned home in the early morning hours and, under the influence of alcohol, slept soundly until midday, completely forgetting about Fu Xingjian. However, old Master Qin had not forgotten, nor had those tasked with carrying out his orders. The results of the paternity test were soon presented before old Master Qin. Initially brimming with confidence, upon reviewing the results, he was struck as if by a bolt from the blue. The grandson he had raised for over 20 years was, in fact, not his biological descendant. Had it not been for timely medication, the shock might have proven fatal. After taking the emergency medication, it took the old gentleman half an hour to regain his composure. Clinging to a glimmer of hope, he had someone retrieve a strand of hair from Qin Lang's room. Subsequently, 2 individuals were dispatched to different locations for paternity testing. However, the results would not be available until the following day. Thus, Fu Xingjian was confined for yet another day. It was only then that Qin Lang recalled the existence of Fu Xingjian. "What about that scoundrel I brought back the day before yesterday?" The bodyguard replied, "Young master, he's still detained." Qin Lang inquired about the old gentleman's whereabouts, and upon learning that he was in the study, he proceeded to find him. At that moment, 2 paternity test results lay on Qin Laojia's desk, both yielding the same outcome. He and Qin Lang were not related as grandfather and grandson. The grandson he had raised for over 20 years bore no relation to him whatsoever. In that instant, Qin Laojia pinched his philtrum, fighting against the urge to faint. Upon entering, Qin Lang did not bother to knock. "Grandfather, what is the matter?" Qin Laojia misheard, interpreting it as, "Grandfather, have you passed away?" If he were to die, according to his will, his fortune, his family business, everything he possessed would be inherited by this unknown bastard. In that moment, the old gentleman's willpower shattered through the suffocating despair. He could not die. Chapter 62. Where is my dear grandson? Get out. Qin Lang was momentarily taken aback. Grandfather, what did you say? The elder Qin wore a stern expression. Has no one taught you to knock before entering? Get out. Now that Qin Lang understood clearly, he exclaimed in bewilderment, Grandfather, have you lost your senses? Why are you so angry with me? I come to your study whenever I please. We are family. Why on earth would I need to knock? In the past, the elder Qin viewed these words through the lens of familial affection, finding no offense in them. But now he was painfully aware that the speaker was merely an illegitimate child. Hearing the same words he had tolerated countless times before, he could no longer bear it. Bastard, I command you to leave. Are you deaf? Seeing that his grandfather was genuinely enraged, Qin Lang tempered his tone. Grandfather, who has upset you? I shall confront them. Throughout his childhood, Qin Lang had often adopted this approach to placate the elder, and though it was a well-worn tactic, it had always been effective. Yet this time, it failed miserably, only provoking the elder Qin's wrath further. Without warning, the elder Qin hurled an inkstone at Qin Lang. Unprepared, Qin Lang was struck and bloodied. As he felt the blood trickling down his face, realization dawned upon him that something was amiss. Hearing the commotion, the butler rushed in and pulled Qin Lang away. Uncle Wang, what has happened to my grandfather? Is there some trouble? Qin Lang began to grasp that something was indeed wrong, yet he remained oblivious to the true nature of the situation. In his mind, even in a bet against Fu Xingjian, he had never doubted his own lineage, never once considering that he might not be a true grandson of the Qin family. Butler Wang, aware of some details, gazed at Qin Lang with a complex expression. This young master, whom he had watched grow up, how could not be the elder's true grandson? Young master, do not be anxious. The elder is not targeting you. There has been an issue with the company that has greatly upset him. Qin Lang took this to heart. Which scoundrel has angered my grandfather so? I shall deal with him. Butler Wang replied, leave the company's matters aside for now. You need to attend to your injury. Let me arrange for you to go to the hospital. Qin Lang was led out by the butler, who then returned to the elder's office. The 70-year-old elder Qin sat in silence, tears streaming down his face. Butler Wang instantly empathized. The revelation that Qin Lang was not the elder's biological grandson felt like a cataclysm for the Qin family. The impact of this revelation weighed heavily on the elder. By the time he regained his composure and recalled Fu Xingjian, an entire day had passed. Forgotten by the pair, Fu Xingjian, fortunate enough to have provisions in his own space, was faring well. Otherwise, his situation would have been dire. When Qin Lang returned home after tending to his wounds, his grandfather still refused to see him. By the time he began to suspect something was wrong, Fu Xingjian's door finally opened. Qin Lang expected Fu Xingjian to be disheveled after 2 days without food, yet he was surprised to find him well-fed, lively, and just as handsome as before. If it were not for the desire to witness Qin Lang's fate, Fu Xingjian would have devised a means of escape long ago. His phone had been confiscated upon his return to the Qin residence. However, he still had access to the phones of several members of the Fu family. With his hacking skills, bypassing the installed tracking systems on those devices was a trivial task. It seems that starving you for 2 days won't kill you. You must have had your fill of toilet water, haven't you? Qin Lang remarked sarcastically. Fu Xingjian scrutinized the dark circles under his eyes and the injury on his forehead, observing that he had not fared well these past few days. Not only had he been deprived of sleep, but he had also endured physical harm. Qin Lang, struck by the essence of Fu Xingjian's words, was instantly consumed by rage and lunged forward, delivering a kick. In moments of fury, one often loses reason and clarity. Fu Xingjian, recalling past grievances, was reminded of the time when Qin Lang had been left bruised and battered until the Qin family's bodyguards finally arrived, rescuing him from Fu Xingjian's grasp. Hit me. Kill me if you must. It will be on my account. Qin Lang's fury erupted, mingled with panic and dread over a particular matter. If Fu Xingjian were to perish, no one would uncover the truth. Qin Lang had concocted a meticulous plan, but the elder Qin, maintaining his composure, was summoned by the butler. He instructed the butler to escort Qin Lang back to his room and confine him there. Grandfather, you are severing our grandfather-grandson bond. I will kill him. The butler signaled to the bodyguards, and Qin Lang, in a pitiful state, was silenced and dragged back to his room. "Open the door. You must let me out. Damn it. Once I escape, I will have all of you dismissed. You'll be left to fend for yourselves." Qin Lang pounded on the door in a frenzy, cursing. As silence enveloped him from the outside, his trepidation grew, spiraling into panic and fear. Was it possible that he truly was not the legitimate grandson of the elder? The elder Qin felt as though he had lived through 2 years in the span of 2 nights. Sitting before Fu Xingjian, he demanded, "Speak. How did you come to know this?" Fu Xingjian had already prepared his response. "I possess some knowledge of physiognomy." It was evident. The elder Qin pressed. "Then tell me, where's my true grandson?" Fu Xingjian hesitated, speechless. The elder Qin queried further, "Why the silence? If you can assist me in locating my grandson, I can help you regain your status in the Fu family or even allow you to take the lead in the family." 2 days were sufficient for the elder Qin to discover that Fu Xingjian was indeed the illegitimate child causing such a stir within the Fu family. Fu Xingjian was not surprised that his identity had been uncovered. However, the manner in which the elder sought to entice him left a sour taste. "Elder, I extend my goodwill to you, yet you repay kindness with malice?" The elder Qin retorted, "Are you still unsatisfied?" Fu Xingjian replied, "It is not a matter of satisfaction. Rather, I am neither the illegitimate child of the Fu family nor a member of it." The elder Qin assumed that Fu Xingjian was merely embroiled in unresolved conflicts with the Fu family. "You claim to have discerned this through physiognomy. Then let me ask you." After a prolonged pause, the elder Qin struggled to utter, "Is he still alive?" The elder Qin was certain that he had a legitimate grandson. He pondered why a false child had been brought back and whether it had been a deliberate act, an inquiry he was still pursuing. The butler interjected, "Young Master Fu, there were misunderstandings and conflicts between our elder and the young master in the past. After the young master ran away from home, the old gentleman has been plagued with guilt and regret for having pressured him too harshly in his youth, leading to the heart-wrenching tragedy of losing a son in middle age. Over the years, he has projected all his feelings of indebtedness towards the young master onto the little master. The little master not only serves as the old gentleman's steadfast pillar, but also as his emotional support. Now, both the foundations of his strength and solace have crumbled. I beseech you, for the sake of the old gentleman's advanced years, if you truly possess any knowledge, please reveal it to him." Seeing the old steward preparing to kneel before him, Fu Xingjian was taken aback and leapt from the sofa, hastily retreating. "Old sir, there is no need for such actions. Truly, it is unnecessary." Fu Xingjian was caught in a dilemma, repeatedly gesturing dismissively. Steward Wang exchanged a glance with Old Master Qin. Old Master Qin stated, "I have also clarified the matter regarding Qin Lang. It was my folly that led to this misunderstanding, and I must apologize." With that, he bowed deeply to Fu Xingjian. Fu Xingjian dodged swiftly. If the other party intended to confront him directly, he could hold his ground. Yet, if they approached him in this softer manner, he found himself a loss. "He is still alive. Your grandson is alive. Thriving, in fact." Upon hearing these words, a glimmer of hope sparked in Old Master Qin's eyes, and he swiftly moved to grasp Fu Xingjian's arm. "Where is he? Where's my grandson?" Chapter 63. 2 little koi transformed into 2 beams of golden light and darted into your belly. Fu Xingjian felt a sharp pain in his arm as the old man grasped him tightly. "According to our previous agreement, you must release me now," he insisted. Old Master Qin, stubbornly gripping his wrist, replied, "I will let you go, but only if you tell me where my beloved grandson is." Fu Xingjian skillfully extricated himself from the old man's hold and turned to evade him. "Even if I told you, you wouldn't believe me." But Butler Wang stood in his path, forcing Fu Xingjian to turn again, only to find Old Master Qin blocking him once more. "Speak. As long as you are not spouting nonsense, I will believe you." Fu Xingjian turned yet again, now facing Butler Wang. He had no choice but to negotiate. "If you allow me to leave, I will send you a hair sample within 3 days for a paternity test. Once you confirm he is indeed your grandson, I will tell you who he is." Old Master Qin furrowed his brow. "Tell me now." Fu Xingjian's expression turned resolute. "No." The old man's countenance darkened, and he contemplated using force to compel Fu Xingjian to reveal the truth. Feeling the shift in the old man's demeanor, Fu Xingjian's heart raced. Old Master Qin was no meek figure. He quickly warned, I have a close relationship with your grandson, akin to that of brothers. Should you inflict harm upon me, he will surely be enraged. I stake my life on it. You would undoubtedly regret it. With all escape routes blocked, Fu Xingjian remarked, haven't you already discovered my identity? Even if I wished to flee, it would be like a monk running from a temple. After much deliberation, old Master Qin warned, if you dare deceive me, I will not let you off easily. Though threatened, Fu Xingjian was ultimately released, and the outfits he had purchased earlier at the Gemini building were returned to him. Butler Wang inquired, Old Master, do you truly believe he knows the whereabouts of the young master? Old Master Qin replied, let us prepare for both possibilities. Keep a close watch on him and thoroughly investigate those closely associated with him. If he dares to deceive me, I will make the Fu family pay dearly. Devoid of the Fu family support, Fu Xingjian would be rendered insignificant. Had Fu Xingjian heard the old man's concluding words, he might have indeed contemplated deceiving him, leading to an unending conflict between old Master Qin and the Fu family. Upon returning home, Fu Xingjian sent a few messages to Ji Dan before reaching out to Shi Wushuang. With a month having passed, was it time for him to accompany her to meet her elders? During the meeting, he would find a way to remind her of her pregnancy. He was still in need of medical expertise. Xiao Jin, do any of the people I know possess good medical skills? If necessary, he would research and identify a reliable physician to borrow their expertise. Xiao Jin responded, Jiang Yu, who is by Shi Wushuang's side, has both divination and medical skills that are family heirlooms. Fu Xingjian's expression grew complicated. Shi Wushuang was surrounded by exceptional supportive talents, while he was devoid of any. Half an hour later, Shi Wushuang finally replied to his messages. After reading the message, Fu Xingjian pondered for a moment before sending a reply. I had a dream last night in which two little koi swam towards me, eventually transforming into two beams of golden light that entered your womb. Upon seeing Fu Xingjian's response, Shi Wushuang's expression changed subtly. She had not been feeling well the previous day, and when Jiang Yu checked her pulse, he suspected that she might be pregnant. However, the signs were still faint due to the early stage of her condition. How could Fu Xingjian know? Did Jiang Yu inform him? When Jiang Yu was summoned, he appeared perplexed and stated, I did not say anything. I have no means of contacting him, nor have I ever reached out. I haven't even mentioned this to Meidang and the others. So how did Fu Xingjian find out? Shi Wushuang mused. When this young man wanted to marry the young lady, he insisted it was for the sake of a child. Could he possibly have known in advance that he would succeed in making her pregnant? Listening to Jiang Yu's thoughts without revealing her own, Shi Wushuang confirmed that it was not Jiang Yu who had divulged the information to Fu Xingjian. She then shared with him Fu Xingjian's dream of the koi. Jiang Yu hesitated, recognizing that such dreams are typically experienced by the pregnant individual. But it was not impossible for a father to have such a dream as well. If it is indeed twins, the young lady cannot afford to lose them, he remarked. Before sending Jiang Yu away, Shi Wushuang instructed him to prepare the car, as she intended to visit the villa on Baihuar Road. Placing her hand on her abdomen, she contemplated the possibility of twins and acknowledged that she could not bear to lose them. In her family, twins were regarded as a fortuitous omen. Losing them would invite misfortune. She herself was a twin, yet her mother had encountered complications during childbirth, leading to her brother's untimely demise. Her father blamed her for her brother's death, but the truth lay with the mistress, now her stepmother, whose phone call had incited her mother's premature labor. That evening, Shi Wushuang's car arrived at the villa. The Fu sisters, who had been keeping a watchful eye on the residence, received word of her arrival. They hurried back from their in-laws, eager to discover the identity of the woman who had been supporting Fu Xingjian. Upon entering the villa, Shi Wushuang could scarcely recognize her own home. The original marble floors had been covered with lavish carpets suitable for infants, and every sharp corner of the furniture had been padded by professionals at Fu Xingjian's request. The four companions who accompanied Shi Wushuang were now aware of the potential pregnancy and were left speechless by the changes in the villa. What sane person would go to such lengths based on a mere dream, believing they were truly about to become a father? Fu Xingjian was genuinely surprised to see Shi Wushuang. He had not anticipated her return. This marked the first time she had come home since he had moved in. "You're back. Have you eaten?" he asked, his tone resembling that of a husband waiting for his wife's return. Shi Wuxuang nodded subtly. Just as Fu Xingjian was about to say more, the newly hired housekeeper, Wang Ma, approached to inform him that the Fu sisters had arrived. Fu Xingjian's expression darkened. He had not anticipated that Shi Wuxuang would return, and thus he had forgotten that several women from the Fu family were still observing this villa. Shi Wuxuang possessed some knowledge about his affairs with the Fu family, yet she refrained from delving into them further, considering them to be his private matters. The prenuptial agreement stipulated that they would not interfere in each other's personal affairs. Fu Xingjian declared, "I apologize. I will ask them to leave." Shi Wuxuang remained non-committal and did not intervene. However, the Fu sisters, having finally located Fu Xingjian's benefactor, were not inclined to back down. Fu Wenhui, standing behind the iron gate, mockingly inquired, "Why won't you even let us see your face? What is it about her that is so scandalous?" Fu Xingjian maintained a stern countenance. "Do not forget our agreement. I am ordering you to leave this place." Fu Wenquan countered his words, saying, "Little five, we have an agreement, and I remember it well. But did you not claim you married her? Shouldn't we, as your family, also meet your spouse?" Fu Xingjian's expression grew calm to the point of coldness. "I have never regarded you as family." Fu Wenquan remained oblivious to the fact that Fu Xingjian had severed all ties with the Fu lineage, truly distancing himself from them. Chapter 64. The overbearing female CEO's affection for a gigolo. She was genuinely enraged. They had concealed certain truths from him. Though understandable, it was nonetheless indefensible. Thus, they begrudgingly acquiesced to his unreasonable demands and stipulations. What more could he possibly desire? To what extent would he escalate his antics before he relented? Fu Wenquan maintained a stern countenance, her gaze piercing as she addressed him. "We are bound by blood. It is not a matter you can simply choose to deny," Fu Wenhua declared. "Regardless of the circumstances, if you do not allow us entry, we shall wait here until we see her." Fu Wenhui interjected. "What are you hiding by obstructing our way? Is it her gender that is problematic? Or is she too old, perhaps too unattractive? Do you believe presenting her to us would be embarrassing? Does she know how you feel about her? Does she realize that the expensive gigolo she is maintaining finds her distasteful and unworthy of being seen?" Fu Wenxue, who had come along merely as an observer, remained silent yet resolute, evidently curious to discover the true nature of Fu Xingjian's enigmatic benefactor. Just as Fu Xingjian contemplated reporting the matter to Brother Xia to have them removed, Wu Yi emerged from the room. Approaching Fu Xingjian, the young lady instructed that they be permitted entry. The Fu sisters, taken aback by Wu Ye's stylish ensemble, a vibrant, fashionable leisure suit, were momentarily speechless. Fu Wenhui's eyes widened as she loudly exclaimed, "Fu Xingjian, you scoundrel! You haven't truly found yourself a man, have you?" Fu Xingjian's expression darkened. "Do you truly believe allowing such a person inside would not provoke the young lady's ire?" With a casual smile in her brown eyes, Wu Yi remarked, "If I provoke her, then so be it." Fu Xingjian, without further ado, pressed the switch to open the door, allowing the Fu sisters to enter. Wu Yi did not wait for them to approach, and instead turned to re-enter the room. Fu Xingjian, not allowing them to speak, asserted, "If you wish to see her, spare us the trivialities." Reluctantly, Fu Wenquan and her companions complied, entering the room. Once inside, they discovered a considerable gathering in the living room. Besides Wu Yi, whom they had just encountered, there were 3 other men present. If that man was not Fu Xingjian's benefactor, then surely the woman seated on the sofa, her back turned to them, must be. In stark contrast to their earlier excitement upon seeing Wu Yi, they now felt a sense of relief. Regardless of age or appearance, at least she was a woman. As they approached the living room and beheld the front of Shi Wuxuang, they were collectively taken aback. Shi Wuxuang was breathtakingly beautiful, every aspect of her refined, exuding an overwhelming presence. The Fu sisters, hailing from a prestigious lineage and having received elite education, appeared diminished in stature beside her. Their previous bravado significantly diminished. Fu Wenhui, struggling to comprehend, questioned, "Are you telling me she is your benefactor?" Mei Tang gently reminded her, Madame Fu. Our young lady and Mr. Fu are, in fact, a legally recognized married couple. Since the young lady has decided to give birth to the child, it is preferable to have a husband in name, as it would lend a more favorable reputation than that of an illegitimate child. Fu Wenhui let out a cold breath. How could this be possible? Fu Xingjian, with his meager education and lack of financial resources, how could he possibly marry someone as strikingly beautiful and well-endowed as the lady before him? Fu Xingjian was also somewhat taken aback. He had not anticipated that the young lady would grant him such a title, publicly acknowledging their legitimate marital relationship in front of several members of the Fu family. Shi Wushuang lifted her gaze, her eyes shimmering like frost-kissed moonlight. "Please take a seat." Fu Wenquan settled down, followed by her younger sisters, who joined her at the table across from Shi Wushuang. Shi Wushuang's every gesture exuded an innate grace, imbued with an air of nobility that commanded respect. "I have heard that you insisted on meeting me?" Fu Wenquan replied, "I am Fu, the elder sister of Fu Xingjian. These are my younger sisters, also his siblings. We have heard about his situation with you, and we believe it is necessary for our families to meet. This woman is unfamiliar to me. What is her background? How is she connected to Xiao Wu? I wonder if her encounter with father in the study has any significance." Fu Xingjian interrupted, stating, "The Fu family has no bearing on me. I am not the illegitimate child they claim me to be." Yet his words were met with skepticism. Fu Wenquan said, "Xiao Wu is young and impetuous. He has had some unresolved conflicts with the family, which has led to this situation." Faced with the overwhelming presence of the woman before her, Fu Wenquan dared not adopt an authoritative tone. Cautiously and tentatively, she continued, "Marriage is not solely a matter between the two of you. It also involves two families and two lineages. Since you are now married, should our families not meet?" Shi Wushuang nonchalantly fiddled with the tea cover. "As his wife, I respect his thoughts and decisions." This implied that she would not acknowledge the relatives Fu Xingjian disavowed. Suddenly, Fu Xingjian looked up at Shi Wushuang, a flicker of light igniting in his eyes. He had never been the object of someone's unwavering choice or favoritism. Until this moment, even though he understood her choice was devoid of romantic affection, it nonetheless stirred a fleeting excitement within his heart. Just from this one statement, Fu Wenquan developed an aversion towards the woman who claimed to be Fu Xingjian's wife. In the realm of adulthood, there is no inherent expectation of affection, even among fathers, mothers, and their offspring. If she truly is Xiao Wu's wife and genuinely cares for him, she should advise him to temper his rebelliousness. His current behavior has displeased our parents and grandparents, and other branches of the family are mocking us. If he continues this way, it will only deepen their disfavor. With a heart full of grievances and criticisms, Fu Wenquan maintained her composure, even managing a self-deprecating smile. "I still do not know your name." The ability to read minds possesses both advantages and disadvantages. Over time, she has come to believe that the drawbacks outweigh the benefits. Constantly immersed in the voices of others, her ears could develop calluses. "My surname is Shi, and my given name is Wushuang." Upon hearing this, Fu Wenquan's mind began to whirl. But he could not recall any prominent families in the area with the surname Shi. "You are not a local?" he queried, observing that she did not seem to come from a humble background. "If you were local, I would have certainly heard of you." "Si vous replied, no." Fu Wenquan pressed further, "Where are you from?" However, Fu Xingjian interrupted her, demanding, "Are you a police officer? Are you checking household registrations?" Fu Wenquan was displeased with his attitude, exclaiming, "It is precisely because you refuse to share anything and your family knows nothing that I am compelled to ask more questions." Fu Xingjian retorted, "I will say it once more. I have no relation to your Fu family. Do not presume to point fingers at me or my wife under the guise of familial ties. You are unworthy." Fu Wenquan was deeply hurt by Fu Xingjian's brusque words. If he could deny even his blood relatives, how would she perceive him? Cold-blooded and heartless? Selfish and self-serving? Shi Wushuang lazily lifted her gaze, her words few and measured. No. It took Fu Wenquan 2 seconds to comprehend that she meant she would not view Fu Xingjian as cold-blooded or selfish. A surge of indignation welled up within her, her tone quickening and her gaze turning fiercely challenging, as if she were compelling him to concede. Miss Sher did not appear to be from an insignificant background. Did her family truly want her to settle for someone who depended on others? To choose an orphan with no possessions, no education, and no family? Did she not wish for him to acknowledge his roots? Shi Wuxuang leaned slightly back into the sofa, her posture relaxing just a fraction. I married him as a person, not for his status or his family. He may lack wealth, but I have plenty to spend on him. He may own no property or vehicle, but I possess both and can provide for him. He may not have an education or lineage, but that matters not. I can support him. Chapter 65. Do you think that by pleading for mercy, you will show compassion? Such a domineering declaration, if heard by a young girl, would surely lead her to unwavering devotion, to be infatuated and reckless in her pursuits. In such a moment, Fu Xingjian instead lowered his gaze, obscuring his emotions. Fu Wenquan struggled to articulate her thoughts. She now doubted that it was merely wealth that had enchanted Fu Xingjian, but rather that her own words were deceitful. Fu Wenhui also desired to retort with flattering remarks. Yet the reality was that he had gifted them both a house and a car, valued at over 100 million. In that instant, they found themselves unable to conjure any excuse or rationale to counter this woman. They might attempt to assert their status over her, but Fu Xingjian refused to acknowledge their identities. In the face of this sister-in-law, their status as elder sisters was utterly unsubstantiated. Fu Wenquan took a deep breath, ready to say more, yet Fu Xingjian had already dismissed them, stating that they had met the person. Now they should leave. Unable to restrain herself, Fu Wenquan snapped back. We merely concealed the truth from you for 2 years. We have not committed any unforgivable transgressions. Is it truly necessary for you to be so relentless? She spoke from experience, warning him that without forgiveness, life would be ensnared by endless cycles of vengeance and hatred. Those who fail to understand forgiveness are destined to lose the respect of others. Fu Xingjian retorted, blind forgiveness results in a loss of dignity and validates the suffering one has endured. Upon hearing this, Xuangwu turned her gaze towards Fu Xingjian, her eyes betraying a hint of agreement. Fu Wenquan fell silent, turning to leave. Fu Wenhui and the others hurriedly followed suit. Fu Xingjian called out, wait. The group halted in their tracks. Fu Xingjian continued, starting tomorrow, Fu Wenxue will volunteer at the Ren nursing home for a minimum of 5 hours each day. Fu Wenhua will deliver takeout for at least 5 hours daily. Fu Wenquan will prepare a meal for your in-laws and husband, soak their feet, and give a massage for no less than half an hour each day. Fu Wenhui shall refrain from wearing makeup during the day. Fu Xingjian had only spent 2 years with them in this lifetime, yet their past 6 years together lingered in his memory. He understood their fears to some extent. Fu Wenhui blurted out, on what grounds? Fu Xingjian replied, on the grounds that you have been obliged to heed my words for the past 2 years. Fu Wenhui, gritting her teeth, retorted, we never imposed such demands on you. We simply concealed the fact of your family's bankruptcy. Fu Xingjian's expression turned mocking, his eyes cold. Bankruptcy. Parents rendered immobile and lifeless. 3 unemployed women, 2 afflicted by illness, 1 still pursuing a degree. Not to mention the insurmountable debts that subsequently arose, driving him to the brink of selling his blood, almost compelling him to sell himself. He had borne this heavy burden for 6 years, exhausting his vitality, depleting his spirit, ravaging his health, ultimately costing him his very life. Fu Wenquan, exasperated, interjected, enough. You need not remind us repeatedly of your sacrifices. Fu Wenhui, humiliated and enraged, countered, we have already apologized. What more do you desire? Fu Wenhua expressed her disdain. Such a narrow-minded disposition, calculating every little detail. What kind of man are you? Fu Xingjian harbored lingering sentiments regarding these matters, which, in their eyes, merely reflected his pretentiousness. Simultaneously, it underscored that the immense efforts he once exerted were perceived by them as merely worth 210,000, akin to the price of a trivial item at an auction or a fraction of their monthly allowances, perhaps even the cost of an offhand beauty treatment. Fu Xingjian's emotional dependence on them went unnoticed or was willfully ignored. His emotional needs were dismissed, as they regarded his lamentations as mere complaints. His demeanor remained tranquil, which rendered him even more indifferent. After 2 years, should they fail to meet expectations, they ought not to resent his forthrightness. Given his capacity to thrust them into the limelight, he possessed the ability to once more cast the Fu family into the spotlight. Whether the family would suffer a loss of several hundred million would hinge on fortune. Had he not been wary of them, recording his directives to counter his maneuvers, his tactics would not have been so circuitous. Fu Wenquan glanced towards Shi Wushuang, questioning whether Miss Shi would endorse such futile whims. With a nonchalant smile, Shi Wushuang replied, "As his wife, I unconditionally support all his decisions." While Fu Wenquan might dismiss Fu Xingjian's words, she could not afford to overlook Shi Wushuang's. The last time the Fu family's video and public sentiment spiraled out of control, they were convinced it was Shi Wushuang's doing, for Fu Xingjian lacked such prowess. Fu Wenquan's gaze towards Fu Xingjian turned frigid, reminiscent of a portent or a threat, as she warned, "I hope you do not come to regret this." Fu Xingjian retorted, "You will wish for it to become reality. I, too, will keep a watchful eye on you. Should you fail, await my retribution." Fu Wenquan's teeth ground together audibly as she turned sharply and strode away. Fu Wenhui, gritting her teeth, declared, "I demand a different condition. You might as well let me die than to send me out without makeup." Fu Xingjian coldly replied, "Then go die." In a moment of fury, Fu Wenhui nearly raised her hand to strike him. However, recalling Shi Wushuang's presence, Fu Xingjian's intended retaliation transformed into a restraining gesture, warning, "Do not provoke my patience, else the secret of 127 Taopu Road shall find its way to your husband's phone." Fu Wenhui's complexion shifted dramatically. "You dare to investigate me?" Fu Xingjian shook off her grip. In his previous life, he had been aware of Fu Wenhui's affair, nearly leading to her husband's men tracking her down, a situation he had intercepted. Fu Wenhui, trembling with rage, pointed at him and exclaimed, "I always thought you were a sheep. Little did I know I was blind. You are a wolf in sheep's clothing." Fu Wenhui hesitated, gazing at Fu Xingjian. "Did you truly marry her?" Fu Xingjian affirmed, "Indeed." A sense of discomfort washed over Fu Wenhui. Fu Wenhui, seizing Fu Wenhui's arm, urged her to leave. "Do you think begging for mercy will soften his heart?" She reproached, "Can't you see? He is a treacherous wolf. He is a scoundrel." The Fu sisters departed, leaving the villa enveloped in silence. In Fu Xingjian, Shi Wushuang glimpsed her former self. She remarked, "If you wish to criticize the scenery below the mountain, you must first ascend to its summit." Fu Xingjian comprehended the essence of her words and expressed his gratitude. He was also thankful for the respect she afforded him in front of the Fu family that evening. Chapter 66. Do not grow up hated by your father like her. Jian Yu suddenly inquired. "I heard you dreamt that the young lady was pregnant? With twins, perhaps?" Fu Xingjian nodded in affirmation. "Indeed, I inquired a bit. I believe this is referred to as a pregnancy dream." Little Jean, copy Jiang Yu's shaman skills. Little Jean, copy successful. Copy Mei Tang's management abilities. Little Jean, copy successful. 3 copying cards had been acquired, 2 of which had already been utilized, leaving 1 remaining. The resources of the 4 secretaries surrounding Shi Wushuang, including her own, had finally been thoroughly exhausted by Fu Xingjian. Jiang Yu remarked, "There is such a belief." Fu Xingjian turned his gaze toward Shi Wushuang. "May I take your pulse?" Shi Wushuang was taken aback. "You possess medical skills?" Fu Xingjian replied, "I know a little." Jiang Yu looked at Wu Yi, his expression conveying unspoken thoughts. "Let us see what you have uncovered." Shi Wushuang remained silent, but extended her wrist. Fu Xingjian, feeling a rush of excitement internally, maintained a calm demeanor as he pressed his hand against her wrist, distinctly experiencing the smooth pulse beneath his fingers. Shi Wushuang asked, "What do you discern?" Fu Xingjian confidently stated, "You are indeed pregnant, though the pulse is still faint. In about 10 to 15 days, we shall have certainty. Your recent sleep has been poor, averaging no more than 4 hours per night. Your diet is irregular, and there are signs of a gastric ulcer, accompanied by issues of low blood sugar." Jiang Yu's expression shifted slightly, surprise evident in his eyes. "This young man's medical skills are indeed quite remarkable. The pulse I took from a young lady this morning yielded identical symptoms." Shi Wushuang withdrew her hand, feeling an inexplicable sense of guilt. Fu Xingjian's demeanor turned serious. Young lady, continuing in this manner will be detrimental to your health. If the mother's health is compromised, the child's well-being will also be at risk. Sure, Wu Shuang replied. Please call me Wu Shuang. Fu Xingjian paused momentarily, then acquiesced. Very well. Sure, Wu Shuang adeptly shifted the topic. I shall go wash up. I intend to retire early this evening. Her statement implied that if one claimed to be fatigued, it would be prudent not to linger in conversation, lest one disturb her rest. This single remark rendered all of Fu Xingjian's prepared admonitions moot. Once sure, Wu Shuang rose. Fu Xingjian finally realized she intended to stay here. Sure, Wu Shuang evaded his lecture as she proceeded to wash up. Her room was adjacent to Fu Xingjian's, each equipped with its own bathroom. Mei Tang and her companions were accommodated in the guest room. At that moment, the group was pursuing Wu Yi. How did you investigate? You seem increasingly ineffectual. Fu Xingjian questioned Wu Yi about his skills and medical knowledge, leaving him with little understanding of the matter. Wu Yi felt frustrated, believing his medical skills might be superficial. Jiang Yi remarked, the conclusions he reached from taking her pulse mirror exactly what I found. Wu Yi retorted. Damn, I shall continue my investigation. I refuse to believe I cannot uncover the truth. Jiang Yu interjected, now that the young lady has prohibited further inquiry. What more do you intend to pursue? The following day, Fu Xingjian entrusted his hair, neatly packaged, to Wang Ma, instructing her to send it via SF Express to the Qin family, with payment upon delivery. Has Wu Shuang awakened? Fu Xingjian inquired after giving his instructions. Wang Ma replied, Madam and the others have already departed. Fu Xingjian glanced at his watch, astonished. It's only 6 o'clock. When did they leave? Wang Ma responded, Madam left around 4. Fu Xingjian fell silent for a moment, then asked, did they have breakfast? It seemed that the soundproofing in the room was exceptionally effective, as he had heard not a single sound upon their departure. Wang Ma explained, Madam left directly. From what they said, she has a flight abroad this morning. Fu Xingjian mused. Is the CEO's life one of sleeping late and rising early like a rooster? He captured the key points regarding prenatal care he had written the previous night and sent them to Sure Wu Shuang. Subsequently, he shared several posts from his social media feed. How pregnant women can maintain their health. Focus on these foods. How to raise a smart, lovely, and beautiful baby. The better the couple's relationship, the more optimistic the baby's personality. The baby appears fair and adorable. What the expectant mother did during pregnancy. These were all articles Fu Xingjian had read and deemed scientifically sound, and he forwarded them to Sure Wu Shuang. Upon disembarking from her flight abroad, Sure Wu Shuang saw a flurry of messages from Fu Xingjian and wore a perplexed expression akin to that of an elderly person on the subway. Wife. Fu Xingjian promptly replied, Have you landed? Are you feeling nauseous? Are you unwell? Wife. Fu Xingjian continued, Take care of yourself. If you feel any discomfort, send me your address, and I will fly over to see you. Sure Wu Shuang contemplated her phone for a while, a hint of a smile crossing her face. She was unconcerned whether Fu Xingjian's attentiveness stemmed from his care for their child. In contrast to her own upbringing, she wished for their child to have a loving father, not to endure the hatred she experienced from her own father. Wife. Okay. Fu Xingjian, reading Sure Wu Shuang's single-word response, felt it was an acceptance of his concern for both the child and her well-being. His eyes sparkled with fervor as he pumped his fist in the air several times. Meanwhile, at the Qin residence, an associate of Old Master Qin intercepted the SF Express courier midway. Upon seeing the delivery address, he robbed the package. The courier made the fastest delivery in history. Upon receiving the hair, Old Master Qin ordered a paternity test and instructed his team to investigate who had visited Fu Xingjian's villa yesterday. Photos had been surreptitiously taken, revealing 9 individuals, 5 women and 4 men. Among them, Old Master Qin recognized Fu's daughter. Butler Wang had investigated numerous matters concerning Fu Xingjian and uncovered many of the family secrets. She was likely the benefactor supporting Fu Xingjian, though the villa and luxury vehicles, valued in the hundreds of millions, had already been transferred to him. The property management company stated that they were officially recognized as a married couple. The time is too brief. Currently, All I can ascertain is that they possess foreign residency. Since Fu Xingjian's return, the old Master Qin's people have been keeping a close watch. Aside from the 4 subordinates accompanying that woman, no other young men have visited the villa. As for Fu Xingjian's residents, the gardener and chef are male, yet they are both in their 40s or 50s. Has a room Fu Xingjian occupied been tidied? Butler Wang. It should have been cleaned. The old Master Qin's expression reflected disappointment. He decided to search again to see if any hair with follicles could be discovered. Butler Wang understood the old master's intentions, his eyes wide with shock. Yet he couldn't help but think, isn't he the illegitimate son of the Fu family? Old Master Qin felt a surge of irritation. It was merely a sudden notion of his. If I command you to go, then go. Reluctantly, Butler Wang set off to carry out the task, though in his heart, he felt it was utterly implausible. Chapter 67. Drawing the knife, yet yearning to stab again. Before long, Qin Lang found himself in a predicament, resorting to the shattered porcelain within the room to threaten his own life in a desperate bid to see the old master. Though Qin Laoi, the elder, obliged, he held a deep disdain for such suicidal coercion. In the past, the legacy of being the sole descendant had cast a favorable light on Qin Lang. Whatever he uttered was readily believed by Qin Laoi. However, that illusion shattered, revealing Qin Lang's true self, and the bond between grandfather and grandson dissipated swiftly. Having never faced such monumental upheaval, Qin Lang was akin to a flower nurtured in a greenhouse, utterly unprepared for adversity. Grandfather, do not heed that wretched woman's words. I am your true grandson. I truly am your flesh and blood. Over the past few days, he had scarcely slept, appearing disheveled and woefully pitiful. Just look at my face. I resemble my father so closely. How could I possibly not be his son? Had it not been for the irrefutable evidence laid before him, would Qin Laoi have been willing to entertain such a notion? I have undergone 5 paternity tests. Qin Lang's heart sank into despair, his voice failing him as he considered the machinations of Fu Xingjian against him. Grandfather, let us entertain a hypothetical. Even if I am not a descendant of the Qin family, I am not an impostor. I was raised by you. I have only you as my grandfather. I acknowledge only you as my kin. Qin Lang lunged forward, grasping the elder's leg, pleading, Grandfather, please do not forsake me. You are my only family. We have relied on one another for so many years. Before he could finish, a fierce glint flickered in Qin Lang's eyes as he drew forth a dagger he had concealed within his sleeve, thrusting it towards Qin Laoi's abdomen. The elder gasped in agony, disbelief etched upon his features. Beast! Qin Lang's countenance twisted with malice, his eyes reflecting desperation. It was you who misjudged the situation. I was but a child. What fault was mine? Besides, you possess no other bloodline. I am the one you raised. Surely, it is better for you to bequeath your fortune to me than to allow it to fall into the hands of distant relatives. With the dagger in hand, Qin Lang sought to plunge it deeper. Qin Laoi clutched the gaping wound, blood seeping from his grasp as he evaded, calling for help. In a frenzy, Qin Lang pursued him with a feral intensity. The elder had come to meet Qin Lang alone, as Butler Wang was occupied elsewhere. The two engaged in a chaotic struggle until others finally heard the commotion and rushed to save Qin Laoi. The elder was swiftly transported to the hospital for urgent care. Meanwhile, Qin Lang found himself pinned to the ground, bloodied, the madness in his eyes gradually fading into a cold realization. Until the elder's true grandson was located, he still held a semblance of existence. In such a brief span, it was unlikely for the old man to hastily alter his will without alarming others. Qin Lang gambled on the hope that the elder had yet to amend his testament. As long as the old man perished now, as long as the will remained unaltered, the Qin family would still belong to him. Soon, news of Qin Laoi's condition reached home. The elder had been stabilized, trapped within his room. Qin Lang's complexion turned ashen. He had lost. If, in the past, the old man would have refrained from taking drastic measures considering he raised him, now that such an egregious act has been committed, his fate is sealed. Fu Xingjian was unaware of the incident involving old Master Qin until the phone call arrived. It was only then that he realized old Master Qin had nearly perished at the hands of Qin Lang. Upon arriving at the hospital and witnessing the seemingly further aged old Master Qin, Fu Xingjian felt a twinge of guilt. However, if given the chance to relive the moment, he would still act in the same manner. Qin Lang's actions were undeniably tied to the old man's habitual indulgence. Old Master Qin regarded him with a complex expression. Steward Wang had discovered Fu Xingjian's hair in the room he had previously occupied. Now, 2 paternity tests had been completed, revealing that Fu Xingjian was not merely an illegitimate child of the Fu family, but rather the old man's own grandson. "You are my true grandson?" A glimmer of cautious anticipation shone in old Master Qin's murky eyes. Fu Xingjian was taken aback, astonished at the other's acumen in deducing such a truth under these circumstances. "If I were to deny it now, would you believe me?" Old Master Qin recalled how Fu Xingjian had shown inexplicable delight upon their first encounter. He must have known then that he was his true grandfather, hence the surprise. Despite Qin Lang's threat to sever his tongue, Fu Xingjian exhibited no fear, nor did he worry for his safety upon entering the Qin household. If he were not certain of his lineage to the Qin family, how could he dare to act so boldly? "Young Master Fu, this is the hospital. Would you consider doing another paternity test with the old master?" Steward Wang, concerned that Fu Xingjian might overthink the matter, quickly added, "The old master has been preoccupied with this issue since his injury. Please consider it a means to reassure him during his recovery." "Very well." Old Master Qin was overjoyed. Surely his grandson felt compassion for him, given his prompt agreement. The 2 underwent blood tests for the paternity verification. While waiting for the results, the old man insisted that Fu Xingjian share a meal with him. As night fell, he would not allow Fu Xingjian to leave, hoping he would stay by his side, even arranging for a private room for his rest. The old man's kindness was palpable. However, if the paternity test were to yield erroneous results, the repercussions would be dire. "Xiao Jin, is there any possibility of error in the paternity test?" "None whatsoever." "Host, you may rest assured." "Then who does Qin Lang belong to? He cannot simply materialize from thin air, can he?" "Qin Lang has inherited your bloodline." Fu Xingjian exclaimed, "Dumb. Does that mean my son or daughter has become his son or daughter?" "You need not worry. As long as Shiwa Shuang does not undergo an amniocentesis, there will be no issues." "What is that test?" "A prenatal paternity test, also known as an embryonic paternity test." Fu Xingjian pondered in silence. According to Xiao Jin, the child's bloodline would only change after birth, akin to his own method of seizing or replicating another's lineage. As the biological mother, Shiwa Shuang was undoubtedly the real mother. She could not possibly conduct such a paternity test during her pregnancy. "You need not be concerned. The system guarantees after-sales support. Your child will share your bloodline." Fu Xingjian was exceedingly pleased and inquired, "Does your system have a 5-star rating?" "I would like to give you a 5-star review." "Little Jean, host, please select 5 golden pentagrams." "Thank you for your kind review." Fu Xingjian, all right. The following morning, the paternity test between Fu Xingjian and old Master Qin was revealed. They share a grandparent-grandchild relationship. Old Master Qin, having learned the news beforehand, shed tears of joy in his hospital room, overwhelmed with emotion. When Fu Xingjian brought breakfast to the old gentleman, not only were old Master Qin's eyes filled with affection, but even Butler Wang shared the sentiment. Old Master Qin expressed his discontent, saying, "What do you mean by old master?" "Call me Grandpa." Fu Xingjian shamelessly complied, calling out, "Grandpa." At that moment, old Master Qin could no longer hold back his tears, exclaiming, "Good child, good child. It is my fault. I failed to find you all those years ago. I am truly sorry for the hardships you have endured." Earlier, the investigation into Fu Xingjian had focused on his identity and those associated with him. There are countless unfortunate souls in the world, with so many orphans and orphanages, who could not evoke sympathy. However, if this unfortunate soul were the old gentleman's own grandson, it would be unbearable for him. Fu Xingjian felt a flicker of emotion within. Though it was fleeting, he understood that this familial bond was something he had appropriated. In his eyes, his twin children were his closest kin. You still bear injuries. Do not become overly emotional, as it would only harm yourself while bringing others relief. Old Master Qin recalled the hurt inflicted by Qin Lang. He remembered how Qin Lang had once considered cutting out his grandson's tongue and severing his grandson's hand. Chapter 68. Ascending to wealth beyond measure, old Master Qin felt a surge of fury within, yet he refrained from expressing it outwardly, fearing it might alarm his beloved grandson. He thought to himself, I must take good care of my health. I want to witness my grandson marry and have children. Fu Xingjian, wishing to uplift the old man's spirits, shared joyous news. My wife is expecting. Old Master Qin was instantly elated, nearly rising from his bed. But the excitement caused his abdominal wound to rupture, leading to a fresh flow of blood, draining the color from his face. Butler Wang hurriedly summoned a physician to re-bandage the injury. Half an hour later, Fu Xingjian remarked, if you continue this way, I shall refrain from sharing any good news in the future. Old Master Qin quickly acquiesced, promising there would be no next time. Fu Xingjian advised him to rest adequately for his recovery and only departed the ward once he observed the old man closing his eyes to rest. As soon as Fu Xingjian left, old Master Qin opened his eyes, exclaiming, Did you hear that? My grandson is about to bless me with a great-grandson. Butler Wang, equally moved, had tears welling in his eyes. Heaven bless us! Heaven bless us! Suddenly, old Master Qin's expression turned grim. Go fetch Lawyer Chung. I need to amend my will. If he did not survive this ordeal, even if Qin Lang, due to his lineage, lacked the ability to inherit his wealth, the company's stock price and reputation would suffer immensely from the ensuing inheritance disputes. Butler Wang replied, Please rest for now. When Lawyer Chung arrives, I will ensure he waits until you awaken. While Fu Xingjian was present, old Master Qin managed to maintain his composure. However, once Fu Xingjian departed, he could no longer endure and fell into a deep slumber without responding to Butler Wang. When old Master Qin awoke again, it was already dusk. His eyes scanned the room, searching for the person he longed to see. The young master returned home earlier, Butler Wang informed him. But he will come back in the evening to keep you company. Old Master Qin instructed, add another bed in this ward. Just the previous night, Fu Xingjian had been in another room, but today the old man insisted he move into his ward. Butler Wang agreed to the request. Only then did old Master Qin turn his gaze to Lawyer Chung, stating, We shall wait for my grandson to arrive before proceeding. Lawyer Chung had already learned the details from Butler Wang before the old man's awakening. This fate is indeed unpredictable. One can never tell when immense fortune may suddenly arrive. Some plummet from grace to despair in a single night, while others ascend to unimaginable wealth. After returning home from the hospital, Fu Xingjian accessed the surveillance footage on his computer, scrutinizing whether the women of the Fu family were behaving deceitfully. He had linked the surveillance from the Wu family, the Ren nursing home, and the Wen family. From the footage, Fu Xingjian discovered that Fu Wenhua had worked as a delivery person on the first day. But due to her poor sense of direction, she failed to complete a single delivery, not only earning nothing, but also incurring considerable losses. To make matters worse, she had been involved in an accident and was hospitalized. Fu Xingjian also observed Fu Wenjue returning home from school, watching her feign humility while comforting her family. He could not suppress a cold smirk. Even if he renounced his ties to the Fu family, he would still seek retribution for past grievances. Since Qin Lang had become a member of the Fu family, it was only fitting that they be informed of this development. Around 7 o'clock, Fu Xingjian arrived at the hospital, where Lawyer Chung and others had already been waiting for some time. As soon as Fu Xingjian arrived, old Master Qin informed him that it was time to arrange his estate. Fu Xingjian, with a tone of dissatisfaction, replied, Grandfather, your health is still not well. Do not trouble yourself with these matters. I do not desire your wealth. Bestow it upon whomever you wish. I acknowledge you as my grandfather, not your status. Fu Xingjian genuinely lacked for nothing financially. When he needed money, he could simply find a wealthy individual and replicate their bank card. It was not that he looked down upon the Qin family's enterprises. To him, money had merely become a numerical figure. Old Master Qin, aside from experiencing setbacks with Qin Lang, had a remarkable ability to discern character. Furthermore, he had ordered a thorough investigation into Fu Xingjian and the children of the Fu family, who had lived under one roof for 2 years. The findings nearly caused him to faint. His own grandson had been laboring for them, providing for their sustenance and education, yet was relegated to living on the balcony. If it were not for his deep sense of loyalty and righteousness, How could he have been so mistreated, having just endured betrayal by the ungrateful Qin Lang? The devoted Fu Xingjian appeared to him as his cherished grandson. My dear child, I have only one grandson. Who else should I bequeath my wealth to? Old Master Qin lamented. I nearly encountered a calamity this time. If the estate is not properly arranged, it will lead to immense trouble. Allow me to set matters in order so you can recuperate peacefully, all right? Seeing his grandfather's weak demeanor as he strained to speak, Fu Xingjian urged, say fewer words. I will heed your wishes. Old Master Qin, touched by his grandson's concern, despite his frail state, signaled to Attorney Chun to record a video, confirming that he was of sound mind while amending his will. An hour later, Fu Xingjian became the heir to Old Master Qin's vast fortune. The matter of changing his surname and name was entirely managed by Old Master Qin. Fu Xingjian was renamed Xingjian. Although Old Master Qin was not entirely pleased with the name, Xingjian, thrift and frugality, his grandson need not concern himself with such matters. Fu Xingjian found value in thriftiness as a virtue, deeming it quite commendable. In truth, he was simply disinclined to ponder a new name. Old Master Qin's heart ached for the grievances and hardships his grandson had endured over the years. He instructed Butler Wang to transfer all properties and assets under his name to Xingjian without delay. Xingjian hastily interjected, no, grandfather, if you continue this way, I shall be angered. You are not in such dire condition. Why the urgency? Old Master Qin was joyfully chastised, responding with delight. Very well. I shall listen to you. All your words. Xingjian visibly sighed in relief. Butler Wang observed this exchange with a nod of satisfaction. Xingjian refrained from mentioning Qin Lang any further, tending to Old Master Qin until he fell asleep before finally retiring to his own bed. The following morning, Xingjian broached the subject of Qin Lang. Upon hearing the name, Old Master Qin's eyes flashed with disdain. Why mention him? When I return, I shall deal with him personally. He desires his inheritance. He covets my wealth. Not a single penny will he receive. Grandfather, I had previously conducted a paternity test between Qin Lang and the Fu family, Xingjian disclosed. Old Master Qin, bewildered, inquired, for whom? Xingjian, I harbor suspicions that the Fu family has intentionally swapped me with Qin Lang. Initially, this was merely a fleeting thought, but upon discovering that Qin Lang is indeed a member of the Fu family, I realized this was more than just my unfounded fears. Old Master Qin was taken aback. Steward Wang was equally astonished. In the past, there had been no trace of the Fu family during the investigations. Presently, Steward Wang has continued to probe whether someone had deliberately presented a false Qin Lang to them while concealing the genuine young master of the Qin family. Yet once again, no evidence linking to the Fu family has surfaced, indicating a complete disconnect between the two families. Fu Jian understands that they are unlikely to uncover anything, but a paternity test serves as undeniable proof. With evidence in hand, one can imagine the process, can infer the truths hidden within. I know it may be difficult for you to believe, but during my altercation with Qin Lang, when I pulled his hair, I was overwhelmed with anger upon seeing the test results and tore it apart. You may conduct another test if you wish. The Fu family seeks to conceal the truth, wishing to release the biological mother of Fu Wenjue, while also gauging whether he would agree to such an arrangement. Old Master Qin, with a grave countenance, interrupted him, stating, I believe you, but it will not be easy for the Fu family to acknowledge this matter. If all of this is merely a scheme by the Fu family to eliminate him, he will undoubtedly not spare them. Chapter 69. Is the enemy of my enemy my good friend? Xingjian successfully sowed seeds of doubt in the old man's heart. Grandfather, there is no need to rush these matters. The truth will inevitably reveal itself, and falsehoods cannot be transformed into reality. Your foremost priority now is to take care of your health. Once you regain your strength, all other concerns will fade away. The elder Qin felt a surge of happiness and repeatedly exclaimed, Very well. Once I am well, I shall ensure you have your reprisal. Xingjian replied, Grandfather, I once regarded them as kin, tolerating their transgressions, but I am not one to be trifled with. The old man immediately encouraged him. You go ahead and act. Whatever consequences arise, I shall bear them for you. Xingjian found himself at a loss for words. With such indulgence from his grandfather, It was no surprise that Qin Lang had not strayed from the path. Yet, for Xingjian, who was the recipient of such unconditional favoritism, this sentiment was rather pleasing. The elder Qin spoke little before resting. Outside the hospital room, Steward Wang conversed with Xingjian. Young master, the elder plans to renovate your room at home. When you have the time, please come and take a look. Feel free to voice any requests. I have no particular demands regarding my living space. A renovation is unnecessary. Xingjian replied. Where's Qin Lang now? He remains at home, waiting for the elder's recovery to address matters, Steward Wang informed him. May I see him? Steward Wang led Xingjian back to the Qin residence. At present, Qin Lang was no longer the boisterous individual he once was. He was as quiet as if he were non-existent. When the door opened, Qin Lang was startled, his eyes widening in alarm as he looked over. Upon realizing it was Xingjian who entered, fury surged within him. You, it is all you're doing. Xingjian entered alone, with Steward Wang stationed at the doorway. Qin Lang charged at Xingjian, intent on striking him, only to find himself on the receiving end of a beating instead. The one person Qin Lang despised most was the one who had shattered his identity, casting him from paradise into the depths of despair. I will kill you. I will kill you. Xingjian placed a foot upon Qin Lang's face, applying pressure that rendered him speechless. Qin Lang struggled desperately, his expression contorted like that of a malevolent spirit, wishing for nothing more than to perish alongside Xingjian. Now you realize you are not the elder's true grandson, do you? Qin Lang assumed Xingjian had come to revel in his misfortune, his gaze filled with venomous hatred. Do you not know that the elder's true grandson has already been found? Qin Lang's eyes widened in shock, his struggles ceasing abruptly. The true grandson of the elder has been located? Xingjian lifted his foot. Would you like to know who the elder's true grandson is? A wave of powerlessness washed over Qin Lang, his expression a tumult of shame, anger, sorrow, and grievance, extinguishing all hope in an instant. Who is it? Xingjian smirked. Can you guess why I am here speaking with you? Qin Lang's mind went blank for a few seconds. Is it you? Correct, but there is no reward. Xingjian replied. Qin Lang, in disbelief, insisted, I do not believe it. Xingjian retorted, the elder has made one mistake already. Do you think he would err a second time? Qin Lang stared blankly at Xingjian before him, feelings of hatred and helplessness surging within him. He lacked even the strength to grit his teeth. Are you here to flaunt your identity? To mock the words I once spoke? Xingjian inquired. Do you not wish to know who your biological parents are? Qin Lang paused. You know? Chunjun replied, Ido. Qin Lang instinctively sensed malice in his words, warily watching him. What exactly are you scheming? Xingjian stated, I wish to propose a condition. Qin Lang self-deprecatingly remarked. Now you are the young master of the Qin family. What am I? Xingjian asked, are you familiar with Bo, Media? Qin Lang certainly was. Xingjian continued. The general manager, Fu Boluan, is your biological father. Qin Lang's expression soured. How do you know this? Xingjian replied, I know more than you can imagine. If you wish to learn, I can share everything I know. Struggling to rise from the ground, Qin Lang winced with every movement, sarcastically remarking, will you truly be so benevolent? Xingjian replied, naturally, there are conditions. Qin Lang laughed heartily. I would negotiate terms with anyone, but you. You might as well give up. His hatred for Xingjian was venomous. He would never concede. Xingjian smiled. What you have done to the old master is clear to you. When he returns from the hospital, do you know what fate awaits you? A chill of fear gripped Qin Lang, yet he feigned bravado. I have been with my grandfather for over 20 years. He will forgive me. Xingjian scoffed. Being together for so long didn't prevent you from wanting to kill him. What makes you think the old master would show leniency to someone who wishes him harm? Panic flooded Qin Lang's heart, his face turning ghastly. Xingjian continued, if you doubt the old master's wrath, what if I were to incite him further? Qin Lang gritted his teeth, glaring at him with hatred, wishing he could eliminate him if only he were stronger. Xingjian stated, I am granting you this one opportunity. If you refuse, consider my visit in vain. Turning to leave, Qin Lang called out, wait. Xingjian halted, but did not turn around. With gritted teeth, Qin Lang asked, what conditions did you just mention? Only then did Xingjian sit down to discuss matters slowly. After listening to a lengthy account of his lineage, Qin Lang asked, "Are you certain there is no mistake?" The mere fact that he was the false young master of the Qin family was already absurd. Now, another false young master existed in the Fu family, usurping his identity. Qin Jian replied, "Is there any reason for me to deceive you?" Doubt lingered in Qin Lang's heart regarding Qin Jian's seemingly generous intentions, although he chose to remain silent for the moment. "What are the conditions you propose?" Qin Jian's expression turned cold, yet a smile lingered at the corner of his mouth. "I hope you will cooperate with me in exposing the Fu family's fade." Qin Lang chuckled coldly within, realizing that as a member of the Fu family, he could never collaborate with Qin Jian to disgrace them. "Do you hold a grudge against the Fu family?" Qin Jian nodded. "Indeed. If I cannot find one responsible for my past demise, I shall drag the entire Fu family down with me." The Fu group remains resilient, and as long as the Fu family's primary branch stands, there will inevitably come a day of resurgence. Moreover, considering the circumstances surrounding his demise in a past life, it is evident that the other branches of the Fu family were not devoid of motives. Qin Lang inquired, "What grievances do you hold against the Fu family?" Qin Jian succinctly recounted the events, aware that if he remained silent, Qin Lang would eventually uncover the truth. Qin Lang's expression became intricate. "Do they perceive you as me?" With a subtle smile, Qin Jian replied, "That is a question best posed to them regarding their true intentions." Even if Qin Lang were to momentarily lack clarity, he could discern that the Fu siblings had employed fraudulent paternity tests and false parents to deceive Qin Jian, harboring no benevolent intentions. Nevertheless, an enemy's adversary can indeed become an ally. Qin Lang unilaterally resolved to foster a relationship with the Fu siblings to collectively confront Qin Jian. The intentions of Qin Lang were plainly etched upon his countenance, making it nearly impossible for Qin Jian to overlook them. Yet, when Qin Lang ultimately engaged with the Fu family, he would come to realize the naivety of his aspirations. Chapter 70, with a biological father undoubtedly eager to acknowledge him. He could not endure another day of hardship. "Are you going to let me go?" Qin Jian replied. "Otherwise, why would I waste my breath on you?" Qin Lang asked, "Did grandfather agree?" Qin Jian said, "Grandfather is unaware." Qin Lang's expression darkened as he retorted, "I refuse to believe you would dare let me go without grandfather's consent." Qin Jian urged, "You ought to trust me, for no one understands better than you do." Qin Lang felt his teeth grind. He was all too aware. He vividly remembered how indulgent grandfather had been towards him, how pampered he had been, and now all those privileges belonged to Qin Jian. When he departed, Qin Lang took nothing but his computer and phone, leaving everything else behind. The Fu group was not inferior to the Qin group, and Qin Lang believed his future would not be bleak. Qin Jian had also mentioned that the current son of the Fu family was merely an adopted child. Thus, it could be said he was now the sole heir of the Fu family's primary lineage. The main branch of the Fu family was the one most cherished by Old Master Fu, and it was highly probable that the future of the Fu group would rest in his hands. As Qin Lang left the Qin residence, Butler Wang did not impede him. He thought that if Old Master knew this was the young master's decision, he would certainly not object. Qin Jian exuded confidence in front of Qin Lang that Old Master Qin would not be angered. Yet, past experiences left him with some trepidation. After all, Old Master Qin had indeed been deeply wounded by the other party. Although he refrained from reporting the incident to the authorities for the sake of the greater good, it did not imply that he would let Qin Lang go so easily. While delivering meals to the hospital, he addressed this matter. Old Master Qin, as Butler Wang had surmised, did not blame Qin Jian. If Qin Lang were a member of the Fu family, he could escape the monk, but not the temple. If he were not a member of the Fu family, no matter where he fled, he could still be brought back. Even if you do not release him, I shall see to it that he is free. After nurturing him for over 20 years, he may betray me, but I cannot be heartless towards him. Letting him go might be for the best. Out of sight, out of mind. Before Qin Jian, Old Master Qin maintained a benevolent and magnanimous demeanor. In truth, should it be discovered that Qin Lang was indeed a son of the Fu family, both new and old grievances would be settled. After departing the Qin residence, Qin Lang did not go elsewhere, but headed straight to the Fu family. With a biological father, he was eager to be recognized. for he could not endure another day of misery. Upon returning from the hospital, Xingjian accessed the Fu family surveillance, keen to observe the unfolding drama. Due to a recent burglary, Fu Buluan had been unwell and was recuperating at home. The outside world remained ignorant of Qin Lang's circumstances, not even aware of old Master Qin's injury and hospitalization. Therefore, when Qin Lang proclaimed himself to be a son of the Fu family, Fu Buluan and Xue Fong were utterly astonished. Could it be that Qin Lang had lost his senses? Qin Lang, you must not speak such nonsense. Who does not know that you are the only grandson of old Master Qin? I am not speaking in jest. I am indeed your biological son. Fu Xingjian is not. Fu Buluan persisted. Are you intoxicated or has your brain been muddled? When Qin Lang departed from the Qin family, he gathered his belongings. Yet the injury inflicted on his face by Xingjian would not heal swiftly. Growing increasingly impatient, he exclaimed, "Do you not comprehend human speech? I declare that I am your biological son. If you do not believe me, why not conduct a paternity test?" Fu Buluan, perceiving the rudeness in Qin Lang's tone, furrowed his brow and replied, "Qin Lang, do not jest with your uncle. I shall arrange for someone to escort you home." Desperation took hold of Qin Lang. He had already been ousted. Where could they possibly send him? Who is jesting here? Your Fu Wenjue is merely your adopted son. I am your true offspring. Fu Buluan's expression darkened further. Wenjue is my biological son. Please refrain from making baseless accusations. Qin Lang had never found communication so arduous. The daughter of your family's steward, Qin Ru, abandoned her own child to bask in the wealth of the Fu family. She discarded me, but by a stroke of fortune, I was discovered and sent to an orphanage. Despite the revelations regarding his lineage, Qin Lang still clung to hope, believing in Qin Jian's words. If Qin Jian was merely toying with him, such a ruse would lack any true substance. Upon hearing this, Fu Buluan's countenance shifted dramatically. How do you know of Qin Ru? From Fu Buluan's reaction, Qin Lang discerned the existence of a woman named Qin Ru, bolstering his trust in Qin Jian's assertions. Let us proceed with the paternity test. Once completed, I will reveal how I came by this knowledge. Cornered by his opponent, Fu Buluan begrudgingly agreed to the paternity test. Qin Lang not only insisted on undergoing the test with Fu Buluan, but also demanded that Xue Fong participate. Upon exiting the hospital, Qin Lang entered Fu Buluan's vehicle, declaring, "Until the results of the paternity test are revealed, I shall reside in your household." Before heading to the hospital, Fu Buluan had reached out to the elder Mr. Qin, who surprisingly supported the notion of a paternity test between him and Qin Lang. Fu Buluan's mood shifted, and he approached the impending test with renewed gravity. Accompanying Fu Buluan back home, he instructed Aunt Shun prepare a guest room for young Master Qin's stay. He then turned to Xue Fong, saying, "Call Wen Quan to return at once." An hour and a half later, Fu Wen Quan hurried back to her family home. The previous day, she had unexpectedly taken to the kitchen, only to be met with criticisms. Even in washing her in-laws' feet, she faced suspicion of having wronged her husband. Bearing a heart full of indignation, she vowed never to forgive Fu Xingjian for the grievances she had endured. If Fu Xingjian is unwilling to return, then let him stay away. I refuse to believe he can live off the kindness of others indefinitely. Dad, Mom, why the urgency in summoning me back? Has something happened at home? Fu Buluan inquired solemnly, who conducted the paternity test with Fu Xingjian. Upon hearing that name, Fu Wenchuan's expression soured. "It was I who did it." Fu Buluan pressed, "Are you certain he is your biological brother?" Fu Wenquan, taken aback, replied, "I am certain. There is a paternity test." Fu Buluan continued, "Where is the paternity test?" Fu Wenquan answered, "It is in Fu Xingjian's possession." Fu Buluan frowned deeply. Fu Wenquan, perplexed, inquired, "Father, what has transpired?" Xue Fong, with a face full of confusion, replied, "Today, Qin Lang from the Qin family suddenly came to our home claiming that he is our biological son, not Fu Xingjian." Fu Wenquan, utterly bewildered, exclaimed, "Impossible. Could he be drunk and hallucinating?" Fu Buluan interjected, "He hasn't consumed any alcohol." Xue Fong continued, "Your father contacted his grandfather. An old Master Qin stated that Qin Lang is not a grandson of the Qin family, but rather our son." Fu Wenquan pondered, "Father, Could he be an illegitimate child you left outside? Fu Buluan had indeed contemplated the possibility of a pearl hidden in the sea, yet the circumstances described by Qin Lang evidently did not align with such a scenario. He could clearly articulate the name of Wenju's biological mother, as well as the details of how she swapped children and abandoned him. It was apparent that he had conducted thorough investigations prior to visiting the Fu household. As for Qin Lang's ominous insinuations about being harmed, Fu Buluan chose not to believe them. For regardless of whether it was Fu Xingjian or Qin Lang, both were still alive. This indicated that Qin Ru had merely taken the child and left him at an orphanage, rather than intending to harm him. Fu Wenchuan's expression was one of astonishment and confusion. So what exactly is going on? Have you spoken with him? Fu Buluan frowned. He insists on waiting for the paternity test results before proceeding. Fu Wenchuan's demeanor grew somber. Then we shall wait. The results of the paternity test arrived the following afternoon. Expedited. The father-son relationship was unequivocally established. Fu Buluan's emotions were complex. He was not displeased by the prospect of having another son. However, the realization that the only legitimate grandson of the Qin family was indeed his biological son raised concerns about the potential extinction of the Qin lineage. Qin Lang awaited the confirmation of the paternity test, relieved to ascertain that he was the genuine son of the Fu family. A significant weight lifted from his heart. His prospects of wealth and prosperity were secured. Xuefeng, upon gazing at her own copy of the paternity test, was rendered speechless. She had assumed that Qin Lang was merely the offspring of some insignificant woman in Fu Buluan's life. To her astonishment, Qin Lang was her own flesh and blood. What then of Fu Xingjian? Chapter 71. The prodigal faces the grand scene following the incident involving Qin Lang. The children of the Fu family were summoned back home. Fu Wenjue returned in a state of bewilderment. Was Fu Xingjian not the biological son of their parents? Could he truly be an illegitimate child? Was there another heir? Such monumental news struck Fu Wenjue like a thunderbolt. If Fu Xingjian was not their parents' son, what then had been the purpose of the efforts he had exerted over the past 2 years? Once gathered in the living room, the family members felt the weight of the moment. Fu Wenhui, unadorned by makeup, appeared considerably less vibrant than usual, her beauty diminished by a notable degree. Father, what on earth is going on? Why was I summoned home? I visit my maternal home so often that my in-laws have begun to voice their discontent. Fu Wenhui lamented, her complaints stemming from her reluctance to face the world without her cosmetic enhancements. She had worn a mask throughout her journey, unwilling to be seen without her usual fade. Among the siblings, only Fu Wenchuan and Fu Wenjue were privy to the unfolding situation. Fu Wenchuan divulged the details regarding Qin Lang. Fu Wenhui was the first to express disbelief. Elder sister, are you jesting? Didn't Fu Xingjian undergo a paternity test? How can it now be claimed that he is not biologically related, while Qin Lang is? Fu Wenchuan herself was puzzled. There was no tampering with the paternity test, nor was there any need for it. Qin Lang was indeed their parents' son, as confirmed by the results. Fu Wenhui was left speechless. Then what about Fu Xingjian? Fu Wenchuan fell silent, acutely aware of how many children their mother had borne. Both Qin Lang and their parents had undergone paternity testing, with a low margin for error. The only conceivable explanation was that Fu Xingjian's paternity test had been erroneous. I do not know, Qin Lang interjected, descending the stairs with his hands in his pockets. There's no need for you to concern yourselves with Fu Xingjian any longer. He has now changed his name to Xingjian. The Fu family was collectively taken aback. Approaching the sofa, Qin Lang fixed his gaze upon the faux young master of the Fu family. Get lost. Fu Wenjue, caught off guard, was unceremoniously yanked from the couch by Qin Lang. Fu Wenhui, incensed, demanded, "What are you doing?" Qin Lang retorted, "What am I doing? Are you blind?" Fuming, Fu Wenhui shot back. Wenjue has done nothing to provoke you. Why do you bully him? Qin Lang sneered. He hasn't wronged me. But his mother is responsible for my having roamed the world alone for over 20 years. Fu Wenjue's face drained of color. He realized the truth had come to light. Fu Wenhui was equally shocked and turned to accuse, "Father, why have you disclosed everything to him?" Fu Wenchuan interrupted her tirade. It was not our parents who spoke. He discovered the truth on his own before returning home. Fu Wenhui glared at Qin Lang. Let me make this clear. Even if that is the case, the fault does not lie with Wenjue. He was merely an infant at the time. How could he have known anything? Fu Wenxiuan reiterated. This matter has nothing to do with Wenjue. You should not involve him. Fu Wenxiue offered Fu Wenjue a seat, remaining silent, yet her actions spoke volumes about her stance. In the Qin household, Qin Lang was the sole heir. The old master of the Qin family regarded him as his lifeblood. Who would dare to go against him? Respect him? Protect him? Accustomed to being revered, Qin Lang was used to others yielding to his authority. The treatment he received from the Fu sisters was unprecedented, stirring discontent within him. I am your biological brother. His mother wronged me, and he is tainted by original sin, and you still protect him? Fu Wenquan retorted. Do not be excessive. His birth mother is separate from him. One cannot equate them entirely. Qin Lang's eyes blazed with fury as he glared at Fu Bulan, exclaiming, I have acknowledged my identity. This pretender must be expelled from this household. In this family, it's either him or me. Fu Bulan's expression soured. Though you are my son, Wenjue is also my son, raised by me, no different from my own flesh and blood. Aware that Qin Lang knew about Qin Ru's situation, Fu Bulan hesitated to deceive him into believing that Fu Wenjue was the legitimate son of the Fu family, as he had done with Fu Xingjian. Qin Lang's anger intensified, flames of indignation igniting in his eyes. A servant's son usurping my position, enjoying the privileges of the Fu household, and you still protect him? Xue Fong interjected. He is the son I have raised. In my heart, he is no different from my biological child. If you acknowledge me as your mother, you must never bully Wenjue. Fu Wenquan asserted. To us, Wenjue is our dear brother. You cannot hold his mother's actions against him, nor can you mistreat him. Fu Wenwei added. Let me make it clear. Wenjue is my brother by blood. If you bully him, I shall not let you off easily. Fu Wenxue remarked. You are our parents' biological son. He has shown filial piety to them for years, and you should be grateful. Qin Lang, the true son of the Fu family and their sole heir, found the situation before him entirely contrary to his expectations. These individuals appeared to regard a false heir as more significant than him. Ultimately, it was evident that they wished to retain him and disregard their biological son. Fu Bulan's voice turned grave. I have stated that you are my son, and so is he. Can you refrain from being so willful? We are all part of the same circle. I have heard rumors about you. Qin Lang, an utter wastrel. The old master has only one grandson and refuses to send him abroad for a gilded education, leaving him to muddle through a third-rate university domestically. You should learn from Wenjue and avoid associating with those dubious friends. Qin Lang, consumed by rage, charged at Fu Wenjue, delivering several kicks. Fu Wenjue deliberately did not evade, receiving a couple of blows. Subsequently, Qin Lang was restrained by Qin Wenhui, who slapped him across the face. The sound echoed sharply, leaving Qin Lang momentarily stunned. No one, aside from Fu Xingjian, had ever dared to strike him. Who does she think she is? He seethed, retaliating with a punch that struck Fu Wenhui, causing her to cry out in pain, blood streaming from her nose. Fu Bulan bellowed, Qin Lang, cease this at once. Qin Lang, his expression more furious than Fu Bulan's, shot back, what are you yelling for? If it weren't for you protecting even a servant, would I have been discarded like this? You are now harboring a counterfeit as if he were genuine, without considering my opinions as the victim or valuing my feelings. Fu Bulan's face darkened with rage. What right do you have to voice your thoughts? You are my son, not my father. My money, my home, my house. Whoever I choose to call my son shall be my son. If you do not wish to remain in the Fu family, then leave. Qin Lang was taken aback. He was, after all, Fu Bulan's only biological son. Yet, Fu Bulan seemed to value an impostor more than his own flesh and blood. The other members of the Fu family harbored no affection for Qin Lang. The notorious young master of the Qin family was hardly a source of pride for them. Xue Fong, as his biological mother, also disapproved of Qin Lang's unruly temperament. She believed that teaching him a lesson would help him comprehend his place in the world, facilitating future guidance to set him on the right path. Qin Lang observed them for a long moment before cryptically murmuring, "Good, very good." His voice was so soft it sent chills down the spine, like a tiger that does not roar, pretending to be a sickly cat. Qin Lang turned and ascended the stairs with resolute steps. Moments later, he returned with his bag. It was only upon reaching the villa's entrance that Fu Wenjue seemed to come to his senses, hurrying after him. Fifth brother. Fifth brother. Don't go. Father was merely speaking in anger. Don't take it to heart. Chapter 72. After years of struggle, the biological father returns to the past. Qin Lang was already consumed by anger, and upon hearing Fu Wenjue's voice, his rage ignited fiercely. Without a moment's notice, he turned and delivered a punch. Fu Wenjue let out a cry of anguish as Qin Lang's fist struck his eye. Fu Wenquan and the others hurriedly rushed over to assess Fu Wenjue's condition. Qin Lang clenched his fist tightly, fixating on the expressions of the onlookers, all of whom were centered on Fu Wenjue. It was evident that he was their beloved brother, the true son of the Fu family. Thus, he felt no remorse for his actions. Everything that had just transpired in the Fu household was being vividly captured by Qin Jian, who was observing from afar at the Qin residence. In his previous life, he had never returned to the Fu family, and Fu Wenquan and the others had always shielded Fu Wenjue. Whenever a choice had to be made between him and Fu Wenjue's voice had always taken precedence over his own. Qin Jian watched the surveillance footage with a detached gaze. It was only after Qin Lang had departed, leaving the others unable to pursue him, that Fu Wenjue finally lowered his hands. His left eye was bruised and swollen, rendering him unable to open it. Upon witnessing Fu Wenjue's injury, Fu Wenquan abandoned his earlier intention to chase after Qin Lang. Fu Wenhui erupted in a tirade of curses, exclaiming how despicable Qin Lang was utterly unworthy. Fu Wenju, wincing in pain, replied, "Second sister, it's only natural for fifth brother to be angry. If it weren't for my mother." Fu Wenhui interjected, "What does your mother's situation have to do with you? He is simply narrow-minded and selfish. But what if fifth brother leaves now?" Fu Wenju asked. "Better he doesn't return at all. That way, he won't come back to bully you." The group assisted Fu Wenjue back inside. Xue Feng, upon seeing his injuries, hurriedly instructed Aunt Chun to fetch the medicine box. Fu Buluan felt a twinge of disappointment that they hadn't summoned Qin Lang back. It wasn't that he particularly cared for his biological son. It was more about the fact that Qin Lang had been the old Master Qin's grandson for over 20 years, a relationship that would prove useful in the future. Moreover, Qin Lang had just mentioned that Fu Xingjian was a matter concerning the Qin family, and he had yet to clarify that. "Father, that Qin Lang is a scoundrel. If he returns, Wenjue will undoubtedly be bullied." Fu Wenhui exclaimed. "Do you wish to prevent him from coming back?" Fu Buluan questioned, though Fu Wenhui dared not voice such a desire. "At the very least, you should teach him a lesson so he knows not to bully Wenjue." "Father, second sister, I'm Fine. I can understand fifth brother's feelings. It's my fault. If it weren't for my mother," Fu Wenjue began, but Fu Wenhui interrupted. "You were merely an infant back then. What do you know? Stop taking everything upon yourself. He is just a scoundrel, a disgrace. I only recognize you as my brother." Moved to tears, Fu Wenjue looked at her second sister. Realizing Fu Wenjue's fear and panic regarding Qin Lang's arrival, Fu Wenhui's disdain for Qin Lang deepened. Just then, Fu Wenquan suddenly exclaimed, "Father, this is bad. Something has happened." After storming out of the Fu residence, Qin Lang recalled Fu Xingjian's earlier words. Finding a hotel to stay in, he proceeded to divulge all family matters online, including the paternity test photos of himself and Fu Buluan and Xue Feng. Qin Lang is not a social media celebrity, yet his penchant for online surfing has led him to frequently share sultry photographs of his girlfriend and the extravagant lifestyle of the affluent, amassing a following of over 1 million. Upon the release of his latest post, the initial shock reverberated through the circles of the elite. Is Qin Lang not the grandson of old Master Qin? Is he truly the son of Fu Buluan? The so-called illegitimate child previously mentioned by Fu Buluan turns out not to be a child of the Fu family? Is it a fabrication? Under the covert protection of Qin Jian, the popularity of Qin Lang's post soared, soon to grace the trending topics. Thus, the Playboy found the right avenue, yielding significant impact. Now, Qin Lang has detonated the Fu family, exposing the secrets they desperately sought to conceal. Not only has he revealed the truth, but he has done so under the watchful eyes of the entire internet. Fu Boluan was so incensed that he nearly fainted. How dare this scoundrel? How dare he act in such a manner? It is precisely that Fu Xingjian who has consistently denied any connection to the Fu family, and yet here he is, speaking so audaciously online. Quickly, summon that rascal back to me. Fu Boluan roared in fury. Fu Wenquan hurriedly set out to find someone. Meanwhile, Fu Wenjue received inquiries from friends. Wenjue, is what Qin Lang said true? Are you really his illegitimate son? Did your mother truly abandon him? Fu Wenjue's fiancé, He Sui, added, Wenjue, that Qin Lang is spouting nonsense online. You must go and see for yourself. Overwhelmed, Fu Wenjue chose to ignore the rest of the messages. Trembling as he powered off his phone, the truth he had labored to conceal over the past 2 years was now laid bare on the internet, turning him into a laughingstock, ridiculed by peers and friend alike. Fu Wenquan managed to trace Qin Lang's phone number through various channels. However, Qin Lang's devices had long been under Qin Jian's control before he departed from the Qin family. Consequently, no one could reach Qin Lang through any platform. Despite Fu Boluan's attempts to delete the post forcefully, it remained untouched. The post's popularity only surged, eventually trending. At this moment, the comment section of the official Bo Media account was inundated with netizens clamoring for the truth. Conspiracy theories surrounding Fu Xingjian were resurrected, with inquiries about whether he truly is an illegitimate child of the Fu family. If he is not, then why did the Fu sisters deceive him? Can the vast Fu family not even afford a paternity test? Before the Fu family could respond, the Qin group officially shared Qin Lang's statements, indirectly affirming the veracity of his claims. Fu Boluan's teeth were nearly ground to dust in rage. At this juncture, silence would have been the most prudent response. Yet, the Qin family chose this moment to react, only stoking the flames of controversy that was already ablaze. However, the surge in traffic didn't come at cost, and thus it didn't escalate significantly. Qin Jian took it upon himself to ensure that Qin Lang's post remained fixed within the top 3 trending topics. The Fu family faced a catastrophic downfall. Fu Boluan's reputation had already suffered since the emergence of the illegitimate child Fu Xingjian, but now, being struck by his biological son, his standing diminished even further. The stock price of Boy Media has once again plummeted dramatically, reaching its limit down before the afternoon close, resulting in a staggering evaporation of 190 million. Shortly thereafter, Boy Media's official account released the latest announcement. Fu Boluan's countenance darkened with fury at this moment. Who permitted them to issue such a statement? Upon scrutinizing the official release, his expression shifted dramatically. It was an announcement regarding personnel changes. Fu Boluan, the former general manager of Boy Media, had resigned due to issues of misconduct, and now the position was assumed by the third son of the Fu family. Fu Boluan had not resigned at all. This news was not sanctioned by him. However, Fu Boluan was unaware that only the patriarch possessed the authority to announce such personnel decisions without his consent. Find Qin Lang, that wretched creature. Fu Boluan sit, nearly spitting blood. After years of hard work, he found himself back to square one in an instant. Chapter 73. Cast that falsehood out of your home. I will not create such a ruckus. With Qin Jian present, the Fu family shall not locate Qin Lang. Cast out by the Qin family due to his lineage, and subsequently by the Fu family, Qin Lang felt a profound sense of humiliation. After posting his own disgraceful revelations, he refrained from reaching out to his dubious acquaintances, wishing to avoid becoming the subject of their ridicule. Fu Wenquan attempted to contact many of Qin Lang's dubious friends, but found no trace of him. Initially, upon learning of Qin Lang's post, his friends sought him out for clarification, whether privately or by tagging him in group chats. Yet Qin Lang remained silent. The atmosphere in Fu Boluan's household was so oppressive that one could scarcely breathe. Fu Wenquan inquired, "Father, has grandfather said anything?" Fu Boluan's expression darkened further. If the elder had reprimanded him as he had previously, there might still be a chance for redemption. However, the old man had not reached out at all, as if he had already given up on him. Fu Wenquan, visibly anxious, suggested, "Father, even if grandfather remains silent, should you not go and explain? Perhaps offer an apology? After all, due to your affairs, several billion have evaporated. With a grim countenance, Fu Buoluan retorted, "What is there to explain? Shall I clarify that Qin Lang is not my son? That Fu Wenjue is my biological child? After toiling for over a decade in the game, the old man has dismissed all my efforts due to my lifestyle choices. It is utterly suffocating." Fu Wenquan pressed on, "Father, this is not the time for your grievances. Consider the consequences if you do not seek an explanation from grandfather. Who knows what second uncle and third uncle might concoct before him." A sudden realization struck Fu Buoluan. He had lost his fortune. His position was gone. Would they not even spare the remaining shares? He turned to Fu Wenjue. "You shall accompany me. You know what to do when the time comes." Fu Wenjue, pale and apprehensive, nodded, not daring to feign ignorance. The father and son prepared to face the reprimand at the Fu family's ancestral home. Meanwhile, Fu Wenquan pondered and decided to reach out to Fu Xingjian. Qin Lang had mentioned that Fu Xingjian had now adopted the surname Qin. At a critical juncture concerning Qin Lang's status as Fu family's biological son, Fu Xingjian had suddenly changed his surname. Fu Wenquan was filled with questions. "Fu Wenquan, are you home? I have something important to discuss." "Qin Jian, not at home." "Fu Wenquan, do you know Qin Lang?" "Qin Jian, yes." "Fu Wenquan, he claims you have changed your surname to Qin?" "Qin Jian, correct." Fu Wenquan pondered for a long while. "I wish to conduct another paternity test with you." "Qin Jian, there is no need. I have already stated that I have no ties to the Fu family." "Fu Wenquan, did you not previously conduct a paternity test with Wenxue and the others?" If he had secretly undergone a paternity test with false parents, it was conceivable he had similarly tested with Wenxue and her companions. Qin Jian did not respond. In Fu Wenxuan's eyes, Qin Jian's silence was an implicit affirmation of her suspicions. A tremor coursed through her heart. Suddenly, Qin Jian's abrupt change in attitude towards them began to make sense. For reasons unbeknownst to her, an indescribable feeling surged within Fu Wenquan. Despite her evident dissatisfaction with Qin Jian, his education, his capabilities, and everything about him, she felt a twinge of sadness at the realization that he was no longer her brother. "Fu Wenquan, iapologitse. I understand you may find it hard to believe, but the paternity test was genuine. We did not deceive you. I cannot fathom why there would be such an error in the test results. Qin Jian, if apologies held any value, there would be no need for the police in this world." Fu Wenquan took a deep breath, suppressing the inappropriate discomfort that threatened to overwhelm her. "Fu Wenquan, I will fulfill the request you made earlier." The priority now was to locate Qin Lang. "Fu Wenquan, do you know where Qin Lang is?" "Qin Jian, no." Fu Wenquan felt a wave of disappointment wash over her. After a long pause, she asked, "Do you have any ties to the Qin family?" "Qin Jian, yes." Fu Wenquan was taken aback. "Have you acknowledged old Master Qin as your grandfather?" "Qin Jian, what concern is that of yours?" "Fu Wenquan, old Master Qin's status is not ordinary. His sudden recognition of you as his grandson must harbor some ulterior motive. You should be cautious of being manipulated. There is no such thing as a free lunch." The notion that Qin Jian might truly be old Master Qin's biological grandson flickered briefly in her mind, leaving only a faint trace. Setting aside the improbability of such a coincidence, Fu Wenquan harbored suspicions about the Qin family's intentions towards the Fu family regarding Qin Lang. Was it possible that old Master Qin had long been aware that Qin Lang was not his true grandson, yet indulged him nonetheless? The genuine grandson was likely hidden away, while Qin Lang was paraded as a target. Now, it was evident that Qin Lang was a failure. Who in the world did not know that Fu Buoluan's only biological son was a good-for-nothing? "Qin Jian, you needn't concern yourself." "Fu Wenquan, do not act recklessly. I am looking out for your best interests." Qin Jian scoffed, tossing his phone onto the table and ignoring Fu Wenquan's messages. After a moment, the phone rang. Seeing it was Jidan calling, he answered. "Jidan, old Fu, what on earth is happening? Have you seen the news online? Another fellow claims to be the son of Fu Buoluan, the head of Bo E-Media. He even asserts that you are not Fu Buoluan's son." "Qin Jian, I'm aware of this matter. I have never had any connection to the Fu family." Jidan was astonished. He had previously heard old Fu mention it, but thought it was merely an expression of anger. "No way. You truly aren't their son? Xingjian, no. Jidan. Then they've deceived you for 2 years. Are they out of their minds? Xingjian. They might be mentally unstable. Jidan said seriously. Let me be clear. If you truly are not a child of the Fu family, their actions may not be without malicious intent, right? Xingjian. That depends on how the police investigate. Jidan, damn it. These scoundrels. They are capable of anything. Xingjian. Enough about them. How are you doing in the crew? Jidan, it's going well. Director Wan says I am progressing rapidly, and Brother Liang has been very supportive, teaching me numerous techniques. Xingjian. Perhaps I should gather some friends and treat Emperor Liang to a meal. After exchanging a few more words, they ended the call. The next day, Fu Wenquan, after a sleepless night, finally remembered to search for individuals in the hotels surrounding the Fu residence. And indeed, he found someone. When Qin Lang opened the door and saw Fu Wenquan, he instinctively tried to close it. Fu Wenquan swiftly thrust his arm in to block the door. Qin Lang then relinquished his grip on the door, thinking it futile to expect me to retract my post. Fu Wenquan's expression darkened, his eyes bloodshot. Qin Lang, are you aware of the consequences of your reckless actions? Qin Lang turned and stepped inside, retorting, am I not being pushed by you all? If you had only expelled that fraudulent individual from your home, I would not have caused such a ruckus. Fu Wenquan clenched his jaw. Have you completely lost your mind? Wenju has no vested interest in you. No matter how favored he is merely an adopted son. Our parents would never bestow shares upon him. Do you have any idea how much money was evaporated from the family stock market yesterday? Do you realize how many people in the company are currently dissatisfied with our father? Do you understand that father is no longer the general manager of Boy Media? Qin Lang sneered. All I know is that I am stating the truth. The consequences that arise from the truth are not my fault. Whoever caused it bears the responsibility. Chapter 74. The wicked must be polished by the wicked. Fu Wenquan was utterly exasperated. All of this turmoil stemmed from his post. How could he still claim it was not his fault? You have disappointed me immensely. You are even inferior to Fu Xingjian. In her moment of frustration, Fu Wenquan struggled to abandon her habit of referring to him by that name. For Qin Lang, however, Xingjian was his arch-nemesis. The audacity of Fu Wenquan to suggest he was less than Xingjian. Huh, he scoffed. Do you know who revealed your family's sordid affairs to me? It was none other than Xingjian, the very person you dare to name as Fu Xingjian. Fu Wenquan's expression shifted dramatically. It was impossible. He was utterly unaware. Even if he knew he was not a part of the Fu family, he could not possibly be privy to other matters. Qin Lang pointed at her and laughed heartily. You deceived him. You toyed with him. That impostor even played with his childhood sweetheart. If he does not seek revenge on you, whom will he target? Fu Wenquan, furious and humiliated, retorted, we did not deceive him. It was merely a mix-up with the paternity test. I will gather evidence for this. Once I have the time, I will undoubtedly approach the hospital that conducted the test. The hospital must take responsibility. They must clear my name. She warned. Wenju did not toy with his sweetheart. The rumors online are all fabricated. Qin Lang, with a mocking demeanor, replied, it does not matter what you say. He surely believes it. Otherwise, he would not have investigated your family's affairs so thoroughly. Fu Wenquan was filled with rage and frustration. You must delete the post. Qin Lang lounged nonchalantly on the sofa, crossing his legs. If you want me to delete the post, there are 4 conditions. Fu Wenquan exclaimed, you have devastated our family. How dare you negotiate? Qin Lang replied, if you do not agree, then get lost. Fu Wenquan, infuriated, shouted, Qin Lang, have you lost your mind? How does your family's predicament benefit you? Qin Lang adopted an attitude of indifference, stating, I refuse to listen. Fu Wenquan felt as if she might bleed from the anger. What are your conditions? Qin Lang, first, expel that impostor from your home and ensure his household registration is revoked. Do not give him a single penny. Second, publicly acknowledge my identity. Third, the lifestyle I led in the Qin family must be matched, if not surpassed, in the Fu family. I cannot be in a position where being a son in the Fu family is less favorable than being a grandson in the Qin family. Can I? Fu Wenquan felt increasingly anxious. Are you being unreasonable? Wenjue has grown up in our home, and he is still just a student. Qinlang interjected. Who cares to hear your trivialities? Whether you agree is entirely up to you. These are my conditions. If you consent, I will delete the post and accompany you back. If not, we shall see how this unfolds. I, Qinlang, possess ample means and abilities. Fu Wanquan clenched her teeth, stepping outside to call her father, clarifying Qinlang's demands. Fu Baluan had spent an hour yesterday, despite his age, kneeling in the study of old Master Fu, offering apologies in vain. Yet, he still could not reclaim his position as the general manager of Bo Media. The entire group remains inaccessible for the time being, as the old master has confined himself at home for reflection. Fu Wenjue indeed has the favor of the matriarch. Yet the moment he is revealed to be merely an adopted son, her demeanor shifts conspicuously. Fu Wenjue, acutely aware of this change, realizes he is now in a precarious position, rendering any defense of Fu Baluan utterly impossible. The telephone in the living room is on speaker, and all present can hear the conversation, including Fu Wenhua, who has returned home from the hospital due to family matters. Fu Wenjue grits his teeth, nearly drawing blood, as he never anticipated Qin Ju's ruthless stance, demanding he leave with nothing. Father, please heed his words. If it aids our family, if he could delete the posts, and return home to honor our parents and care for my sister, I am willing to comply. It does not matter to me, he implores. Xue Feng, visibly moved, clasps Fu Wenjue's hand, her eyes glistening with unshed tears. Fu Wenhui's gaze flickers, incensed by the audacity of this troublemaker. Father, do not listen to him. If you concede to his threats, he will surely become unbearable upon his return. Fu Baluan's expression hardens, a semblance of iron resolve overtaking him. Though it is unclear if he is inherently at odds with his son, each son he acknowledges seems to bring misfortune. If we do not comply with his demands, do you have a plan to ensure he deletes the posts? Fu Wenjue's heart sinks as he realizes that his father has acquiesced. His clenched fists tremble with suppressed rage. Fu Wenquan, having secured their father's agreement, relays the message to Qinlang. Father has consented. You must delete the post promptly. Qinlang retorts, I require him to state it himself. Do not push your luck. Fu Wenquan warns. Are you attempting to deceive me? Qinlang replies, his frustration mounting. Fu Wenquan, feeling dizzy with anger, calls their father and conveys a few words to Qinlang. Qinlang insists that Fu Baluan reiterate his conditions before agreeing. Suppressing his fury, Fu Baluan complies with the stipulations. Qinlang concludes, I have recorded our conversation. I trust you will not renege on this agreement, or I shall not hesitate to retaliate. With that, he hangs up before Fu Baluan can respond in anger. After all, he is Fu Baluan's only son, his biological son. What is there to fear? As Qinlang proceeds to delete the posts, Xingjian also lifts the restrictions, enabling him to do so seamlessly. Subsequently, Fu Baluan's private account, as per Qinlang's demands, acknowledges Qinlang as his biological son with Xue Feng. He clarifies that the matter regarding Fu Xingjian was merely a misunderstanding, asserting that there is no illegitimate child. The initial statement is met with curiosity, albeit acceptance. However, the latter claim raises eyebrows. How can one proclaim the existence of an illegitimate child only to later assert that no such child exists? Why was Fu Xingjian ever labeled as the illegitimate son of the Fu family? Considering the Fu siblings' emotional manipulation and deceit towards Fu Xingjian, an unsettling fear begins to permeate the community. The earlier conspiracy theories resurface, prompting many to seek out Fu Xingjian, warning him to be wary of being exploited by capitalists. Fu Wenquan returns with Qinlang, finding Fu Wenjue still present. Qinlang's displeasure is immediate. Why are you still here? In the depths of Fu Wenjue's eyes, a fleeting glimmer of resentment flashed by. Fifth brother. Qinlang's expression was one of disdain as he scornfully retorted, Shut up. What are you? The son of a servant. The offspring of a criminal. How dare you call me brother? Fu Wenjue's countenance immediately turned ashen. If Fu Xingjian's physical assaults were damaging, then Qinlang's verbal attacks were a psychological torment, injuring his heart. I only wish to share with you some of our parents' and sisters' habits and preferences. I hope you can integrate into this family. I harbor no ill intentions. Qin Lang scoffed. Do I really need you to tell me? It is their incompetence that has led to this, unable to even care for a child. They own me, not the other way around. If they possess even a shred of humanity, they ought to compensate me for the grievances I have suffered over the years. Fu Wenjue swallowed the metallic taste of blood that surged in his throat, yet he knew that in the Qin household, he had not faced significant hardships either. Is being orphaned not a grievance? Is my identity being usurped by someone like you not a grievance? Fu Wenjue almost blurted out that he was not lacking in wealth and live a life of comfort, but he refrained, fearing it would imply that he valued only money. I apologize for my shortcomings, but I hope you do not blame our parents. It is not their fault. Qin Lang raised his chin and crossed his arms. Then prostrate yourself before me. Fu Wenjue's eyes widened in disbelief as he gazed at Qin Lang. Xue Feng, unable to endure any longer, interjected, Enough. Why do you always bully Wenjue? Can't you show a bit of kindness? Qin Lang gestured with his chin towards Xue Feng. Do you see? Your adoptive mother values the son of her mistress more than her own child. Think about it. Are you willing to bow down for your adoptive mother's sake to ensure her a better life? Or are you merely spouting empty words about not needing money without any real action? Fu Wenjue found himself trapped by Qin Lang's sardonic remarks, caught in a dilemma. Meanwhile, on the other side of the surveillance camera, this scene was vividly displayed before Xingjian. Observing Fu Wenjue's expression as if he had just ingested something foul. A slight smile curled Xingjian's lips, reflecting on how a villain requires another villain to sharpen them. Chapter 75. Joy turned to sorrow. Fu Wenjue found himself in a predicament, as others rallied to defend him and rebuke Qin Lang. Fu Wenquan exclaimed, Qin Lang. No one to stop. Fu Wenhua added, Wenjue speaks these words for your benefit. Do not bite the hand that feeds you. Fu Wenhui Gaimdin. Is your education at the Qin family solely about bullying others? Fu Wenxue remarked, You've already driven him from your home. What more do you desire? As the sole heir of the Qin family, Qin Lang had grown accustomed to being revered like a star among the constellations. The more the Fu family defended Fu Wenjue, the deeper Qin Lang's animosity toward him became. What? Do you have gold beneath your knees, more precious than your adoptive parents? With gritted teeth and a rigid body. Fu Wenjue knelt down. The Fu sisters were taken aback. Fu Wenquan, with a complex expression, said, Wenjue, you need not go to such extremes. Yet Fu Wenjue, having made his choice, resolved to execute it to perfection, declaring, if it can alleviate the resentment in your heart, I am willing to bow before you. He then bowed 3 times. Bowing carries significance. A single bow suffices. 3 bows are reserved for the deceased. Yet Qin Lang, seemingly oblivious, arrogantly dismissed him. Leave. Your presence offends my eyes. Fu Wenjue endured the humiliation, clenching his teeth, hoping for a better future. Qin Lang scoffed, when I tell you to leave. Why can't you comprehend? Must you elaborate on your conscience? Though lacking in ability over the years, he was no fool. He could see through this charade. Having lived among the elite for over 20 years, he may lack skill, but had acquired a certain perspective. In the realm of human relationships, interests forge lasting bonds. With nothing to offer, Fu Wenjue was once again cast out. Lacking the benefits the Fu family sought, he would inevitably be forgotten. With no face left to continue the conversation, Fu Wenjue rushed upstairs to pack his belongings. Fu Wenxue and Fu Wenhua hurried to assist him. When they descended together, Fu Wenjue bid farewell to those in the living room. Xue Feng's eyes brimmed with tears, reluctantly grasping Fu Wenjue's hand. Heartbroken at the thought of no longer having such a dutiful son at home. You must come back to visit often. Qin Lang interjected, That is not permissible. Xue Feng's anger flared, her face contorted with disdain. You ungrateful wretch. Do you wish to drive me to my grave? You want to expel the son I have cared for over 20 years, and you won't even allow me a glimpse of him? Are you still human? Ultimately, despite Qin Lang's indifference, he felt a pang of discomfort in the face of his biological mother's disdain. However, as others sought to make his life miserable, he was determined to return the favor. Mrs. Fu, clarify your understanding. I am not human. Yet what are you? I am nothing, and you are nothing. It is your ineptitude that allows men to maintain mistresses. You could not even protect your own child. leaving your biological son to roam for over 20 years. I owe you nothing. It is you who owe me an apology. For where do you derive the audacity to question or berate me? A sharp rebuke rendered Xue Fang's complexion pale, and her body trembled precariously. Fu Wenjue seethed through gritted teeth. Enough. You had clearly promised me. Qin Lang retorted. I did indeed promise, but it was you who provoked me first. Fu Wenjue, exasperated, exclaimed, Mother merely asked me to return occasionally to see her. Why can't you concede to this trivial request? Qin Lang replied, because I am devoid of virtue. Y pusas no morals. Fu Wenjue found herself at a loss for words. Mother, father, I take my leave now. Please take care of yourselves. Eldest sister, second sister, third sister, fourth sister, fifth sister, I am departing. A tinge of sorrow enveloped the gathering. Yet, Qin Lang interjected once more, hold on. Fu Wenjue questioned, what more do you desire? Qin Lang glanced at the maid, Chun Ma, and commanded, you there, inspect his suitcase to ensure he does not take what he should not. Fu Bolun, witnessing Qin Lang's audacity, darkened his expression and declared, Qin Lang, you bear the surname Qin and have yet to change it. You are not inscribed in the Fu family genealogy. Matters of the Fu family do not fall under your purview. Qin Lang responded, we are but a step away from that. Are you truly prepared to oppose me for the sake of an adopted son? Fu Bolun was incensed by his words. You ungrateful wretch. If I do not discipline you today, I am not Fu Bolun. With that, he summoned bodyguards to seize Qin Lang. Following the tumultuous incident at the Fu residence, bodyguards had been arranged. Though they had not been utilized on Fu Xingjian, Qin Lang did not escape their grasp. No matter what Qin Lang said, it was futile. Lacking the prowess of Fu Xingjian, he was swiftly subdued, his arms pinned behind his back, causing him to grimace in pain. Fu Wenjue could not suppress a smirk of schadenfreude. What a despicable scoundrel. Perhaps this is the price of your delight. Not only was Qin Lang restrained, but Fu Bolun also produced a whip. Qin Lang's eyes widened in disbelief as he stared at Fu Bolun. You strike me for the sake of this impostor, Fu Wenjue? Fu Bolun, seething with rage, retorted, I am your father. I shall strike you whenever I choose. With that, he lashed out with the whip. Qin Lang cried out in pain, attempting to flee, but the bodyguards obstructed his path, forcing him back into reach of the whip. I strike you because I wish to. Do I need to provide you with a reason? The whip cracked again and again, eliciting howls of despair from Qin Lang. What began as indignation and curses transformed into cries for mercy as he pleaded. Fu Bolun, however, showed no mercy. His strikes grew increasingly fierce. His typically stern visage now twisted with ferocity. For the position of general manager, he had lost. For the dignity, he had forfeited. For the billions he had gambled away in the stock market. For his authority as a father. Indeed, Qin Lang had incurred the wrath of many. Among the assembled, not a single soul spoke in his defense. They unanimously believed that Qin Lang deserved a lesson. It was fitting and necessary for a father to discipline his own son, until Qin Lang was left bloodied and battered. Fu Wenquan exclaimed, Father, enough. If this continues, something terrible will happen. Fu Bolun's face twisted in disgust, his eyes reflecting the pent-up rage as he lashed out with the whip a few more times before finally relenting. Confiscate his computer and phone. Lock him in his room. He is not to be allowed out. Qin Lang cradled his head, the last flicker of hope he held for his biological parents shattered by Fu Bolun's relentless beating. A tide of hatred engulfed his mind, drowning out all rational thought. At that moment, his most despised adversary was no longer Xingjian. Every member of the Fu family had become his enemy. As Qin Lang was dragged away, he caught the words of Xue Fang, who urged Fu Wenjue to stay. Wenjue, you should remain. I believe he now understands the gravity of his actions and will no longer pursue a vendetta against you. Fu Wenjue's heart soared with joy. However, Xue Fan insisted, Nobuts, listen to your mother. Thus, Fu Wenjue was compelled to remain within the confines of the Fu household. Fu Bolun maintained a stoic expression, offering no objections. Your mother wishes you to stay, so stay you shall. Fu Wenjue was still bound by a marriage contract with the He family. His relationship with He Sui was amicable, and the He family had yet to rescind the engagement, likely due to He Sui's influence. Qin Lang was confined, deprived of his phone and computer, and his injuries remained untreated. After a night passed, feverish and disoriented, Qin Lang found himself in a haze. Previously, during his brief stay at the Fu residence, Xingjian had acquired the phone number of the Fu family's cook, which now proved invaluable. Chapter 76. Domestic Violence? Illegal Detention? I shall send you away. The chef of the Fu family discovered an unfamiliar WeChat account had been added to his phone at some unknown time. Hey bro, could you do me a favor? The portly chef replied. Who are you? Help me with a minor task that is neither illegal nor against any regulations. I can prepay you 100,000, and upon completion, I will provide you with 300,000 more. The chef initially thought it was a joke from an acquaintance who had changed their name. What is it? Please deliver a phone to Qin Lang. The chef's expression turned grave as it dawned upon him that he truly did not recognize this individual. With a monthly salary of 12,000, 40,000 represented 3 years of his earnings. Very well, but you must make the payment first. Account details, please. The chef sent over his bank account information. Transfer 400,000. If he dared to deceive him, he wouldn't just lose his money. He would have to face dire consequences. The chef knew he had to protect his savings. Meanwhile, Qin Lang was suffering, feeling both cold and in pain. Drenched in cold sweat, his mind clouded and overwhelmed. He feared he might perish in this place. Regret washed over him for being so foolish as to follow Fu Wenquan back without any precautions. The chef sought to deliver food and drink to Qin Lang, hoping to slip in the phone. However, he was obstructed by Fu Wenjue. My father is still angry with fifth brother. If you bring him breakfast now, it may only aggravate my father's wrath, leading to further punishment for fifth brother. Upon hearing this, the chef had no choice but to relent. He also began to realize that the seemingly affable young Master Wenjue was not as benevolent as they all assumed. If he feared his father as sire, young Master Wenjue could simply keep it hidden, couldn't he? At present, I cannot deliver it. There are eyes watching. Let me think of a way. If you cannot deliver it by noon, then forget it, replied the stranger. The chef grew anxious. I will definitely get it in. He could not allow the money he had secured to slip away from him. The Fu family will be in disarray this afternoon. At that time, you can quietly hand him the phone. If possible, capture some videos or photos of his injuries. Having collected 400,000, the chef sought to accomplish something tangible. He approached Xue Fong, thinking she might feel some concern as his biological relative. Yet, he was once again halted by Fu Wenjue's arrival. Uncle, has fifth brother expressed hunger? Or has he made any mistakes? Not that I know of. There was complete silence in Qin Lang's room. Fu Wenju hesitated, Maude. It's not that I am against fifth brother, but father has never been this furious before. If fifth brother does not learn a lesson and recognize his faults, I fear he will revert to his old ways upon release, causing further distress and earning another beating. Qin Lang was so detestable that Fu Wenjue could hardly maintain his own persona. He was determined to ensure Qin Lang suffered greatly. He wanted Qin Ju to understand that even though he was not a biological member of the Fu family, he was not someone who could be easily bullied. Upon hearing this, Xue Fong recalled the irksome remarks made by Qin Lang and resolved to disregard him, believing that a few days of hunger would serve as a valuable lesson to awaken him to reality. He had been spoiled by the Qin family. The portly chef, finding himself in a predicament, realized that if matters continued as they were, he would surely offend young Master Wenju. At noon, Xingjian reported the matter. Officer Xia led a team to the Fu residence. Xue Fong initially thought there might be new leads in the study's secret chamber case, but was taken aback to discover that they were being reported. It was alleged that the Fu family had unlawfully confined and harmed Qin Lang. Xue Fong was infuriated to the point of laughter. Qin Lang is my son. Fu Wenju tugged at Xue Fong's sleeve, gently reminding her mother. How could our family possibly harm fifth brother? It's simply inconceivable. Xue Fong, her countenance stern, expressed her dissatisfaction. You neglect to investigate significant cases and instead squander our resources on trivialities. You are wasting the taxpayers' money. Fu Wenju replied, Officer Xia. This is utterly impossible. Xia Chang inquired, where is Qin Lang? Let him come out and clarify. Fu Wenju explained, my fifth brother is a night owl. He hasn't yet awakened. However, Xia interrupted, please do not obstruct official duties. Kindly summon him immediately. If there is nothing amiss, we shall take our leave." Fu Wenju, exasperated, began to protest, "Officer Xia." But Xia produced a pair of silver handcuffs, his gaze firm. Fu Wenju was rendered speechless, feeling thoroughly vexed by their persistence. Xue Feng, incensed, declared, "This is a family matter. There is no need for your interference. If you do not vacate my home, I shall have no choice but to contact your superior." Xia remained resolute in his demand to see Qin Lang. Feeling humiliated, Xue Feng angrily attempted to make a phone call, yet her efforts were in vain as no one answered. Her countenance shifted to one of embarrassment and rage. Despite her objections, Xia was led to Qin Lang's room. The portly chef, motivated by a potential reward of 400,000, followed discreetly, intent on capturing evidence. The situation with Qin Lang was dire. His wounds were untreated, and his clothing clung to him, causing inflammation and an unrelenting fever, leading him to lose consciousness. Officer Xia's expression darkened as he urgently called for assistance. "This is bad. Hurry, get him to the hospital." As several officers hastily carried Qin Lang out, Xue Feng, bewildered, demanded, "What are you doing? Do you intend to abduct him?" Xia, visibly angered, retorted, "His wounds are untreated and he has a high fever." "Are you trying to endanger his life?" Xue Feng, her expression displeased, admonished, "Officer Xia, please watch your language. He is my son. How could I wish for his demise? I had already summoned the family doctor to tend to his wounds last night." Xia insisted, "Let us discuss this once he is safely at the hospital." However, Xue Feng dismissed the severity of an adult man suffering from a fever, insisting, "No, we cannot afford to lose face. If Qin Lang is taken to the hospital, who knows what embarrassment might ensue? Our family cannot bear any further turmoil." Fu Wenju added, "We have our own family doctor. There is no need for the hassle of a hospital visit. We can manage this ourselves." Xia Chong found it challenging to communicate with them and emphasized the gravity of Qin Lang's current condition. He had lost consciousness and was in a perilous state. Xue Feng, her expression resolute, insisted, "I will summon the family doctor to administer an antipyretic injection." Seeing that reason was futile, Xia Chong asserted, "First, we must take him to the hospital." Xue Feng, furious, retorted, "How dare you? If you attempt to take my son to the hospital without my consent today, I will ensure you pay dearly for it tomorrow." Xia Chong waved his hand dismissively, declaring, "I will take full responsibility for any issues that arise." To the hospital. In a daze, Qin Lang faintly heard Xue Feng's words, and fueled by resentment, he managed to lift his heavy eyelids, gazing vaguely in her direction. "Wretched woman." His voice was barely audible due to his weakness. However, Xia Chong caught the words. Truly, they were mother and son, neither of whom was to be trifled with. Ultimately, Qin Lang was forcibly taken to the hospital by Xia Chong and the others. Fu Wenjue wanted to follow, but Xue Feng stopped him. "Where do you think you're going? Is he really going to come harm?" In her fury, Xue Feng was beyond rational thought. She called Fu Buin to inform him that Qin Lang had been taken to the hospital by several individuals in hats, urging him to teach those people a lesson. At that moment, Fu Buin was at his lowest point, his temper unstable. He perceived their lack of respect as a consequence of his recent misfortunes. The more he felt this way, the more he was determined to prove that, even if he was not the general manager of Boyu Media, he was still the eldest son whom Chairman Fu of Fu Group had valued for many years. After making a few calls, he received shocking news. His son, Qin Lang, was in the hospital, fighting for his life. When Fu Buin and Xue Feng hurried to the hospital after learning more details, they found that Qin Lang had already been stabilized. There was no need for Qin Jian to arrange anything further. The first thing Qin Lang did upon regaining consciousness was to report his father, Fu Buin, to the police. Chapter 77. Who would dare to lay a hand on Qin Lang? Such individuals may well be the perpetrators responsible for his demise in a previous life. Xia Chong apprehended Fu Buin at the hospital, charging him with unlawful detention and bodily harm. Fu Buin, infuriated, shouted, "Do you even know who I am? I am the general manager of Game Media. I am a son of Fu Tsang. This is utterly outrageous. Our family is a significant taxpayer in the city. In life, one must inevitably adhere to a set of unspoken rules. Nevertheless, Xiaochong proceeded with the arrest. Prior to this, however, Xingjian had already utilized the influence of Old Master Qin to secure connections. Although Fu Cong was indeed a prominent taxpayer, it was Old Master Qin who held the final word. The only individual capable of contending with Old Master Qin in such matters was Fu Cong, not his son, Fu Bolun. Unable to prevent Xiaochong from making the arrest, Xue Fong instead unleashed her fury upon Qin Lang. "You beast! How could you report your father to the authorities?" Xue Fong trembled with rage, swinging her handbag toward Qin Lang. "Are you still even human? You ungrateful wretch! I should just end your life." Weak and feeble, Qin Lang summoned a surge of defiance. Seizing the handbag, she hurled and casting it to the ground. "I nearly lost my life at his hands. What is wrong with reporting him? You show me no compassion, yet expect loyalty in return?" Despite her disdain, upon hearing news of Qin Lang's critical condition in the hospital, Xue Fong felt a flicker of anxiety. Regardless of her feelings, he remained her biological son. Yet, as she gazed upon Qin Lang lying on a hospital bed, she felt no trace of concern, only loathing and rage, wishing fervently that she had never given him life. "Had I known you would turn out to be such an ungrateful wretch, I should have terminated the pregnancy, to spare the family from disgrace." Bloodshot in his eyes, Qin Lang retorted with a mocking tone, "You should direct your anger at Fu Bolun. Had he merely shot at the wall back then, we would not be in this predicament today." Xue Fong was nearly driven to faint from fury, her body swaying perilously. Fu Wenjue rushed over, supporting her. "Mom, what is the matter? Are you all right?" Upon seeing her son, whom she had raised, Xue Fong felt a flicker of hope. "That beast reported your father to the authorities." Fu Wenjue looked at Qin Lang in disbelief, astonished that he could commit such an unthinkable act. "Fifth brother, no matter how much you resent our father for his actions, you cannot air our family's dirty laundry for the world to see." His words struck a chord with Xue Fong. Family shame should remain concealed. It was something even children understood, yet this adult seemed oblivious. "Wenjue, what shall we do now? They have publicly taken your father away. How will he face anyone afterward?" Fu Wenjue's countenance darkened. "Mom, it is not as dire as it seems. As long as fifth brother clarifies that this is a misunderstanding, father will be released." Xue Fong, though aware of this, was blinded by her anger. She immediately turned to Qin Lang, urging, "Hurry, go to the police station and explain everything. Just say it has nothing to do with your father. Quickly bring him back. Do not speak of Qin Lang's current frailty and the pain that courses through his body, leaving him unable to rise from his sickbed. Even if he could, he would never venture to the police station to extricate someone who desires his demise. After being beaten by Xingjian, the latter would still arrange for a doctor to tend to his wounds, even had he plunged a dagger into the old man's side, nearly bringing about his death. The old man would merely have cast him out without further repercussions. In contrast, upon returning home, his life plummeted to an abyss, nearly costing him his life at the hands of his biological father. With unwavering resolve, Qin Lang declared, "I shall not go." His unequivocal statement left Xue Fong choking on a surge of indignation. "You must go. You will go." To Qin Lang's astonishment, she seemed intent on dragging him from his hospital bed to the police station to secure Fu Bolun's release. Fu Wenjue hastily intervened. "Mother, please do not rush. Fifth brother is not unreasonable. We can have a calm discussion with him." He then gently assisted Qin Lang back onto the bed, who had been half pulled from it by Xue Fong. "Fifth brother, I understand your anger towards father for striking you and for keeping me at home. I swear, as soon as father returns, I will leave this household. Should I go back on my word, may I be forsaken by all." Qin Lang regarded him impassively, listening to his oath as though it were a mere jest. "You dare negotiate terms with me? Do you believe you hold any significance here?" Xue Fong's heart ached with tears. At that moment, she loathed Qin Lang intensely, lamenting why Wenjue could not be her biological son. Fu Wenjue felt a deep sense of humiliation. While he had schemed against Qin Lang, he had no desire to drag the entire Fu family into turmoil. If the Fu family's main branch were to suffer misfortune, what good could possibly come to him as an adopted son? Had he known Qin Lang to be so devoid of sense, he would not have hindered others from delivering him food and medicine. Fifth brother. If unscrupulous media were to learn of Father S' arrest at the police station, they would concoct all sorts of chaos. The company's stock would undoubtedly plummet, impacting our family significantly. Grandfather is already dissatisfied with father. If this situation were to adversely affect the company's shares and the opinions of other directors regarding father, it may become exceedingly difficult for him to return. You are no longer a member of the Qin family. While you were with the Qin family, the old man had only you as a grandson. But the Fu family is different. You are a member of the Fu family's main branch. Father may indeed have you as his sole son, yet grandfather has more than one son, and many cousins abound. Should father falter, only a few uncles would rejoice. As father's only son, what advantages could you possibly expect? Xuefeng nodded emphatically, unable to refrain from rebuking. Listen closely to Wenjue's words and learn from him. At your age, how can you not discern right from wrong, yet insist on opposing him? Qin Lang's resolve wavered slightly, yet Xuefeng's words extinguished any flicker of hope. Fu Wenjue, witnessing this, feared the worst. Even if you lack affection for your family, you cannot act against your own interests. You and the Fu family's main branch are bound together. When one flourishes, all flourish, and when one falters, all will fall. Qin Lang pressed the bell. When the nurse arrived, he requested her to expel the two visitors. Xuefeng, in a fit of anger, hurled insults, while Wenju lamented that speaking to them was akin to playing music to a cow. What benefit do you gain from bringing disgrace and misfortune upon your father? The nurse urgently interjected. The patient is weak and requires rest. It would be best if you both left for now. After being ushered out, Qin Lang succumbed to a faint sleep. In the bedside cabinet lay a phone, smuggled in by the rotund chef, equipped with a monitoring app installed by Xingjian. As long as the device was powered on, he could remotely activate the app to eavesdrop on the unfolding events. His interest did not stem from mere curiosity or a desire to witness the misfortunes of the Fu family. Rather, the current incarnation of Qin Lang was, in essence, Xingjian himself. He intended to use Qin Lang as a means to scrutinize the Fu family members. Who among them harbored murderous intent toward Qin Lang? Who among them would dare to act against him? Such individuals could potentially be the ones responsible for his demise in a past life. After listening to Xuefeng and her son berate Qin Lang, Xingjian felt a renewed sense of relief at not being ensnared in the quagmire of the Fu family once more. Had it not been for his swift decision to report the Fu family under his real name and to enlist the assistance of the esteemed Elder Qin, Qin Lang might very well have met his end. Xingjian meticulously copied the surveillance footage from the Fu household, frame by frame, in search of vital clues. Chapter 78. The abscess must eventually be lanced. In the surveillance footage, as Qin Lang endured the beating, Xingjian scrutinized multiple camera angles. During this ordeal, Fu Buluan's countenance was one of fury, utterly disregarding Qin Lang's pleas for mercy, as if he were not chastising his own flesh and blood. Zooming in on Fu Buluan's grotesque visage, Xingjian analyzed the myriad emotions reflected therein: disappointment, rage, misplaced blame, and a need for catharsis. With an impassive expression, Xingjian shifted his focus to the others present. The entire Fu family was in attendance, yet not a single soul intervened, nor did anyone utter a word of counsel. Initially, he magnified the image of Fu Wenjue, whose half-lowered face betrayed a sinister delight in Qin Lang's suffering, his gaze far from benevolent. Xuefeng, as Qin Lang's biological mother, stood by like a detached observer, her demeanor cold and unfeeling. Fu Wenquan wore a frown, embodying the sentiment of disappointment. Fu Wenhui's countenance reflected extreme disdain, her eyes fixed on Fu Buan and the beleaguered Qin Lang, wishing fervently for Qin Lang's demise. Fu Wenxue and Fu Wenhua wore expressions that screamed he deserves it. Fu Wenhua, terrified, cowered behind them, covering her ears in fear. As the violence escalated against Qin Lang, sympathy remained a scarce commodity. No one bothered to plead with Fu Buluan. After Qin Lang was injured, Xuefeng did indeed instruct Fu Wenquan to summon a doctor to tend to Qin Lang's wounds. However, Fu Wenquan deemed it more pressing to console the enraged Fu Buluan and retreated to the study instead. She delegated the task of calling the family physician to Fu Wenhui. Disinterested in Qin Lang's plight and eager to return to her marital home, Fu Wenhui passed the responsibility to Fu Wenhua. Fu Wenhua, needing to accompany the frightened Fu Wenyue upstairs to rest, entrusted the matter to Fu Wenxue. Fu Wengsu, busy preparing bird's nest soup for the irate Xue Fong in the kitchen, casually mentioned it to Fu Wenjue. Fu Wenjue hesitated momentarily in her assent, but ultimately continued upstairs as if she hadn't heard. A night passed without anyone tending to Qin Lang's injuries. The following day, a plump cook, under Qin Jin's directive, was to deliver meals to Qin Lang, along with a mobile phone for communication. However, Fu Wenjue intercepted him, preventing the delivery. The cook sought out Xue Fong, only to be thwarted again by the ever-watchful Fu Wenjue. Thus, after Qin Lang's beating, by a series of unfortunate events, he remained without medical attention, deprived of sustenance, teetering on the brink of death. At present, Fu Wenjue appeared to be the one with the most significant motive and suspicion. The others. Qin Jin massaged his temples. Qin Lang's current predicament was markedly different from his past. Back then, the inhabitants of the Fu family's ancestral home were oblivious to Fu Wenjue's lineage. Although he possessed no extraordinary qualities, he believed he had been sincere and had wronged them not. Whether it was Fu Wenjue or the others, if they wished for him not to return to the Fu family, it seemed illogical to have toyed with him for 6 years only to eliminate him just before his return. What transpired over the 3 years that led them to alter their stance? Beyond Fu Wenjue's inherently antagonistic position, the motivations of the others would stem from a desire for greater gains, which ultimately derived from Fu Wenjue herself. They can derive greater benefits from Fu Wenjue. Qin Jin inscribed Fu Wenjue's name on a piece of paper, pondering the sources of the advantages Fu Wenjue could offer. He subsequently wrote down Fu Buluan's name. As Fu Buluan's only son, the benefits Fu Wenjue received stemmed from Fu Buluan, whose advantages, in turn, originated from the elder Mr. Fu. Thus, Qin Jin noted the elder Mr. Fu's name as well. Methodically, Qin Jin constructed a mind map, even considering Qi Qinglu. Ultimately, he circled Fu Wenjue repeatedly. From every individual and every angle, it was evident that the greatest beneficiary of his demise would be Fu Wenjue. Qin Jin circled the names of Fu Wenjue's several patrons, recognizing that the members of the Fu family served as Fu Wenjue's support, which he intended to dismantle one by one. Additionally, there was He Sui, Fu Wenjue's childhood sweetheart and fiancé. Qin Jin contacted Na Shun, an acquaintance from his former part-time delivery job. Na Shun was a veteran, a reconnaissance soldier, currently employed, but earning some extra income on the side. After deciding to start a company, Qin Jin had gathered trustworthy and capable individuals he met during his previous part-time endeavors into a group, forming his initial ensemble. He utilized Na Shun as a lower-tier version of Wu Yi, assigning him to monitor Qi Qinglu's movements. As anticipated, shortly after Qi Qinglu was expelled from university, she became entangled with Fu Wenjue, residing in a house near his school. When Fu Wenjue was not at home, he was not residing on campus as claimed, but rather living in the vicinity. Fu Wenjue and Qi Qinglu had been cohabiting, and Na Shun captured numerous photographs. Qin Jin had already sent these images to He Sui. He Sui indeed received the photographs, most of which depicted Fu Wenjue and Qi Qinglu sharing laughter and intimacy. In the early morning, Qi Qinglu was seen escorting Fu Wenjue to school, both reluctant to part. They were also seen shopping together at the supermarket, with several images showing Qi Qinglu selecting underwear and purchasing a raincoat for Fu Wenjue. Additionally, there were candid shots taken through the window, revealing Fu Wenjue seated on the sofa while Qi Qinglu perched on his lap. He Sui's expression soured. She found it hard to believe the authenticity of the images. However, the addresses on the back compelled her to investigate further. Upon arriving at the location, Na Shun sent a photograph to Qin Jin. Na Shun, are you coming to witness the spectacle? Qin Jin, lacking interest, replied, there is nothing entertaining about the antics of two women. Fu Wenjue was preoccupied with seeking the elder Mr. Fu's assistance for Fu Buluan, leaving him no time to visit Qi Qinglu. Na Shun expressed surprise. She just left. Judging by the time, she hasn't entered. Qin Jin inquired, what? Na Shun responded. She drove away. Xingjian remarked. Let her leave. There's no hurry. The festering wound will eventually be lanced. Na Shun suggested. Since Fu Wenjue is pursuing your childhood sweetheart, why not reciprocate with his? I reckon his sweetheart is superior to yours. You wouldn't be at a loss. Xingjian retorted. Get lost. I have a wife. Na Shun pressed. When shall I meet your sister-in-law? Xingjian replied. She is busy with her career and often stays abroad. What Xingjian did not anticipate was that in the morning, He Sui had sought out Qi Qinglu without success, and in the afternoon, He Sui came to him, requesting a meeting. Upon receiving He Sui's call, he was indeed taken aback. After agreeing to meet at a CAF, Xingjian learned that He Sui had acquired his contact information from Fu Wenquan. Although he maintained an indifferent demeanor towards the women of the Fu family and Qi Qinglu, he held a favorable impression of He Sui, having encountered her only a few times in his previous life. He had believed the Fu family to be in ruins. Perceiving He Sui as the daughter of a wealthy family, her unwavering loyalty to Fu Wenjue had earned his respect. Furthermore, during their last encounter in his former life, He Sui had uttered some ambiguous remarks that now seemed to suggest she had begun to doubt the relationship between Fu Wenjue and Qi Qinglu. At that time, it appeared that He Sui had been cautioning him not to place too much trust in Fu Wenjue. Chapter 79. We share neither affection nor obligation. Please be informed thus. Xingjian arrived punctually, a mere 15 minutes early. Upon reaching the CAF, he discovered that He Sui had already arrived. She was adorned in the same white collared shirt dress from the morning, her slender figure complemented by long, straight black hair and a delicate oval face with single eyelids, exhibiting an elegant and distinctive beauty. Unlike the haughty demeanor often associated with affluent young women, she exuded a gentle charm, imbued with an air of literary sophistication. Compared to Qi Qinglu, she may lack the striking impact that captivates at first glance, yet she possessed a subtle allure that revealed itself the more one beheld her. Xingjian was not particularly surprised by He Sui's early arrival. He understood her current mood well, having experienced it himself. It seems I have arrived late, he remarked with a hint of resignation as he took his seat. He Sui attempted to muster a polite smile, but her lips merely twitched without forming a smile. You're not late. I arrived early, she replied. The waiter, having noted their presence, approached to inquire about their orders. Xingjian casually ordered a cup of Blue Mountain coffee. What would you like? He asked. I'll have an iced Americano, He Sui replied. After the waiter departed, an uncomfortable silence enveloped them until he returned with their coffees. Although Xingjian had encountered He Sui a few times in his previous life, they had not met in this lifetime until now, having only exchanged introductions over the phone prior to this meeting. I wonder what brings Miss He to seek my company, he inquired, aware that the turmoil surrounding the Fu family had been rampant online. As the future daughter-in-law of the Fu family, He Sui was keenly interested in these developments. Through Fu Wenjue, she had gleaned considerable insight into the truth concerning the 2-year stay of the Fu siblings at Xingjian's residence. Given their differing positions, He Sui naturally leaned towards Fu Wenjue, harboring a strong aversion towards Xingjian, whom she perceived as lacking refinement and possessing a propensity for violence. She had witnessed firsthand the moment when Fu Wenjue had nearly suffered a broken nose at his hands. Thus, finding herself alone with Xingjian, whose temper was notoriously fierce, she felt an undeniable tension. He Sui pressed her lips together and placed the photographs she had received concerning Fu Wenjue and Qi Qinglu on the table, sliding them towards Xingjian. Although Xingjian had already seen these images, he feigned interest, examining them one by one. He Sui scrutinized his reactions, attempting to discern whether he was the one who had sent these photographs to her, especially considering Qi Qinglu was his childhood sweetheart. Yet the Xingjian before her was unlike the one she had imagined. His demeanor was unsettlingly calm, so much so that she wondered if he had always been aware of the connection between the two or if he had simply ceased to care for Qi Qinglu. After reviewing the photographs, Xingjian remarked, I have seen these images. If you expect me to keep Qi Qinglu in check. He slammed the stack of photographs onto the table. I cannot, for I have been separated from her for over a month. Upon seeing the photographs, He Sui's first instinct was to question their authenticity, suspecting they might be fabricated. Having grown up alongside Fu Wenjue, and with the Fu and he families maintaining a cordial relationship. She found it difficult to fathom that her caring and considerate fiancé could be the same man depicted as two-timing in the photographs. Do you not doubt the veracity of these images? She asked. Qi Qingolf is also your fiancé. Upon seeing these photographs, do you harbor any doubts about whether there has been a misunderstanding regarding her? Xingjian. There is no need for doubt. I am well aware of their clandestine dealings. Hisu's expression instantly shifted, her pent-up grievances and accusations deflating like a punctured balloon. Yet, her tone remained laden with skepticism. You see, Xingjian, after all, the young master of the Fu family has resided under my very nose for quite some time. My eyes are not blind. Hisu's complexion paled, and she stubbornly insisted, I know you do not like him. You believe the Fu siblings have deceived you. Thus, in your eyes, he is such a person. But I am different. Having grown up with him, I am well aware of how he treats me. He would never act in such a manner. He merely regards you as his fifth brother and Qi Qingolf as his fifth sister-in-law, watching over your fiancé in your stead. In moments of anxiety and insecurity, one tends to speak excessively. Xingjian regarded her with some sympathy. The poor girl, encountering a person like Fu Wenjue, was indeed unfortunate. Emotional blades are only effective against those who feel they are lethal. His profound enlightenment was bought at the cost of his life. Hisu would not reach the shore without experiencing the pain of dismemberment. There is no turning back. Hisu is no fool. She could perceive the sympathetic gaze in Xingjian's eyes. She despised such a look. On what grounds did he regard her with such pity? The more she attempted to regain her composure, the more her emotions spiraled out of control, tears shimmering in her eyes, yet her gaze remained stubbornly defiant, reminiscent of a little girl. Do you believe Qi Qingolf is more beautiful than I? Or do you think she excels in ways I do not? Perhaps you consider her more understanding than I? Xingjian regarded her coolly. You possess greater beauty than Qi Qingolf. You surpass her in all respects. And you also exhibit greater self-respect and self-love. Hisu blinked, a single tear cascading down her cheek. Since you hold that opinion, the photographs must be false. Our bond of over a decade, even if he were to develop feelings for another, would never lead him to deceive me. We would part ways with dignity. Xingjian silently observed her. What if I were to help you prove the events depicted in the photographs to be true? Hisu was taken aback, her lips parting, yet no sound emerging. Xingjian sipped his coffee, the once gentle warmth in his gaze replaced by a chilling sharpness devoid of fatigue. Consider this coffee my treat. Farewell. Xingjian rose to leave. Wait. Hisu rushed to the CAF entrance, grasping Xingjian's arm as he attempted to exit. Wait. Xingjian, maintaining an impassive demeanor, extricated his wrist. Miss He, do you have further instructions? Hisu clenched her teeth. I wish to know. Xingjian deliberately inquired. What is it you wish to know? Hisu thought this man truly wicked. I want to know if what they have is real. Xingjian, hands in pockets, regarded her with a scornful gaze. There is no free lunch. Should you wish to uncover the truth from me, it will come at a price. Hisua instinctively stepped back a few paces, a hint of wariness flickering in his eyes as he blurted out. What do you intend to do? I have no interest in you. Fu Wenjue spoke of Xingjian as someone with a profound sense of vengeance. Hisua feared that Xingjian, feeling aggrieved by Fu Wenjue's usurpation of his childhood sweetheart, would retaliate by attempting to take Fu Wenjue's own betrothed. Xingjian's expression darkened. I am married. Thank you. Under the weight of Xingjian's incredulous gaze, Hisua's face flushed crimson as he lowered his head, murmuring an apology. Xingjian, unperturbed by such trivial matters, remarked that it was not difficult for Hisua to clarify things for himself. However, if he sought the truth from him, he must agree to one condition. What condition? Hisua inquired. If you learn the truth from me, you must break off your engagement with Fu Wenjue, Xingjian stated. But what if he truly has not? Hisua began, only to be interrupted. There are no what-ifs in this matter. Hisua, agitated, retorted, What if? Must there be no possibility at all? Do you never make mistakes? Xingjian was at a loss for words. Even if such a possibility existed, what then? Hisua fixed his gaze on Xingjian. Then you must apologize to both me and Wenju. But before he could finish, Xingjian turned on his heel and walked away, clearly fed up with the futility of the conversation. In a state of desperation, Hisua seized his arm once more, exclaiming, "Wait, you must apologize to me. Surely you can do that." Xingjian shook off her grasp, stating, "I share no bond with you, nor do I have any obligation. I hope you understand that." Hisua had previously overlooked Xingjian's irritable temperament, perceiving him instead as calm and composed, unlike the violent man Fu Wenju had described. Now, however, she recognized the truth. Whether or not he was truly violent was uncertain, but his disdain was unmistakable. After all, she was a beautiful woman. Countless men before her had been charming or impeccably gentlemanly. None had ever shown her such blatant disregard. Chapter 80. The Attitude of Dependence. Thus, Hisui followed Xingjian into his car. Hisui inquired, "Where are we headed?" Xingjian replied, "To my home." Hisui widened her eyes, her thoughts momentarily stifled by the fear of provoking his anger, leaving her speechless. After a brief silence, she pouted, uncertain of what to say. From the rearview mirror, Xingjian perceived her unease but chose to remain indifferent. 40 minutes later, Xingjian drove into the Villa District on Yuhua Road. Hisui finally relaxed her grip on her phone, for she was familiar with this area. The Fu family resided here. To her surprise, she realized that Xingjian also lived in this vicinity. Could it be true, as Fu Wenjue had mentioned, that he was being supported by someone? "Is it appropriate for you to bring me here?" Hisui contemplated, recalling Xingjian's earlier mention of his marriage. She added cautiously, "Will your wife not be upset?" Xingjian grasped the implication of her words, pondering what there was to be upset about. "She is not Qi Qinglu," he retorted. "Wang Ma, this is my client. Please attend to her." He then instructed Hisui, "Please wait a moment while I fetch my laptop upstairs." Hisui nodded eagerly and, after watching Xingjian ascend the stairs, began to observe her surroundings. Upon reaching the upper floor, Xingjian leisurely retrieved his laptop from the space. Intruding on someone else's surveillance is illegal, and he intended to act as a law-abiding citizen outside his home. Within the confines of his residence, however, he could afford to dismiss the matter, as he would not acknowledge it. When Hisui saw him returning downstairs with the laptop, she was puzzled about its purpose. Was the evidence contained within? Xingjian gestured for Hisui to join him at the table. As he opened the laptop, his fingers danced across the keyboard, inputting various codes with remarkable speed. 20 minutes passed, and Hisui's eyes began to blur, yet she remained silent, unable to inquire about his activities. It appeared rather impressive. Finally, Xingjian pressed a few keys, declaring done. The screen illuminated with a live feed from a surveillance camera situated in a living room. Hisui, utterly bewildered, queried, "What am I meant to see here?" Before she could finish her sentence, a figure emerged on the screen. Qi Qinglu. Instantly, Hisui tensed, her gaze fixed on a laptop screen. Meanwhile, Xingjian stepped in the bathroom to make a call, instructing that Shun find a way to break Qi Qinglu's window and lure Fu Wenjue back. After Hisui had departed Fu Wenjue's residence that morning, Xingjian had directed Shun to lead Qi Qinglu outside while discreetly installing hidden cameras and listening devices in her living room. He had even contemplated having Shun install a camera in their bedroom, envisioning a scandalous montage that would grant them notoriety across other realms. However, upon mentioning the idea, Shun had refused. After all, to others, these two were merely a pair of moral transgressors betraying him. Hisui discerned the reality. What was displayed on Xingjian's computer was live surveillance, not mere video clips. Regardless of how Xingjian achieved this, it was evident that Qi Qinglu was alone at home. "What do you wish for me to see? Surely, you do not expect me to wait here for Fu Wenjue to arrive?" Xingjian replied, "You shan't have to wait long." A chill settled within Hisui. Soon after, the window on the balcony was shattered. The surveillance captured the sound of shattering glass, startling Qi Qinglu. To her dismay, she discovered that someone had spat on her window. Rushing to the balcony, she glimpsed an irate woman below, hurling insults. "You little vixen, come out. With your alluring skills, why not entice a young man? Why are you after my elderly husband? Are you drawn to his balding head, or are you seeking something else?" Qi Qinglu, still reeling from the shattered glass, found herself the target of the woman's tirade. Once she regained her composure, she retorted, "Are you out of your mind? Who knows your husband? Who has seduced him?" The woman, hands on her hips, angrily shot back, "You may not know me, but do you dare say you don't recognize my husband?" Observing the woman's ordinary attire, Qi Qinglu thought, what kind of respectable man could such a woman have? Feeling insulted, she demanded, "Open your eyes and see. Am I truly the person you seek?" The woman, seething with rage, exclaimed, "It's you. It's you. Even if you turned to ashes, I would still recognize you. You shameless little vixen." Enraged, Qi Qinglu dialed the police. The woman, undeterred, faced the officer with indifference. For a reward of 10,000 yuan, she would gladly endure a few days in jail. When officer had arrived, Qi Qinglu, both furious and aggrieved, called Fu Wenjue, pleading for him to return at once, as she felt utterly victimized. Fu Wenjue was with Fu Wanquan at the ancestral home, trying to persuade old Master Fu to intervene and secure Fu Buluan's release. However, their efforts were in vain. Old Master Fu was deeply disappointed in Fu Buluan's recent behavior. Although Qin Lang lacked wisdom and acted impulsively, he was still his only son, raised by Old Master Qin. Despite the circumstances, Old Master Fu felt it inappropriate to be too harsh, considering their shared history. Although the Fu and Qin families had little prior interaction, this incident provided an opportunity to strengthen their ties if handled well. Yet, what had Fu Buluan done? He had squandered a golden opportunity, unable to even pacify a child, leading to discontent during the board meeting, leaving him utterly humiliated. The principles of self-cultivation, family management, and governance were all neglected. How could he hope to manage the Fu group effectively? Old Master Fu intended for Fu Buluan to reflect on his misdeeds while in custody. Nevertheless, he suppressed news of Fu Buluan's arrest. Otherwise, the stock price of Bo Media would plummet. After leaving the ancestral home, Fu Wenjue received a tearful call from Qi Qinglu. Fu Wanquan, nearby, noticed Fu Wenjue's discomfort as he turned away to take the call. "What has happened?" Qi Qinglu, in a state of shame and indignation, relayed her plight, crying, "You must come back quickly. They're bullying me, a mere girl." Furrowing his brow, Fu Wenjue replied, "Wait for me. I will return at once." Fu Wanquan inquired, "Whose call was that?" Fu Wenjue replied, "It was the school calling. My professor needs to speak with me." Although Fu Wanquan distinctly heard the sound of a girl weeping, she chose not to confront him, saying, "You should hurry then." Fu Wenjue hastily departed, and as Fu Wanquan gazed at his retreating figure, a realization struck her. "Wenjue, today, Sui Sui called looking for me." Fu Wenjue responded, "Sister, I'm in a rush. I will ask Sui Sui myself later." Seeing his urgency, Fu Wanquan refrained from pressing further. She was puzzled as to why He Sui would seek out Qin Jian's phone number. Meanwhile, He Sui was at Qin Jian's home, engrossed in the live broadcast. As Qin Jian had mentioned, He Sui soon awaited Fu Wenjue's arrival. Uncle Hat and Annie were both in the living room. When Fu Wenjue returned, Qi Qinglu leapt into his arms, sobbing, "You're finally back. They've all been picking on me, a little girl." Onkel hat luokit zomavat speechless. He had merely been inquiring about the situation, hardly engaging in any form of bullying against her. After Fu Wenjue's identity was unveiled, many of his friends altered their perceptions of him. Following the numerous incidents surrounding the Fu family, the attitudes of its members towards him had also shifted. He felt a mix of indignation and resentment. Qi Qinglu's reliance on him, her belief that she could not manage without him, stirred a tumult of emotions within him. Chapter 81. A few words from you are worth a decade of learning. It was evident that the matter could have been clarified with just a few words. Yet Qi Qinglu insisted on waiting for Fu Wenjue to intervene on her behalf. Once it was established that Qi Qinglu did not know the elderly gentleman from the aunt's household, the broken glass needed compensation, along with administrative penalties. He Sui Hong's eyes, filled with fury, remained fixated on the surveillance footage of Fu Wenjue and Qi Qinglu's intertwined fingers. Initially, she had sought to rationalize Fu Wenjue's actions, convincing herself that Qi Qinglu's affection was unrequited. She could even delude herself into believing that Fu Wenjue's embrace of Qi Qinglu was merely an act of consolation, as the latter was in tears. After all, it was only natural for a man to offer comfort. But what a fool she was! He Sui's teeth clenched tightly as she retrieved her phone to dial Fu Wenjue. In the surveillance video, Fu Wenjue had just seen off the police when her phone began to ring. Upon hearing that distinctive ringtone, he instantly recognized who was calling. Here he opened the door he had just shut and stepped outside to answer Hisui's call. Hello, Sui. Hisui replied. Why did it take you so long to answer? Shouldn't you be free today? Fu Wenjue did not respond directly to her inquiry. Instead, he expressed concern, asking, What happened to your voice? It sounds hoarse. Are you coming down with something? His usual attentiveness and thoughtfulness, however, sent a chill through Hisui, causing a shiver to run down her spine. Xingjian observed coldly. Should Hisui's words stray towards the surveillance footage, he would promptly confiscate her phone. Hisui felt a pang in her gums, slightly congested. Fu Wenjue, visibly worried, asked, Is it serious? Have you visited the infirmary? Have you taken any medicine? With a hint of nasal congestion, Hisui replied, I'm fine. And you? Where are you right now? Fu Wenjue chuckled. Where else would I be? I'm at school. Hisui responded, I'm currently at the entrance of your school. Come and pick me up. Fu Wenjue hesitated, his voice tinged with urgency. Why are you at our school? Is something wrong? Hisui retorted, Can I visit you if nothing is wrong? Since you're at school, come and meet me at the entrance. Fu Wenjue replied, Sui, I'm sorry, but I'm not at school. Where are you then? Hisui pressed. Fu Wenjue's tone turned somber. I'm dealing with matters concerning my father. He hit Qin Lang, and Qin Lang reported him to the police. Xingjian planned to wait until Qin Lang was in a better position to confront the Fu family before revealing the situation. Hence, the issues involving Fu Buin and Qin Lang were effectively suppressed, remaining unknown to anyone outside their circle unless someone specifically inquired. Hisui was oblivious to this. She had not pursued the details concerning his father. So, where are you handling your uncle's affairs? Fu Wenjue asked in surprise. Sui, what's wrong? Are you looking for me? Hisui insisted. I just want to know where you are. Is it so difficult for you to share? Fu Wenjue's voice was tinged with sorrow. Do you know? Once you begin to doubt, I am already guilty in my heart. Hisui hung up the phone abruptly and immediately initiated a video call, but Fu Wenjue frowned and rejected it. He promptly dialed Fu Wenquan. Sister, you mentioned that Sui called you earlier? Fu Wenquan replied, Yes, she called me this morning. Fu Wenjue inquired, What did she say to you? Fu Wenquan responded, She asked for Xingjian's contact information. Fu Wenjue's alarm heightened. You didn't truly give her Xingjian's number, did you? Fu Wenquan replied, He did. I don't see the harm in it. Fu Wenju exclaimed, Sister, you know how much Xingjian despises us, and how he misunderstands my relationship with Shaoqing. If Sui approaches Xingjian, he will undoubtedly speak ill of me in her presence. Fu Wenquan suggested, Should I explain this to Sui? Fu Wenju, clearly irritated, retorted, No need. I will handle it myself. After ending the call, he immediately returned a call to Hisui. Before she could utter a word, Fu Wenjue launched into a tirade. Now I understand why you doubt me. Have you been in contact with Xingjian? Did I not inform you of our discord? I once believed he was my fifth brother, which is why I tolerated him and avoided conflict. The truth is, Qin Lang is my true fifth brother. As for Xingjian, I would rather keep my distance. Why do you insist on approaching him? Hisui could not help but cast a glance at Xingjian, who was watching her with a mocking smile that left her feeling flustered, her cheeks burning. He hasn't said anything to me, she quickly defended. Fu Wenjue, unconvinced and increasingly agitated, retorted, If he hasn't spoken ill of me, then why is your demeanor towards me so peculiar today? Sui, you have never doubted me before, nor would you ever let an outsider cast suspicion on me. Who am I? Who is he? I am your childhood sweetheart and fiancé, while he is merely a pretty face living off others. Hisui, unable to endure his tirade any longer, interrupted, Enough. Do not speak ill of others behind their backs. Fu Wenjue's heart sank. I'm not speaking ill of him. I am merely stating the truth. Hisui retorted, This is a matter between us, not about him. I only ask, where are you right now? Before he could respond, she added, If you do not disclose it, we might as well break up. Fu Wenjue was incredulous, exclaiming, Hisui, have you lost your mind? You would end our relationship over a few words from Xingjian? Hisui's face flushed with anger. What does this have to do with Xingjian? I am demanding to know where you are. Is there some secret you cannot share? If it weren't for Qin Jian's constant threatening gaze warning me against mentioning the surveillance, I would have been forthright. Fu Wenjue, with an unwavering demeanor, insisted that there was nothing shameful which he could not disclose. Given this, he felt no obligation to conceal the truth from Qin Jian. Previously, in pursuit of a more comfortable life, Qin Jian had forsaken his childhood betrothed. In his attempts to please his benefactor, he utterly tarnished her reputation, leading to her expulsion from university and leaving her destitute and homeless. At the time, I believe he was akin to my fifth brother. Although I was not born of my parents, they had raised me and bestowed upon me their kindness, which instilled in me a sense of duty to assist him in his aftermath. I rented an apartment near the university for his fiancée, E, to reside in. Today, when she encountered difficulties, I happened to be returning to the campus from home and decided to check on her. I have clarified my position. Are you now satisfied? Upon finishing my words, Fu Wenjue angrily terminated the call, appearing as though he had been deeply hurt by He Sui. Chapter 82. Disgusting enough to unite, He Sui held her phone, her expression contemplative. Had she truly misjudged Fu Wenjue? Their years of affection encompassed not merely romantic love, but also the familial and friendly bonds forged through their shared upbringing. Clinging to even the faintest glimmer of hope, she yearned for a reversal of fate. She glanced at Qin Jian, eager to hear his perspective. Qin Jian offered no explanation, his gaze fixated on the surveillance footage. At that moment, Fu Wenjue entered from outside. Qi Qinglu was busy cleaning up shards of glass on the balcony. Fu Wenjue settled onto the sofa, his brow furrowed, an expression grim. Suddenly, a startled cry erupted from the balcony. Fu Wenjue turned to see Qi Qinglu had cut her hand while handling the large pieces of glass. Rushing over, he exclaimed, "Qinglu, are you all right?" He gently placed her hand in his mouth, visibly concerned. Qin Jian shot He Sui a sidelong glance, a smirk playing on his lips as he remarked, "He certainly seems to care for my former fiancée." He Sui's complexion alternated between pale and flushed, regardless of her internal turmoil. The surveillance footage unfolded like a live broadcast, revealing everything. Qi Qinglu nestled tenderly against him, saying, "You scared me today. If you and T come back, I would T have known what to do." Fu Wenjue, cradling her in his arms, softened his demeanor, assuring her, "Don't be afraid. I'm here." He added, "You need to worry about this. I'll take care of it later." He effortlessly lifted Qi Qinglu and carried her into the living room, placing her gently on the sofa. Qin Jian raised an eyebrow, puzzled. "Isn't she injured only on her finger? One might think she hurt her toe." He Sui fixed her gaze intently on the couple in the footage. On screen, Fu Wenjue applied a band-aid to Qi Qinglu's injury. "When will you seek out Qin Jian?" he asked. Qi Qinglu replied, "We're currently in a Cold War. I don't wish to see him." Outside the monitor, He Sui couldn't help but glance at Qin Jian, noting that he didn't appear to be embroiled in a Cold War with Qi Qinglu. With an impassive expression, Qin Jian advised, "Focus on the footage. Don't look at me." He Sui redirected her attention to the screen once more. Fu Wenjue continued, "He spoke ill of me in front of my fiancée, E, today, leading her to question me for quite some time." Qi Qinglu, feeling a twinge of jealousy at the mention of his fiancée, E, countered, "If she truly loves you, she wouldn't doubt you. If she does doubt you, I'm not saying she doesn't love you, just that her affection isn't as profound." Fu Wenjue replied, "Let us not discuss her. Has Qin Jian not made an effort to seek you out? He wouldn't seriously consider leaving you, would he?" Qi Qinglu's confidence shone through as she asserted, "If he truly were a son of the Fu family, there might be a chance. However, he is an orphan. Aside from me, he has no family. Sooner or later, he will come to me, humbled and apologetic." Fu Wenjue chuckled softly, offering no rebuttal. He had spent 2 years with Qin Jian. Had Qin Jian not discovered the truth of his lineage, Fu Wenjue was certain he would have maintained his control over him. Thus, he believed in Qi Qinglu's words. "However, I heard from my sister that the woman who supports Qin Jian is quite extraordinary and remarkably beautiful. They all find it hard to believe that such a woman would be interested in him. Aren't you afraid that Qin Jian might never return to you?" Qi Qinglu was somewhat taken aback, but did not dwell on it. She half-jokingly probed Fu Wenjue's sentiments, saying, "If he doesn't come looking for me, Does that mean you cannot marry me? She wrapped her arms around Fu Wenyue's neck, blowing warm breath near his ear. Aside from my inferior background compared to your fiancé, am I not comparable in every other aspect? Fu Wenjue played along with Qi Qinglu's gestures but spoke with unwavering conviction. I grew up with her. I regard her as a sister. Even if there is no romantic love between us, there exists familial affection. I have told you, I cannot betray her or allow her to suffer. After saying this, he perhaps sensed that Qi Qinglu might feel jealous and added, I believe Qin Jian shares my sentiments. Once he acquires sufficient wealth from that woman, he will undoubtedly return to your side. Qi Qinglu, her eyes reddening, replied, Who cares if he returns to me? I used to misunderstand him, thinking that whatever he said must be true. He seduced me, leading me to believe we were romantically involved, but you know that my first was given to you. It was only after being with you that I realized my feelings for him were merely gratitude, akin to sibling affection, and certainly not love. Outside the surveillance, Hisui could not help but glance at Xingjian again, pondering that both he and Qi Qinglu were raised in an orphanage, relying on each other for many years. Their bond must be deeper than that between her and Fu Wenjue. With someone else suffering more than herself, Hisui felt an inexplicable sense of relief. Within the monitoring, Fu Wenjue's expression softened. Initially, he was drawn to Qi Qinglu under the impression that Xingjian was Fu's biological son. However, upon discovering that Xingjian was not of the Fu lineage, his demeanor towards her had cooled. Yet, having invested so much time, it seemed a waste to let it go unrewarded. He had not anticipated that she remained untouched. Fu Wenjue himself harbored a profound attachment to purity and assumed that Xingjian had long since taken advantage of Qi Qinglu, only to find that it had fallen to him instead. I regard her as a sister. The woman I cherish is you, but we simply cannot be together. My marriage to her also signifies the collaboration between the Fu and He families. Should I break off the engagement, numerous projects would require reorganization, which would not only be cumbersome, but also entail significant losses. Qi Qinglu, with tears mingling with her smile, replied, I understand. I comprehend it all. You need not explain further. I merely feel a twinge of discomfort and needed to vent. I'm just somewhat pained for you. Your fiancée, is not a virtuous woman. She has been involved with several men, and her integrity is long gone. Yet you still feel bound to her, and I feel unjustly for you. Fu Wenjue's expression darkened for a moment. In many respects, Hisui surpassed Qi Qinglu. However, Hisui had long ceased to be innocent by the time they were together. Earlier, after an exam, she had celebrated with friends at a bar, becoming intoxicated and losing her virtue, and it was not with just one man. Every time this matter crossed Fu Wenjue's mind, it felt as though she had swallowed countless flies, a sensation of profound discomfort. The words of Qi Qinglu, captured on surveillance, coupled with Fu Wenjue's pallid expression, manifested as an invisible giant hand, striking mercilessly upon Hisui's visage. Hisui's face turned ashen, her entire being feeling as though it were encased in a frigid tomb. She had never anticipated that Fu Wenjue would divulge her most significant secret to a woman like Qi Qinglu, rendering her a mere topic of their conversation. What precisely did Fu Wenjue consider her to be? As the footage revealed Fu Wenjue engaging intimately with Qi Qinglu, Xingjian rose to shut down the computer. Indeed, these two were a nauseating pair, seemingly destined for each other. Xingjian held no interest in Hisui's personal affairs, yet her current state suggested she was on the brink of shattering. Did you compel him to be with you, to become engaged? Hisui shook her head. The tears she had long suppressed, now cascading down her cheeks. While you were together, prior to the engagement, did you ever broach the subject with him? Hisui nodded, her lips trembling, unable to articulate her thoughts. She felt ashamed for not being a virgin, tormented by the events of the past. Even though those involved had learned their lessons in the aftermath, the harm inflicted upon her was irreparable. If he were not with you, would you have pressured him into a relationship or an engagement? Hisui's eyes shimmered with broken tears as she shook her head. The inception of her liaison with Fu Wenjue was rooted in that very incident. Otherwise, she had initially regarded him merely as a dear sister, a close confidant. At that time, her feelings for Fu Wenjue had not transcended friendship. It was Fu Wenjue's gradual companionship, his comfort, his pursuit, his heartfelt confessions that forged their beginning. In this day and age, if one desires a virgin, a visit to the hospital can suffice to restore the original packaging. It is a personal choice. The consequences of adult decisions must be borne by the individual, rather than indulging in both desires while maintaining a facade of virtue. Sui collapsed onto the table, weeping uncontrollably. Xingjian decided to retreat upstairs, allowing her the space to regain her composure. When he descended once more, Sui had already departed. The following day, the He family formally requested the dissolution of the engagement with the Fu family. Chapter 83. Using a knife to kill despite the controversy surrounding the brief detention of Fu Buluan due to his relationship with Qin Lang and the duration of his confinement. He was still subjected to a fine and a 15-day detention. With Fu Buluan absent from home, the He family's attempt to call off the engagement was thwarted. Xuefeng hastily gathered the children back home. Fu Wenjue wore a sullen expression, believing that his conversation with Sui over the phone the previous day had persuaded her and made her realize her mistakes. To his surprise, Sui behaved selfishly and capriciously, approaching her father to pressure him into calling off the engagement. Did she not understand how vehemently her parents opposed their union since his true identity had been revealed? Her actions would only serve to further alienate her parents from their relationship. Fu Wenquan recalled the inquiry Fu Wenjue had made the day before and could not help but ask, "What transpired yesterday?" Fu Wenjue's expression darkened. "It's all because of Xingjian." Fu Wenquan inquired, "Did he truly say something to Sui?" Fu Wenjue replied, "He must have concocted tales about me and Xiao Qing in front of her." Fu Wenquan countered, "But Sui is not one to simply believe every word she hears." Xuefeng, unaware of who Xiao Qing was, noted that Sui, as the eldest daughter of the He family, was not someone to be compared to any random individual. "Wenjue, you must promptly clarify things with Sui. Do not let those of dubious character jeopardize your relationship." Fu Wenjue chuckled bitterly at his own predicament. She is merely throwing a tantrum. She would not truly call off the engagement. However, Shu's impression of me will surely deteriorate further. Xuefeng felt somewhat relieved, believing it was merely a spat between the young couple. Though it was disheartening, it was more acceptable than a broken engagement. Fu Wenquan sensed something amiss. Sui had never brought their matters before the elders. Furthermore, she was not the type to blow things out of proportion or to pressure Fu Wenjue into apologizing to her family. She expressed her concern. "You must speak to her properly. Any misunderstandings between you must be cleared up promptly." Fu Wenjue nodded, acknowledging her advice. However, when Fu Wenjue attempted to reach out to Sui, he discovered that all his contact information had been erased by her. Furrowing his brow, his displeasure was evident, and impatience began to creep in. All this turmoil over a few words from Xingjian. She had escalated the situation to her family's elders and now refused any means of communication. What was she so upset about? What was this childishness? 3 days later, Fu Wenjue had yet to encounter anyone at school and was compelled to visit Sui's home. He soon learned that Sui had embarked on an exchange program abroad and had decided to settle overseas, never to return. Fu Wenjue pleaded with the He family for the details of the school she attended, but they remained silent. As he departed, he held a letter and a document handed to him by Sui's mother. In the letter, Sui elucidated her reasons for choosing such a sudden departure. It was not out of guilt or weakness. Rather, it was her disdain for Fu Wenjue as a person, and she harbored no desire to see him again. In her letter, she informed Fu Wenjue that her parents and family were well aware of the reasons behind their separation. Thus the two would no longer be friends, treating each other as mere strangers. The document bag contained photographs of Fu Wenjue and Qi Qinglu alongside a USB drive. The content of the USB drive depicted the conversation between Fu Wenjue and Qi Qinglu in the living room, as well as some rather scandalous moments captured on the sofa. As Fu Wenjue watched the video, his expression twisted into one of sheer fury. He realized that Sui had shown the photos and videos to her family in order to extinguish any lingering hopes he harbored for reconciliation. It was no wonder that Sui's family had treated him with such cold disdain that day. With a surge of anger, Fu Wenjue yanked the USB drive from the computer and stormed out of the house. To his astonishment, a camera had been installed in Qi Qinglu's residence. In his furious state, he forgot that he too possessed a key and instinctively began to pound on the door with fervor. Bang! 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 Qi Qinglu, in the midst of a peaceful afternoon nap, was abruptly awakened by the relentless knocking at her front door. Irritated and groggy, she wondered who could be causing such a commotion at this hour. As she stepped out of her room, the knocking continued unabated. Filled with a mix of rage and fear, she thought it sounded as if someone were seeking vengeance. Quickly, she peeked through the peephole. Wenjue? A sigh of relief escaped her lips. However, the moment she opened the door, she was met with a resounding slap. You wretched person! Did you send those photos to He Sui? Did you send that USB drive? Caught completely off guard, Qi Qinglu's head spun from the blow. Fu Wenju, now devoid of hope and alternatives, saw his last chance slip away with He Sui's departure. In a fit of rage, he seized Qi Qinglu's arm and struck her again with fierce intensity. Slap! Qi Qinglu, covering her face in terror, cried out, I didn't do anything. I swear. Fu Wenju, grasping her hair, dragged her to the sofa and unleashed a flurry of slaps upon her face, leaving her cheeks swollen and defenseless. Stop! Please stop! I truly did nothing. Qi Qinglu pleaded, her voice muffled and filled with desperation, fear glimmering in her eyes as she attempted to evade him. Seeing her stubbornness, Fu Wenjue recalled the angles and positions of the surveillance cameras and began to scour the house for hidden devices. If he couldn't find them, he would destroy everything. The television shattered, the vase smashed, the coffee table splintered, the speakers crumbled, the decorative sculptures were obliterated. Finally, he discovered a concealed camera nestled within a sculpture beside the television. Terrified, Qi Qinglu cowered in the corner, clutching her head as the cacophony of destruction subsided. Fu Wenjue's once handsome face was now shrouded in darkness as he presented the camera before Qi Qinglu, gripping her chin to force her gaze upon the incriminating evidence. Do you still wish to deny it? Qi Qinglu, bewildered and in tears, had no idea what he was referring to. Her eyes wide with fear as she pleaded for mercy. A fleeting moment of doubt flickered in Fu Wenjue's mind. Could it truly not be her doing? Just then, Qi Qinglu's phone erupted with a sudden ring, shattering the tense silence. Fu Wenjue contemplated the implications. If Qi Qinglu had set up surveillance, her phone or computer must harbor clues. He hastened to the room, while Qi Qinglu seized the opportunity to escape. However, Fu Wenjue swiftly detected her intentions, dashing forward to seize a handful of her hair, yanking it violently backward. It wasn't you. What are you afraid of? Why are you trying to flee? Qi Qinglu screamed in agony, pleading, You are being utterly irrational. I am terrified. Fu Wenjue relentlessly pulled her by the scalp into the room, retrieving the phone from a nightstand. Overwhelmed by despair, Qi Qinglu was left bewildered by his motives. Fu Wenjue demanded the unlock code. Hesitant, she refrained from divulging it immediately, only relenting after receiving a couple of slaps. Upon unlocking the phone, he casually glanced at a missed call. 10,085? Fu Wenjue dismissed the number. His own phone frequently received promotional calls from 10085. However, his attention shifted upon discovering what he sought. He accessed the software, entered the back end, and immediately noted that the living room camera was currently deactivated. Yet, he could still view the surveillance footage from before his arrival. Clearly, the camera had been rendered inoperative due to his earlier actions. At that moment, Qi Qinglu's mind felt as though a taut rubber band had snapped when Fu Wenjue turned to face her. His eyes were a fiery red, his expression menacing as if he were a predator ready to pounce. Sensing imminent danger, Qi Qinglu, like a cornered animal, found herself paralyzed, retreating step by step towards the door. Chapter 84. He pleads with Qi Qinglu to stay alive. In the fleeting moment, when Qi Qinglu was about to escape the room, Fu Wenjue lunged forward like a venomous serpent, ensnaring her with a ferocious grip around her neck. Qi Qinglu's eyes widened in terror, her gaze laden with a desperate plea. Fu Wenjue's facial muscles contorted into a grotesque expression, his voice seething with rage. You wretched woman, I have told you time and again, I cannot part with He Sui. I must marry He Sui. Do you not comprehend my words? His bloodshot eyes bore into Qi Qinglu, a murderous intent erupting within him, radiating a venomous glare that seemed to threaten her very existence. Qi Qinglu struggled valiantly, but Fu Wenjue's hold was unyielding. The excruciating pain constricting her throat and the encroaching dread hollowed her of breath and strength, rendering her gradually limp. As Fu Wenjue gazed upon her despondent eyes, not a shred of compassion stirred within him. The misfortunes and frustrations he had endured coalesced into a tempest of fury, raging uncontrollably within his heart. It was not until Qi Qinglu's eyes fluttered shut and silence enveloped the room that his fleeting rationality began to resurface. He released his grip, testing for her breath, only to be met with a grim realization. Shaking her body vigorously, he called out, "Qing, you're awaken. Please awaken. Now." It was he who implored her not to succumb to death. Yet, despite his desperate attempts to rouse her, Qi Qinglu remained unresponsive. Suddenly, a series of knocks echoed from the front door. Bang, bang, bang. Fu Wenjue's pupils constricted, the incessant knocking reverberating in his mind, causing him to stagger back in shock. The knocking persisted, as if affirming that someone was indeed inside. In haste, he lifted Qi Qinglu's lifeless form and placed her upon the bed, shutting the door while arranging her to appear as if she were merely resting. Rushing to the living room, Fu Wenjue peered through the peephole to discern the identity of the visitor. The sight nearly sent his soul spiraling into oblivion. Who stood outside? It was Uncle Hat. Cold sweat beaded on Fu Wenjue's forehead as he speculated the reason for Uncle Hat's visit. Had their earlier quarrel and the ensuing chaos prompted a neighbor to alert the authorities? Or was it merely a routine census inquiry? If it were the latter, Uncle Hat would not be so insistent. If it were the former, surely a meddlesome neighbor would have left once the commotion ceased. Yet Uncle Hat continued to knock, proclaiming, "Comrade, we are here for the population census registration. There are 2 occupants listed, but only one was registered yesterday. The other's identification remains unaccounted for." Uncle Hat had arrived due to a report received by the police, initiated by the sounds of violent commotion. Initially, there was silence, but the ensuing clamor of destruction prompted the operator to keep the line open. As male voices emerged, the operator sensed something awry, ultimately leading to Uncle Hat's uninvited visit. Originally, Uncle Hat believed this to be a case of domestic violence. However, the presence of individuals inside the house, who persistently refused to open the door, instigated their suspicions. Lacking concrete evidence and the authority to force entry, they hesitated. Fu Wenjue, positioned behind the door, felt a slight easing of his tense emotions. Last year, during his stay at Xingjian's, he had encountered a similar census situation. His mind, uncontrollably optimistic, entertained the thought that perhaps they were indeed merely conducting a census. But what if that were not the case? Fu Wenjue still refrained from opening the door. He remained oblivious to the increasingly grave expressions of the 2 Uncle Hats outside. "Comrade, please cooperate with our work." The doors of the neighboring houses were roused, revealing concerned onlookers. The elderly neighbor on the left, with impaired hearing, had her television blaring, oblivious to the commotion next door. With a young couple perhaps not home, all the residents in the building were aware of the couple's presence from yesterday's events. The neighbor on the right remarked, "The couple was just inside having a quarrel. They must be home." Fu Wenjue clenched his teeth behind the door, fuming at the meddlesome old fools. The Uncle Hats knocked once more, their tone growing stern. "You're the only household in this building that has yet to complete the registration. We ask for your cooperation." With no other choice, Fu Wenjue composed himself, opened the door calmly, and apologized. "We were just debating some matters inside and did not hear the commotion outside." Observing Fu's calm demeanor, the Uncle Hats noted the absence of guilt or panic. It was either that they had overthought the situation or that this individual possessed remarkable composure. The Uncle Hats revised their approach, stating, "We received a report from your girlfriend. We need her to clarify the situation." A wave of anxiety washed over Fu Wenjue as his mind raced furiously, nearly overheating from the effort. When did Qi Qinglu report this? Struggling to maintain his composure, he feigned surprise. "We were just arguing. She must have acted on impulse to report. We've reconciled now. I apologize for making you come out here in vain." The uncle had insisted, since she made the report, she must also sign to close the case. Another Uncle Hat attempted to enter, but Fu Wenjue instinctively blocked the way, saying she has been crying for a long time and is resting inside. It would be best not to disturb her. The two Uncle Hats exchanged knowing glances, affirming their decision, and acted simultaneously. One restrained Fu Wenjue, while the other entered the house to assess the situation. Fu Wenjue, filled with rage, shouted, "What are you doing? This is trespassing. I will file a complaint against you." The Uncle Hat glanced around the living room before heading straight to the bedroom. As Fu Wenjue realized they had entered without waiting for a response, he forcefully pushed the Uncle Hat behind him and dashed outside. With a loud bang, a frying pan struck Fu Wenjue's head, sending sparks flying before his eyes. With the assistance of a neighbor, Fu Wenjue was apprehended by the pursuing Uncle Hat. Inside the room, Uncle Hat also discovered that the woman lying on the bed had already passed away. He stepped out to alert, "A life has been lost. I will contact the authorities. You keep an eye on him. He must not escape." Fu Wenjue's face turned pale as he struggled desperately. Uncle Hat, with a grim expression, handcuffed him, warning, "Behave yourself, or else." Before he could finish, Fu Wenjue received several blows from the neighbor's frying pan. "Murder! You better cooperate." Uncle Hat pretended not to see. The Fu family awaited Fu Wenjue to resolve the conflict between him and He Sui, only to be met with the shocking news of his arrest for murder. When Xue Fong received the call, she initially thought it was a prank. After confirming the news, darkness enveloped her as she fainted. Chapter 85. 1 million for 50 million. A profitable venture? Fu Wenquan returned home with a complex expression after gathering information at the police station. Xue Fong had also awakened, weakly inquiring about the unfolding events. How could Wenju have committed murder? Fu Wenquan, her face devoid of emotion, recounted the entire sequence of events. The others were left in stunned silence, struggling to comprehend the shocking revelation. Fu Wenju had killed someone. The victim was Qi Qinglu, the former fiancé of Xingjian. Fu Wenju and Qi Qinglu were entangled in a romantic relationship. Fu Wenjue's expression was intricate. She had previously sensed an ambiguous connection between Fu Wenju and Qi Qinglu, trusting in Fu Wenju's character and dismissing Qi Qinglu's worth. She believed her thoughts to be unfounded. Yet now, reality unveiled the truth. Fu Wenju had indeed been involved with Qi Qinglu. In a bid to monopolize Fu Wenju, Qi Qinglu had exposed their affair to He Sui, prompting He Sui to resolutely call off the engagement and pursue studies abroad. Having lost such a formidable fiancé as He Sui and having offended the He family, Fu Wenju was consumed by rage, leading to the impulsive act of murder. Fu Wenhui's unadorned face contorted in anger. What was Qi Qinglu worth? Xingjian had discarded her, so why would Fu Wenju stoop to reclaiming her? Fu Wenhua elevated her injured leg onto a stool, finding some comfort, and it seemed Xingjian had recognized the situation earlier, thus treating Fu Wenju with disdain. Xue Fong, infuriated, exclaimed, if he realized this, why didn't he speak up sooner? Had he done so, perhaps he would have uncovered the truth in time, and Wenju would not have suffered at the hands of this woman. The expressions of Fu Wenquan and the others were subtle and complicated. Xingjian had indeed spoken, more than once. However, the more he criticized Fu Wenju, the less they believed him, perceiving his words as slander against Fu Wenju. In their eyes, Fu Wenju was far more trustworthy than Xingjian. At this juncture, Xue Fong suddenly recalled that Fu Wenju had claimed he had spoken nonsense in front of Sui Sui. Fu Wenxue could not help but interject. If this is indeed true, then it cannot be dismissed as mere folly. Xue Fong shot her an angry glance. Should facts be spoken? Should they be used to spread gossip? Overcome by rage, she uttered, I believe he is deliberately trying to undermine Wenju, intentionally allowing Qi Qinglu to harm her. Fu Wenquan understood it was not as simple as that. Yet what significance did it hold to discuss it now? What matters most is how we handle the situation. Should we inform grandfather? Xue Fong's countenance changed immediately. We cannot speak of this. Fu Wenquan replied, but it cannot be concealed. Fu Wenju has committed murder. It is a criminal offense, and he was caught red-handed. Xuefang's expression grew grave as her mind raced. I recall you mentioning that Qi Qinglu, like Xingjian, comes from an orphan background? Fu Wenquan grasped the implication. After emerging from the orphanage, Qi Qinglu's guardian had been Xingjian. However, certain events had transpired previously, leaving her uncertain whether Qi Qinglu's guardian was still Xingjian. Qi Qinglu's guardian still remains Xingjian. After Qi Qinglu was murdered, Fu Wenjue became embroiled with one of the city's prominent taxpayers, the Fu family. The pressure on the department was immense, leading to the case being transferred to the Public Security Bureau. The police contacted Xingjian, informing him to go to the bureau to claim the body. Xingjian had already heard about Qi Qinglu's incident through the listening device. The call to Qi Qinglu's number 10085 was made by him. The actions taken on Qi Qinglu's phone were also orchestrated by him, intended to mislead Fu Wenjue into believing that the USB drive and photographs in He Sui's possession originated from Qi Qinglu. He was the one who made the report and sent the text message with the address. His intention was to incite conflict between the two illicit lovers. But unexpectedly, events unfolded more favorably than he had anticipated. Fu Wenjue ended up killing Qi Qinglu. When Xingjian arrived, Xiaochang led him to the morgue. The cause of death had already been established, and the family could claim the body. She was an orphan, and, as her guardian, it fell upon him to handle her funeral arrangements. Observing his impassive demeanor, Xiaochang worried he might be distressed, given the bond they had shared for over a decade. "You can take her body. If you need help with the funeral, my wife and I can assist," he offered. Xingjian replied, "No need to trouble yourselves, Xiaoge. I will find a funeral home myself. A bit of money for cremation will suffice." He had no intention of keeping the urn. The funeral home had designated areas for storing them. For someone who had manipulated, plotted against, and betrayed him, possibly even being his murderer in a past life, Xingjian's willingness to arrange for her cremation and reserve a spot for her ashes was a glimmer of morality shining through his otherwise darkened humanity. Next, he intended to send Fu Wenjue to join her. Yes, his moral radiance would shine even brighter. In the station, Xiaochang refrained from saying much more, merely suggesting that Xingjian come over for dinner sometime, as his wife had mentioned it several times. Xingjian agreed. Upon exiting the Public Security Bureau, Fu Wenquan, having obtained